Sword God Chapter 407 to Chapter 459. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions, looking at the dust like a boulder, my sword shines through the mystery. Both swords were unsheathed, and silver sword light covered the surroundings like rain. The sword chi was sharp and overbearing, and nothing could stop it. Numerous crossbow bolts pierced through the air, but they were shattered by the silver sword light, turning into countless dust particles that drifted away in the air. Like a hazy fog, they covered Chen Zong's figure. Attack! Luo Zhongba frowned, and his eyes flickered as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong. He immediately said to the dozen or so late-stage genuine martial realm martial artists. Suddenly, more than a dozen late-stage true martial realm martial artists made their moves one after another, their true power surging like the waves of a river, like the rampaging of a mountain. They released an astonishing power that could destroy the city walls and shatter the earth. Every move was mysterious, and from all directions, they attacked Chen Zong. Of course, there were more than a dozen late-stage genuine martial realm martial artists in the real martial alliance. However, half of them were guarding the ultimate martial main city, and the rest were scattered to perform their own duties. In the end, only these dozen or so people stayed in the true martial main city. Among them, there were 2 LV9 genuine martial realm martial artists. The fierce shooting of arrows and the full-strength attacks of the late-stage genuine martial realm martial artists were extremely powerful. An ordinary LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist would be suppressed and killed in an instant. Even Luo Zhongba himself was not confident that he could deal with it easily. Luo Zhongba squinted his eyes, as sharp as an eagle as he stared at his prey's every move. As long as his prey showed any signs of weakness, he would seize the opportunity to make his move. His 5 fingers spread open, and a tyrannical and overbearing true power flowed between his fingers. Occasionally, it would spurt out, and the hard ground would be pierced with finger-sized holes. Little did they know that Chen Zong was also paying attention to Luo Zhongba while he was dealing with the attacks from all directions. Chen Zong was alone, and his target was Luo Zhongba. However, Luo Zhongba wasn't weak either. Chen Zong wasn't completely confident that he could kill Luo Zhongba in an instant. After all, Luo Zhongba was the leader of the true martial alliance. It was normal for him to have some tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, he needed an opportunity to kill his opponent in one blow, leaving no room for escape. The sword radiance pierced through the air. His sword art was peerless and looked down upon the world. The arrows were shattered, and all the attacks were penetrated and destroyed. However, Chen Zong did not have it easy. After all, this kind of attack was very strong, and the pressure it brought was also very strong. Every time he defeated the opponent's attack, Chen Zong could feel a trace of rebounding force hitting his arms and body. Once or twice was nothing, but under the intensive attacks, the rebounding force gathered into a crazy force, as if it was going to tear his body apart. Fortunately, Chen Zong's body-refining cultivation was not bad, so he was able to withstand it. The 2 9th-level true martial realm martial artists once again attacked, one from the left and one from the right. Their incomparably tyrannical true force transformed into a bombardment of giant beasts, as if it could destroy a mountain, without any mercy. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with sharpness. His 2 swords slashed out and collided with the 2 powerful attacks. A roar was heard, and a terrible force surged in all directions. Ripples were formed, and a storm was blown away, blowing the others back. The hundreds of true martial realm martial artists could no longer shoot arrows. Under this kind of impact, Chen Zong could not withstand it and flew backward, in the direction where Luo Zhongba was. A trace of joy appeared in Luo Zhongba's eyes. "This is the chance," he secretly said, and his tyrannical true force instantly poured into his arms and went straight to his 5 fingers. It became more than 100 times stronger than steel. Just as Chen Zong's body flew backward uncontrollably, Luo Zhongba also made his move. His hands formed into claws, and with an unparalleled domineering aura, he viciously grabbed at Chen Zong's shoulders. This move seemed to be able to capture tigers and dragons. Countless true force swirled around each of his fingers, as if countless vortexes were condensed on his 5 fingers, filled with all kinds of strange and powerful forces. If Chen Zong was caught, the countless forces would constantly pull at his body, and he would lose his ability to resist. He would then be captured and become a prisoner. Luo Zhongba did not know how many strong enemies he had used this move against and how many times he had succeeded. This time, he was going to use it on Chenzong. The true martial ancestor has died under my sword. A voice that was not loud sounded directly into Luo Zhongba's ears. It sounded so calm that it was almost indifferent. However, when it fell into Luo Zhongba's ears, it instantly set off a storm, as if thousands of thunderbolts had exploded. How does he know about the true martial ancestor? Has the true martial ancestor already found him? If the true martial ancestor has already found him, how can he still come here unscathed? Could it be like what he said, that the true martial ancestor was killed by his sword? One question after another jumped out uncontrollably in Luo Zhongba's mind, like a fountain gushing out. There were more and more questions, and it became more and more chaotic. Impossible. The true martial ancestor's strength is unparalleled in the world. Although Chenzong is powerful, he is definitely not the true martial ancestor's match. He is lying to me, to divert my attention. But how does he know about the true martial ancestor's existence? Could it be a trap set up by him and the true martial ancestor? Affirmation, denial. Luo Zhongba's mind was spinning rapidly, and his mind was in a mess. No, the true martial ancestor would not set up a trap with him. He must have heard about the true martial ancestor from somewhere and deliberately disturbed my mind. That's right. Chenzong's purpose was to disturb Luo Zhongba's mind. Just a little disturbance was enough. He created an opportunity to get close to Luo Zhongba and let Luo Zhongba think that he could seize the opportunity to attack. Then, he opened his mouth to talk about the true martial ancestor to disturb Luo Zhongba's mind to a certain extent. This was a strategy. No matter how powerful a person was, as long as his mind was disturbed and he hesitated for a moment, it would be difficult for him to fully exert his strength. The result would often be different. Moreover, Chenzong's strength was originally higher than Luo Zhongba's. This kind of disturbance would further increase the gap between the two of them. In just an instant, Luo Zhongba's eyes were filled with a silver brilliance. It was as if a silver world was crushing down on him. It was mighty, powerful, and extremely sharp. Nothing in the world could stop it. In the mortal world, no one could defeat it. Luo Zhongba only felt that everything seemed to have slowed down. Even his thoughts and his movements seemed to have slowed down. When the silver brilliance in front of him dissipated, Luo Zhongba also felt powerless. The world in front of him reappeared, but for some reason, it had become dark. It was as if day had turned into night. Luo Zhongba is dead. Why are you still not surrendering? A cold voice rang out. It entered everyone's ears, including Luo Zhongba's. Luo Zhongba. Isn't that my name? What kind of joke is this? How could I die? His last consciousness was darkness, and he sank into the abyss. Luo Zhongba fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with confusion. His blood dyed the ground red. The rest of the true martial alliance were dumbfounded. The alliance master was killed. For a moment, no one was able to react. He killed the alliance master to avenge him. A LV9 true martial realm martial artist reacted quickly. At the same time, his body was filled with killing intent. He exploded with all his strength. His true force surged like a tide, fiercely attacking Chenzong. Divine light burst out, and the two swords pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the opponent's attack was cut open, and Chenzong continued to attack. Blood flashed, and blood splattered in the air. The LV9 true martial realm martial artist who attacked was killed directly. The others were so scared that they stopped attacking, afraid of being killed. Submit, or die. Chenzong's cold voice resounded once again. His sharp and cold gaze swept across the group of true martial realm martial artists. It was as if they had been frozen in ice for an eternity, causing them to shiver from head to toe. 1, 2, 3. When Chenzong counted to 10, no one made a sound. His hands trembled, and the silver sword light pierced through the air again. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen true martial realm martial artists were killed. If you don't make a sound, I will think that you don't want to surrender. Chenzong said again. At the same time, the crowd was shocked and angry, but at the same time, they were scared to death. I surrender. I surrender too. Afraid of being killed, the first true martial realm martial artist suddenly shouted anxiously. With the first, there was a second. It spread like a virus. Soon, dozens of people expressed their surrender. However, there were also people who glared at Chen Zong and stubbornly resisted to the end. Chen Zong's purpose here was to kill Luo Zhongba and take control of the real martial arts alliance. As for how to take control, of course, he would use the simplest and most direct method. He didn't have the time and energy to slowly buy people's hearts and operate slowly. There were only two ways to control people. The first was to use the carrot and stick to buy people's hearts and use them for his own purposes. The second was to beat and kill, making people feel fear and fear. It would leave a shadow in their hearts, and they wouldn't dare to have any strange thoughts when they saw him. Chen Zong chose the second method, which was simple, direct, and violent. If they didn't surrender, he would kill them until they did. "Those who surrender, stand behind me," Chen Zong said. His eyes became sharper and sharper as he stared at those who didn't surrender. Suddenly, dozens of people who expressed their surrender hurriedly moved and rushed behind Chen Zong, afraid that they would be implicated. "You don't want to surrender. Do you want to die?" Chen Zong asked back, full of murderous intent. Suddenly, everyone's hair stood on end. "I surrender," the LV9 true martial realm martial artist said with difficulty. Seeing that the strongest person with the highest cultivation among them had surrendered, the others seemed to have let go of their insistence and also expressed their surrender. However, not everyone was like that. In the end, there were still a few who stubbornly resisted to the end. In the end, they were killed by Chen Zong mercilessly. This bloody fact made the others who had already submitted to him extremely horrified. God of killing, he was simply a god of killing, a demon. He killed without hesitation and showed no mercy. He was very powerful and looked very young, which meant that he had endless potential. It was undoubtedly the most unwise thing to do to make an enemy of this kind of person. The best way to do it was to surrender as soon as possible. For a moment, those who had already surrendered found the most suitable reason for themselves to surrender. Thus, they felt that it was natural for them to surrender. They didn't feel the slightest burden in their hearts. Some even thought that surrendering to such a person might lead to a better future. Chen Zong was sitting on the throne of the True Martial Alliance's leader, but he was not excited at all. A mere alliance master of the True Martial Alliance was nothing. Compared to the Supreme Sword Dao, he seemed so insignificant. The level 9 True Martial Realm Cultivator had already left and was rushing to the Ultimate Martial Main City at full speed. He wanted to summon all the important members of the Overlord Martial Alliance. The Tyrant Martial Union was created by the Tyrant Martial Union. As the cultivation level of the Tyrant Martial Union increased, the strength of the Tyrant Martial Union also increased. The Tyrant Martial Union continued to develop and become more powerful. Now, it had directly become a sub-union of the True Martial Union, with many 9th-level True Martial Realm martial artists in charge. Upon receiving the summons, the Tyrant Martial Prodigy immediately set off with his trusted subordinates, such as Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle. However, he left behind the True Martial Realm martial artists sent by the True Martial Alliance's headquarters in the Ultimate Martial Arts main city. "Why did the leader summon us?" asked the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader. "You'll know when you see the leader," said the level 9 True Martial Realm Cultivator. He had already submitted to Chen Zong and had seen how ruthless Chen Zong was, so he did not dare to disobey. "Where's the leader?" Walking into the main hall of the True Martial Alliance, the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader suddenly had a bad feeling. The True Martial Alliance's cultivators who had submitted to Chen Zong rushed out and surrounded the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader. Then, Chen Zong walked out and sat on the leader's throne. "Who are you?" asked the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader. He frowned and put his hands behind his back. His strong body emitted an invisible majestic aura. His eyes were like a fierce tiger's, as if there was the light of the sun gathering. It was difficult to look at him directly. He wanted to give Chen Zong a strong impact and pressure. If it was an ordinary True Martial Realm cultivator who had the same cultivation level as the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader, or even higher, they would feel uncomfortable facing such a gaze. However, he was facing Chen Zong. Not to mention the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader, even the true martial ancestor's gaze could not make Qinzong's face change. Behind the Overlord Martial Alliance's leader were his trusted subordinates, Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle. Now, each of them had a cultivation level of level 2 true martial realm and were stronger than ordinary level 2 true martial realm cultivators. Dragon General Xianxia stared at Qinzong. He felt that Qinzong's face looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Facing the questioning gazes of the people from the Martial Overlord League, Qinzong's expression was indifferent. He sat high up on the throne, as if he was sitting on the clouds. He looked down at everyone with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Martial Dragon General Leader. Dragon General Xianxia. Dragon General Xianxia. Xianxia at that time, they was like a mountain leader. To Martial Alliance's leaders. Martial sect Martial Alliance's sect. Martial sect. Now that a few years had passed and he had returned and seen with his own eyes the heavens chosen of the feudal martial kingdom, who was highly praised by countless people, as well as the Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle generals under his command, as well as other famous geniuses and so on. However, he had a feeling that the mountains he had thought of back then were just small stones. Even if it was the tyrant martial prodigy, he was just a slightly bigger rock. He didn't even have the qualifications to be a stepping stone. However, the grudges that should be settled still had to be settled. "My name is Qinzong," Qinzong said. Qinzong. The geniuses from the tyrannical martial school were stunned when they heard this name. This name was like thunder in their ears, at least for a short period of time. Then, an inexplicable panic emerged from the depths of his heart. Qinzong, why was Qinzong here? Why was Qinzong sitting on the Alliance Chief's throne? Luo Zhongba is dead. You guys are next. Qinzong spoke again, his words causing the crowd to panic even more, causing the expressions of the tyrannical martial prodigy and the others to change drastically. Luo Zhongba was the Alliance Chief of the True Martial Alliance. He was dead, killed by Qinzong. Did Qinzong have the strength to do so? You killed my father? The tyrannical martial prodigy, Yuan Venerate Luo, glared at Qinzong. His tall and strong body surged with true force, like a volcano about to erupt. His talent was unparalleled and he was high above everyone else. His future was limitless. However, when someone called Qinzong appeared, his limelight had overshadowed him. Now, it seemed like he had become a nightmare. I killed him. Qinzong admitted without hesitation. He ignored the anger and murderous intent in Yuan Venerate Luo's eyes and said unhurriedly, "Next, as long as you guys can take one of my moves, you can live. I'll kill you first." Xianxia roared, his murderous intent raging. His long spear pierced through the air like a dragon coming out of the abyss. It carried an extreme murderous intent and tyrannical strength. In an instant, it traversed dozens of meters and pierced through the void, stabbing toward Qinzong. This spear was enough to pose a fatal threat to a third-level true martial realm martial artist. However, it was too weak for Qinzong. His body did not move at all. He raised his eyelids slightly and flicked his finger. The sharp finger pierced through the air and directly attacked Dragon General Xianxia, who was going all out. This tyrannical attack seemed so weak in front of Qinzong's finger. The terrifying finger shattered the sharp tip of the spear and spread to the body of the spear at an extremely fast speed. By the time it reached Xianxia's hands, his arms were broken and blood spurted out. Xianxia flew out of the hall faster than he had come. When he landed outside the hall, he was already a broken corpse, as if he had been brutally ravaged by a demonic beast. This scene made the eyes of the True Martial Alliance's martial artists twitch incessantly. It also made the tyrannical martial prodigy and the other tyrannical martial prodigies grit their teeth in horror. The first one. Qinzong's voice rang out at the same time. It was like a death sentence. The second one. At the same time, Qinzong raised his finger again and gently pointed in the air. An extremely sharp silver light pierced through the air and shot out. Countless ripples surged in the air and quickly rushed forward. Each ripple contained a terrifying power that could crush steel. This finger was aimed at Tiger General. Tiger General's expression changed drastically. He was extremely frightened and hurriedly retreated at full speed. He wanted to leave this place, but his speed was obviously not as fast as Chenzong's finger. The difference between the two was like the difference between a bird and an ant. Tiger General's body had just leaped backward when his forehead was pierced by the silver finger. He fell backward. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Eagle General was so frightened that he went limp. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, wagging his tail and begging for mercy. However, Chenzong's answer was to kill Eagle General with a finger. Eagle General raised his head with a complicated expression of pleading and panic on his face before he finally fell to the ground. Tyrannical martial prodigy Yuan Venerate Luo felt extremely humiliated. Eagle General, who had followed him for many years, had actually knelt down and begged for mercy. He had even been killed like a useless dog. Humiliation, incomparable humiliation, made Yuan Venerate Luo seethe with hatred. His true power surged and broke through the bottleneck of the peak of the third-level true martial realm. His aura rose steadily. He actually broke through. Chenzong was a little surprised. Yuan Venerate Luo had actually broken through under such circumstances and reached the fourth-level true martial realm. This also showed that Yuan Venerate Luo indeed possessed extraordinary talent. If he had been born in a place like the Longtu region, he might have been able to compare to the geniuses in the camp. Unfortunately, a true dragon could not be raised in shallow water. Chenzong would not have cared even if Yuan Venerate Luo had broken through to the ninth-level true martial realm, let alone the fact that he had broken through to the fourth-level true martial realm. As soon as he broke through, Yuan Venerate Luo immediately burst forth with all his strength. He took a step forward and his body fell like a meteorite with an astonishing aura. He charged fiercely at Chenzong. It was as if his entire body had become a weapon. He held nothing back. This was an all-out attack. It was also a desperate attack. Even an early-stage fifth-level true martial realm martialist would not be able to withstand this attack. However, Chenzong still did not get up. Instead, he raised his finger and flicked it out. These two simple movements caused a silver ray of light to shoot out and ripple through the air. One ray was like a silver shooting star, while the other was like a meteorite. They collided instantly. The meteorite paused in midair for a moment before dispersing. Blood splattered across the sky as the meteorite was thrown backwards. Even a 7th-level or 8th-level true martial realm martialist would not be able to withstand a casual flick of Chenzong's finger, let alone a 4th-level true martial realm martialist. When he landed, Yuan Venerate Luo's entire body was bleeding profusely. His entire body lay in a pool of blood. He was no longer breathing. His eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. He was dead. Everyone around was deeply moved. Yuan Venerate Luo, the pride of the feudal martial alliance, had long been recognized as the next leader of the true martial alliance. He might even have been the top expert of the Eastern continent in the future. However, he had now died prematurely. Following Yuan Venerate Luo's death, Chenzong flicked his fingers repeatedly. Streaks of silver ray shot out and instantly killed all the martialists that Yuan Venerate Luo had brought with him. The people of the True Martial Alliance and the Feudal Martial Alliance had participated in the incident back then. This had been a grudge. Now, the grudge had been settled. Chenzong could not possibly kill all the people of the True Martial Alliance and the Feudal Martial Alliance. There was no need for that. Next, it was naturally time to reorganize the True Martial Alliance. However, what Chenzong wanted to do was only the preliminary reorganization. He didn't have the slightest idea of becoming the alliance master of the True Martial Alliance. He had already sent people to the Royal Martial Main City to meet with the sect master of the True Martial Sect, Shangguan Zhenlong. There was no doubt that Shangguan Zhenlong had some ability. It was also possible for him to become the leader of the True Martial Alliance. When Shangguan Zhenlong heard the news, his first reaction was disbelief. He thought that it was a conspiracy by Luo Zhongba to trick the experts of the True Martial Sect into going to the Royal Martial Alliance so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. Having worked with Luo Zhongba for many years, they could be considered old rivals. Shangguan Zhenlong was very clear about Luo Zhongba's temperament. He could not have come up with such a scheme. Or rather, he could have thought of it but would not do it because he disdained it. Luo Zhongba advocated crushing others with force. If he was no match for his opponent, he would bide his time. Perhaps he would play some tricks, but he would never do something like this. In that case, what was going on? Could it be that Chen Zong had really barged into the True Martial Alliance alone and killed Luo Zhongba to make the rest of the True Martial Alliance submit to him? Out of caution, Shangguan Zhenlong had already sent the second elder to the Flying Martial City to see if Chen Zong was in the Chen family. However, the news he received was that Chen Zong was nowhere to be found. Chen Zong had charged into the True Martial Alliance all by himself, using his extraordinary strength and methods to kill the Alliance Master of the True Martial Alliance and all those who opposed him. He had even killed most of the important members of the Overlord Martial Alliance, wiping out all the voices of opposition. Shangguan Zhenlong quickly brought people over, and with his rich experience and Chen Zong's thunderous methods, he quickly took control of the True Martial Alliance and merged it into the True Martial Sect, causing the True Martial Sect's strength to skyrocket in a short period of time. In just a few days, the situation had quickly stabilized. However, this kind of stability was only on the surface. Since the True Martial Alliance had merged into the True Martial Sect, there were many small details that needed to be paid attention to. They could only slowly grind in. It would take at least a few months and at most a few years to completely succeed. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in the world. Within a few days, the Black Demon Sect received the news and immediately held a meeting. The True Martial Alliance merged into the True Martial Sect, and the tripartite balance was broken. Now, the True Martial Sect has become even more powerful, and it poses a great threat to our sect. The merging of the True Martial Alliance into the True Martial Sect was an unexpected outcome. If the True Martial Sect merged into the True Martial Alliance, it would be acceptable. But no matter what, the merging of the True Martial Alliance into the True Martial Sect was a fact, and the next thing to discuss was how to deal with it. As far as I know, the biggest leader of the merging of the True Martial Alliance into the True Martial Sect was Chen Zong. Because of him, the True Martial Sect was able to annex the True Martial Alliance. Chen Zong is a big problem. To defeat the True Martial Sect and unify the Eastern Continent, we must first get rid of Chen Zong. I suggest that we immediately launch an all-out attack on the True Martial Sect, and take advantage of the fact that they have not completely absorbed the True Martial Alliance to defeat them in one fell swoop. Agreed. I also agree. No one was a fool, and they all understood that after the True Martial Sect completely absorbed the True Martial Alliance's power, they would be able to stabilize. At that time, the True Martial Sect would become very powerful, and they might even launch an attack on the Black Demon Sect, putting them in a passive position. It was better to take advantage of the current situation, and take the initiative to attack while the True Martial Sect was still absorbing the True Martial Alliance's power, and catch them off guard. In any case, the True Martial Alliance was stronger than the True Martial Sect. Therefore, the True Martial Sect needed a lot of time and energy to completely absorb the True Martial Alliance. 5 days later, we'll launch a general attack. We'll split into 3 groups. The Black Demon Sect's sect master, who had been silent all this time and was shrouded in a long black robe, finally spoke. No one objected, even though they didn't know why 5 days was needed. After all, once the order was given, the Black Demon Sect's troops would be gathered. At most, 2 days would be enough. However, the sect master was the most powerful. Whatever he said, no one dared to oppose him. 5 days was actually a very short period of time. The Black Demon Sect was intensely preparing. The more time they had, the more ample their preparations would be. They split into 3 groups. The True Martial Main City, the Royal Martial Main City, and the Ultimate Martial Main City went one way. After the last battle, Chen Zong had killed a lot of warriors in the late stage of the genuine martial arts realm. They had suffered a great loss, so they had to make a more detailed plan to divide their forces. No matter when or where, Chen Zong would never stop cultivating, no matter how short the time was. His cultivation base accumulated and improved further, reaching the limit of the 6th level of the genuine martial realm. Next, he would continue to accumulate true power and attack the 7th level of the genuine martial realm. After the True Martial Sect's Shangguan Zhenlong and the others took over, Chen Zong no longer cared about the genuine martial alliance. However, with his deterrence, the annexation of the genuine martial alliance was very simple. There was almost no resistance. Even if there were some discordant voices, they would be suppressed very quickly. The true martial sect's efficiency in annexing the genuine martial alliance was several times faster than the black demon sect's estimation because of Chen Zong's existence. However, it was impossible to completely complete it in a short period of time. Shang Wanzhenlong and the others were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. They hadn't slept for several days. On one hand, they were busy, and on the other hand, they were excited. Today, Shang Wanzhenlong was no longer the same as before. Although he still held the title of True Martial Sect's sect master, the value of his title had increased by several times. Similarly, Chen Zong's title as vice sect master was also several times more important. In many people's hearts, Chen Zong was the most important. Sect master, now the vice sect master's momentum is vast. The great elder said without any worry. Great elder, don't say such things again. Shang Wanzhenlong directly interrupted the great elder's words. Without the vice sect master, our true martial sect would not have been able to reach this step. You should also be clear that we are only holding on. In the end, if we were not annexed by the genuine martial alliance, we would be annexed by the black demon sect. The great elder was silent. This was the truth, and also the truth. In addition, you should also be able to see that the vice sect master's ambition is not here. For him, the sky here is too low, and the land here is too narrow. Shang Wanzhenlong continued. Although his strength was not very strong, he was very good at judging people. I estimate that it won't be long before the vice sect master leaves here. The great elder was even more silent. Therefore, great elder doesn't have to worry. What should be ours will always be ours. Shang Wanzhenlong finally said with a smile. He was sure that Chen Zong would absolutely not compete with him for the position of sect master of the true martial sect. If it were not for the Chen family, perhaps even the position of vice sect master would not be accepted by Chen Zong. I was thinking too much. Finally, the great elder said with a wry smile. In addition, you must inform everyone that they must do a good job of patrolling and guarding, in order to prevent the black demon sect from suddenly attacking. Shang Wanzhenlong said with a stern expression. He also understood that this was a critical period. Only after the genuine martial alliance's strength was completely absorbed, would they be able to stabilize. I understand. The great elder's face was full of seriousness. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. My divine skill has finally been cultivated. The black demon sect's sect master, who was wearing a black robe and seemed to be bathed in darkness, walked out of the private room. He was extremely excited in his heart. After obtaining this divine skill for many years, he had painstakingly cultivated it until now. Although his strength had not increased by much, he now had the means to control others. Chen Zong, this sect master will use you as a sacrifice and make you my slave puppet. The black demon sect's sect master was inwardly extremely excited. There was no need to doubt Chen Zong's talent and strength. Since he was able to kill the alliance master of the genuine martial alliance, his strength would not be inferior to his own. Most importantly, his talent and potential were too shocking, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Even if he became his slave puppet, he could still cultivate and improve. In the future, he would definitely be more powerful than him. However, no matter how powerful he was, he would still become his slave puppet and be controlled by him. If he wanted him to live, he would live. If he wanted him to die, he would die. Perhaps by relying on Chen Zong, he would be able to break through the 100 Beast Mountain range and enter the legendary world of martial arts. Thinking of this, the Black Demon sect's sect master could not help but let out a burst of strange laughter. The Black Demon sect's military forces had already gathered and made all kinds of preparations. They were just waiting for the sect master's order. Launch the general attack. The Black Demon sect's sect master appeared in front of the Black Demon sect's army. There was no general mobilization before the battle. Yes. Let's go. One by one, the Black Demon sect's elders immediately led the martial artists under their command and set out according to the previously planned route. Even if the Black Demon sect tried their best to conceal this kind of large-scale operation, they could not completely hide it. The genuine martial sect's side also made the corresponding patrols. Not long after, the news was sent back. Assemble, assemble. The Black Demon Sect has launched the general attack. Everyone in the genuine martial sect, assemble. Quickly go and inform the vice sect master. The Black Demon Sect has launched the general attack. The genuine martial sect side also immediately took action, but there was not much panic. It was unexpected, but also expected. However, it was necessary to inform the vice sect master Chenzong, because the vice sect master's strength was extremely strong. The Black Demon Sect has launched the general attack. After receiving the news, Chenzong's eyes flashed with a trace of light. He instantly grasped the Black Demon Sect's intention. It was nothing more than taking advantage of the fact that the genuine martial sect had not completely absorbed the genuine martial alliance's forces to defeat the genuine martial sect. Otherwise, once the situation stabilized, it would become a tug of war. Perhaps, the genuine martial sect would even take the initiative. The final battle is about to arrive. Chenzong had a feeling that he did not have much time left in the eastern continent. In fact, even if the Black Demon Sect did not launch the general attack, Chenzong also planned to launch the general attack after the genuine martial sect had completely absorbed the genuine martial alliance's forces. He planned to defeat the Black Demon Sect in one fell swoop, unify the eastern continent, and leave a good foundation for the Qin family's development. After that, he would leave. The Black Demon Sect's actions had undoubtedly brought forward this time by a few months. Since that was the case, then it was time to fight. Chenzong was fearless. The Black Demon Sect will split into 3 groups and attack the 3 main cities separately. The third elder said. Is the Black Demon Sect master accompanying them? Chenzong asked. The Black Demon Sect master is leading a large army and is heading towards the royal martial city. The third elder answered truthfully. His eyes were fixed on Chenzong. The hope in his eyes was very obvious. He hoped that Chenzong could deal with the Black Demon Sect master. For a long time, the Black Demon Sect master was very mysterious because no one had ever seen him in action. As for the Black Demon Sect master's strength, no one knew. They could only guess that the Black Demon Sect master's strength must be very strong. Currently, within the genuine martial sect, excluding Chenzong, the most powerful person was the sect master, Shangguan Jinlong. However, he was still a bit inferior to the genuine martial alliance's alliance master, Luo Zhongba. It was estimated that he was not a match for the Black Demon Sect master. After thinking about it, only Chenzong had the possibility of fighting against the Black Demon Sect master. I will deal with the Black Demon Sect master. Chenzong made a prompt decision. There was no need for the third elder to say it. Chenzong also knew what the third elder meant. However, this was also Chenzong's own intention. Killing those weak people did not give him any sense of accomplishment, and it was difficult for it to have any effect on tempering himself. This mysterious Black Demon Sect master might be able to give him some pressure. Only with pressure would there be the motivation to break through. Hearing Chenzong's words, the third elder suddenly beamed with joy. It was as if he had seen the dawn of hope, and the pressure in his heart was alleviated. The Flying Martial City was located in front of the Royal Martial City. If the Black Demon Sect's army were to attack, their first stop would be the Flying Martial City. Therefore, Chenzong led the genuine martial sect's martial artists to wait in front of the Flying Martial City for the Black Demon Sect's army to arrive. In front of the Flying Martial City, there was a field. This was the place Chenzong had chosen to meet the Black Demon Sect's army. On top of a boulder, Chenzong was standing alone. The strong wind was blowing, and his robe was fluttering, as if he was riding the wind to fly. His figure was like a sea-stabilizing divine needle, making the martial artists of the true martial sect feel calm in their hearts. Looking up, his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the void, as if he could see the Black Demon Sect's troops. A large group of people was rushing towards them at high speed. Some of the Black Demon Sect's higher-ups had the ability to control demon beasts. Among this army, half of them were demon martial artists, and the other half were demon beasts. The field shook as if a magnificent army was rushing towards them. Their momentum was vigorous and ferocious, like the roar of a gale, and immediately brought heavy pressure to the true martial sect's side. How can there be so many? A true martial realm martial artist was dumbfounded. On his side, there were more than 1,000 true martial realm and energy refining realm martial artists, but the black mass in the distance was more than 1,000 people. In the same realm, the black demon sex martial artists were often more powerful. With the help of demon beasts, they had a complete advantage. Now, they even had the advantage in numbers. How could they fight? Chen Zong's eyesight was outstanding, and he could see the black demon sex side more clearly. His heart sank slightly. There were more than 1,000 demon beasts and demon martial artists. In terms of numbers, they were at least twice as many as the true martial sex side. Moreover, those demon beasts were ferocious and brutal. It was unknown how many casualties they would bring to the true martial sex side. This time, Chen Zong had come alone. The Chen family senior elder, Taoist master Huan Yun, and guest elder Meng Xinping had also come. In addition, Chen Chuyun had also come. This period of time was the fastest period of time that Chen Chuyun had cultivated since he was born. With the chaotic heaven origin breaking force, a peerless earth-level cultivation technique, and Chen Zong's guidance, as well as a large number of true martial realm demonic beasts as food, his internal energy was refined very quickly. Now, his cultivation had already reached the 9th cycle of the training realm. Cultivating the Peerless Earth Tier Origin Chaotic Heaven Breaking Force and the Peerless Earth Tier Navagraha Flash Dragon Sword, wielding a Level 1 Pseudo-Spiritual Sword and a Level 1 Dragon Force Bracelet, and wearing a Level 1 Pseudo-Spiritual Armor, it was enough to sweep through all the Eastern Continent's Force Refinement Realm martial artists. Chen Chuyun clenched the sword in his hand, and a murderous aura spread out. His face was cold and solemn, and murderous intent filled the depths of his eyes. As soon as the Black Demon Sex army appeared, they didn't stop for even half a moment. Carrying a torrential momentum, they rushed towards the true martial sect. More than 1,000 demon beasts were at the front. They took the initiative to launch an attack, consuming the true martial sect's strength. Behind them, more than 1,000 demon martial artists were able to annihilate the true martial sect's martial artists, who had suffered casualties due to the battle with the demon beasts. Taking long breaths, Chen Zong's eyes sharpened to the extreme as he stared at the army of monster beasts running towards him. He took out the piercing cloud bow. Bundles after bundles of precious iron arrows were placed beside their feet. His hands were like illusions as he knocked 10 arrows onto the piercing cloud bow. He drew the bow to a full moon and released his fingers. The 10 arrows shot out like meteors. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong took out another 10 arrows and shot them out. 10 waves of arrows shot out, a total of 100 arrows pierced through the air. In a flash, they crossed 500 meters. Under the influence of his true power, they carried an extremely tyrannical might as they continued forward, breaking through all obstacles. Every arrow released layers upon layers of shockwaves. It was a ghastly sight. Chen Zong's arrows could even kill a martial artist in the 9th level of the true martial realm, let alone level 6 or 7 demon beasts. Although the Black Demon sect had the ability to control demon beasts, they could only control demon beasts that were much weaker than them. For example, a martial artist in the late stage of the true martial realm could only control level 6 demon beasts. If they were more powerful, they could only control level 7 demon beasts. They simply couldn't control level 8 demon beasts. The speed of the 100 arrows was extremely fast. They flew past like lightning and immediately shot into the bodies of the 100 demon beasts. Some of the arrows even carried a terrifying power as they pierced through the bodies of the weaker demon beasts and shot into the following demon beasts. In just this wave, Chen Zong had injured more than 120 demon beasts. This immediately boosted the morale of the true martial sect's side. However, this was only the beginning. After a short rest, Chen Zong once again drew his bow. The second wave of 100 arrows pierced through the air and shot out. The demon beast army ran extremely fast. They could cross 1,000 meters in just a short time. Even if Chen Zong's speed was even faster, he could only shoot 2 waves of arrows and kill nearly 300 demon beasts. Like Chen Zong, many martial artists also drew their bows and shot arrows. However, their archery skills and bows couldn't be compared with Chen Zong's. The total number of demon beasts they killed was only a little more than 100. Kill. The piercing cloud bow was put away into the void ring, and the 2 swords were unsheathed. Silver sword light soared into the sky, sword energy surging, and battle intent soaring to the heavens. With a single order, Xianxia took the lead, turning into a beam of light that shot out. Kill! The true martial sect martial artists behind him roared one after another. Their killing intent soared to the sky. With a wave of both swords, 2 silver sword chi pierced through the air. Each sword chi was 20 to 30 meters long, tearing the earth and splitting the sky. As Xianxia waved both swords, one after another, silver sword chi pierced through the air like a storm of sword chi. Wherever it passed, everything was crushed into powder. No matter how tyrannical the demon beasts' bodies were, there was still a limit. They simply couldn't resist Xianxia's sword chi storm. Under the sword chi storm, their bodies were cut open and blood rained down. Like a meat grinder on the battlefield, wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. The demon beasts died one after another. Just Xianxia alone, including the previous 2 waves of arrows, had beheaded more than 400 demon beasts, weakening the strength of the 1,000-strong demon beast army by a small half. The other martial artists' wave of arrows also killed more than 100 demon beasts, annihilating more than half of the demon beast army. This was an unexpected scene, which made the eyes of the Black Demon sect martial artists turn red. They generally knew that Xianxia had good archery skills, but they didn't expect him to be so good. Fortunately, they weren't the vanguard. Otherwise, hundreds of people would have been killed by Xianxia, which would have been a heavy loss. Damn Xianxia! Wu Mo's eyes were cold, and his face was full of hatred. He wanted to turn into the fire of 9 underworlds and burn Xianxia to ashes. This scene reminded him of the previous time when he brought people here. In the end, they were shot one by Xianxia. In the end, even he was captured alive. One of his arms was cut off and taken as a hostage. He would never forget that kind of humiliation even if he lived for 10,000 years. Xianxia didn't know what Wu Mo was thinking. With both swords in his hands, he started killing without any scruples. He was so excited that he let out a long howl. The howl soared into the sky and shook the earth. Kill! Kill, kill to your heart's content. The extremely pure true power of the horizontal and horizontal sword surged in his body. He performed the 28th style of the horizontal and horizontal sword art to his heart's content. Every sword turned into a silver sword light, which was more dazzling than the sun, faster than a meteor, and fiercer than lightning. 5th level demonic beast, kill with 1 sword, 6th level demonic beast, kill with 1 sword, 7th level demonic beast, kill with 1 sword. If there were no 8th level demonic beasts, he would also kill with 1 sword. An invincible sword, an invincible sword, an invincible sword, an unparalleled sword, up and down, left and right, unparalleled in all directions, only I am the strongest. Vaguely, Xianxia felt that he seemed to have touched on a deeper level of the horizontal and horizontal sword art. A mysterious feeling emerged from the depths of his soul and spread throughout his body like an electric current. A unique spiritual will quickly condensed, as if it was about to undergo some kind of inexplicable change. And this change made Xianxia's mind more compatible with the horizontal and horizontal sword art, making the power of the horizontal and horizontal sword art more powerful. Xianxia estimated that under this inexplicable enlightenment, the power of his horizontal and horizontal sword art increased by at least 10%. 10%, although it didn't seem much, it was actually very obvious. The more powerful the martial artist, the more obvious and tyrannical the 10% increase was. Xianxia's 2 swords danced in the air. It was as if he had transformed into a silver sun, releasing intense light and heat. Every beam of silver light was a sword light that pierced through the air. Every beam of sword light pierced through several demonic beasts. The terrifying sword chi had already minced the insides of those demonic beasts, killing them instantly. 1 man against 1,000, the martial artists of the true martial sect followed closely behind Xianxia. With Xianxia as the leader, they were like an all that fiercely pierced into the army of demonic beasts and started a massacre. Layer by layer. However, the demonic beasts were also very fierce. Even if they were beheaded, they still rushed over without fear of death. They couldn't cause the slightest pressure to Xianxia, but they still killed some of the true martial sect's martial artists. In the crowd, Xianxia's long sword was sharp and deadly. While killing the demonic beasts, she also paid attention to protecting herself. Qin Shuyun originally had a good talent for swordsmanship, and the foundation of her swordsmanship was very solid. After several years of continuous fighting and killing, she seemed to have formed a style of her own. With Chen Zong's guidance and inspiration, she went one step further and comprehended the first stage of unity of body and sword. She advanced by leaps and bounds and became even sharper. Every sword carried an astonishing killing intent. Ordinary martial artists of the same cultivation level simply couldn't block a single sword. After a series of massacres, the army of black demon sect's martial artists also arrived behind the army of demonic beasts. Kill Chen Zong first. A group of black demon sect's late-stage true martial realm martial artists attacked one after another. Countless black lights surged and black smoke filled the air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they bombarded Chen Zong. They could all see that Chen Zong was the strongest one on the true martial sect's side. He was also the one with the most astonishing lethality. If Chen Zong didn't die, the black demon sect's side would suffer heavy losses. Even if they won in the end, most of the black demon sect's experts would die. Therefore, Chen Zong had to die. The black demon sect leader's whole body was covered in a black robe. He stood among the black demon sect's martial artists and didn't say a word. His eyes were fixed on Chen Zong. He didn't feel the slightest bit of regret for the death of the demonic beast army. He only felt excitement because he had seen Chen Zong's strength with his own eyes. Very, very strong. Even if he personally attacked, he might not be able to defeat Chen Zong. Even if he had a divine skill, he didn't have full confidence that he could make Chen Zong surrender and become his slave. Let Chen Zong experience the battle first and consume his strength. It would be best if he could be injured. That way, he would have a greater chance of making him surrender. Facing a group attack, Chen Zong was happy and fearless. His face was as cold and solemn as ice. With two swords in his hands, he broke through the air and attacked. His sword chi was overbearing and sharp, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Kill. With a heart full of hot blood and willpower, Chen Zong cut through one attack after another and killed his way into the group of black demon sect's late-stage true martial realm martial artists. This kind of sword chi was incomparably overbearing and sharp. Who could block it? Immediately, the first late-stage true martial realm martial artist was killed, followed by the second. The black demon sect's army was divided into 3 groups. Each group consisted of thousands of martial artists and thousands of demon beasts. On the true martial main city's side, the sect master of the true martial sect, Xianxia, led a group of true martial sect's martial artists to meet the black demon sect's army in a mountainous area. On the ultimate martial main city's side, the true martial sect's great elder and second elder led the true martial sect's martial artists to meet the black demon sect's army. Fortunately, the black demon sect's main force attacked the royal martial main city because Chen Zong was there. In the eyes of the black demon sect, Chen Zong was extremely important. Only by defeating Chen Zong could they truly defeat the true martial sect. Therefore, they concentrated their main force to deal with Chen Zong. This greatly reduced the pressure on Xianxia and the others. Otherwise, they would have already been defeated. Even so, Xianxia and the others were still under great pressure. They were in a life-and-death situation and could be killed if they were careless. When the two sides clashed, someone was injured and killed in almost every breath. This battle was related to the survival of the true martial sect and the black demon sect. It was related to who would be in charge of the eastern continent. It was extremely important. In the wilderness outside the flying martial city, demon beast corpses were everywhere. There were also human corpses mixed in. Blood flowed like a river and spread out. The thick smell of blood was extremely pungent. Chen Zong stood in place and waved his 2 swords. In almost every breath, hundreds of sharp silver sword lights broke through the air and tore apart all the attacks and obstacles around him. Under the 2 swords, nothing could not be broken. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. The surrounding area was filled with broken corpses. The battle between the 2 armies was extremely fierce. The formation had already been broken and everyone was fighting for themselves. After all, they were martial artists and not a real army. They could not be as orderly as the other side. Chen Zongyan's sword was sharp and full of killing intent. Her opponent was the Black Demon Sect's Qi Refining Realm martial artist. Chen Zhongyan's strength was tyrannical. It could be said that she could sweep away all the Eastern Continent's Qi Refining Realm martial artists. Wherever the sword light passed, Black Demon Sect's Qi Refining Realm martial artists were beheaded. Among the thousands of Black Demon Sect martial artists, most of them were in the Qi Refining Realm. The true martial realm martial artists were in the minority. The true martial sect's side was the same. Blood splattered everywhere. Qin Chuyuan's outstanding slaughter had already attracted the attention of the Black Demon Sect. An early-stage true martial realm martial artist of the Black Demon Sect quickly approached Qin Chuyuan and punched out. The ferocious and terrifying Qi energy bombarded Qin Chuyuan. The astonishing pressure was like an invisible mountain falling down. Qin Chuyuan immediately found it difficult to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being restrained and suppressed, making it difficult for him to move. Qin Chuyuan's expression changed. She tried her best to activate the chaotic heaven-breaking energy to break free from the terrible pressure brought by this punch. However, the huge gap between the real martial arts realm and the Qi refining realm made it difficult for her to move. Although Qin Chuyuan's strength was not weak, he was still only at the Qi refining realm. His combat strength, according to the star-level combat strength, was only at the 3-star level. A fist as large as a mountain appeared in front of his eyes, and the shadow of death enveloped him. Anger, unwillingness, and helplessness made Qin Chuyuan unable to resist and could only accept the approach of death. In the blink of an eye, just as the ferocious fist was about to land, a beam of silver sword light pierced through the air. Although it was launched later, it arrived first and shattered the fist. Then, it pierced through the owner of the fist. It was Chen Zong's move. While fighting, Chen Zong was also paying attention to the movements around him, especially the movements of Qin Chuyuan, Immortal Huan Yun, Meng Xinping, and the other two. Qin Chuyuan was in danger, so naturally, Chen Zong would not stand by and let her be killed. Under the two swords, the area within 100 meters seemed to have become a land of death. Everything would be pierced and killed by the two swords. LV7 of the real martial arts realm, kill. LV8 of the real martial arts realm, kill. LV9 of the real martial arts realm, kill. The demon warriors of the Black Demon Sect were indeed more powerful than ordinary warriors, but that was only relatively speaking. Compared with Chen Zong, they were nothing. Especially when Chen Zong's cultivation reached the peak of LV6 of the real martial arts realm, his strength became even more tyrannical. Naturally, the Black Demon Sect also had top-notch elders like Hong He, but there weren't many of them. They had split their forces into 3 groups, and each of the other 2 groups had at least one of them. Currently, there was only one top-notch elder on this side, and he was the strongest person under the Black Demon Sect's sect leader. Demon transformation, this top elder was hovering in the air like a blood-red eagle. His sharp claws were waiting for an opportunity to strike. His eyes were extremely sharp, shooting out rays of light. He stared at Chen Zong as if he had locked onto his prey, looking for an opportunity to strike. He had already been instructed by the Black Demon Sect leader to look for an opportunity to injure Chen Zong at all costs. In addition, he did not care how many casualties there were on the Black Demon Sect's side. At the end of the day, the Black Demon Sect had launched an all-out attack in order to defeat the true martial sect and unify the Eastern continent. However, the Black Demon Sect's sect leader's biggest goal in launching the all-out attack was to control Chen Zong and use him for his own purposes. Chen Zong naturally felt that the Black Demon Sect elder was spying on him from the sky. Therefore, he purposely exposed a flaw to let the other party feel that there was an opportunity to strike. As expected, the top-notch clan elder who was hovering in the air immediately flew down, a violent and sharp true power wrapped around his entire body, and his entire person transformed into a huge blood-red eagle, bringing along an astonishing killing intent as he flew down from the sky. His sharp claws created layers of shockwaves as he clawed towards Chen Zong. It was as if a mountain would be crushed by his claws. If it were Shangguan Zhenlong, he would not be able to block this attack. Even Luo Zhongba would find it difficult to block it. However, Chen Zong was neither Shangguan Zhenlong nor Luo Zhongba. Not to mention, he had purposely exposed a flaw. He raised both swords, tearing the sky apart, and brazenly attacked the blood-red eagle. Sharp, overbearing, and ferocious, the unparalleled sword. was unparalleled. Kill, in an instant, the elder knew that he had been tricked. However, there was no room for regret. He gathered all his strength and erupted without reservation. Even if he died, he would drag Qianzong down with him. Kill, fearless and disdainful, there was a kind of invincibility in the unseen world. Qianzong, who vaguely understood, had a deeper understanding of the crisscrossing technique and the crisscrossing sword art. The power he could unleash was also getting stronger. This sword was the 28th move of the crisscrossing sword art. Its power surpassed the 28th move and was close to the 29th move. The silver sword radiance shone and soared into the sky. It directly tore and pierced through the blood-red eagle's claws. The true power dissipated. The black demon sect elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He was killed so easily. Wu Mo saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but tremble. He was even stronger. Qianzong's strength was even stronger than before. Previously, it seemed that he had used a terrifying sword art to kill Elder Hong. However, this time, he did not use that terrifying sword art and killed the Blood Eagle Elder. If he was given more time, he would be invincible in the whole world. Wu Mo hoped that Master could kill him. Otherwise, with this person in the Eastern continent, the Black Demon sect would not be able to dominate. Wu Mo was very regretful now. He was extremely regretful. That year, if he had paid more attention and brought more experts, or even warriors of the real force realm, he would have been able to kill Qianzong. Today's situation would not have happened. He regretted it so much. However, it had already happened and he had come to this point. No matter how much he regretted it, it was useless. The Black Demon sect leader had been staring at Qianzong. When he saw Qianzong kill the Blood Eagle Elder with only one move, his pupils under the black robe shrank like needles. Strong, too strong, with this kind of strength, even if he personally attacked, he might not be a match for the opponent. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and did not rashly attack Qianzong. Otherwise, he might have been killed by Qianzong before he could use his divine skill. Soon. The Black Demon sect leader thought to himself. He was always paying attention to Qianzong's movements. After fighting for so long, Qianzong should have consumed a lot of his strength. The Blood Eagle Elder fell, smashing a deep hole in the ground. The other Black Demon sect warriors were shocked. They did not dare to attack Qianzong again. However, the Black Demon sect leader had given a death order. They must attack Qianzong and consume Qianzong's strength. Qianzong attracted a lot of firepower from the Black Demon sect, thus reducing the pressure on the other True Force sect warriors. It also indirectly reduced the casualties. Although Qianzong was very strong, he was still a human and not a god. His true power and physical strength were constantly being consumed. His recovery speed was very fast, but it could not keep up with the consumption. After all, this kind of battle was very fierce. Moreover, Qianzong was also unable to block all the concentrated attacks. Occasionally, an attack would fall on his body. Although it was blocked, it also increased the consumption of Qianzong's strength. The Black Demon sect leader had been staring at Qianzong. He was very skillful. He did not stare directly, so as not to attract Qianzong's attention. Instead, he used the corner of his eyes to avoid alerting Qianzong. Looking at his subordinates dying one by one under Qianzong's sword, looking at the strands of blood splashing in the air, the Black Demon sect leader's heart was very calm. It was as if the people who died had nothing to do with him. They were just a group of insignificant livestock. A fierce blow penetrated Qianzong's defense and hit his back. A terrifying power erupted. Although it was blocked and did not injure Qianzong, Qianzong's body could not help but rush forward. His breathing was getting weaker and weaker, and he was dripping with sweat. He was very excited, but also very tired. Qianzong did not know how many demon beasts and demon warriors he had beheaded under his sword. The time has come. A hint of joy flashed through the Black Demon sect leader's eyes. His black robe fluttered without wind, and he waved his arms, leaving behind layers of afterimages. Countless black smoke like wisps filled the surroundings and turned into black light. They quickly gathered from all directions, and like a spiraling pillar, they poured down and entered the Black Demon sect leader's head. The black robe on his head was lifted, revealing an old and skinny face that was as dark as a dried orange peel. His eyes were deep and dark, as if they were black holes, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Countless black lights converged, causing the pair of eyes to become increasingly dark and deep. It was as if a vortex was slowly rotating counterclockwise, causing people's souls to tremble. In an instant, Xianxia had an ominous premonition for no reason. A cold current suddenly surged, penetrating through his spine, causing Xianxia's body to involuntarily tremble. 3 Nether Soul Control. With me as the master. The faint voice was like a chilly wind blowing from an icy abyss, causing the surrounding temperature to inexplicably drop. Everyone in the battle could not help but shiver. 2 streaks of black light, bringing with them a heart-palpitating, hair-raising darkness, instantly streaked across the sky. Wherever the streaks of light passed, the sky behind them seemed to be rapidly spreading with darkness, swallowing the sky, swallowing the earth, and swallowing the world. It was too fast, as if a demon god had descended. Xianxia had no way of dodging, as if even time had slowed down, and even space had been frozen. The 2 streaks of dark light seemed to be thousands of years old, but in fact, they passed through Xianxia's eyes in an instant and shot into his mind. Xianxia's body trembled, then stiffened, as if he had turned into a statue, motionless. Countless streaks of dark light flickered in his eyes, as if a part of the world was surging. The 2 streaks of dark light shot into Xianxia's mind, entered the spiritual space between his eyebrows, and suddenly exploded, turning into a black curtain that quickly spreading out and covering the entire spiritual space. The 3 Serenities mind control art was said to be a divine technique, but in fact, it was a strange secret technique that the Black Demon sect leader accidentally found somewhere in the 100 Beast Mountain in his early years. After many years of cultivation, he finally mastered it. Xianxia was one of the people who had used this secret technique. This was a spiritual-type secret technique. Once cultivated, one would not be able to cultivate any other spiritual-type secret techniques. It was very overbearing. The Black Demon sect leader's spiritual power had turned black, and more than half of it rushed into Xianxia's spiritual space and quickly spread out. Once it covered Xianxia's spiritual space, Xianxia would be controlled by the 3 Serenities mind control art and become the Black Demon sect leader's slave. His body couldn't move, but Xianxia's spiritual will was still clear. He could clearly feel that the strange black spiritual power was emitting an endless chill, and it quickly spread out in his spiritual space, quickly occupying half of it. This terrifying black spiritual power was overbearing and cold, and it was several times stronger than normal spiritual power. Even though Xianxia's spiritual power was strong, it was difficult for him to completely resist it in a short period of time. He could only continuously condense his spiritual power to resist it, but he was still defeated by the opponent's spiritual power step by step. The chill was bone-piercing, and Xianxia felt that his soul was about to be frozen. After retreating in defeat, he gathered his mental power and defended his final position. As far as his mind could reach, Xianxia could only see patches of darkness spreading toward him. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses coming from all directions, and he himself was like a wounded soldier. Even so, Xianxia had no intention of admitting defeat. My will is like a sword, my sword moves unhindered. Under the assault of the Black Demon sect master's overbearing and cold mental energy, Xianxia's willpower became increasingly condensed. Vaguely, it seemed as if it was about to emit a misty halo. He would not give up until the very end. Even if it was the end, he would use all his remaining strength to stimulate his hidden strength to fight back. Perhaps, he would be able to turn the tables and win. In the outside world, the battle was still going on. It was too intense. They were unaware of Xianxia's changes, but without Xianxia, the pressure on the true martial sect's martial artists suddenly increased. Fortunately, Xianxia had already beheaded many of the Black Demon sect's martial artists. The battle in the spiritual space was even more bizarre and dangerous than a real battle. Although there would be no bloodshed, if Xianxia was defeated, he would become the opponent's slave. His life and death would be in the opponent's control. That kind of life was worse than death. Apart from the Black Demon sect master, no one else knew about Xianxia's current situation. Even if they knew, they would be powerless to intervene. What a strong willpower! The Black Demon sect master was secretly surprised. He had cultivated the three specters mind control technique for many years, so he was deeply aware of its power. Although he had never used it before, he was very clear that an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist would not be able to withstand it for more than 3 breaths of time. But now, Qianzong had withstood it for more than 10 breaths of time. This kind of willpower was many times stronger than an ordinary 9th-level true martial realm martial artist. However, the more this was the case, the happier the Black Demon Sect Master was. The stronger Qianzong's willpower was, the greater the sense of accomplishment in subduing him. In addition, it also meant that Qianzong's potential was even greater. Within Qianzong's spiritual space, endless darkness filled the air and densely surrounded him from all directions. Only at the very center, there was a faint silver halo of light that was still flickering, guarding the last small position. It was like a candle in the wind that was stubbornly burning. The Black Demon Sect Master himself was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. The three specters mind control technique he cultivated was even more overbearing. In this aspect, Qianzong, whose cultivation was only at the peak of the 6th level of the true martial realm, was still somewhat inferior to the opponent. However, Qianzong also possessed a quality that the opponent did not possess. Tenacity, incomparable tenacity. Gradually, Qianzong could feel the coldness pervading the air. It penetrated his soul and permeated his entire body. His pure yang qi and blood seemed to be frozen because of it. His life force also seemed to be gradually devoured. The situation was irreversible. Under the absolute disparity in strength, Qianzong's resistance was crushed bit by bit. When the last bit of spiritual light was swallowed up by the darkness, Qianzong's eyes completely changed. Not a trace of white could be seen in his eyes. It was as if his pupils had expanded and completely filled his eyes. It was complete darkness, pure darkness, absolute darkness. The instant this pair of eyes appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted and quickly spread out, causing everyone to feel a chill. They could not help but tremble. When someone's eyes met Qianzong's, their entire body trembled incessantly. They felt as if their souls were being absorbed. It was absolutely horrifying. Come here. The Black Demon Sect Master's dark old face, which was like a wrinkled orange peel, revealed a mysterious smile. He suddenly opened his mouth and gave Qianzong an order. The Black Demon Sect Master could clearly feel that he had established a connection with Qianzong. It was a connection with him as the leader. Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, Qianzong immediately strode towards the Black Demon Sect Master. His expression was extremely cold. His body was surrounded by an extremely shocking aura. It was extremely cold. It was completely different from the usual Qianzong. As far as everyone's eyes could see, there seemed to be a layer of darkness pervading Qianzong's body. It rapidly spread from the soles of his feet to his head. It was as if his entire body had turned into a dark demon god. Step by step, the darkness invaded. When it covered Qianzong's head and was about to spread to the top of his head, a sudden change occurred. Qianzong's raised foot stopped in midair. Within his spiritual space, a speck of silver light suddenly lit up. It was incomparably sharp. It was the light emitted by the mysterious sword tip. The mysterious sword tip, which had been silent for a long time, once again released its own power. The silver light spread out and repelled the surrounding darkness in an extremely domineering manner. One after another, silver dragons could be seen dancing in the air. Vaguely, there seemed to be a roar that could shatter the heavens and earth, and it tore the surrounding darkness apart. The domineering and cold dark energy was completely no match for the mysterious sword tip's power. Bits of darkness retreated from Qianzong's head. What's going on? The Black Demon Sect Master's expression changed greatly. This sudden change was completely out of his control. He had no idea what had happened. Could it be that he hadn't truly mastered the secret technique? No, he had already mastered it. He had also successfully used it. Then why did this change occur? Suddenly, the Black Demon Sect Master's expression changed greatly. He thought of a very serious problem. This problem was even more serious than his life. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Demon Sect Master went all out and used the 3 nether mind control technique once again. Once again, 2 rays of deep black light shot out from his eyes. They passed through Qianzong's eyes and shot into the spiritual space. Once again, they quickly spread out. They combined the previous mysterious energy and formed a second round of attacks. However, this kind of power was still unable to resist the mysterious sword tip's power. It could only last for a few breaths of time. The darkness on Xianxia's body continuously retreated. The Black Demon Sect Master finally panicked. Kill him. Quickly, quickly, kill him. Hearing the Black Demon Sect Master's words, the Black Demon Sect's true martial realm warriors quickly reacted. One by one, they attacked Xianxia. At the same time, the darkness on Xianxia's body completely retreated. It disappeared from his feet. Within Xianxia's opened eyes, the pure and absolute darkness also quickly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. The instant Xianxia's eyes returned to normal, the Black Demon Sect Master's body trembled. He froze and did not move at all. His eyes also began to rapidly change. Absolute, pure darkness began to fill his eyes. Looking at the attacks coming from all directions, Xianxia's hands trembled. Sword light broke through the air and tore apart the attacks, killing several Black Demon Sect members. Kill them. Xianxia opened his mouth and pointed at the Black Demon Sect's true martial realm warriors. Just as everyone was confused, the Black Demon Sect Master took the initiative. He turned into a ray of black light. In an instant, his sharp claws pierced through the chest of a Black Demon Sect's late-stage true martial realm warrior. He even grabbed a warm and beating heart. What exactly happened? Why did the Black Demon Sect Master listen to Xianxia's orders and kill the Black Demon Sect's people? Even Wu Mo didn't know what was going on. They didn't know that the Black Demon Sect Master cultivated the three nether mind control technique. Master! Wu Mo couldn't help but shout. The Black Demon Sect Master turned his head as if he heard Wu Mo's shout. The depth of his eyes made Wu Mo's body stiffen. He felt as if his soul was being frozen. In the next moment, Wu Mo only felt that the light in front of him turned dark. It was as if the world was turning upside down. He didn't know when his chest had been pierced through and his heart had been dug out. He had died an incomparably miserable death. Even his own disciple was killed. The other Black Demon Sect's martial artists were even more inexplicably horrified. The true martial sect's martial artists were also very surprised. They didn't know what had happened. However, Xianxia's face was full of smiles. In fact, Xianxia was also very surprised. It could even be said that he was shocked. He didn't know what method the Black Demon Sect Master had used to control him. He had almost succeeded. He was about to become the Black Demon Sect Master's slave and control his life and death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the mysterious sword point that had been silent for a long time once again exerted its power, allowing him to reverse the situation in one fell swoop. What was even more unexpected was that after reversing the situation, the Black Demon Sect Master was actually controlled instead. The overbearingness of the three nether mind control technique was also reflected here. The consequence of not being able to control the opponent was to be controlled by the opponent. Of course, if the opponent was killed before being controlled, then it could be removed. Unfortunately, it was one step too late. The bloody battle finally ended with the Black Demon Sect's sect leader being controlled by Xianxia. However, the losses were disastrous. The Black Demon Sect's forces were divided into three groups. The group that attacked the royal martial city was almost completely annihilated. Only 2 or 3 of them were left. The other 2 groups had more survivors, but no one dared to disobey the Black Demon Sect's sect leader's orders. On the true martial sect's side, the troops led by Xianxia suffered more than half of their losses. The other 2 groups suffered even more disastrous losses, as high as 80%. It could be said that after this battle, the number of martial artists in the entire Eastern continent had sharply decreased. There were only a few true martial realm experts left. The overall level of the Eastern continent had regressed by more than 50 years. However, in exchange, the Eastern continent was at peace. Following this, the Eastern continent would be in a relatively peaceful development environment. For the newly re-established Qin family, this was undoubtedly the best time to develop. After the battle, Xianxia asked the Black Demon Sect's sect leader to transport all of the Black Demon Sect's wealth to the flying martial city's Qin family. This was the accumulation of the Black Demon Sect for many years. It was incomparably huge. Qianzong didn't let the Qin family swallow it all. Instead, he gave a small part of it to the true martial sect. After all, the true martial sect had suffered heavy losses in this battle. For Qianzong, it was a small part. However, for the true martial sect, it was a large amount of wealth. It was enough for the true martial sect to recuperate and restore themselves after the battle. However, it would still take a long time, at least 10 years or more. However, this was also a good thing for the true martial sect's upper echelons. It would be easier to manage and control everything. After development, it would be completely under the true martial sect's control. The true martial sect's sect leader, Shangguanzhenlong, initiated an important meeting. As the vice sect leader, Qianzong naturally participated. The content of the meeting was naturally about the future development of the true martial sect. Everyone expressed their own opinions. Qianzong listened without saying anything. However, in the end, Shangguanzhenlong took the initiative to ask Qianzong. My suggestion is to pass down the true martial sect as a real sect, and not as the true martial alliance. Qianzong said, thinking of the various sects in the Longtu region. If one wanted to develop and improve the level of martial arts, there must be competition and 100 flowers blooming. As the first sect of the Eastern continent, the true martial sect was the most powerful and aloof sect. Below it, other sects and forces could be established and competed with each other. With pressure, there would be motivation. In fact, many people disagreed with Qianzong's suggestion, because doing so would undoubtedly divide the power in their hands. However, no one dared to directly raise an objection. Shangguanzhenlong pondered. In the end, Shangguanzhenlong agreed with Qianzong's suggestion. Perhaps they would have less power in their hands, but in exchange, they would be able to restore and improve the martial arts standards of the Eastern continent. Why not? Just as Qianzong had said, it would be better to make the true martial arts sect the #1 martial arts sect in the Eastern continent and become the holy land of martial arts. With this thought in mind, those who were originally against the idea all gave up on the idea. The second matter was about the Black Demon sect. Now that the Black Demon sect no longer existed, there were still many demon martial artists who were still alive. How should he deal with them? Kill them all? After a series of suggestions, he finally asked for Qianzong's opinion. Since we want to make the true martial arts sect into the holy land of martial arts, then those demon martial artists can choose some of them with potential to become disciples of the true martial arts sect. As for the rest, they can develop on their own without violating the laws of the true martial arts sect. After thinking for a while, Qianzong said, maybe there will be no need to ban them in the future. They can freely choose whether to become a demon martial artist or not. In the past, it was the Black Demon sect that forced people to become demon martial artists, and the integration of demon-beast bloodlines was extremely dangerous. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was willing to become a demon martial artist. After all, the probability of failure was very high, and failure meant death. After a series of meetings, the development of the Eastern continent was redefined. After returning to the Qin family, Qianzong was not in a hurry to leave the Eastern continent. He still had some things to do for the Qin family and leave behind a foundation. Only then could he leave without any worries and better wander the world, pursue the advancement of martial arts, and the path of the sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Qin family recruited another group of martial artists. The current Qin family was famous far and wide because of Qianzong. Other than Qianzong, Taoist master Huanyun, Meng Ximping, and the Rakshasa swordswoman were also quite famous. Among the new martial artists that joined the Qin family, there were 4 true martial realm martial artists. All of them became guest elders of the Qin family. Among these 4 true martial realm martial artists, 2 of them were demon martial artists. In addition, there were as many as 69 Qi refining martial artists, and as many as 135 late-stage Qi refining martial artists. Among these Qi refining and Qi refining martial artists, Qianzong went through 3 rounds of selection and selected 5 Qi refining martial artists and 8 Qi refining martial artists to focus on nurturing. Being able to receive Qianzong's nurturing, these 8 people were so excited that they could not sleep for several days, making the others extremely envious. The reason Qianzong focused on nurturing these people was naturally to leave behind enough strength for the Qin family. Although the others were not selected, they could still receive some guidance from Qinzong. As long as these people were strong, they could better protect the Qin family and give the Qin family's direct bloodline time to grow. After that, Qinzong took the Black Demon sect leader, who was under his control, to the 100 Beasts mountain range. He had the Black Demon sect leader use his methods to control 2 mid-tier level 8 demon beasts and bring them back to the Qin family as their guardian beasts. A mid-tier level 8 demon beast was equivalent to a LV8 true martial realm martial artist. The bloodline of these 2 mid-tier level 8 demon beasts was not ordinary. Their strength was comparable to an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist, further strengthening the Qin family's strength. The people that were nurtured were only a layer of protection. The last layer of protection was the Black Demon sect leader. Qinzong, who already knew the tyrannical power of the 3 nether control technique, knew that if he did not take the initiative to remove it, the Black Demon sect leader would be completely under his control. However, at the same time, the Black Demon sect leader would have an independent mind and could cultivate on his own. However, the Black Demon sect leader's potential had been excavated to the extreme. It was difficult for his strength to increase, but he was already very strong. Shangguanzhenlong was not his opponent at all. It could be said that in the current eastern land, except for Qinzong, no one could be his opponent. After demonizing, the Black Demon sect leader's strength would soar a lot. This was because the demon beast bloodline he had integrated was a kind of flood dragon bloodline, which was very powerful. At the same time, the seemingly old Black Demon sect leader had a longer lifespan due to the integration of the demon beast bloodline. He could live for at least 100 years. After 100 years, the Qin family would either become strong or decline. However, Qinzong did not care so much. There was no such thing as an eternal existence. Everything should be done with all his strength and go with the flow. In addition to doing his best to develop the Qin family's strength, Qinzong also took a lot of time to accompany his father and other family members. He taught Qinlai martial arts and played with his little sister Qinlan. Qinlan, this chubby little girl, was very clingy to Qinzong. Everything was developing in a good direction. Although during this period of time, his cultivation time had been greatly reduced, Qinzong did not feel anxious or complain at all. It was as if he had put down all his worries and was completely relaxed. He did not expect that this kind of relaxation would give him an unexpected surprise. Qinzong, who was playing with Qinlan, suddenly felt the true power in his body rapidly flowing. It rushed through the 6 true meridians that had been expanded to the extreme. Then, it rushed towards the 7th true meridian, wanting to open it up. "I'm about to break through." Qinzong showed a hint of joy. He quickly controlled his true power, fearing that it would hurt his little sister Qinlan. After handing Qinlan over to his aunt, he turned into a stream of light and quickly left. His rapid and hurried manner was confusing to others. When he reached a place where there was no one, Qinzong immediately let go of the restraints on his true power. He operated the art of traversing, allowing his pure and tyrannical true power to surge. Then, he attacked the 7th true meridian. There were 9 true meridians in the human body. Warriors of the true martial realm could feel it. As for the so-called 10th true meridian, it was a hidden true meridian. Every true meridian was sealed. One had to use their own true power to open it bit by bit. Qinzong's true power was extremely pure and tyrannical. Under the impact, the blockage in the 7th true meridian was quickly opened. The moment the 7th true meridian was opened, the art of traversing surged within. Qinzong felt as if he was about to fly. True power was like a surging tide, surging endlessly. A powerful force filled his body, and then quickly spread out. It drilled out from every pore on his body, forming a layer of true power on the surface of his skin. Qinzong tested the strength of the true power on his body and smiled. The true power on the body of an ordinary warrior in the early stage of the 7th level of the true martial realm was limited. At best, it could withstand the attack of an ordinary warrior in the early stage or middle stage of the true martial realm. If it was an all-out attack from a warrior in the peak stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm, it could break through and hurt the body. However, Qinzong's true power on his body was even more tyrannical. Even if he stood there and let a warrior in the 6th level of the true martial realm attack, it would not be damaged at all. The strength of the true power on his body was closely related to the strength of his own true power. Chen Zong's original true power was much purer than that of an ordinary warrior in the true martial realm, at least by a large level. Coupled with the extraordinary art of traversing, his true power was even purer. Chen Zong had crossed a large level to cultivate the art of traversing, so the purity of his true power had increased again. In terms of the purity and power of the traversing true power, Chen Zong was comparable to an ordinary warrior in the peak stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm, and even slightly better. The strength of the true power on his body formed by the traversing true power was naturally not to be underestimated. Even an ordinary warrior in the peak stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm would not be able to break through my true power on his body. Chen Zong thought to himself. Without a doubt, this had significantly improved his ability to protect himself. Since I've broken through, I should leave. Chen Zong stood up and looked into the distance. His eyes became deep and long. Although his family was good, it was not suitable for him to take care of himself. Furthermore, he was still very young and had high aspirations and goals. He still needed to go out and explore. Now, the development of the Chen family was on the right track and stable. They also had enough strength to protect themselves. His cultivation had also broken through to the 7th level of the true martial realm. He had also found a descendant of the Su family. He had also given the cultivation method and martial arts of the dragon-slaying immortal Su Jingji to him. He had fulfilled his last wish. It was time to leave. After returning to the family, Chen Zong met with his father, Qin Jingtang, Qin Chuyun, Immortal Huan Yun, and the others. After a short conversation, Chen Zong also expressed his intention to leave. There was a moment of silence. Do your best, and pay attention to your own safety. Chen Jingtang patted Chen Zong's shoulder and said. He knew this day would come, but when it came, he still felt sad. Remember to come back and visit when you have time. Immortal Huan Yun also smiled. New volume, new plot, come subscribe, monthly ticket, summon Shenlong. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong traversed 5 kilometers, almost flying in the air. After his cultivation had reached the 7th level of the true martial realm, Chen Zong's speed had become even faster. Every time he used the vertical leap, the distance he covered in all directions had also increased. This was something that other 7th level true martial realm martial artists could not achieve. After bidding farewell to the Chen family and the sect leader of the true martial sect, Chen Zong went straight to the 100 Beasts mountain range. At that time, the sect leader of the true martial sect, Shangguan Zhenlong, asked Chen Zong whether he could take Shangguan Ziyu to the martial world, but Chen Zong directly refused. The 100 Beasts mountain range was full of danger. With his current strength, even if he encountered a level 8 overlord, he could still resist, but not necessarily kill it. If he encountered a level 9 overlord, he would have to use the Red Thunder Sword. In the end, he could only protect himself at most, it was impossible to protect others. If he really had the ability to bring someone along, Chen Zong would not have brought Shangguan Ziyu. Instead, he would have brought Qin Chuyun. Once again entering the 100 Beasts mountain range, Chen Zong did not become complacent because of his increase in strength. On the contrary, he became more vigilant. He only hoped that this time his luck would be as good as before, and that he would not encounter any danger that he could not deal with. After spending some time, Chen Zong finally succeeded in crossing the 100 Beasts mountain range, and once again arrived at the boundary of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chen Zong's luck was not bad, but it wasn't good either. During this period of time, he had encountered 3 rank 8 demonic beast overlords. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be fine. But if it was 1 against 3, it would be too much pressure for Chen Zong, unless he used the lesser Thunderbolt Sword Qi Bomb. However, Chen Zong had relied on his outstanding movement skills and methods to shake off the 3 rank 8 demonic beast overlords. Although Chen Zong could use his trump card to kill the 3 level 8 overlords, but besides obtaining a body of flesh and 3 dawn, there was no other harvest. Perhaps it was good, but it could not be compared to the value of the small Thunderbolt Sword Qi Bomb. In addition, he did not obtain a treasure like the dragon saliva grass last time. After crossing the 100 Beasts mountain, Chen Zong went straight to Mountain Overlook Courtyard. When they saw Chen Zong once more, the Marquis of Lin Shan, Guan Yunqi, and the others were naturally extremely happy. However, Qinzong didn't stay for too long. 2 days later, he bid farewell to his master, the Marquis of Linshan, his senior sister, Yan Wei, and the others before swiftly heading towards sinking Feather River. It had been almost half a year since Qinzong left. Qinzong's cultivation had improved from the early stage of LV6 True Martial Realm to the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. This speed of improvement could be considered fast, and the improvement of his combat strength was even more obvious. As for the increase in his body transformation cultivation, it was actually very little. He lacked the support of suitable treasures. Just by relying on his daily practice of the profound Jade Golden Bone art, his progress was very slow. His strength was only a little over 70,000 genes. After arriving at Trifine City, Qinzong went to visit Xia Taichao. His arrival also brought about a storm in Trifine City. Fortunately, Qinzong only stayed for a few hours before leaving, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the Dayu trading firm's ship hadn't arrived yet, so Qinzong could only wait by the river. 5 days later, the Dayu trading firm's ship finally arrived. Qinzong had the iron feather token of the Dayu trading firm, so he was naturally treated like a VIP. He stayed in the best room on the ship and began to cross the river. I wonder if there will be a day when I will be able to fly across the river. Standing on the deck, Qinzong looked into the distance, then looked up at the sky, and said to himself. Although he could travel 5,000 meters in an instant by using the sweeping all directions body technique, he could travel tens of thousands of meters if he used it repeatedly. It seemed very amazing, but it was still not true flight. He could not fly freely like a bird. However, even an expert of the extreme mortal realm couldn't truly fly in the air. He didn't know if an expert of the earth spirit realm or the profound heaven realm could do it. With doubts, Qinzong spent some time on the sinking Feather River while cultivating and resting. When he arrived at the dock, Qinzong left for Tianhong Mountain amidst the polite greetings of the Dayu trading firm's crew. After leaving for several months, Qinzong actually missed his senior brothers and sisters in the Zhongjian sect. Senior brother Qin. When the 2 disciples guarding the gate saw Qinzong, they were stunned at first, but then they recognized Qinzong and hurriedly bowed to him. Junior brothers, thank you for your hard work. Qinzong responded with a smile. Qinzong was the idol of many disciples in the Zhongjian sect, and so were these 2 disciples. When they heard Qinzong's words, they were quite excited. Running up the stairs, Qinzong met the master and the senior statesman before returning to the Black Bamboo residence. Not long after, Wang Xianyang came to find him. Qinzong found that Wang Xuanyang's cultivation had also improved, reaching the peak of LV5 True Martial Realm. Of course, he still couldn't compare with Qinzong. After all, Qinzong's cultivation had improved from the early stage of LV6 True Martial Realm to the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. Senior brother Qin, please enlighten me. Wang Xianyang went straight to the point and pointed his sword at Qinzong. Unfortunately, Qinzong's aura was completely restrained, so Wang Xianyang couldn't feel it at all. Otherwise, Wang Xianyang wouldn't have challenged him. Last time, Wang Xianyang had been defeated by Qinzong's sword. At that time, Wang Xuanyang's cultivation was higher. This time, Qinzong's cultivation was obviously higher than Wang Xuanyang's. However, Qinzong didn't directly release his aura to intimidate Wang Xianyang. This would make Wang Xianyang retreat, but it wasn't polite. There was no need to be polite when dealing with an enemy, but Wang Xianyang was his senior brother. Junior brother Wang, please. Qinzong drew his sword and said seriously. Wang Xianyang didn't stand on ceremony. His true force surged and he used his swordsmanship. His sword turned into a bright light, surrounded by countless light ribbons. Compared with last time, Wang Xuanyang's swordsmanship was more advanced and more powerful. Qinzong didn't use his full strength. He attacked with his sword. The sword light collided continuously in the air, sputtering countless sparks. After a few moves, Qinzong defeated Wang Xianyang. Wang Xianyang was very disappointed about this. When he challenged Qinzong before, although he lost, it wasn't so fast. This time, he came full of confidence, but he was defeated in just a few moves. It was a big blow, but Wang Xianyang admired Qinzong even more because of this. Senior brother Chen, I admit defeat. Wang Xianyang smiled bitterly and saluted Shenzong with cupped fists. This time, he was really convinced. It was a blessing for the Zhonghu sword sect to have such a super genius as their sword son. Junior brother Wang, did anything big happen during this time? Shenzong asked. He had left for the eastern land for a few months, so he didn't know if anything big happened in Tianjiang Prefecture. Now that he had just returned, he didn't have time to find out. During these months, many things had happened in Tianjiang Prefecture. Wang Xianyang told them one by one. For example, someone challenged the 5 heavenly prides and lost. Senior sisters Wa Shanmei and Long Xiaojun were in the first group. In addition, Li Xiaoyun and Gu Yaoyang were in the third group. To put it bluntly, these were all things between geniuses. Shenzong sighed as he listened. Sure enough, the world of geniuses was full of changes. One day, they might be leading others, but the next day, they might be surpassed. However, this kind of world was more interesting and motivating. Real martial artists were never afraid of challenges and would face them head-on. There's another thing, Wang Xianyang said. A cave mansion was found on the bank of sinking Feather River. It's rumored that it was left by an expert called Lord Huntian. Lord Huntian. Shenzong was shocked. These 4 words resounded like thunder in his ears. He and the martial king of Huntian had some fate. It could be said that after entering the Cloud Dragon dynasty, Shenzong wouldn't have been able to reach his current level if he hadn't obtained the Huntian Yuan breaking energy from the martial king of Huntian. Shenzong was naturally interested in the cave mansion left by Lord Huntian. Unfortunately, he didn't know where it was and couldn't find it. He didn't expect to hear about the cave mansion left by Lord Huntian as soon as he came back. Had the things in the cave mansion been taken away? Shenzong asked. Yes. Wang Xianyang nodded. Many people participated in the fight, including the 5 geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture and the geniuses of the first camp. In addition, some old warriors at the peak of LV9 genuine martial realm also fought fiercely. It's said that more than 100 people died that day. Hearing this, Shenzong could imagine how fierce it must have been. Martial king, only those at the peak of the extreme human realm who could dominate the extreme human realm could be called kings. In Tianjiang Prefecture, the highest cultivation was only at LV5 extreme human realm. There was a huge gap between the extreme human realm and the king. A cave mansion left by a martial king realm expert, even if it was only useful for warriors of the genuine martial realm, was enough to attract many people to fight for it. But in the end, it was said that it was taken away by the Wanluo sect of Wanluo Prefecture. Wang Xianyang said unwillingly. Lord Huntian's cave mansion was left in Tianjiang Prefecture, but it was taken away by people from other prefectures. It felt like his own family's things were taken away, but he couldn't do anything about it. Do you know what it was? Shenzong asked. It was said that it was a low-grade spiritual weapon and a jade book. Wang Xianyang said, according to speculation, the jade book probably recorded the heaven-level cultivation method practiced by Lord Huntian, and it might be of the peerless heaven level. Heaven-tier peerless grade. Shenzong sucked in a breath of cold air. Shenzong, who practiced the peerless earth-level cultivation method, knew the gap between the peerless heaven level and the supreme level. If he could get the peerless heaven-level cultivation method to practice, his genuine force would become more powerful and his strength would increase. Then Shenzong was curious about the identity of Lord Huntian. What was his background? It was amazing that he even had a peerless heaven-level cultivation method. He knew that Lord Huntian's cave mansion had been found, but the things inside had been taken away. In fact, even if they hadn't been taken away, with Shenzong's current strength, the probability of fighting for it was very low. He might even be in danger of losing his life. Senior brother Chen, with your current strength, you can compete for the genius of the third camp. Wang Xianyang said finally. When Shenzong attacked, he limited his aura to the LV6 genuine martial realm. If Wang Xianyang knew that Shenzong's real cultivation had reached the early stage of the LV7 genuine martial realm, he wouldn't have said such words. The dominator of 6 realms needs to prepare more manuscripts. Challenging me? Humph, you're too arrogant. Do you think I'm still the same person I was a few months ago? Gu Yaoyang looked at the letter of challenge in his hand and snorted. He slammed his palm on the purple pine diamond table, leaving a deep palm print. As he raised his hand, the palm print recovered bit by bit. The content of this letter of challenge was extremely simple, yet it was sharp like a sword. It seemed to be ordinary, yet it contained an indescribable arrogance, and it was signed off with the words Qianzong of the Unhindered Sword Sect. That's right, this was the letter of challenge sent by Qianzong. Qianzong didn't have enough strength before, but now he did, so he naturally had to act. Being listed among the geniuses of the camp would bring a great boost to the Unhindered Sword Sect's reputation. It was only right to return the favor. Qianzong started his challenge from the third camp. Who would he challenge? Gu Yaoyang, who had a conflict with Qianzong, was undoubtedly a good candidate. This kind of challenge wasn't a big deal, but it wasn't a small matter either. On a nameless hill, Gu Yaoyang, who was wearing a fiery red robe, became more and more eye-catching. He seemed to be resonating with the scorching sun in the sky. His whole body was filled with waves of heat, like turbulent waves. Gu Yaoyang, who had reached the middle stage of LV6 true martial realm, was even more powerful. He could fight against an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. He was only at LV6 true martial realm, but he had the strength of a LV9 true martial realm martial artist, which was 3 whole levels higher. It was no doubt amazing. There were less than 100 young people in the entire Tianjiang prefecture who could do this. Being listed among the geniuses of the camp was a great honor. Gu Yaoyang's challenge was successful, and he was listed among the geniuses of the third camp. The Unhindered Sword Sect's reputation immediately increased. The reputation of a sect was very important. It was related to whether it had an advantage in recruiting disciples in the future. Generally speaking, most people would choose a sect with a stronger reputation. Under normal circumstances, a strong reputation meant that the sect was also strong. A strong sect had a greater chance of recruiting talented disciples and further strengthening the sect's reputation. It was a virtuous cycle that allowed the sect to exist and grow stronger. Qianzong, who was wearing a silver sword robe, stood in front of Gu Yaoyang. He didn't have a strong aura. He was calm, as if he was not here to fight, but to enjoy the scenery. A sharp contrast with Gu Yaoyang, who had a strong aura. An inner sect elder of the True Yang sect frowned, unable to see through Qianzong's cultivation at all. The third elder of the Unhindered Sword sect had a smile on his face. He had a rough idea of Qianzong's strength and knew that he would definitely be able to defeat Gu Yaoyang. There were other people around as well. Most of them were from the True Yang sect and the Unhindered Sword sect. A small portion of them were from the Heavenly Water sect and the Aome Villa. There were also people from other factions or independent cultivators. Everyone was talking and guessing that Qianzong could defeat Gu Yaoyang. Some thought that Qianzong could defeat Gu Yaoyang. They took out the last time Qianzong defeated Gu Yaoyang as evidence. But some thought that Qianzong couldn't defeat Gu Yaoyang. After all, Qianzong had disappeared for a few months. Gu Yaoyang, on the other hand, was very active and had defeated many strong opponents. Qianzong. Today, I will defeat you in front of everyone. Gu Yaoyang said to Qianzong with a cold face. He was gnashing his teeth like an angry beast. He added in his heart, I will humiliate you after I defeat you. Killing was not allowed in this kind of challenge. It was okay to get injured, but it couldn't be an untreatable injury. After all, there were people watching. If it was in a place without people, then it didn't matter. Qianzong just smiled at Gu Yaoyang's words. He didn't answer, but his attitude made Gu Yaoyang feel contempt. He was furious. In anger, Gu Yaoyang fully activated his martial arts. It was as if he had turned into a scorching sun, emitting amazing light and heat. Waves of heat swept around. The air around him was distorted, and the light reflected a strange light. The huge hand formed a claw and slashed out fiercely. Body and martial arts as one, the claw tore through the sky and grabbed at Qianzong. It was like the claw of a fiery bird, carrying a shocking heat. Even if it was refined steel, it would be melted in an instant. Before the claw arrived, Qianzong already felt the amazing heat covering his body. It was as if he was in a furnace and was constantly being burned. Very strong. After Gu Yaoyang's cultivation improved, he became more powerful. The power of this claw was also amazing. It was at least a heaven-level upper-class martial arts. However, Qinzong's cultivation was much higher than Gu Yaoyang's. He was able to defeat Gu Yaoyang when his cultivation was lower, let alone now. Qinzong moved his body and avoided Gu Yaoyang's tyrannical claw. The claw directly tore Qinzong's body into pieces. Gu Yaoyang's expression didn't change. He didn't expect to defeat Qinzong with one claw. He reacted quickly. The moment he tore Qinzong's body into pieces, the claw suddenly turned into a palm, pressing the air. A terrible power gathered in the palm, and the amazing heat seemed to burn through the earth. It fiercely slapped Qinzong. The crimson-red palm print broke through the air. Immediately, Gu Yaoyang's palm changed again, turning into a fist. The crimson-red fist print dented the air and blasted towards Qinzong with amazing power. In an instant, Gu Yaoyang changed his moves 3 times. Different attacking methods, different powers contained in them: sucking, pulling, twisting, and burning. They constantly hit Qinzong's body, making Qinzong feel that he couldn't dodge and could only take Gu Yaoyang's attacks head-on. The explosive power of the attack was amazing, and it also contained a burning aura like a raging fire. It also contained the power of Gu Yaoyang's strong body refining cultivation. The 3 moves in a row showed everyone Gu Yaoyang's adaptability, and also showed Qinzong Gu Yaoyang's current strength. Qinzong stood still and didn't dodge anymore. He waved his right hand, and a dazzling silver sword light pierced through the air. This sword seemed to pierce through the sky, and the silver light extended to the horizon. Gu Yaoyang could only see the silver light in front of him, and couldn't see anything else clearly. The sharp and domineering sword light pierced through his body, making his hair stand on end. He waved both of his palms, and a huge spinning red millstone appeared in the air, blocking Qinzong's sword. However, the silver sword light was unexpectedly sharp and domineering. The red millstone was as fragile as tofu, and was instantly pierced through. This sword was too fast, and Gu Yaoyang couldn't react at all. For a moment, Gu Yaoyang thought he was going to be killed, and a huge panic emerged from the bottom of his heart. He didn't want to die yet. The sword light paused, and stopped in front of Gu Yaoyang's forehead. The cold and sharp sword light pierced through his forehead, making Gu Yaoyang's scalp numb. His brain was constantly stimulated, and his thoughts were almost frozen. Stop. The extreme mortal elder of the Xianxia sect was shocked. He shouted and was about to attack, but was stopped by the 3rd elder of the Xianxia sword sect. Qinzong didn't kill him. He only lightly touched Gu Yaoyang's forehead with the tip of his sword, leaving a dark red mark, and then put his sword back into its sheath. It was clear who had won and who had lost. If it were some other place where there was no one around, perhaps Qinzong would have stabbed Gu Yaoyang without hesitation and killed him with one strike. Gu Yaoyang was dumbfounded. His whole body was in a daze, and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. His cultivation had increased, his strength had increased, and he had defeated many strong opponents. He was now a genius in the 3rd group, and he was working hard on his cultivation, preparing to become a genius in the 2nd group. He was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. This time, he received a challenge from Qinzong, and he was ready to defeat Qinzong to wash away his shame. His idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. This time, he was defeated even faster than the last time. It was a clean defeat, and he had no chance of defending himself. One strike, just one strike. Defeated, completely defeated. Gu Yaoyang felt his vision turn dark. Qinzong didn't kill him, but he left a shadow in his heart, and Gu Yaoyang couldn't recover from it. If he couldn't get rid of this shadow, his future would be ruined. This was worse than killing him directly. Of course, Qinzong didn't mean that. It was just a coincidence. Gu Yaoyang was very competitive. When he lost to Qinzong for the first time, he was shocked, and then he pulled himself together and worked hard again. In the battle of the spiritual pool, he realized the gap between him and Qinzong, so he worked hard again. After a few months of hard work, his cultivation improved, and he became stronger. He also defeated many strong opponents that he couldn't defeat in the past, and became a genius in the 3rd group. It could be said that Gu Yaoyang's future was limitless. It wasn't impossible for him to become a genius in the 2nd group or even the 1st group. As for the genius level, it was too difficult. Now, reaching LV9 of the genuine martial realm at a certain age didn't mean that one could become a genius. At least, one had to show strength that could compete with any of the 5 geniuses to be recognized. However, Gu Yaoyang had a very good plan for himself. As long as he worked hard, it would come true sooner or later. But all of this was stopped by Qinzong's sword. The gap was too big. In just a few months' time, Qinzong had already walked to a point where he could only look up to the dust. The elder of the Xianxia sect quickly left with the gloomy Gu Yaoyang. It was very embarrassing, and they didn't dare to stay any longer. The third elder of the unhindered sword sect was beaming with joy. Today's battle would soon be spread by other warriors, and it would sweep through the entire Tianjiang prefecture in the shortest time possible. By then, everyone in the Tianjiang prefecture would know that Qinzong defeated Gu Yaoyang with one sword with absolute advantage. He showed unparalleled strength and became a genius in the third group. The reputation of the unhindered sword sect would also be slightly improved because of this. The warriors who watched the battle left with excitement and complicated feelings, especially those from the Tianshui sect and the Aomei villa. For them, the more outstanding Qinzong's performance was, the greater the reputation of the unhindered sword sect, and the greater the impact it would have on the two sects. The entire Tianjiang prefecture was only so big, and there were only so many resources. The 4 sects competed with each other for better development. The Zongheng sword son disappeared for several months. When he reappeared, he was already in the late stage of LV6 genuine martial realm. Qinzong defeated Gu Yaoyang with one strike. The Zongheng sword son, Qinzong's swordsmanship is superb. For a time, all kinds of news with the same content raged like a storm, sweeping through Tianjiang prefecture. Discussions about Qinzong could be heard everywhere in the various teahouses, taverns, and restaurants. It seemed that if one did not mention the words Qinzong, Zongheng sword son, or sword, they would fall behind others. Contrary to the great momentum, Gu Yaoyang's reputation plummeted, and even the Xianxia sect's reputation was affected. However, this was all within expectations. Now, the Xianxia sect had to figure out how to recover this loss. Arrange for a disciple to challenge Qinzong, an elder of the Xianxia sect said. Arranging for a genius disciple who also belonged to the third group to challenge the other party and then defeat the other party was a very common method, and also the most direct method. After all, Gu Yaoyang was only a genius from the third group not long ago. He was considered a newcomer. Qinzong's cultivation is in the late stage of LV6 genuine martial realm, but I feel that his strength is more than that, said the elder who saw Qinzong fight that day. At that time, Qinzong did not use his full strength. He deliberately controlled his aura. When Qinzong broke through to the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, his control over his strength became even more exquisite. Under his intentional control, it was difficult for those who were not very powerful in the extreme mortal realm to distinguish Qinzong's true cultivation. This was also one of Qinzong's ideas. He did not want to completely reveal his cultivation. Instead, he wanted to reveal it step by step. Only in this way could he continue to promote the reputation of the Zongheng sword school. If he revealed his full cultivation all at once, it would definitely push his reputation and that of the Zongheng sword school to a new height. However, it would be powerless and would soon be overshadowed by other things. Arrange for Li Shilong to challenge Qinzong, the sect master of the Xianxia sect finally said. Li Shilong was one of the top geniuses in the third camp of the Xianxia sect. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th LV of the true martial realm, and his strength was very tyrannical. He had once defeated an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th LV of the true martial realm. He was undoubtedly the best candidate to defeat Qinzong and suppress his momentum. However, the true Yang sect was one step slower. The Tianshui sect had beaten them to it. The genius disciple of Tianshui sect, Li Xiaoyun, challenged Qinzong, the sword master of Zongheng. This battle took place at the edge of a small lake. The last time he saw Li Xiaoyun was during the Battle of the Spiritual Pool. At that time, Li Xiaoyun was already at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. Through the Spiritual Pool, he had broken through to LV6 true martial realm. Now, with his extraordinary talent, the focus of the Heavenly Water sect, and some fortuitous encounters, Li Xiaoyun's cultivation had reached the peak of LV6 true martial realm. His strength could be considered as one of the top geniuses in the third camp. Dressed in a white robe, Li Xiaoyun stood at the edge of the lake. His posture was tall and straight, and there was a faint smile on his handsome face. There seemed to be invisible ripples spreading out from his body, resonating with the lake water around him. The skills of the Tianshui sect were inextricably linked to water. "I hope you will let me go all out," Li Xiaoyun said. His voice was like flowing water, but it also seemed to contain turbulent waves. "I suggest you go all out from the beginning," Zong said with a smile. Li Xiaoyun did not appreciate Zong's words, because he did not know that Zong was telling the truth. Li Xiaoyun smiled, and ripples spread out from his body. Even the surface of the lake was affected, and ripples spread out. It was as if the water and the sky were the same color. Then, he raised his right hand, and countless ripples gathered in his hand. He pushed it forward, and the ripples moved forward continuously. It seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. Zong immediately felt that the air seemed to have turned into water. It became as viscous as water, and an omnipresent force was affecting him from all directions. It kept pulling at his limbs and body, interfering with his movements. It was as if he had fallen into water. Li Xiaoyun was cultivating the Tianshui sect's great skill of Tianshui sect. There were very few disciples who were qualified to cultivate this skill, and young Master Tianshui was the biggest example. With his extraordinary talent, Li Xiaoyun had already cultivated the great skill of Tianshui to the 7th level. It was amazing, and he had the potential to be on par with young Master Tianshui. Everyone thought that he had great potential to become a genius. When the great skill of Tianshui was cultivated to the 7th level, it could combine with one's true force to create a unique force field around them. Within the force field, other than oneself, everything else would be affected. It was as if one had fallen into water. It was well known that being in water would cause one to feel the pressure of the water. One had to use more strength to perform at their usual speed, which would increase the consumption of true force. The force field created by the 7th level of Tianshui was not very strong, but it was enough to affect an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist. It could even affect a LV8 true martial realm martial artist to a certain extent. However, Zong was not an ordinary martial artist. He twisted his body slightly and adapted to the effect of the great skill of Tianshui force field. Li Xiaoyun did not know that. He shook his hands and his sleeves fluttered. It was as if 2 waterfalls were falling down, bringing with it an astonishing power and the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping. This move had the gentleness of water, but within that gentleness, there was also a berserk and tenacity. Layers upon layers of power were contained within it, continuously attacking. If one was hit, they would immediately suffer from multiple attacks, and their protective true power would be rapidly shaken and disintegrated. Their tendons, bones, muscles, and even internal organs would be damaged by the strong impact. This move was indeed more brilliant than Gu Yaoyang's. It showed Li Xiaoyun's extraordinary talent. Although Li Xiaoyun did not use his full strength, he had used 80% of it, which was enough to defeat an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, Li Xiaoyun unsheathed the long sword. The sharp and dazzling silver sword light seemed to cut open the sky and the earth. With a flash of silver, the Tianshui force field that bound Zong was also cut open. The great skill of Tianshui and the art of traversing did not have any restraints. They were both top heaven-level techniques, and each had its own advantages. The true power cultivated by the heavenly water great technique was flexible and tough, like water, and secretly carried a violent power, continuous and endless, and could even cultivate the heavenly water force field. The true power cultivated by the traversing technique was sharp and overbearing, like a heavenly sword that could traverse the heaven and earth in all directions, sweeping everything before it. Who was stronger and who was weaker depended on the level of the technique and the purity of the true force. The great skill of Tianshui had 9 levels, and the art of traversing had 36 levels. Every 4 levels corresponded to 1 level of the great skill of Tianshui. Zong had cultivated to the 29th level, which was equivalent to the great skill of Tianshui at the beginning of the 8th level. The 2 swords carried the powerful traversing true force. Under the exquisite sword art, Li Xiaoyun cut the Tianshui force field into 4. The dazzling sword light went straight to Li Xiaoyun. Zong did not use all of his cultivation. He controlled it at the late stage of LV6 true martial realm. The sword light was so dazzling that Li Xiaoyun could not help but squint his eyes. His body flashed, and a shadow walked to the left, and then another shadow walked to the right. The three shadows were exactly the same, as if they were clones. The three of them attacked at the same time. Their palms struck out like endless waves, shattering the two streaks of sword light and turning them into raging waves that charged at Chen Zong from three different directions. Chen Zong seemed to have turned into a reef in the middle of the waves. He stood tall and unmoving, relying only on his two swords. In the blink of an eye, the two swords had slashed out hundreds of sword lights. The vast and majestic sword light poured down like the Milky Way. Around them, many people were watching with their eyes wide open. Both Li Xiaoyun and Chen Zong were regarded as candidates for the chosen warriors, which meant that they had the potential to become chosen warriors in the future. Therefore, this battle received more attention than the battle between Chen Zong and Gu Yaoyang. Realizing that Chen Zong was very powerful, Li Xiaoyun decided to use all of his strength. The three shadows launched different attacks at Chen Zong from three different directions. Palm shadows flew in all directions, causing ripples of light to appear in all directions. Wherever one looked, they would feel dazzled and dizzy. The silver sword light was so sharp that it cut all the palm shadows into pieces. However, Chen Zong had to admit that Li Xiaoyun was indeed powerful. He was at least one level higher than Gu Yaoyang when they were at the same level. Chen Zong did not use the 29th move of the horizontal sword art. Instead, he used the 25th move. With this move, he could compete with Li Xiaoyun. He waved his two swords casually. Every move was so precise that it could not be traced. However, it was so sharp and overbearing that it tore through everything. Even though Li Xiaoyun's palm art and the sky water grand art were exquisite and all the attacks from the three figures surrounded Chen Zong, they were unable to get close to Chen Zong. Li Xiaoyun's expression became more and more serious. He activated every bit of his power and pushed his heaven-level martial skill to its limit. The surrounding area seemed to have turned into a lake and connected with the small lake. The small lake's water rippled and created waves, which made Li Xiaoyun's attacks even more powerful. The heavenly water sect's martial arts were closely related to water. Their martial arts were the same. Therefore, they could perform more effectively in a place with water. Li Xiaoyun had an advantage by choosing this place as the location of the battle. After fighting for a while, Chen Zong raised his cultivation to the peak of LV6 true martial realm, which was the same as Li Xiaoyun's. He also operated the horizontal art to the 26th level. Then, he performed the 26th move of the horizontal sword art, which was much more powerful. It was so bright that it looked like a meteor streaking across the sky. It was invincible. In an instant, Chen Zong performed more than 1,000 sword strikes, which tore through all the water waves around him. The two shadows of Li Xiaoyun exploded like smoke. The two swords combined, and the cross-shaped sword light swept across the sky and the earth. It went straight for Li Xiaoyun with unparalleled overbearingness. Li Xiaoyun's expression changed drastically. His body shivered as he stepped out continuously. It was as if he was stepping on water, creating layers of shockwaves that quickly covered his entire body, forming a layer of protection. It was another application of the sky-water force field, which could better protect his body. The battle between Chen Zong and Li Xiaoyun shocked the world once again. Li Xiaoyun, who was at the peak of LV6 genuine martial realm, was defeated. Chen Zong's cultivation was not at the late stage of LV6, but at the peak of LV6. He hid it so well. Even we couldn't see through it. I wonder if he's still hiding it. Impossible. Chen Zong is indeed talented, but it's already amazing that he reached the peak of LV6 genuine martial realm in a few months. He can't hide it anymore. The world of geniuses is full of possibilities. Who knows? Some were happy, while others were sad. The Zongheng sword sect was naturally overjoyed. Its reputation was boosted by a small level. For a moment, the whole Tianjiang prefecture was talking about Chen Zong. On the contrary, the Tianshui sect's reputation was damaged to a certain extent. They had asked Li Xiaoyun to challenge Chen Zong in order to use Chen Zong's reputation to boost Li Xiaoyun and the Tianshui sect's reputation. The premise was that Li Xiaoyun had to defeat Chen Zong, and it would be best if he could defeat Chen Zong in an overwhelming manner. They didn't expect that Li Xiaoyun would be defeated, which boosted the reputation of Qinzong and the Zongheng sword sect. So far, the only sect that hadn't suffered a direct loss was Aome Villa, but it was also affected. After all, the limelight had been stolen by the Zongheng sword sect and Qinzong. Countless eyes were focused on Qinzong. Many people were guessing what Qinzong would do next. Would he go into seclusion to break through to LV7 genuine martial realm, or would he continue to challenge and defeat more opponents? After disappearing for a few months, he actually improved so quickly. He's indeed a hidden danger. Long Xiaojun had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as ice, containing an extremely cold killing intent. He didn't succeed in killing Qinzong that day, but now he was slowly growing and starting to jump around. Even though Long Xiaojun was already on the front line, he still felt threatened. It was a threat that came from the depths of his bones. This feeling told him that Qinzong would definitely become a huge threat. Now, he was slowly becoming a threat. However, under the protection of the prodigy, he couldn't use any underhanded methods to deal with Qinzong. Otherwise, if he was found out, even the Tianjiang prefecture lord wouldn't be able to protect him. Of course, he could choose to do it himself, but now that Qinzong was more important to the Zongjian sect, it would be difficult to find an opportunity to do so. Long Xiaojun regretted that he was scared by Zhou Shanmei. If he had gone all out, he would have killed Qinzong. He didn't know that if he had insisted on killing Qinzong, he would have died. Not long after, another piece of news came out that Qinzong had issued another challenge. This time, it caused a huge uproar. This time, Qinzong wasn't challenging a prodigy from the third group, but a prodigy from the second group. Su Yongli, we didn't want you to fight at first. After all, it would be considered bullying. But since he's so arrogant, you don't have to worry about anything. Fight with all you've got. If you have the chance, cripple him. An elder from the Xinjiang sect said to the young man standing in front of him, his small eyes shining with a ruthless light. He looked like a gentleman. I'll remember. Su Yongli replied with a smile. He really looked like a gentleman, but there was a trace of ruthlessness hidden deep in his eyes. Su Yongli was in the second group of Tianjiang prefecture. He wasn't the top, but he wasn't the weakest either. He was in the middle and was quite powerful. I think Qinzong is crazy about fame. He didn't go into seclusion to break through first. Instead, he challenged a prodigy from the second group. Did the praise he received recently make him arrogant? He's too full of himself. Hearing the news, Long Xiaojun was also full of smiles. Qinzong was so arrogant as to challenge a prodigy from the second group. It should be known that a prodigy from the third group had a 1-star battle prowess, while a prodigy from the second group had a 2-star battle prowess. The difference between the two groups was obvious. Even the 5 great prodigies had never defeated a prodigy from the second group when they were only at the peak of LV6 true martial realm. Although Qinzong was known to have the potential to become a prodigy and was even touted as a candidate, he wasn't a prodigy after all. His talent couldn't possibly surpass the 5 great prodigies. At first, the sect master and elders of the Xinjiang sword sect were against Qinzong's idea of challenging a prodigy from the second group. But when Qinzong revealed his true cultivation, they all agreed. The battle between Qinzong and Su Yongli was on a nameless hill. It was also where Qinzong defeated Gu Yaoyang. Choosing this place showed that the Xinjiang sect was determined to get back at Su Yongli. Do you need me to give you a 3-move handicap? Su Yongli had a modest smile on his face. His voice was neither fast nor slow, neither high nor low, like a gentle breeze. As you wish. Qinzong's answer made Su Yongli frown. He was testing Qinzong and using his own method to find out Qinzong's background. But Qinzong's answer made him feel unfathomable. Make your move, the elder of the Xinjiang sect transmitted his voice to Su Yongli. He couldn't wait to see Qinzong lose. Su Yongli's expression became serious. A glint shot out from the bottom of his eyes like a cold bolt of lightning. Immediately, an extremely hot aura surged out from his body like waves and swept out in all directions. The aura of the middle stage of LV7 true martial realm was as hot as a raging fire, burning everything. The air around him was distorted, and the light refracted into a red hue. The ground seemed to be gradually softened by the high temperature. Waves of hot air rolled back and soared into the sky, making rumbling sounds. To defeat Qianzong in an overwhelming manner, and to cripple Qianzong in an instant, Xianxia burst out with all his strength. With a boom, Xianxia, who was as modest as a gentleman, suddenly transformed into a flaming beast. Deep pits were trampled on the ground, and there were traces of burning. Swift like a storm and fierce like fire, Xianxia's legs seemed to be wrapped in flames. The raging fire was like two flaming dragons coiling around his legs, making waves of dizzying roars and rippling out layers of scorching sound waves. Heaven-level ultimate martial skill, flaming dragon flood dragon leg, body and martial skill as one, his legs turned into two dragons coiling around each other. With an extremely violent force, he mercilessly attacked Qianzong with the power to destroy mountains. The scorching heat made white smoke curl around the flaming dragons. Powerful, he was much stronger than Li Xiaoyun. Before the pair of legs arrived, the violent impact caused the ground around Qianzong to collapse, drawing out a series of cracks that snaked out like lightning. Is this the strength of a genius from the second group? So powerful. Qianzong can't take it. Still not admitting defeat? Qianzong's expression didn't change at all. His hands fell on the hilt of his sword, and with a shake of his wrist, the sword light broke through the air and slashed forward. Level 27 of the Art of Traversing. Level 27 of the Sword of Traversing, the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm, when Qianzong revealed his true cultivation, other than the elders of the Unhindered Sword sect, everyone else was stunned. The early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. Is this his true cultivation? He's hiding it too well. Exclamations continued. Xianxia also had a bad feeling, but the arrow had already been knocked. He had no choice but to push his true force further, and his legs fiercely attacked Qianzong in an even faster and fiercer way. The sword art of the sword sect was extremely powerful. Under the two swords, the sky was torn apart, and the silver light spread out to infinity. Kill, under the sword light, the blazing flood dragon was directly cut apart, like a hot knife through butter. The two swords directly slashed onto Xianxia's body, the terrifying power unceasingly attacked and cut, breaking apart Xianxia's true power protection, tearing apart his robe, cutting apart his inner armor. Xianxia's entire body was sent flying backwards. With a loud boom, under the terrifying might of the two swords, Xianxia was directly hacked into the mountain, creating a huge crater. Xianxia. The elder of the Xianxiang sect was shocked. He flashed and appeared in front of the pit. He grabbed Xianxia with both hands and quickly checked him. Fortunately, he only suffered some internal injuries, which were not serious. He would recover after taking some elixirs for a few days. But the key point was not the injuries, but the blow. He had made up his mind to defeat Qianzong with an overwhelming advantage, and secretly cripple Qianzong, but in the end, he was defeated by Qianzong in one move. The huge difference made Xianxia's face gloomy and his eyes dull. He seemed to feel that his future was bleak, and he had suffered a great blow like Gu Yaoyang. The warriors watching the battle were all dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. How could Qianzong be so strong? Why was Qianzong's cultivation not at the peak of LV6 True Martial Realm, but at the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm? This cultivation speed was too shocking. Ha 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 ha. The third elder laughed proudly. He directly summoned the golden flame swift shadow crane, took Qianzong, and quickly left, leaving behind an unreachable figure. Damn it. The elder of the Xianxiang sect was furious. The Xianxiang sect's reputation had been damaged even more. And the reputation of the Xianxiang sword sect would rise again because of this. Qianzong, you should stay in the sect and cultivate well. On the back of the golden flame swift shadow crane, the third elder said with a smile. The more he looked at Qianzong, the more satisfied he was. Okay. Qianzong nodded. Originally, he was wondering if he should continue to challenge. If he did, of course, he would choose the top geniuses of the second-tier camp, and then challenge the geniuses of the first-tier camp. Step by step, he would definitely push the reputation of the Xianxiang sword sect to an amazing height. But at the same time, it might bring some trouble. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. If he performed too well, he might attract some trouble. With the strength of the Xianxiang sword sect, he might not be able to protect himself. Well, let's stop before going too far, Chen Zong said to himself. When he fought with Su Yongli, he did not use his full strength. At least, if he used the 29th level of the Xianxia sword technique and the 29th move of the Xianxia sword technique, he could easily tear apart Su Yongli's inner armor and kill him. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. On July 29, 2014, Six Paths little teddy bear was born with a crying face. On July 29, 2016, little Six Paths turned 2 years old today. Last year, little Six Paths was too young to celebrate his birthday. Now that he had grown up, every time he went to the supermarket, he would run to the toy car stall and put it in the shopping cart without hesitation. Now, there was almost no room for his toy car at home. Speaking of this naughty little guy, people loved him so much when he was cute, but when he cried, he was so annoying. Besides, Six Paths had been a stay-at-home dad for 2 years. This was something he had never thought of before he gave birth. He felt tired but happy at the same time. Haha, let's not talk about it. Otherwise, it might cause a huge blow to the single dog. Senior and junior brothers, are you going to buy gifts for your Marshall nephews? Hee hee hee. That's it. Six Paths will go play with the little guy for a while. End of chapter. Genius remembers love in 1 second. Go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Looking for subscriptions and monthly tickets. When the wind blew, thousands of ink bamboo swayed with the wind. Innumerable ink jade-like bamboo leaves swayed, making a rhythmic sound that was as uniform as tidewater. It was clear to the ears, making people unconsciously forget their troubles, gradually empty their minds, and wander freely. The thick fragrance of ink bamboo permeated between heaven and earth, refreshing the mind, making people feel refreshed. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was as light as a feather. As it descended, it was surrounded by countless silver sword lights. It was as if there were thousands of silver fish swimming around it. It was extremely nimble. After that, the thousands of silver sword lights surged forward like a tide. In the blink of an eye, they converged into a majestic silver sword light. It slashed forward with a domineering aura that reigned supreme over the world. The earth shook, and the rumbling sound was like thousands of thunderbolts. Wherever the sword light passed, the ink bamboo was turned into powder, and the ground was cut open, creating a gully that was a few meters wide and a few meters deep, extending hundreds of meters away. The figure floated to the ground, indescribably confident and calm. I've also practiced the 29th style of the horizontal sword art to the limit. But, the feeling of being able to move freely and look down on others is nowhere to be found. Returning both swords to their sheaths, Chen Zong stood in the same place, deep in thought, frowning slightly. That day, in the decisive battle with the Black Demon sect in the Eastern Land, he killed his way into the army. His 2 swords were invincible, and no one could stop him. It was like killing beasts and orcs that blocked his way. Naturally, he had a feeling of being able to move freely and look down on others. Do I have to experience that kind of battle again? Chen Zong thought, and then shook his head. Even if he wanted to, it would be difficult to find that kind of opportunity. With so many warriors fighting to the death, it would be difficult to find an opportunity unless it was a battle between 2 sects. This method would not work. Chen Zong could only try his best to recall the state of that day and recreate it. However, it was very difficult. Chen Zong did not know that what he was trying to comprehend was a kind of mystery that was far beyond his current state. Of course, it would be very difficult. Chen Zong was cultivating in the black bamboo house, but the outside world was in an uproar because he had defeated Su Yongli. Long Xiaojuan's face was as gloomy as dark clouds. The murderous intent in his eyes was fully revealed. The people in front of him didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a long while, the killing intent in Long Xiaojuan's eyes gradually receded. However, it did not disappear. Xiao Fu, I have a suggestion. Only then did the subordinate dare to open his mouth and speak carefully. Speak. Long Xiaojun waved his hand in annoyance. His tone was impatient, which was completely different from usual. Since there are rules to protect the geniuses, we can't send experts to assassinate them, but we can find others. The man's eyes flashed with a ruthless light as he spoke in a low voice. Long Xiaojun didn't retort. Instead, he began to ponder the possibilities. In this world, where there was light, there was darkness. As long as there were people, there would be competition and darkness. Long Xiaojun pondered. If he wanted to assassinate a super genius like Qinzong, he would have to pay a heavy price. I'll leave this matter to you. Remember, do it well and don't leave any traces behind. Long Xiaojun finally said. His eyes were cold and sharp, making it difficult for others to look directly at him. Qinzong had to die. Xiao Fu, rest assured. I have some connections. Let those people send out pseudo-transcendents. They will definitely do it well. The subordinate quickly promised. It was very difficult for ordinary people to contact those who walked in the shadows. They had to have some means. Heaven. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Jiang Mansion was adjacent to 10,000 Net Mansion and Baoshan Mansion. These three mansions formed an irregular triangle on the ground. In the middle area between the three prefectures, there was a vast desert. The golden sand flickered with a dazzling light under the sun, enough to blind people's eyes. The wind blew, and the fine sand drifted along with the wind, swirling in the air. Under the sunlight, they reflected a rainbow-colored light, looking very beautiful. There were no clouds in the sky. The blue sky was magnificent, vast, and infinitely high. Suddenly, under the scorching sun, an oval-shaped halo seemed to appear in midair. It covered an area of several hundred kilometers and gradually appeared, as if a world was emerging from nothingness. In the next breath, a thunderbolt exploded from the clear sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. Love Go Xiaosei wants you in the blue sky. Countless dark clouds gathered from all directions and quickly covered the sky. It became dark and gloomy, as if the sky was about to collapse. The air seemed to solidify and the world became oppressive. Muffled rumbles rang out one after another. Silver flood dragons shuttled back and forth violently through the thick and heavy dark clouds, as if a group of dragons were dancing wildly. It was a strange phenomenon formed by thousands of thunderbolts. A huge black scorpion drilled out from under the golden sand. Its black shell emitted a shockingly tyrannical wave. It was an upper-grade level 8 demonic beast. At this time, this powerful demonic beast was trembling all over. It desperately used its large pincers to dig out the golden sand and drilled into it. This kind of momentum was too terrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The low and oppressive atmosphere made more demonic beasts hiding under the golden sand feel uncomfortable. They drilled out one after another. As a result, they were all trembling in fear. Some of the more powerful ones were able to drill back in. Although it was very uncomfortable, it was better than being exposed to the air. However, most of the weaker ones were unable to move under this terrifying pressure. Then, their souls dissipated and they turned into corpses. Corpses were everywhere, a mighty rumbling sound resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading for thousands of miles. Many martial artists in the distance turned their heads to look when they heard this depressing sound that sounded like the roar of a demon god. However, they were too far away, so they could only see a dark mass of darkness. What happened? Could it be that some treasure has appeared? Whenever a special treasure appeared, it would be accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. It was reasonable for people to think this way. Immediately, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Some of them quickly rushed over, while others returned to their respective forces to report this matter. For a moment, a storm was brewing. The change was still the same. It was as if there was an invisible giant between heaven and earth. He was using his incomparably strong body and powerful arms to pull the world of nothingness through the invisible demonic god chains, making it descend onto the golden sand. The rumbling sound was endless. The terrifying pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The golden sand caved in, forming a huge oval shape that was more than 1,000 miles wide. The corpses of the demonic beasts were also crushed into powder under this terrifying pressure. They sank into the golden sand and were completely buried. Not long after, streaks of light tore through the sky and flew over from all directions at an astonishing speed. After flying far away, they landed on the ground and then flew up again. When they got close to a certain range, they felt the terrifying pressure. The streaks of light all stopped and landed on the ground, revealing figures. The auras around them were extremely powerful. They were all extreme mortal powerhouses. This group of extreme mortal powerhouses from different prefectures all stared ahead. They could vaguely see an oval arc of light in the air. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The outline. Immediately, all the extreme mortal powerhouses stared blankly at it. What a powerful aura. What is that? At this moment, two figures flashed over from afar like ghosts. They carried an extremely powerful aura. That's right, they flashed. In one breath, they were still hundreds of thousands of meters away. In the next breath, they were already hundreds of thousands of meters away. It was as if the ground had been shortened under their feet. These two figures were extremely fast. They were many times faster than the extreme mortal powerhouses from before. They also carried an extremely powerful aura. As soon as they appeared, the faces of the limitless mortal realm powerhouses changed drastically. They were all extremely respectful, and their postures were extremely humble. One of them was a middle-aged man with white hair and crow's feet at the corner of his eyes. He gave off an aura of vicissitudes. The other was an old man with white hair and a beard. The two of them had come from different directions and had noticed each other at the same time. They nodded at each other in greeting, and then their gazes landed on the silhouette. Their eyes showed a trace of seriousness, and they ignored the group of extreme mortal stage warriors who were respectfully greeting them. Because these two were even more powerful than the extreme mortal powerhouses. They were earthly spirit powerhouses. In front of them, the extreme mortal powerhouses were no different from ants. Just the aura that they emitted was enough to suppress them. Many of the extreme mortal powerhouses also recognized these two earthly spirit powerhouses. One was a powerhouse from the Wanluo sect, and the other was a powerhouse from the imperial family. After 30 years, the Sky Cloud secret land has appeared again. That's right. Another opportunity. The two earthly spirit powerhouses spoke one after another. Immediately, the extreme mortal powerhouses knew what had happened. The Sky Cloud secret land had appeared again. This world was vast and boundless. It contained countless mysteries. There were many small worlds attached to this world, and the secret land was one of them. Some secret lands were born naturally, while others were created by humans. Usually, they were hidden in the void. Only under certain circumstances would they appear. In some mystic realms, there were all kinds of treasures, but there were also mystic realms that were barren. The Tianyun secret land had appeared 30 years ago. It was also located in this desert. It was said that it had been created by an expert a long, long time ago. There were countless heavenly treasures in it. Moreover, it also contained many opportunities and inheritances. The group of people who had entered the Sky Cloud secret land 30 years ago had all come out alive. They had all obtained good opportunities, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Their strength had also become more powerful. All in all, the appearance of the Sky Cloud secret land meant that a great opportunity was coming. And this opportunity belonged to the three mansions and the imperial family. No one from the other mansions could interfere. After all, the Sky Cloud secret land was located at the intersection of the three mansions. If the sect and the imperial family of the three mansions deliberately blocked the news, it would take a long time for the news to spread to the other mansions. By the time they arrived, it would be too late. After confirming that the Sky Cloud secret land had appeared, the two earthly spirit powerhouses quickly left. Then, the extreme mortal powerhouses also quickly left and returned to their respective sects. This great opportunity had to be fought for, and they had to fight for it as soon as possible. With the arrival and departure of the group of transcendents, the news spread to every sect in the three mansions. Immediately, every sect took action to select the right people to enter the Sky Cloud secret land. End of chapter. Wanluo Prefecture, Xianxia Prefecture, Baoshan Prefecture. All the sect ranks in the three prefectures called for an emergency meeting. The imperial family experts in the three prefectures also called for an emergency meeting. The others did not know about it because the news was blocked by the sect ranks. The secret land of Tianyun was indeed a great opportunity, but it was also limited. The more people knew about it, the more people would fight for it, and the smaller the chances and rewards would be. Without the strength and background of a sect, one was not qualified to participate. In the Zhonghan Sword Hall of the Zhonghan Sword Sect, the sect master sat at the head of the hall. On his left and right were 4 inner sect elders. As for Yuan Lingzi, he usually did not participate in the discussion. He was in a semi-secluded state. The appearance of the secret land of Tianyun is a big deal, but according to the past, only those in the martial realm can enter. However, if their cultivation is too low, they will not be able to gain anything. At least LV7 of the martial realm. The 4th elder said. It's not that simple. The secret land of Tianyun also has a quota limit. The 1st elder said slowly, I just don't know how many quotas we will get this time. Every secret land had a limit. When the number of people who entered exceeded the limit, it would put a burden on the secret land. When the burden increased, the secret land would close early or even collapse. 30 years ago, the Zhonghan Sword Sect had gotten 5 quotas. It was unknown whether they would get 5 this time. It couldn't be helped. The Unhindered Sword Sect was indeed very powerful compared to most of the other forces. It could be considered a giant. However, it was still a low-grade sect. There were 3 other low-grade sects in the entire Tianjiang prefecture. Among them, the Tianshui sect was even more powerful than the Unhindered Sword Sect. 30 years ago, the Tianshui sect had gotten 6 quotas. Like the Zhonghan Sword Sect, the Xinjiang sect and the Ao Mei Villa had gotten 5 quotas. As for how the quotas were distributed and who distributed them, it was naturally the Wanluo sect and the imperial family. In this world, the weak had no right to speak. It was the same everywhere. Unranked forces had no right to speak in front of the Reigning Sword sect. Similarly, a low-ranked sect like the Reigning Sword sect had no right to speak in front of the Wanluo sect and the imperial family. Of course, these low-tier sects were more or less ranked forces, so the 10,000 sifting sect and the imperial family did not dare to go too far, lest they cause a backlash. Thus, some quotas were necessary, but the majority of the quotas were in their hands. The number of quotas would be allocated according to the overall strength of the sect. Based on previous years, we should be able to get 5 spots. So who should we give those 5 spots to? Asked Lin Zhonghan. The 4 elders fell into deep thought. Logically speaking, it was only natural to send the most talented and powerful members of the sect, preferably those at the pseudo-transcendent realm. However, those who had reached the pseudo-transcendent realm were no longer young and could no longer be considered part of the younger generation. Generally speaking, their potential had basically been exhausted, and the opportunities inside the sealed world were often obtained by them, but the effects were usually quite mediocre. It was also recorded in the ancient records that the heavenly cloud-sealed realm did not help a pseudo-transcendent breakthrough to the transcendent realm. If a sect wanted to exist for a long time, the cultivation of the younger generation's genius disciples was a must. Therefore, although there was no age limit for entering the heavenly cloud-sealed realm, the 10,000 sifting sect, the imperial family, and the other low-tier sects had negotiated and agreed that only the disciples of the sect could enter, and they had to be first-grade geniuses. On the other hand, there were many dangers inside the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. The slightest carelessness could lead to death, and there were also casualties in the competition between the disciples of different sects. If the most talented and promising disciples of the sect were allowed to enter, what if they were not careful? Wouldn't that be a heavy loss? However, if the most talented and promising disciples were not allowed to enter, wouldn't they lose some opportunities? This was a difficult dilemma, and it was difficult to choose. Elders, do you have a suitable candidate? Lin Zhonghan asked again. It was difficult for him to make a choice because there were more than 5 disciples in the Unhindered Sword sect who were qualified to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. So, who should they choose? It was both an opportunity and a danger. Should we give Chen Zong a place? The 4th elder asked. Chen Zong's talent and potential are the best in our sword sect. There is no doubt about that. If he gains something in the heavenly cloud-sealed realm, his growth will be faster, the 3rd elder said. But he may also encounter dangers that he can't fight against. The 2nd elder put forward a different opinion. I believe that the Xinjiang sect and the other sects will target Chen Zong. The heavenly cloud-sealed realm is both a danger and an opportunity. I think it's inevitable for a genius to experience danger if he wants to grow better. Maybe this time we don't let Chen Zong enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. It can protect him to a certain extent, but it may also cause him to fall behind others. The first elder said unhurriedly, moreover, Chenzong will always lead the sect to gain experience in the future, and he will also encounter all kinds of dangers. Chenzong is different from others. He is very opinionated. We can tell him this and let him make his own choice, Lin Zhonghan said after thinking for a while. I guess Chenzong will choose to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. Then there will be 4 places left. Yuxia should enter. Shuxianmei should also enter. In addition to the Xianxia sword sect, the other sects also chose their disciples to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm according to the number of places they had in the past. The heavenly cloud-sealed realm? Chenzong thought. The third elder also told Chenzong all kinds of information about the heavenly cloud-sealed realm in detail so that Chenzong could have a more intuitive understanding of it. At the same time, he also explained the possible dangers clearly so that Chenzong could make a better judgment. How can I miss such a good opportunity? I'll enter, Chenzong said without hesitation after hearing the third elder's words. I knew you would choose, the third elder said with a smile, like an old urchin. A sharp sound tore through the sky and washed the 9 heavens. Immediately, 2 huge figures soared into the sky, as if 2 wisps of golden flames were burning the sky. They were the golden flame swift shadow cranes of the Xianxia sword sect. There were 2 of them in total. The first gold flame swift shadow crane carried 3 people, while the second gold flame swift shadow crane carried 4 people. The first elder, Shuxianmei, and Chenzong rode the first golden flame swift shadow crane, while the second elder, Lin Yuya, and 2 other core disciples of the Xianxia sword sect rode the second golden flame swift shadow crane. They were the disciples who were going to the desert to enter the heavenly cloud-sealed realm. As for the first elder and the second elder, they were escorting them. In addition to Lin Yuya, Shuxianmei, and Chenzong, the other 2 disciples were the geniuses in the first camp. They were called Liang Yuanxiu and Ling Yufeng. Both of them were at the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They were quite strong. The golden flame swift shadow cranes were extremely fast. As they flew at an altitude of several thousand meters, the fierce wind blew, but it was blocked by the power of the 2 elders. It didn't affect Chenzong and the others in the slightest. This was Chenzong's second time riding a golden flame swift shadow crane. The feeling of flying at such a high altitude was very wonderful. When he lowered his head slightly, he could see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Involuntarily, Chenzong once again had the idea of flying like a bird. First elder, do you think a cultivator can fly like a bird? Chenzong asked. Yes. The first elder's answer immediately made Shuxianmei and Chenzong's eyes widen in surprise. The Qi and Blood realm, Energy refining realm, and Genuine martial realm are all basic realms. The transcendent realm is the realm of the strong. However, the extreme mortal realm is only the bottom of the transcendent realm. The first elder smiled and said, it is said that when one breaks through to the earth spirit realm, one can master an ability called Earth Shrink. Earth Shrink. Chenzong and Shuxianmei looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It's as if the end of the world is just a foot away. With one step, it's as if 1,000 miles of land has shrunk into an inch, easily traversable. The first elder smiled and said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Chenzong and Shuxianmei were even more shocked. To shrink the earth into inches, 1,000 miles of land shrunk into an inch and could be easily traversed. What kind of peerless ability was this? It was simply unimaginable. And it is said that when one reaches the profound sky realm, one can fly. The first elder's words once again shocked Chenzong and Shuxianmei. Humans could really fly in the air like birds. Profound sky realm. For the first time, Chenzong's heart was filled with an incomparably strong desire to reach the profound sky realm. Train well. Perhaps one day in the future, you'll be able to reach the earth spirit realm or even the sky profound realm. The first elder smiled as he looked at Chenzong and Shuxianmei with eyes full of encouragement. If an earth spirit realm cultivator was born among the disciples of the reigning sword sect, then the strength of the reigning sword sect would become even stronger and return to being a middle-ranked sect. If a profound sky realm cultivator was born, then the reigning sword sect would have a chance to surpass its peak and become an upper-ranked sect. However, that was too difficult. Since the ancient times, there had been so many talented people who had no hope of reaching the earth spirit realm, not to mention the profound sky realm. Just the ninth level of the extreme mortal realm alone had blocked the path of so many geniuses. However, Qianzong and Xianxia, who did not know how difficult it was, were filled with lofty sentiments. Even though it was a mountain that stretched as far as the eye could see, they still wanted to climb it until the end, so that they could see the sky. The first elder naturally saw the fighting spirit and lofty aspirations in the two's eyes. He smiled slightly. Young people should have the drive and momentum to pursue a higher goal. Even if they couldn't reach it in the end, at least they would give it their all and wouldn't regret it. Moreover, they might have a chance to succeed. The two golden flame swift shadow cranes were extremely fast. They flew across thousands of miles of land. Not long after, they saw other figures. Their bodies emitted an icy aura and their three long tails swayed in the air like ribbons. This was the ninth-level demonic beast of the Proud May Villa, the three-feathered Isolon. Compared to the reigning sword sect, the Proud May Villa was closer to the desert. There were a total of 7 people on the backs of the two three-feathered Isolons. 2 of them were the extreme mortal realm elders of the Proud May Villa, while the other 5 were the genius disciples of the Proud May Villa. On the back of one of the three-feathered Isolon, there was a young man in white standing tall with an outstanding bearing. His face was as clear as jade, and his skin was as cold as snow. He was a man, but he had a face that would make many women envious. The cold aura around him added to his unique temperament. One of the 5 heavenly prides, Proud Snow, Cold Plum Blossom, Mei Luoqing's long and narrow eyes glanced over and made contact with Lin Yuya. Invisible electric arcs seemed to jump in the void. The 5 heavenly prides belonged to the same level, and they were each other's biggest competitors. One after another, flying demonic beasts flew towards the desert from all directions. The endurance of the 9th-grade monsters was amazing. They could carry people for several days and nights without any problems. However, in the sky, they might encounter some natural dangers. For example, right now, an extremely strong wind was blowing. It was like an invisible blade that was crazily cutting at them, cutting countless ripples in the protective barrier that the elders had set up. This kind of blade-like wind was very powerful. It was enough to seriously injure a pseudo-transcendent. A true martial realm cultivator would be killed instantly. Without the protection of the 2 elders, Qianzong and the other 4 probably wouldn't have survived. Of course, if it weren't for the 2 elders, they wouldn't have had the chance to reach such a high altitude. After crossing 1,000 miles of wind, before they could take a breather, there was a deafening roar that made Qianzong and the other 4 scalps tingle. Raising their heads, they saw dark clouds that were incomparably thick. They could even see streaks of scarlet electric arcs jumping within the dark clouds like pythons. The aura they emitted was ferocious and violent, containing a terrifying destructive power. When the power descended, it made Qianzong and the other 4 feel extremely uncomfortable, as if they would be destroyed at any moment. This is the extreme breaking red thunder. The powerful extreme breaking red thunder can kill people of the extreme realm. The great elder said with a dignified face, but the power of the extreme breaking red thunder here is relatively ordinary. As he spoke, a scarlet lightning bolt as thick as an arm tore through the dark clouds. It broke through the sky with a terrible momentum, as if it could destroy all life. Qianzong and Xianxia were suffocating. The great elder looked up and pointed his finger. When the finger fell on Qianzong and Xianxia's eyes, it was like a giant sword tearing the sky apart and turning it into chaos. Under this finger, the scarlet lightning was hit and instantly shattered. The terrifying momentum was like a landslide or a tidal wave. Powerful energy surged out, turning into layers of intense ripples that spread out forcefully, as if a layer of the sky was being shaved off. Countless red electric arcs swayed in all directions, and each one of them carried a terrifying power that was enough to kill a true martial realm cultivator. The second elder was also attacked by the extreme breaking red lightning. Fortunately, it wasn't very strong and he was able to withstand it. In the end, the great elder, and the second elders, had to pull out their long swords. The great elder's sword was a low-grade spiritual weapon, and it was very powerful. Under the sword art, it shattered the extreme breaking red thunder one by one. The second elder was much weaker, and he was under more pressure because his cultivation was not as high as the great elders. In addition, the sword he used was a 3rd-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, which was not as powerful as a low-grade spiritual weapon. Fortunately, the power of the extreme breaking red thunder was limited, and the second elder could barely resist it. If it were the third elder or the fourth elder, it would be more troublesome. This minefield stretched for hundreds of miles, and it was enough to become a dangerous place for many people. After passing through the minefield, the first elder and the second elder heaved a sigh of relief, especially the second elder, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. It's safer now. The great elder smiled. Chenzong and the other four were greatly impacted. The pressure was real, and it directly affected their spirit. Fortunately, they were all super geniuses, and their spirit wills were very strong, so they could resist it. After resisting it, the benefits would gradually appear, and that was, their spirit wills would be tempered. Although it sounded good, it was extremely dangerous. If they couldn't resist it, their spirit wills would be damaged, and then they would collapse. After flying for a long time, Chenzong and the others finally saw darkness, as if it had descended into this world. It was low and oppressive, as if it was going to collapse the earth. Vaguely, they could see a vast dark outline. At first glance, Chenzong and the others felt that it was endless. That's the secret realm of Tianyun, the great elder said with a bit of fanaticism. Chenzong and the others focused on it. It was only an outline, but it made them feel that it was infinitely high, and it brought an unparalleled impact on their spirit. When the gold flame swift shadow crane landed, Chenzong and the others also jumped down from its back. Before them, there were others who had arrived first. The arrival of Chenzong and the others naturally attracted everyone's attention. Many people glanced at them, and each gaze was overbearing, sharp, and feminine, but they all seemed to be substantial, and they brought a lot of pressure. Chenzong and the others were already mentally prepared for this. After all, the people who were going to enter the secret realm of Tianyun were all carefully selected geniuses. Each of them had extraordinary talent and potential, and their cultivations were at least at LV7 of the true martial realm. Their strength was even more powerful than that of ordinary LV9 of the true martial realm. For example, the Zongheng sword sect had a 3-star battle strength. Of course, whether Chenzong had a 3-star battle strength or not, only Chenzong knew. As for Lin Yuya, he had a 4-star battle strength. If the Zongheng sword sect was so strong, the other sects would not be inferior. Lin Yuya, you're here too. A young man in a light blue robe said. His eyes were clear and deep, and his face was gentle. His body was filled with a simple and bright aura. There were countless ripples on his light blue robe. When the wind blew, the ripples were like water, and his whole person seemed to be floating in the water. At first glance, it seemed like he was floating in the water. At second glance, it seemed like he was surrounded by an invisible sea that could set off 100-zhong-tall wave at any time. Mu Qianhua, you're here too. Lin Yuya's eyes flashed as he smiled. Heavenly Water young master Mu Qianhua, the leader of the 5 great geniuses. Chenzong and the others also looked at Mu Qianhua's face, sizing him up. No wonder he was the leader of the 5 great geniuses. His aura was extraordinary. As usual, there were 6 people from the Heavenly Water sect, but Bai Luowu Li Xinran, who was also a genius, was not among them. No one knew why she did not come. The other 5 were all in the LV8 genuine force realm. They were all geniuses in the Tianjiang prefecture's front line. Immediately, a cold gaze swept over and fell on Chenzong's face, as if it wanted to freeze Chenzong. You're Chenzong. You think you can compete with the frontline geniuses just because you defeated 1 or 2 geniuses? The tall and thin disciple of the Heavenly Water sect said in a cold voice. Chenzong looked at him and did not answer. It was not that he did not dare, but that he did not want to answer. He ignored him. Zongheng Sword's son, right? I heard you're very arrogant, but it's hard to meet you. Another disciple of the Heavenly Water sect said, mocking him. Since Chenzong defeated Li Xiaoyun, many people of the Heavenly Water sect had been hostile to Chenzong. Some of them even thought that if they had the chance, they would teach Chenzong a lesson. Now that Chenzong was in front of them, of course they would not be polite. Although they could not fight directly, they could still mock him verbally. I'm arrogant, so I'm here. What does it have to do with you? Chenzong replied in a neutral tone, instantly infuriating the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect. Even the heavenly water young master, Mu Qianhua, frowned slightly. His eyes carried a cold glint as they pierced through the air and landed on Qinzong's body, causing Qinzong's body to tense up, as if he was enveloped by countless cold qi. Whether my sword son is arrogant or not, it really has nothing to do with you, Lin Yuye said. His sharp eyes met Mu Qianhua's gaze, instantly cancelling out Mu Qianhua's aura. But you guys are angry because Li Xiaoyun was defeated by my, Qin Shidi's, sword. This sentence made the people of the Heavenly Water sect even angrier. Lay down the line. Sua Shanmei took a step forward and unsheathed her sword. A blinding light shone, and a cold and sharp aura filled the air. The disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect are very arrogant. The chubby elder Jia of the Heavenly Water sect narrowed his eyes. His eyes emitted a dangerous light. No matter how arrogant they are not as arrogant as the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect. The second elder of the Unhindered Sword sect chuckled and said coldly, I think you people of the Unhindered Sword sect are the ones who are the most arrogant. Another voice sounded, and a strong aura filled the air. The people of the True Yang sect had arrived. The two elders of the True Yang sect arrived with 5 disciples. Their gazes swept across the crowd, and finally landed on Lin Yuye and Qinzong. The leader of the 5 disciples was Zhengyangzi Gu Jiang, one of the 5 heavenly legends. He was tall and muscular, with a resolute face that looked as if it had been carved by a knife or an axe. He wore a golden red feathered crown on his head, a fiery red battle robe embroidered with golden flame patterns, and a pair of golden red combat shoes with dragon engravings on them. He looked like a flaming war god. Gu Jiang's eyes first landed on Lin Yuye's face. There seemed to be a layer of red light in his eyes, and when his gaze swept past, it landed on Qinzong's face. A terrifying heat washed over him, as if it wanted to burn Qinzong to ashes. Lin Yuye snorted coldly and blocked the aura in Gu Jiang's eyes, not letting Qinzong be affected in the slightest. In an instant, the people of the Unhindered Sword sect were targeted by the Heavenly Water sect and the True Yang sect. Ao Mei Villa, who had already arrived, stood not far away, as if it had nothing to do with them. After all, Qinzong did not challenge the people of Ao Mei Villa, and there was no conflict between Ao Mei Villa and the Unhindered Sword sect. Seeing that the Heavenly Water sect and the True Yang sect were constantly putting pressure on the Unhindered Sword sect, the first elder of Ao Mei Villa finally spoke, his voice as sharp as a cold knife. If there is any conflict, leave it to be resolved internally. Don't let the people of the other prefectures see you as a joke. Hearing this, the people of the Heavenly Water sect, the True Yang sect, and the Unhindered Sword sect were startled at first, but then they retracted their aura. This was because they all noticed that the other sects from the other prefectures were looking at them with playful eyes. They all seemed to be taking pleasure in their misfortune. It was obvious that they wanted to see a conflict, or even a big fight. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. In fact, a sect could be divided into many small groups, and there would be competition between them. When facing other sects, these small groups would often spontaneously unite to face the outside world. When these sects met a foreign sect, even if they didn't unite, they would at least temporarily stop their conflicts. Aside from the 4 major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture, Baoshan Prefecture, and Wanluo Prefecture's sect had also arrived. Unlike Tianjiang Prefecture, Baoshan Prefecture only had 2 major sects, the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect. It could be seen that aside from the extreme mortal realm warriors, there were more than 10 disciples from the Precious Elephant sect and 9 from the Ancient Mountain sect. From this point alone, one could see how powerful these 2 sects were. At least, they were much stronger than any of the 4 major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture. The Precious Elephant sect, the Ancient Mountain sect, and the royal family are sharing the resources of Baoshan Prefecture. Among them, the Precious Elephant sect is slightly stronger than the Ancient Mountain sect. The second elder said in a low voice, full of fear. It couldn't be helped. The person with the highest cultivation in the reigning sword sect was the founding elder Yuan Lingzi, who was at the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm. The strongest in the Tianshui sect was at the 5th level of the extreme mortal realm. The strongest in the Ancient Mountain sect was at the 7th level of the extreme mortal realm, while the strongest in the Precious Elephant sect was at the 8th level of the extreme mortal realm. In the extreme mortal realm, the difference in strength between each level was very obvious, which made it even harder to fight against those with higher levels. Whether it was the Ancient Mountain sect or the Precious Elephant sect, they both had the power to crush the four major sects of Tianjiang Prefecture. Tianjiang Prefecture has 5 prodigies, but Baoshan Prefecture has the 4 divisions and 3 mountains. Lin Yuye said in a serious tone, Mu Qianhua once fought with the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, of the 4 divisions and 3 mountains, and was at a disadvantage. The mountain-shaking elephant is ranked 3rd among the 4 divisions and 3 mountains. 4 divisions and 3 mountains. Chen Zong said in a low voice. This represented 7 people, the strongest of the 7 Baoshan Prefecture's younger generation, just like the Tianjiang Prefecture's prodigies. However, Heavenly Water young Master Mu Qianhua's strength was publicly recognized as the strongest of the 5 great prodigies, yet he was unable to defeat the 3rd-ranked of the 4 symbols 3 mountains. He was even at a slight disadvantage, which was enough to show the strength of the 4 symbols 3 mountains. It is said that the heaven-raising elephant Hong Wanjun, the head of the 4 symbols and 3 mountains, has a battle prowess that surpasses the 4-star level, Lin Yuye continued, causing Chen Zong and the others to be even more shocked. The star level of the true martial realm was even stricter than the Qi refining realm. 4-star battle prowess was already very impressive, but surpassing it was even more shocking. Of course, there were many martial artists who had been in the true martial realm for many years. They had accumulated a lot of experience and had many tricks up their sleeves. Their fighting strength was often very high, but there were relatively few of them in the younger generation. Eldest senior brother, have the 4 divisions and 3 mountains all come? Leng Yufeng asked, his sharp gaze sweeping over. No, the number 1 heaven-raising elephant Hong Wanjun and the number 2 cloud-piercing mountain Gu Pingxiao didn't come. The other 5 are here. Lin Yuye said, look at that person wearing a navy blue battle robe. It's mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba. Luo Tianba's figure was tall and strong. His body seemed to contain an astonishing amount of power. Once it erupted, it seemed to be able to shake a mountain. Then there was cloud-piercing mountains Du Hengqi, who was ranked 4th. His figure was a little short and his appearance was ordinary, but his eyes contained an incomparably sharp light, as if they could pierce through everything. Luo Yun Mountain's Du Hengyuan was ranked 5th. He was Du Hengqi's brother. Whether it was their appearance or figure, they were 60 to 70% similar. The 6th was mountain-shaking elephant Wei Yizhong. His arms were much longer than a normal person's, just like a big ape. The 7th was the water-overturning elephant Wei Hai. On his bald head, there was a shocking scar. In addition to these 5 young experts who were comparable to the 5 heavens' prides, the other disciples of the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect were all at least in the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm. One of them had even reached the early stage of the 9th level of the true martial realm. As his understanding of cultivation increased, Chen Zong already knew that in order to be ranked as a heaven's pride, one did not have to reach the 9th level of the true martial realm within the age limit. That was only a basic condition. The final deciding factor was one's combat strength. A heaven's pride meant that one had to at least have a 4-star combat strength within the age limit. To the disciples of the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect, the 4 major sects of the Tianjiang Prefecture were competitors. Therefore, they did not hide their hostility at all. On the other side was the Wanluo Prefecture sect. The Wanluo Prefecture got its name from the Wanluo sect. In a sense, the Wanluo sect was the most powerful sect in the Wanluo Prefecture. They directly ruled nearly half of the Wanluo Prefecture's land and resources. The rest of the land belonged to the imperial family and 2 other lower sects. Green Caltrip sect, Yin Sifting sect. The Green Caltrip sect was a sect dominated by women. From the sect leader to the elders to the disciples, 80% of them were women. The Yin Sifting sect was a subsidiary sect of the Wanluo sect. It was founded by an elder of the Wanluo sect. There were no heaven's prides or the 4 symbols and 3 mountains in the Wanluo Prefecture. There was only the Wanluo ranking. The Wanluo ranking was led by the Wanluo sect. It specifically recorded the geniuses of the younger generation, including the disciples of the Wanluo sect and the imperial family. There were a total of 100 names on the Wanluo ranking. The 1st to 10th on the Wanluo ranking were all heaven's prides in the Tianjiang Prefecture. The 11th to the 30th were in the second row. They corresponded to the geniuses in the first row of the Tianjin prefecture. The 31st to the 60th row corresponded to the geniuses in the second row. The 61st to the 100th row corresponded to the geniuses in the third row. However, the Wanluo sect was a middle sect. Whether it was in terms of foundation or strength, they were far superior to the lower sects. Therefore, their disciples were often more outstanding. The Green Caltrip sect and the Een Sifting sect were slightly weaker than the Precious Elephant sect and the Ancient Mountain sect. However, they were slightly stronger than the four major sects in the Tianjin prefecture. Therefore, their disciples were often more outstanding than the disciples of the four major sects in the Tianjin prefecture. This kind of excellence indirectly contributed to the strength of the geniuses on the Wanluo ranking. They were often more powerful than the Heaven's Prides and the geniuses in the first, second, and third rows. Lin Yuya was very familiar with the Wanluo ranking. He pointed out the geniuses in the Wanluo prefecture's sect camp one by one for Chenzong and the others to remember. At this moment, a few different but extremely powerful auras swept over from afar. They were rapidly approaching and suffocating everyone. A loud roar shattered the sky as the suffocating aura rushed over. In the west, a huge silver figure was meandering in the sky. It was as if it was riding on the clouds. It was a silver dragon that was dozens of meters long. It had a ferocious appearance and a body that was shining with silver light. It made everyone's pupils contract and their hearts beat wildly. Silver Light Heavenly Dragon. It's someone from the imperial family. In the Longtu region, only the imperial family used dragons and dragons. Only the imperial family dared to use them. It wasn't that the other sect didn't have the strength, but that they were restricted. An old man stood on the back of the Silver Light Heavenly Dragon. The aura he exuded was boundless. He was an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. There were 15 people behind the old man. They were the young geniuses of the imperial family. The leader wore a long golden robe with a dragon pattern embroidered on it. He wore a dragon feather crown on his head. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. It was as if he could dominate everything. His aura was extremely powerful. It spread out as if he wanted to suppress all the geniuses. He was the best of the generation. Mu Qianhua, Lin Yuya, Gu Jiang, Mei Luoqing, and the others all had serious expressions. They all felt a fatal threat from this person. Chenzong's senses were sharp. He also felt a strong enough fatal threat from this person. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, this person's battle strength might have surpassed the 4-star realm. His heart couldn't help but tremble. Such a terrifying person had come to the Sky Cloud secret realm. The competition would undoubtedly be many times more intense. At this moment, a ruthless gaze swept over. Chenzong met it. It was Long Xiaojun. It seems that even the heavens have destined you to die by my hands. Long Xiaojun's lips moved slightly. His voice sounded in Chenzong's ears. Long Xiaojun had already ordered his subordinates to find some people who walked in the shadows. However, Chenzong had been staying in the Reigning Sword sect and couldn't find a chance to make a move. He didn't expect Chenzong to enter the Sky Cloud secret realm. This way, he didn't need the assassin to kill him. Not only could he kill Chenzong personally, but he could also save a large amount of spirit shells. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Most importantly, he could kill Chenzong with his own hands. Chenzong only smiled. With his current strength, he might not be Long Xiaojun's opponent. The Silver Light Heavenly Dragon's aura was very powerful. The Gold Flame Swift Shadow Crane and the other demonic beasts all shrank back and didn't dare to move. After all, the Gold Flame Swift Shadow Crane and the other demonic beasts were only low-grade level 9, while the Silver Light Heavenly Dragon was high-grade level 9. The difference was very obvious. At this moment, on the other side, a black shadow covered the sky with a monstrous aura. It was a huge demonic beast that was pitch black but covered with blood-red lines. It looked like a bat. When it spread its wings, it was at least 100 meters long. Blood-marked black demon bat. The Wanluo sect is here too. As soon as the blood-marked black demon bat arrived, the Silver Light Heavenly Dragon let out a threatening roar. The blood-marked black demon bat didn't back down and let out a sharp cry. The sound was like a demonic sound that pierced one's eardrums. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into one's brain and twisting it, giving one a splitting headache. Immediately, the old man and the middle-aged man on the back of the blood-marked black demon bat trembled slightly. A terrifying aura swept out, silencing the silver light heavenly dragon and the blood-marked black demon bat. 16 people jumped off the back of the blood-marked black demon bat. One of them was an earthly spirit realm expert, and the other 15 were the genius disciples of the Wanluo sect who were going to enter the heavenly cloud secret area. Each of them was emitting a shocking aura. The weakest of them was at the late stage of LV8 true martial realm. 5 of them had even reached LV9 true martial realm. Junior brothers and sisters, if you meet that person, run as far as you can, Lin Yuya said in a dignified tone. Chen Zong and the others followed Lin Yuya's line of sight and saw a young man in a loose black robe with ghost-like patterns. The man's face was gloomy and his eyes were vicious. The corners of his eyes seemed to be filled with blood-red light. His body was surrounded by a terrifying murderous aura. No one knew how much blood was on his hands. A mountain of corpses and a river of blood rushed towards them. The thick smell of blood rushed into their nostrils and seeped into their chests. The shocking murderous intent caused their pores to open and their hairs to stand on end. The second elder snorted softly, but it was like a thunderous roar that exploded in everyone's ears and woke them up. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood in front of them suddenly disappeared. Everyone's faces turned pale and their hearts trembled. It was too terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make them feel that way. For a moment, Chen Zong and the others were filled with fear towards this person. Just as senior brother Lin Yuya had said, they had to run as far as they could if they met this person. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed. Very few people know his real name. I'm not sure either. Lin Yuya's tone was very serious as he transmitted his voice to Chen Zong and the others. I only know that this person is called Underworld Raven. It's said that he had a rough life and was abandoned when he was young. He hated the world and was lucky enough to enter the Yin-sifting sect. With his outstanding talent and ruthless methods, he then entered the Wanluo sect and is now ranked 3rd on the Wanluo ranking. It's said that his battle strength has surpassed the 4-star realm. His killing intent is very strong. Among everyone here, Underworld Raven and that person's battle strength is the strongest. We can't afford to provoke them. Lin Yuya concluded. That person was the young man from the imperial family who wore a golden dragon robe. Chen Zong and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. This trip to the Sky Cloud secret realm would be more dangerous than they had imagined. The competition would also be more intense. Remember, no matter what, you must protect yourselves. The first elder's voice sounded. His tone was very serious as he said, it doesn't matter even if you don't get anything. Because being alive is the greatest reward. As time passed, the silhouette in the sky became clearer and clearer. Under the dark clouds, it was as if a small transparent world had descended. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions. It was so dense that it was frightening. The spiritual energy seemed to have turned into pale dragons as they converged. Countless rays of light spread out from the Sky Cloud secret realm and intertwined with the pale dragons formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They turned into 7-colored dragons that danced in the sky. Everyone was immediately immersed in this incomparably brilliant scene as they exclaimed endlessly in amazement. Even the 2 Earth Spirit Realm practitioners were the same. It was incomparably beautiful. A vast and mighty aura swept through the heavens and the earth. An invisible yet substantial pressure covered the heavens and the earth, yet it didn't cause anyone to feel uncomfortable. As the hundreds of 7-colored flood dragons danced in the air, they gradually formed a long passageway. The passageway was like a winding dragon. The head of the dragon was connected to the desert, and the tail was connected to the heaven cloud secret land. At the 7-colored dragon's tail, a spot of light bloomed and spread out, forming a 10-meter-tall door of light. You may enter now. The Earth Spirit Realm expert of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family spoke. Immediately, the Imperial family members behind him, led by the young man in the golden flood dragon robe, moved and landed on the rainbow dragon's head like a dragon in the sky. They ran on the rainbow dragon's winding body and flew towards the door of light of the Sky Cloud secret realm. The disciples of the 10,000 sifting sect reacted very quickly as well. With the underworld raven in the lead, they led a group of disciples and quickly leaped onto the head of the seven-colored colossal dragon. The rainbow dragon was thousands of meters long and dozens of meters wide. It could accommodate many people at the same time. "Go, remember to protect yourself," the first elder said. "Junior brothers and sisters, let's go." Xianxia took the lead. His body was like a sword light that pierced through the air and landed on the rainbow dragon's head. After Xianxia, Qianzong and the other three also landed on the rainbow dragon's head. Qianzong suddenly felt that the underside of his feet was soft, yet tough. A strong suction force acted on his feet and spread throughout his body through his feet, making it difficult for him to escape. Qianzong finally understood why those people didn't just fly through the air. It was because the rainbow dragon's strength was so strong that they could only run on it. His true qi surged and Qianzong used his movement technique. He quickly moved forward. For a moment, a total of 70 geniuses ran on the rainbow dragon's back, quickly heading towards the door of light. The rainbow dragon's body wasn't straight. Its back was wriggling, moving up and down. Because of the strong suction force, the people running on it also moved up and down. The powerful youth from the royal family and underworld raven from the Wanluo sect were running side by side. The two of them had different movement techniques. The royal family youth's movement technique had a kind of domineering aura, as if he was the ruler of the world. Everything in front of him had to bow down and retreat. Underworld raven's movement technique gave people a sharp feeling, as if everything in front of him would be torn apart. The murderous aura was extremely heavy. The two of them seemed to be competing with each other. They quickly approached the door of light and then disappeared into it at the same time. After that, the royal family's disciples and Wanluo sect's disciples also approached. However, some disciples from the Precious Elephant sect and Ancient Mountain sect also approached. In addition, some disciples from the Green Chestnut sect and Yin Sifting sect also approached. All 6 parties wanted to enter the secret territory as soon as possible and started competing with each other. The disciples from the 4 sects of Tianjiang Prefecture lagged behind the rest because their overall strength was the weakest. Even the publicly recognized leader of the 5 great prodigies, young master Qianshui, Mu Qianhua, paled in comparison. "Get lost." The mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, spread out his hands and then pushed them to both sides. It was as if he was pushing 2 mountains away. The tyrannical strength was unstoppable. It directly pushed the 2 people who didn't belong to the Precious Elephant sect away. The unparalleled strength almost caused the 2 to fall off the rainbow dragon's body. The Precious Elephant sect was different from other sects. They had both qi and body cultivation. They had their own unique points in body cultivation. Therefore, every disciple of the Precious Elephant sect had a profound body cultivation base. This was also the reason why they were stronger than other ordinary cultivators. The disciples from the 6 parties were in a chaotic battle. The tyrannical energy waves made the people from the 4 sects of Tianjiang Prefecture stop in their tracks. If they continued to move forward, they would be affected. This kind of battle was considered a normal battle. The extreme mortal realm and earth spirit realm cultivators below the rainbow dragon would not interfere. Suddenly, Qianzong's body flashed. A palm wind swept past from the side. It was a disciple from the True Sun sect. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to knock Qianzong down from the rainbow dragon. He didn't expect Qianzong to be so alert and avoid it. Not only did Qianzong avoid it, but he also pulled out his long sword and attacked. It wasn't his style to take a beating passively. "How dare you fight back?" The disciples from the True Sun sect were furious. They attacked one after another. The disciples from the Reigning Sword sect also counterattacked. The people from the Aomei villa retreated. It was obvious that they didn't want to participate in this kind of battle. However, the people from the Tianshui sect were looking for an opportunity to knock down the rainbow dragon with one strike. In the battle ahead, one by one, they entered the light gate and entered the sky cloud secret realm. Not long after, all the disciples from the 6 parties entered the sky cloud secret realm. Then, the disciples from the Aomei villa rushed in. "Let's go," young master Qianshui Mu Qianhua said. He led the disciples of the Tianshui sect to the light gate. Gu Jiang and Lin Yuya retreated after exchanging a blow. Their eyes were burning with passion. They immediately said, "Stop. Let's enter the secret realm." Gu Jiang was the representative of authority among the disciples of the True Sun sect. No one dared to go against his will. Therefore, as soon as Gu Jiang finished speaking, the 4 disciples of the True Sun sect immediately retreated. As Gu Jiang rushed into the light gate, the person who attacked Zhenzong looked at Zhenzong with a cold and murderous gaze. "Let's go too," Lin Yuya said. Continuing to fight here was undoubtedly an unwise choice. The sooner they entered the Sky Cloud secret realm, the sooner they would get the opportunity. The 5 disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect were the last to enter the Sky Cloud secret realm. Seeing that they had all entered, the first elder and second elder of the Unhindered Sword sect breathed a sigh of relief. The moment Zhenzong entered the light gate, he felt as if his body had entered water. He was wrapped up in all directions. His body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force. It kept extending like noodles. Up, down, front, back, left, and right were upside down. He couldn't distinguish between north, south, east, and west. His consciousness was completely blurred. After an unknown amount of time, Zhenzong suddenly woke up. He found that he was standing on a green grassland. The fragrance of the grass filled the fresh air. It was refreshing. Taking a deep breath, Zhenzong felt refreshed. His mind was clear. He quickly scanned his surroundings. There was a lush forest in the distance. Huge trees towered into the sky. It seemed to contain endless mysteries and aroused people's desire to explore. Looking at another place, there was a swamp that stretched for dozens of miles. This is the inside of the Sky Cloud secret realm, Zhenzong thought. He was very alert. However, he didn't see anyone else. Before entering the Sky Cloud secret realm, Zhenzong already knew that the place he would appear in after entering the Sky Cloud secret realm was completely random. If he was lucky, he wouldn't encounter any danger. If he was unlucky, he might appear directly in some dangerous places. Right now, his luck should be pretty good. Although his surroundings looked beautiful, who knew if there were any hidden dangers? On the way here, the Great Elder had repeatedly emphasized several times that once they entered the Heavenly Cloud secret realm, they couldn't let their guard down no matter where they were. They had to maintain a high degree of vigilance at all times to deal with the dangers that could appear at any time and place. Zhenzong didn't rush to act. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. He captured everything within the range of his eyes. There are so many precious herbs. Zhenzong couldn't help but think. Perhaps they weren't everywhere, but he could see more than a dozen precious herbs. Some of them were quite old. Unfortunately, they were useless for the late stage of the martial realm. However, it was better than nothing. Zhenzong quickly picked up all the precious herbs. Even if he couldn't use them, he could take them back to the sect and let the sect use them to cultivate other disciples. Immediately, Zhenzong looked around and walked in the direction of the forest. Maybe there were better precious herbs in the forest. In the Sky Cloud secret realm, you can get precious herbs or even pseudo-spiritual medicines. You may also get pseudo-spiritual weapons or even spiritual weapons. In addition, you may also get the inheritance of cultivation methods and martial arts. Zhenzong thought. No matter what, it was necessary for a warrior. There was a crack in the grayish-white boulder. Zhenzong's sharp eyes saw what was in the crack. He stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed the air. A streamer tore through the sky and flew into Zhenzong's hand. It was a short knife without a sheath. The blade was bright and the lines were like feathers. Looking at the blade, Zhenzong had a feeling of being cut. It was difficult to look at it directly. There was no doubt that it was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Holding the handle, Zhenzong did not activate his genuine power or the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon. He just waved his hand. A cold light as thin as a hair spread straight and swept across the boulder in front of him. When the cold light disappeared, the boulder was cut like tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Good knife. Zhenzong could not help but gasp. The sharpness of this knife was even better than the 2 long swords he used. He tried to activate the power of the short knife again. The knife light was misty and spread out for more than 10 feet. It tore the air apart and was so terrifying that Chenzong felt threatened. Chenzong did not release this power. Instead, he restrained it. Third-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chenzong was surprised again. There weren't many spiritual weapons in the Tianjiang prefecture. Many of the limitless mortal realm fighters were still using level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons. This made level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons quite valuable. He did not expect to find a third-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon so soon after entering the Tianyin secret land. Chenzong was looking forward to this trip more and more. The only pity was that this third-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon was a short knife instead of a long sword. Even though Chenzong could unleash the power of the dagger with him, he was a swordsman after all. Only with a sword could he unleash his strength to the fullest. With a slight movement of his hand, the third-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon, the short knife, was directly put into the virtual ring. As for the precious medicines, which were not very precious, they were put into the mustard seed bag. Almost every genius who entered the Heaven Cloud secret realm had their own mustard seed bag, but only Chenzong had a virtual ring, which was a real spirit treasure. However, this virtual ring had a plain and simple appearance, and it did not emit the slightest aura fluctuation. It looked like an ordinary iron ring. No one would believe that such a precious spirit treasure would appear in the hands of a true martial realm martial artist. In addition, Chenzong did the opposite and wore it on his finger openly. At most, people would think that it was a hobby and would not think of anything else. After all, spirit treasures were too precious. Even if an extreme man obtained one, he would have to keep it carefully. Chenzong would store treasures of great value in his virtual ring, and treasures of ordinary value in his mustard seed bag. Not long after, Chenzong met a disciple of Ao Mei Villa, who glanced at him with sharp eyes. The martial arts of Ao Mei Villa were mainly sabers, and most of the disciples of Ao Mei Villa practiced sabers. Their gazes crossed each other like swords in the air, but neither side approached each other. First, there was no obvious conflict between the Zongjing sword sect and Ao Mei Villa. Second, the two didn't find any treasure to compete for. Chenzong rushed into the lush forest, carefully perceiving all the aura fluctuations in all directions, looking for any treasure. Along the way, Chenzong did find a lot of precious medicines, but unfortunately, they were not very useful for a martial artist at the late stage of the true martial realm. However, it was better than nothing, so he picked them all up and put them away. Otherwise, when the Heaven Cloud secret realm closed, the next time it appeared would be 30 years later, and he would only have this one chance to enter. The ground shook and rumbled. Strong winds howled as a beam of light that was pitch black like ink shattered a towering tree that was as thick as a few people's waists. Then, it blasted countless wood shavings into powder. It carried an extremely terrifying aura as it blasted towards Chenzong. It was too fast, and extremely fierce. When Chenzong just realized it, the black light had already bombarded within 10 meters. In the Zhaoxian realm, Chenzong could clearly feel the floating dust in the air, and thus reacted quickly. With a twist of his body, Chenzong's body made an incredible movement, nimbly and narrowly avoiding the bombardment of the black light. Chenzong also felt that his body protection genuine force was scraped and torn into pieces in an instant. The terrible power shook and hit his body, making Chenzong feel like he was going to be torn apart. It was only a slight impact, but it had such power, which showed how terrible this attack was. If he was hit directly, he would most likely be injured. Wherever the black light passed, towering trees were smashed into pieces one after another. Wood shavings flew everywhere and were crushed by the impact of the terrifying aura, turning into dust that drifted away. Chenzong drove forward, his pupils constricting to the size of needles. He could see the giant trees in the distance being broken one after another. Through the cracks, he could vaguely see a black figure that looked like a python. In addition, there seemed to be a figure fighting fiercely with the black python. Chenzong's mind turned. From the black light, he knew that the python was very strong. It was estimated to be an upper LV8 demonic beast, and it seemed to be more powerful than ordinary upper LV8 demonic beasts. It should have some treasure. With a thought, Chenzong also used his body movement to quickly approach. If there was a chance, of course, he would seize the treasure. The purpose of entering the Tianyin secret land was to find various opportunities. Once found, of course, he would not miss it, unless he could not compete. Chenzong was extremely fast. He passed through many broken trees and rapidly approached. However, when Chenzong approached, the battle was already over. Although the black python was very strong, and its battle strength was close to the 3-star level, it was still no match for the man, because the man was a disciple of the Xianxia sect. His cultivation was at the late stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, and his battle strength was at the 3-star level. He was a genius in the front line of the Tianjiang prefecture camp. The man also saw Chenzong. At first, he was startled, but then he revealed a hideous smile. "Chenzong, you've come at the right time." He laughed and immediately punched. The red fist print broke through the air with amazing power. The terrible fist pressure was so hot that it seemed to burn through the sky, and the surrounding trees were about to be roasted. It was a terrible punch. The disciple of the Xianxia sect clearly wanted to kill Chenzong here. Chenzong did not dare to relax. This opponent was different from his previous opponents. He was a genius in the front line, and his battle strength was at the 3-star level. He was even stronger than ancestor Zhen Wu of the Eastern Land. Of course, he did not have the temperament of ancestor Zhen Wu. He unsheathed his 2 swords, and the silver sword light was extremely dazzling. His cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. He did not hold back his unparalleled true force, and also pushed the 29th move of the horizontal sword technique to the extreme. Kill. You want to kill me, so I'll kill you. It was a simple principle. As soon as Chenzong drew his sword, the Xianxia sect disciple's expression suddenly changed. The previous fight on the 7-colored dragon was very short and reserved, so they did not know how strong Chenzong was. But according to normal inference, he should be among the geniuses in the second line, which meant that his battle strength was at the 2-star level. Chenzong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. No matter how outstanding he would at most have the battle strength of a 2-star level. This was the highest evaluation that the Xianxia sect gave to Chenzong. They never expected that Chenzong's true battle strength was not at the 2-star level, but at the 3-star level. He was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, yet he had the battle strength of a 3-star level. If his cultivation reached LV8 genuine martial realm, wouldn't his battle strength reach the 4-star level? What if his cultivation reached LV9 genuine martial realm? What level would his battle strength reach? Just thinking about it made the Xianxia sect disciples' hair stand on end. Didn't that mean that when the time came, even their senior brother, Xianxia, Gu Jiang, would not be able to compare with Chenzong, if Chenzong was allowed to grow? In the future, among all the disciples of the Xianxia sect, no one would be able to suppress Chenzong. Instead, they would be suppressed by Chenzong. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He had to kill Chenzong. His true force was activated, and his fists broke through the air, becoming more and more tyrannical. The heat from his fists could burn the earth. It was a fight without holding back. Both sides' battle strength had reached the 3-star level. The Xianxia sect disciple's cultivation was at the late stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, and his battle strength was at the middle stage of 3-star level. On the other hand, Chenzong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, and his battle strength was at the early stage of 3-star level. It seemed that Chenzong's battle strength was not as good as his opponent's, but Chenzong's body refining cultivation was extraordinary, and his physique was very strong. Coupled with the fact that his cultivation level was higher than his opponent's, Chenzong was able to fight head-on with his opponent again and again. The Xianxia sect disciple's true force was boiling hot, and his fist art was brilliant and tyrannical. His fists bombarded over and over again, as if he had dozens of arms. In the blink of an eye, he had punched hundreds and thousands of times. The power of each punch was incomparably tyrannical, and it was at least at the early stage of 3-star level. Thousands of punches turned into a majestic torrent of heat that rushed forward, crushing everything into slag. It was mighty and unparalleled. Facing this terrifying torrent of fist pressure, Chenzong had no intention of dodging. His spirit and willpower were extraordinarily high, and his eyes emitted an incomparably sharp light that tore through the sky like the edge of a sword. A sense of disdain once again grew from his heart, and it spread out. Facing this terrifying pressure, Chenzong once again entered an indescribable state. He activated a trace of the will of the unhindered world, and immediately, the power of the unhindered true force and the unhindered sword art increased significantly. Kill, he waved his two swords, and countless silver sword lights flashed. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were slashed, and they continued to increase. The unhindered sword art was a sword art that combined strength and speed. It had an outstanding sword speed, and this was something that the opponent could not compare with. In an instant, Qianzong had stabbed out more than 2,000 swords. In terms of individual strength, each sword was slightly inferior to the opponent's fist art, but the number was more than twice. More than 2,000 dazzling silver sword lights tore through the sky, and turned into a majestic torrent of sword lights that smashed everything in its path. The blazing and majestic fist stream and the sharp and tyrannical sword stream collided in midair, and the rumbling sound was endless. Countless shockwaves spread out, and the surrounding ground was torn apart, and the stones and plants were turned into dust. The extremely dazzling light made Qianzong and the Xianxia sect disciple unable to look straight at it. The terrifying aura waves spread out in all directions, and the ground below was not only torn apart, but also directly collapsed. The power of a 3-star battle power collided directly, and the power was too tyrannical. Not far away, the pitch-black giant python's corpse was affected, and it was riddled with thousands of holes before it was torn apart. The power was too tyrannical, and wave after wave, the impact was endless. Qianzong had no choice but to temporarily retreat. As he waved his two swords, the shockwaves were torn apart, and he once again charged forward. No one knew how long this forest had been there. Trees over 100 meters tall were everywhere, each one so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around it. The larger ones were 300 to 400 meters tall, so thick that they looked like giant pillars supporting the sky. Qianzong and the core disciple of the True Yang sect were engaged in a fierce battle of life and death. Every strike and punch was done with all of their strength, showing no mercy. The sword light was sharp, and the fist prints were violent. The ground cracked, and the trees were shattered. The two of them used their movement techniques to dodge. Everywhere they passed, it was as if a violent beast was wreaking havoc. Nothing could stop them. Both of their fists punched out again and again, turning into countless streams of flames that surrounded them. Beams of dazzling silver sword light shuttled through the streams of flames, stabbing at the True Yang sect disciple. However, they could not completely pierce him. Every time they were about to hit, they would be deflected by an invisible force. A loud boom, mixed with the sound of metal clashing and true power surging, turned into a storm that destroyed everything around them. The violent sound turned into a shockwave. When the trees dozens of meters away were swept past, they seemed to be cut by invisible blades, breaking and collapsing one after another. Ordinary late-stage true martial realm martial artists would not dare to approach a battle of this level, or else they might be killed by the shockwaves. The two of them crushed their way forward. Although Qianzong was inferior to his opponent in terms of battle prowess, he was able to enter that state under pressure. With the support of his domineering will, Qianzong's strength also increased, allowing him to fight head-on with his opponent. The True Yang sect disciple became more and more shocked as he fought. Qianzong's performance was too tenacious. He was clearly inferior to him, but he could fight with him to this extent. Since that's the case, I can only use a secret technique to kill you. Yang swallowing transformation. With a roar, a cluster of light suddenly lit up in the sky. The cluster of light was as red as a fireball, but it was also like a small sun suspended in the air. It wantonly emitted a shocking light and heat, shining in all directions, causing the temperature within a radius of several hundred meters to rapidly rise. It was as if it was being roasted by the flames of an oven. The blazing sun fireball the size of a human head fell from the sky. The True Yang sect disciple opened his mouth and swallowed the blazing sun fireball into his stomach. His entire body emitted an even more dazzling crimson light, and an astonishingly high temperature spread out. Countless white auras appeared in the air, spiraling upwards. The trees within a few hundred meters seemed to be roasted by a raging fire, their skin becoming wrinkled and charred. The terrible power made Qianzong unable to get close. He could only retreat and use his two swords to cut out hundreds of silver sword lights. However, the hundreds of powerful sword lights seemed to melt and dissipate. When I use the Yang swallowing transformation, my battle prowess can reach the late stage of the 3-star level. Your time of death has come. The true Yang sect's disciple roared. Even his voice was terrifyingly hot. The difference between a middle 3-star warrior and an early 3-star warrior was quite obvious. If it weren't for Chen Zong's special situation, he would have been defeated long ago. The difference between a late 3-star warrior and an early 3-star warrior was even more obvious. The terrifyingly high temperature spread out. The true Yang sect's disciple gathered all of his power into his right fist and punched out. Like a red flaming dragon breaking through the sky, the terrifyingly high temperature brought with it a shocking pressure. It squeezed the air in front of him crazily, causing a series of explosions. Chen Zong felt suffocated, and there was no way for him to dodge. With a bang, Chen Zong crossed his two swords to block, but his entire body was blown back hundreds of meters. His back crashed into a huge ancient tree that was more than 500 meters tall. All of his bones made a crisp sound, as if they were broken. Die. The true Yang sect's disciple leaped up and turned into a torrent of flames. It was like a raging sun falling from the sky, bringing with it endless heat and destruction. The power of the rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon gloves was also completely released. It was too fast, and it was extremely ferocious. It made Chen Zong feel like he was about to die. Chen Zong shook his back. His bones and tendons sounded at the same time. His qi and blood surged, and the muscles on his back exerted force together. It made Chen Zong bounce up instantly, and all of his power was gathered at that moment. The sword in his left hand returned to its scabbard, and his sword finger landed on the sword in his right hand. He quickly swiped it, and a cold light bloomed like a star, eventually gathering at the tip of the sword. It bloomed with an unparalleled sharpness, as if nothing in the world could stop it. Secret sword. Point star. This sword had gathered all of Chen Zong's power and compressed it into a single point using a special method. It contained an extremely horrifying power and sharpness, and then activated the power of the longsword itself. With a shake of his wrist, the longsword pierced through the air and pierced towards the raging sun that was coming at him with a destructive force. It was unbreakable, and there was nothing it couldn't break. Time seemed to have slowed down by 10 times. Chen Zong's sword had disappeared, and only a tiny dot of starlight remained, shooting forward and colliding with the raging sun. There was no sound. It was very strange, and it distorted everyone's 5 senses. The raging sun paused for a moment, and was directly pierced through by the starlight. A chill spread from the bottom of his heart, and the shadow of death loomed over him. A trace of fear flashed through the Xianxia sect disciple's eyes that were covered in flames, and he quickly forced his body to move. Forcefully moving his body with all of his power would immediately cause his internal organs to be injured. However, for the sake of survival, these injuries could be endured. He also believed that as long as his attack hit Chen Zong, he would definitely die. Immediately, an intense pain came from his shoulder. It was as if a sword had pierced through it, and the sword was twisting and twisting. The Xianxia sect disciple trembled all over, and the raging sun that was pierced through also fluctuated, almost collapsing. The moment the raging sun collapsed, it also struck Chen Zong. Chen Zong activated his Vajra bone and drew his sword with his left hand to block, but he was forced back without any resistance. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he slammed heavily into a huge ancient tree behind him. This ancient tree had been growing for thousands of years. Its body was huge and tough, but Chen Zong crashed into it in an instant. He pierced through the huge tree trunk and sank deep into the huge tree trunk. Blazing streams of fire flew over the tree trunk and scorched the surface of the tree black. The streams of fire dispersed, revealing the ravaged and trampled surroundings. It was a ghastly sight. The Xianxia sect disciple landed on the ground and staggered. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with exhaustion. His left shoulder had been pierced through, and blood flowed endlessly. Moreover, it was twitching constantly, and the remnant sword qi within the wound wreaked havoc, making it difficult to expel. Glancing at the hole in the tree, the qi within had become extremely weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished at any moment. The Xianxia sect disciple endured his injuries and exhaustion, throwing out another punch. A fist the size of a human head pierced through the air and blasted into the hole in the tree, producing a dull explosion. The weak qi completely vanished. Immediately afterwards, the Xianxia sect disciple hurriedly took out a pill and consumed it. He used his movement technique to quickly leave, because he could sense a powerful qi rapidly approaching. In his current situation, he had less than 10% of his strength left, so he was unable to fight anymore. Leaving was the best choice. As for Qianzong, he believed that he would definitely die from his previous attack. Even if he did not die, a follow-up punch would be enough to kill him. This was his confidence in his own strength. Just as the Xianxia sect disciple left, a graceful figure quickly approached him and stopped. She wore a veil, and her face was covered. Her eyes were as clear as water. It was a disciple of the Green Caltrip sect. "Who's fighting here?" A melodious voice rang out. Her beautiful eyes swept across the area, and she instantly determined the situation of the fierce battle here. There were two people fighting. One cultivated fire force, which was scorching hot, while the other cultivated sword technique, which was sharp and domineering. After the female disciple of the Green Caltrip sect scanned the area, she looked at the hole in the giant ancient tree. However, it was pitch black inside. She seemed to be able to see something, but it was very blurry. She did not sense any qi fluctuations, so she did not investigate further. After finding nothing else, the female disciple of the Green Caltrip sect used her movement technique and quickly left. A moment later, Qianzong rushed out of the hole in the tree in a flash. His sword robe was tattered, and there were many burn marks. Just from this alone, one could tell that he had experienced a fierce battle. However, the strange thing was that Qianzong did not have any injuries on his body. If the Xianxia sect disciple saw this, he would be extremely shocked. His two attacks did not kill Qianzong, and he did not even have any injuries. This was impossible. Indeed, when Qianzong was struck by the opponent's tyrannical attack, he had already suffered a very heavy injury. Fortunately, the Starlight Sword had weakened the power of the opponent's attack by quite a bit, otherwise, the consequences would have been even more severe. As for the weak qi, if Qianzong did not use his strength, his qi would naturally be restrained. Then, the Xianxia sect disciple added another punch, worsening Qianzong's injury. However, Qianzong's body was strong, and he could still withstand this kind of injury. It would just take a long time for him to recover slowly. No one would have thought that there would be such a rare treasure hidden in this huge tree. The 1,000-year tree heart. The birth of the 1,000-year tree heart required a tree that was at least 1,000 years old. In addition, not all 1,000-year ancient trees could be born. It had to be an ancient tree with vigorous vitality, and it was not 100%. After Qianzong was bombarded into the 1,000-year ancient tree, he was punched even deeper. His back touched the 1,000-year tree heart, and the 1,000-year tree heart was absorbed into Qianzong's body. The 1,000-year tree heart was the life essence of the 1,000-year ancient tree. It could not rapidly increase one's cultivation base, nor could it directly increase one's strength. Its only function was to contain an astonishing amount of vitality. When absorbed into one's body would be constantly nourished, slowly becoming more outstanding, invisibly increasing the strength of one's physique, and rapidly recovering from injuries. Qianzong's heavy injuries could be healed thanks to the power of the 1,000-year tree heart. After Qianzong left the 1,000-year ancient tree, the 1,000-year ancient tree began to change. It slowly shrank and withered, as if thousands of years of time had been condensed into a short period of time, experiencing the changes of aging. In less than a quarter of an hour, the giant 1,000-year ancient tree had completely withered, becoming a dozen meters tall, lifeless. The 1,000-year tree heart was the life essence of the 1,000-year ancient tree. After being absorbed into Qianzong's body and taken away, the 1,000-year ancient tree was as good as dead. Although it was a pity, Qianzong could not put the 1,000-year tree heart back. This thing was a treasure, and it had a great effect on him. Although it could not increase his strength, it could increase his survivability by several times. Light injuries could be healed instantly, and heavy injuries could also be healed in a short time. The palm was like a huge black millstone, covering the sky and the sun. With a boom, the earth shook as if there was a magnitude 7 earthquake. With the giant black palm as the center, cracking sounds rang out as the ground caved in. Cracks as thick as an arm snaked across the ground at lightning speed, spreading for dozens of meters. The owner of the jet-black giant palm was a big black bear that was more than 5 meters tall. It was incomparably strong, like a small hill. Its steel-like body contained a terrifying peerless strength, as if it could move mountains and move mountains. Its huge eyes were full of scarlet light, brutal and bloodthirsty. The pitch-black fur on its body could become soft or as hard as steel needles. The level 8 demonic beast overlord, red-eyed demonic bear, its combat power was close to the 3-star level. A figure appeared out of thin air above the red-eyed demonic bear. His hands waved, and 2 silver sword lights merged into one, slashing out fiercely. It was like a crescent moon sweeping across the sky, brazenly slashing at the red-eyed demonic bear's neck. Sensing danger, the red-eyed demonic bear roared again. Its violent power was like a flash flood, and its fur became as hard as steel needles in an instant, covered with a layer of protection. Its whole body emitted a misty black light. The silver light arc seemed to slash at metal, making ear-piercing sounds and splashing out countless sparks. The demonic beasts in the Tianyun secret realm were often much stronger than those in the outside world. Chen Zong's arms disappeared, and so did the 2 swords in his hands. Only countless silver sword lights slashed through the air like crescent moons. They were densely packed and endless. Slash! Slash! In just the blink of an eye, over 1,000 sword strikes had been unleashed, forcibly breaking through the red-eyed demon bear's defensive power, cutting through its steel-like fur, breaking through its extremely tough skin, and cutting into its neck, all the way to its bones. The swords slashed into the bones, but they were tightly clamped by the red-eyed demonic bear. Its huge black palms attacked from left and right, trapping the beast. It was like 2 mountains colliding with each other. The terrible pressure hit Chen Zong, who was in mid-air, and he felt like his bones and muscles were about to be crushed into pieces. Under the state of Xianxia, the speed and intensity of the floating dust in the air were clearly discernible. Chen Zong loosened his left hand and twisted his body slightly. Using the floating swan body technique, he was extremely nimble. Like a cicada shedding its shell, he slipped out from between the 2 palms of the red-eyed demon bear. With a bang, the 2 palms collided. The sound was oppressive and loud, as if 2 mountains had collided with each other. An intense shockwave spread out, causing the ground to tremble and shatter. Chen Zong, on the other hand, appeared above the red-eyed demonic bear, safe and sound. His bones emitted a series of crisp sounds, and his skin emitted a faint white gold color. His left hand swelled red, and his blood seemed to have turned into a torrent of magma, emitting an astonishingly high temperature, causing the air around his palm to distort and burn. Mixed iron forging hands, this body-refining martial art once again displayed its power and elegance. The head of the red-eyed demonic bear was incomparably hard, surpassing refined steel. However, it was unable to completely resist Chen Zong's palm. With a bang, the red-eyed demonic bear's body trembled violently. Its body seemed to have shrunk a little, and the fur on its head was burnt. A scorched palm print was left on its head. The terrifying impact brought along an astonishingly hot energy that poured into its brain, causing the red-eyed demonic bear incomparable pain. With a flip of his body, he was as nimble as Yao Gu, avoiding the red-eyed demonic bear's frenzied counterattack. Holding the long sword on its neck, he suddenly shook his arm, and the tremor of the power passed through the wound on its neck, shaking the clamped bones apart. The other sword directly chopped at the wound on the red-eyed demonic bear's head. Pulling out the sword, scarlet blood spurted out from the wound. The red-eyed demonic bear went berserk, and Chen Zong directly avoided it. This red-eyed demonic bear was indeed a tyrant of the 8th-level demonic beasts. Before its death, its frenzied attack caused severe damage to the surroundings. Chen Zong went around the red-eyed demonic bear and directly rushed into the cave it lived in. The incomparable stench made Chen Zong feel suffocated. He hurriedly held his breath, but he kept feeling that the stench would not go out of his lungs. It was really unbearable. Just as he was about to retreat, he caught a glimpse of a sharp flowing light from the corner of his eyes, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. His body flashed. Chen Zong approached that flowing light. It was 2 swords. Quickly grabbing the 2 swords, his sharp eyes swept over them again, but he did not find anything else. Chen Zong could not bear it anymore and quickly left the cave. He hurriedly took a few breaths of fresh air, dispelling the stench in his lungs. Only then did he feel comfortable. The red-eyed demonic bear was still crazily destroying the cave, and its body was dyed red with blood. Chen Zong dodged and carefully looked at the 2 swords in his hands. The 2 long swords looked exactly the same. They were 2 fingers wide, but they were thinner than normal swords, about the thickness of a spirit shell. The bodies of the swords were bright, and the ridges of the swords were dark blue. Looking closely, there seemed to be countless dark blue starlight embellishments. Chen Zong's eyes fell on the blade and the tip of the swords. The cold light was extremely sharp, as if it could cut his eyes open and stare directly at his eyes. There was a piercing pain. The hilts of the swords were like bamboo joints, also embellished with starlight, very comfortable to hold. Good swords. Chen Zong's wrist shook slightly, and the 2 swords actually vibrated, making a rapid buzzing sound. The dark blue color on the ridges of the swords shone, and the curved traces of starlight were extremely beautiful. The bodies of these 2 swords were thinner, and they were both hard and flexible, which was something that normal swords did not have. Chen Zong tried to activate the power in them, and the dark blue color on the ridges of the swords seemed to come alive. It was full of vitality, as if there were countless dark blue meteors passing by, leaving behind bright and beautiful traces. Such powerful power, and the 2 swords are resonating with each other. This power can be gathered and become even more powerful. Chen Zong was secretly very happy. These 2 swords were rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons, and they were a rare set of pseudo-spiritual weapons. Since the swords leave a trace of starlight, you will be called the star-marked double swords. Chen Zong named this pair of long swords, and looked at the red-eyed demonic bear that was still crazily destroying the cave. Let me test your power. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zong became one with his swords, and rushed towards the red-eyed demonic bear. The 2 swords pierced through the sky, and turned into 2 dark blue streaks of starlight sword light, extremely stunning. The power of a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was at least 30% stronger than a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon. The originally tough defense was easily broken by the Star-Scar dual swords, and the Star-Scar dual swords continued forward. Of course, this was also because the red-eyed demonic bear's power had decreased a lot after it was injured. But it could also be seen that the star-marked double swords were indeed more powerful than the previous ones. Chen Zong tested the sharpness of the star-marked double swords, and kept attacking. The red-eyed demonic bear's body was covered with wounds, and each wound was so deep that the bones could be seen. Soon, the red-eyed demonic bear was completely drained of blood, and fell to the ground, twitching slightly. Chen Zong mercilessly cut open its body, and dug out the fist-sized inner pellet. Good swords. Chen Zong looked at the star-marked double swords again. The bodies of the swords were in perfect condition, and there was not even a speck of dust on them. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he was. Then, his hands moved, and the star-marked double swords disappeared. Chen Zong had put them into his void ring. Chen Zong was prepared to use the original rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapons under normal circumstances, and not the star-marked double swords for now. First of all, the star-marked double swords did not have scabbards, so he could not carry them all the time. It would be too eye-catching and inconvenient. Second of all, the star-marked double swords were rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons. The value of a rank 1 pseudo-spiritual weapon and a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon was a few times more valuable, but the value of a rank 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon and a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon was more than 10 times more valuable, because a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon could barely withstand the power of an early-stage extreme mortal warrior. Furthermore, the star-marked double swords were a set of pseudo-spiritual weapons, and their value was a few times more valuable, which was enough to make some of the poorer extreme mortal warriors jealous. If Chen Zong carried the star-marked double swords, he would easily become a target for everyone. Among all the people who had entered the Sky Cloud secret realm, Chen Zong had the lowest cultivation, and his power was also the weakest, which was at the early stage 3-star level. The rest of the people had at least mid-stage 3-star battling power. The so-called treasures belonged to those who were destined to own them, or rather, to those who had the power to own them. Right now, Chen Zong still did not have the power to crush the others. Activating his cultivation technique to recover his true power, after completely recovering his true power, Chen Zong continued flying forward. Opportunities were everywhere in the Sky Cloud secret realm. In the past few days, Chen Zong had harvested a lot of precious medicines, a level 3 pseudo-spiritual dagger, a rare 1000-year tree heart, and a set of level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapons, the star-marked double swords. Chen Zong's harvest was not small, so the others naturally would not be left empty-handed. After passing through a cave, Chenzong suddenly stopped. In front of him was a cloud, and below his feet was a cliff. At first glance, he estimated that it was a few hundred meters high. Chenzong did not want to go back. He jumped up and swept out like a swallow. Then, he fell down like a meteor, his tattered robe rustling. When he was 10 meters from the ground, his rapidly falling body suddenly stopped. Then, like a feather, he gently floated down. As soon as he landed, a light shot from the side. Chenzong casually pointed his finger, and the light exploded into a cloud of blood mist. It was a poisonous snake. Looking around, he was in a basin. Strange plants grew everywhere, and it was difficult to see them from the outside. Chenzong randomly chose a direction and started to use his body movement. Yin Wuya sat cross-legged in an open space. There were a few huge demon beast corpses around him. Blood flowed like a river. It seemed that they were killed not long ago. Not long after, Yin Wuya's body shook. A strong and majestic aura spread out from his body. It was like a storm rushing in all directions, and sand and stones were flying. His true power was surging. It was so strong that it was boundless. There was a feeling of soaring darkness breaking through the chaos. Yin Wuya could not help but let out a long howl. The howl was so loud that it shook the earth. A heavy wave rushed into the sky and surged out. Ha 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 ha. After the long howl, Yin Wuya landed on the ground and could not help but laugh wildly. He opened his 10 fingers and flicked them continuously. Streaks of grey true power shot out. Stones were hit and turned into powder. The ground was hit and exploded. In the blink of an eye, everything within a few hundred meters was shattered. It was as if a giant ancient beast had wreaked havoc. No wonder it's a peerless heaven-class cultivation skill. The 7th level of the chaotic heaven grand true force is indeed powerful, Yin Wuya muttered to himself after he stopped. On that day, the cave residence left by the martial king of Huntian was discovered. After a round of competition, it was finally seized by Yin Wuqing, a core disciple of the Wanluo sect, and brought back to the Wanluo sect. What was recorded in the Jade Book was the cultivation method that chaotic heaven martial king had practiced, the chaotic heaven great true force. Within the Wanluo sect, there was naturally a peerless earth-grade cultivation skill. However, it was a pity that the last level was missing. The chaotic heaven great true force had directly become another sect guarding cultivation skill. Yin Wuqing, who had directly obtained the great chaotic heaven true power, could cultivate at will. Moreover, he could also let another person enjoy the same treatment. As for the other disciples who wanted to cultivate, they had to have enough sect contribution points to exchange for it as an incentive. Yin Wuya was Yin Wuqing's younger brother. Naturally, Yin Wuqing would use the quota on Yin Wuya so that Yin Wuya could also cultivate the great chaotic heaven true power. Although Yin Wuya could not be compared with Yin Wuqing, he was also a first-class genius and was well known on the Wanluo list. After obtaining the chaotic heaven great true force, Yin Wuya worked very hard to change his cultivation. His master, an extreme human realm elder of the Wanluo sect, also spent a lot of resources and his own strength to help him change his cultivation method. This allowed him to change his cultivation method in a short period of time and raise the chaotic heaven great true force to the peak of the 6th level. After entering the Sky Cloud Mystery Land and experiencing many battles and adventures, Yin Wuya finally ushered in a breakthrough in his cultivation method. From the peak of the 6th level to the 7th level, the power of his true force skyrocketed. With the breakthrough of the chaotic heaven great true force, my battle strength should be at the late stage of the 3-star realm, Yin Wuya thought to himself. His cultivation was at the late stage of the LV8 genuine martial realm. And his original battle strength was at the middle stage of the 3-star realm. Let's see if I can raise my battle strength to the 4-star realm, or at least to the peak of the 3-star realm. After finishing his words, Yin Wuya displayed his body movement and rushed forward like a torrent. Then, he met Chenzong. Just in time. I'll use you to test the true power of the 7th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Yin Wuya's eyes flashed. The destruction of the surroundings just now was just a simple test. It was not accurate enough. Hundreds of meters away, Yin Wuya directly attacked. He raised his palm and immediately slapped it down. The chaotic heaven great true force surged, and the wind and clouds surged. A giant hand that was more than 10 meters long appeared out of thin air and slapped down. Chen Zong's face was solemn. The giant hand that was more than 10 meters long opened up. The lines on the palm were clear, and streams of true force flowed like blood. It gave people a lively feeling, as if it was the palm of a giant. The air under the palm was compressed and pressed down. The pressure was so heavy that Chen Zong felt suffocated. His whole body was bound by the terrifying pressure, and he could not move at all. The Wan Luosek's heaven-level martial art, Wan Luo hands, as the palm slapped down, it seemed to have sealed the space between heaven and earth. Chen Zong felt that he could not dodge and could only take it head-on. However, the power was too strong. The two swords were unsheathed, and the silver sword light broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, thousands of sword lights converged into a majestic torrent of sword light and soared into the sky. As soon as they came into contact, the majestic torrent of sword light collapsed under the giant palm. The giant palm was extremely domineering, and it struck down without any obstruction. The closer it got, the greater the pressure Chen Zong had to endure. The pressure brought by this palm was not any less than the attack that the true Yang sect disciple made after he used his secret technique. Powerful. Extremely powerful. Furthermore, the aura that was emanating from the power contained within it made Chen Zong feel as if he was about to be crushed into chaos. This was the power of the chaotic heaven great true force. Secret sword. Point star. Without a choice, Chen Zong could only use his secret sword. He gathered 90% of his true force and pushed the secret sword, point star. The sword broke through the air, and the sword light that seemed to be able to pierce through the stars tore through the sky and hit the giant palm. The star-like sword light shattered in an instant. The giant palm paused for a moment and was directly pierced through. It fluctuated violently and showed signs of disintegration. With the pressure suddenly reduced, Chen Zong did not hesitate. He immediately used the remaining true force to use the sweeping 8 directions body art and quickly rushed in another direction. Too weak. Yin Wuya smiled and did not have any intention of chasing. His purpose was only to test the power of the 7th level of the chaotic heaven great true force and see how much his strength could increase. If the opponent's strength was similar to his, or even slightly stronger, Yin Wuya would have a more enjoyable battle. Unfortunately, the opponent was too weak. From the 2 attacks that Chen Zong made, Yin Wuya knew that the opponent was not his opponent. In addition, Chen Zong did not hesitate to use his body art to escape. His speed was not slow either, so Yin Wuya had no interest in chasing. All of this was because he felt that Chen Zong was too weak. Too strong, Chen Zong said to himself, even if I take out the Star Scar double swords, it will still be difficult to defeat him. Chen Zong knew that although they were all at the late stage of the 3-star level, there were still some who were stronger and some who were weaker. Moreover, the opponent had not even used his full strength. Moreover, the main purpose of entering the Sky Cloud secret land was to find all kinds of opportunities. Fighting with others was just a side benefit. My cultivation is my shortcoming, Chen Zong said to himself. The level of one's cultivation was directly related to one's strength. Among the 70 people who entered the Sky Cloud secret land, everyone's cultivation was above Chen Zong's. For example, senior sisters with Shanmei had reached the middle stage of LV8 True Martial Realm. There were many who had reached the late stage of LV8 True Martial Realm. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm. Compared with the others, there was at least a big gap. If I can't improve my cultivation in time, I'm afraid it will be difficult to compete with others. Chen Zong frowned slightly. In the face of the gap in cultivation, he felt powerless. After all, the others who entered the Sky Cloud secret land were all real geniuses who could challenge those who were at a higher level. After running out of the woods, Chen Zong heard a rumbling sound, like thousands of horses galloping. At first glance, there was a huge waterfall in front of him. It was at least 1,000 meters high. Thousands of hectares of water fell from the sky, like thousands of soldiers and horses charging. The momentum was extremely terrifying. Under the 1,000-meter waterfall was a huge pool. White waves surged endlessly, setting off waves after waves. Approaching the waterfall, except for the huge rumbling sound, there was no other sound at all. Magnificent, mighty, ferocious, Chen Zong stood at the edge of the pool. His eyes swept across the rippling water and fell on the huge and mighty waterfall. The force of tens of thousands of tons seemed to be able to sink the earth. After recovering his true force, Qianzong waved his right hand. The sword light broke through the air and slashed out like a crescent moon. The crescent moon, which was more than 10 meters long, swept across the turbulent water and floated up, slashing toward the middle of the waterfall. This attack, which was powerful enough to kill a 2-star warrior, was shattered in the blink of an eye under the impact of the tens of thousands of tons of waterfall torrents. So powerful. Qianzong was surprised. The power of nature was unimaginable. However, Qianzong wanted to compete with it. He wielded both of his swords and slashed out thousands of times in a flash. The power of the thousands of swords gathered and condensed into a magnificent sword light. The silver light was so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Slash. Holding the belief that he could cut the waterfall in half, Qianzong activated the power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon with both of his swords and slashed out. Boom, it was like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The silver sword light, which was more than 10 meters long, tore the air apart. The terrible sword pressure calmed the turbulent water in an instant. It swept across the water and slashed toward the waterfall with an amazing power. Qianzong stared at the sword light that was more than 10 meters long. The power of the sword had already surpassed the early 3-star level and was close to the middle 3-star level. There was no other reason. Qianzong just had a sudden idea to cut the waterfall in half. That was all. This was a kind of belief. If he could do it, it might bring about a breakthrough in his realm. This sword was more powerful than the previous one. It withstood the direct impact of the tens of thousands of tons of water pressure and slashed the waterfall in half, causing the torrents of the waterfall to be interrupted for a moment. However, it only lasted for the blink of an eye. The sword light was shattered by the tens of thousands of tons of water pressure again. What is that? Qianzong vaguely caught the moment when the torrents of the waterfall were interrupted. There seemed to be something there. He took a deep breath and slashed out again. This time almost 2,000 sword lights were condensed and shot out. The majestic sword light was vast and mighty. It was 2 times more powerful than the previous one. Rumble, tens of thousands of tons of water pressure fell from the sky with a terrible impact, as if there was no end to it. Qianzong, who had recovered all his strength, soared into the sky like a giant bird skimming over the water surface, stirring up countless waves and rushing straight to the end of the waterfall torrent. As he approached, the 2 swords, carrying the accumulated power, slashed out instantly. Previously, Qianzong knew that the power of the waterfall torrent was very strong because of the sword chi attack. However, as for how strong it was, Qianzong did not have a precise idea. But now, with the 2 swords, the water pressure hit the 2 swords directly and shook Qianzong's arms, putting a great burden on his arms and making them feel like they were about to be destroyed. Strong and heavy, Qianzong had to summon his pure yang qi and blood to activate the second level of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. A faint platinum halo spread out around his body, forcibly withstanding the impact of tens of thousands of tons of water pressure, stabilizing the 2 swords, and the true force rushed out unreservedly, penetrating the swords. Slash, in an instant, the strong 2 swords cut a hole a few meters long in the waterfall torrent, allowing Qianzong to see the darkness behind the hole. It was a cave entrance. Like a flash in the pan, under the impact of tens of thousands of tons of water, the cave entrance was covered again. Qianzong could not bear the terrible pressure and fell down. He still could not fly in the air, and could only rely on his body movement to stay in the air for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he would fall down, not to mention under the impact of the huge waterfall torrent. The terrible water pressure hit Qianzong hard, and he fell into the pool. The pool was very deep. Although the surface was turbulent because of the impact of the waterfall torrent, the bottom was calm. The deeper he went, the calmer it was. It was so calm that it was dead silent and cold. At the bottom of the pool, Qianzong glanced over and found nothing, but he always had a strong sense of crisis. Without stopping for too long, Qianzong's whole body shook, and his bones and muscles twisted and contracted in an instant. The strong force pushed him in the same direction, and he swung the 2 swords. His whole body rushed up like a big fish, fast and agile. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong broke out of the water. His figure leaped, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and landing on the shore. The water droplets on his body were all removed along with the trembling of his muscles. Even his tattered robe was dry and clean. My cultivation is too low, and my attack power is not strong enough. I can't maintain the gap for long. Chenzong stared at the waterfall torrent and started to think. His attack power was not enough to make the gap bigger and maintain it for long. Chenzongs, he said of the chens of the pool, he said chen of his voice. The two swords returned to the scabbards, and then the star-scar dual swords appeared in Chenzong's hands. After adjusting his breath for a while, Chenzong jumped over again. He flew across the water surface, causing waves. Chenzong flew in a beautiful arc like a bird, and arrived in the middle of the waterfall torrent in an instant. Moving forward like a comet, Chenzong's two swords brought up deep blue starlight, and flew across the sky. It was extremely beautiful and breathtaking. All of a sudden, the water seemed to have stopped flowing. The power of the star-scar dual swords was completely activated. The power contained in the third-rank pseudo-spiritual weapons was very strong, especially since they were part of a set. When combined with each other, the power increased by a lot. Body and sword as one, Chenzong's body seemed to have disappeared. A deep blue light flashed across the sky like a deep blue shooting star. Cut, this sword attack was much more powerful than the previous one. The torrent of the waterfall was cut in half, and a gap appeared, revealing the black hole behind the gap. Chenzong was also pushed by the two swords, facing the impact of the 10,000 tons of water pressure, and withstanding the horrifying power that seemed to crush his body, he rushed out with an indomitable will. Just a little bit, just a little bit. His whole body was almost pushed down by the 10,000 tons of water pressure. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Chenzong stabbed his two swords into the rock beside the hole, and stabilized his body a little bit more. His power was completely unleashed, and he rushed out of the hole in an instant. Such a short movement made Chenzong feel like he had used up all of his energy. All of his bones and muscles were aching, as if they were being torn apart. After a short rest, Chenzong waited for his muscles to heal, and his power to recover. Only then did he stand up, and his fingers loosened and tightened, holding the star-scar dual swords well, ready to attack at any time. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong's eyes shone with a sharp cold light. He stared ahead, and could see the blurry scene in front of him. He could also hear the faint sound of water dripping, as if it was an illusion. Taking a step forward, Chenzong kept a high level of vigilance as he walked forward. This was a natural karst cave. The hanging stalactites were of different lengths and thicknesses, and they were all over the top of the cave. The ground below was full of potholes. Chenzong's breathing was long and steady. He could acutely sense that the air in this karst cave was thin. If an ordinary person came here, they would probably suffocate to death in a short while. However, he was a warrior of the true martial realm, and his body's functions were much better than ordinary people's, so he could hold on for a longer time. Moreover, he also had an extraordinary body refining ability, which made his body's functions many times stronger. Without a doubt, even if Chenzong stayed here for a few days and nights, nothing would happen to him. Moreover, Chenzong could also sense the difference between this place and the outside world. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was richer here, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had a very good nourishing effect on the human body. The dripping sound became clearer and clearer as Chenzong walked. Chenzong kept a high level of vigilance all the time, for fear that something terrible was lurking here. In addition to the regular dripping sound, there was only Chenzong's footsteps and subtle breathing. Other than that, there was no other sound. Chenzong also didn't feel any strange aura. Was there no demon beast or something like that in this place? Even so, Chenzong didn't dare to relax his vigilance. The world was so big, and the Tianyun mystery land was so magical. Who knew how many magical things there were, and some of them were unknown to people. What's more, he had just started on the road of martial arts. The world was so endless, and he had just come into contact with it. The road of martial arts was vast and endless. If a warrior wanted to go further, he needed to be fearless, not afraid of all difficulties and obstacles, and cut through all obstacles. However, he also needed to have a trace of awe, to maintain a certain degree of vigilance towards everything, and not relax his vigilance at all. Only then could he live longer and go further. this seemingly contradictory mentality didn't conflict with each other at all. As for how to grasp it, it depended on the warrior's own thoughts. Bypassing the interlaced stalactites of different sizes and thicknesses, Qianzong also saw the source of the dripping sound. It was a small pool with a radius of 1 foot, but the water was milky white, without any impurities. It was so pure that it was shocking. Above the small milky white pool, a thick and long stalactite hung upside down. From the center of the stalactite, a drop of pure milky white liquid slowly condensed. After which, it dripped onto the small pool, emitting a clear dripping sound. The fragrance constantly penetrated Qianzong's nostrils and went straight into his lungs. A kind of incomparable comfort pervaded his whole body, making him feel comfortable and light. Immediately, Qianzong's eyes were attracted by a small stone tablet on the edge of the small pool. The small stone tablet was irregular, and seemed to be cut from a stalactite. It looked a little rough, and some words were engraved on it. There is a unique treasure in heaven and earth, which evolved from the essence of heaven and earth. It is called stalactite. The stalactite here is 1,000-year-old, and warriors can take it. The 1,000-year-old stalactite can strengthen the muscles, bones, meridians, and marrow, so as to be reborn. It can refine power and enhance cultivation. For those who enter this place, please don't use up all the stalactite in this pool. Leave some as the bottom for future generations. Finally, there was a signature, a name that Qianzong had never heard of, but after comparing it to the year, he found that it was more than 100 years old. The 1,000-year-old stalactite. Qianzong's eyes suddenly lit up. He was worried that his cultivation was too low, which lowered his overall strength and made it difficult to compete with the other geniuses who entered the Tianyun secret territory. He didn't expect to encounter the 1,000-year-old stalactite by chance. Qianzong didn't need to read the words on the stone tablet, as he had read about it in other ancient books in the sect. When the stalactite reached a certain age, it had the effect of cleansing meridians, marrow, and increasing cultivation. Especially when it was 1,000 years old, the effect was even more amazing. I wonder how much my cultivation will improve if I consume and refine this 1,000-year-old stalactite. Qianzong thought to himself. Moreover, this kind of improvement might not only increase his true force, but also his body refining cultivation. To be honest, this karst cave was really difficult to find. After all, it was behind the huge waterfall and couldn't be seen. If Qianzong hadn't come here by chance and suddenly wanted to cut off the waterfall, and coincidentally cut off the waterfall at the entrance of the karst cave with his sword, he wouldn't have found it. It would take several coincidences to find it, and it wouldn't have been discovered if one of them was missing. So, this karst cave might not have been discovered by others for more than 100 years. According to the rule of the Tianyun secret territory appearing once every 30 years, it should have appeared at least 4 or 5 times before it was discovered by him. This is an opportunity that belongs to me. Qianzong's face was full of smiles as he stared at the 1,000-year stalactite in the small pool. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong sat down on the edge of the 1,000-year-old stalactite pool. He opened his mouth and inhaled. A milky white water arrow pierced through the air and shot into Qianzong's throat. As soon as it entered his mouth, it was full of fragrance. After swallowing, it was very smooth and a cool feeling spread in his body, spreading to his limbs and bones like water. His whole body felt very comfortable, and his whole body seemed to become very light, as if he could rise and dance with the wind. This was not only a physical feeling, but also a spiritual feeling. Qianzong didn't indulge in it. Instead, he eliminated all distracting thoughts and highly concentrated his spirit and will. He sat down cross-legged and operated the crisscross skill. At the same time, he stimulated his pure yang qi and blood to refine and absorb the 1,000-year-old stalactite in his body. The 1,000-year-old stalactite was formed by the accumulation, precipitation, and purification of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It was similar to a kind of pure liquid spiritual qi of heaven and earth. It didn't contain any impurities and could be absorbed faster and better. Die. His voice was like the cold wind from hell, blowing past. The killing intent was so strong that it could not be dispersed, like a blade. Immediately, a black and red fine blade light broke through the air, as if the sky was cut open like a thin piece of paper. Wherever the blade light passed, it brought a stream of blood into the sky, reflecting a tricolored light under the sunlight of the sky cloud secret realm. Then, a figure fell backwards. Weak. The figure swept past like a crow from hell, disappearing into the distance, leaving only a disdainful voice. The figure that fell to the ground widened his eyes. There was still a trace of fear in his dark eyes. This person was a disciple of the ancient mountain sect. He was powerful, but he could not even take a single blow from his opponent. No, it was not that he could not take it, but that he could not react in time. The gap between them was too big. The fourth one. The figure that brought death like a crow from hell let out a low moan, as if he was mocking something. Ant. His eyes were high and mighty, as if he was a god overlooking the common people. The disdain and contempt in the depths of his eyes, and the incomparable pressure made it difficult for the person opposite him to breathe. He only felt that his legs were about to go soft. "It's all yours." The disciple of the precious elephant sect resisted the terrifying pressure. His eyes seemed to be unable to look straight at the tall figure in the golden dragon robe in front of him. He said with difficulty and slowly retreated. The young man from the royal family had his hands behind his back. He did not have the slightest intention to take action, because the opponent was too weak. The obvious gap between their combat strength made him not interested in taking action, unless the opponent was courting death and provoked him. But it was obvious that the opponent was very sensible and retreated. "Ha ha ha ha, third-level pseudo-spiritual tool mountain shaking gloves, just right for me to use." The tall and incomparably strong mountain-shaking elephant held the pair of black and gold gloves that he had just obtained, and let out a loud laugh. The laughter was like a rumbling thunder. The momentum was extremely shocking, directly spreading out layers of sound waves in the air. The precious elephant sect focused on body cultivation, and also had a high-level body cultivation technique. The mountain-shaking elephant Luo Zhongba's body was extremely tyrannical. Every breath contained great power. Originally, he was only using a second-level pseudo-spiritual tool, but now that he had the opportunity to obtain a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool, his combat strength had increased a lot. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. On one hand, he was looking for the illusory 10th level of the true martial realm. On the other hand, he was improving his strength in all aspects. The 10th level of the true martial realm was close to a legend. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could reach it, and there was a large element of coincidence. Pseudo-spiritual tool. The situation in the ancient mountain sect was similar, like the heavenly water sect. Even the heavenly water young master Mu Qianhua did not receive a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool from the sect. The difference in value between a second-level pseudo-spiritual tool and a third-level pseudo-spiritual tool was too big. Everyone who entered the heavenly cloud secret realm had their own gains. Of course, there were a small number of people who were killed because they encountered some irresistible danger or terrifying people like the underworld raven. The huge waterfall was like 10,000 horses galloping endlessly. The roar shook the wilderness, and this mighty sound could be heard from dozens of miles away. During this period of time, two figures had arrived here successively, but they didn't stay here for long because they didn't notice anything special, nor did they suddenly think of making a move like Chenzong. Moreover, they didn't know that a shocking fortuitous encounter was hidden behind the enormous waterfall. In the karst cave, Chenzong was constantly refining the millennium stalactite milk. He integrated the power into his limbs and bones, and also integrated it into his tyrannical and pure true force. Wisps of white aura surrounded his body, like clouds and mist. It also emitted a faint fragrance that refreshed the mind. A burst of aura surged and became stronger in an instant. Middle stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. With the improvement of his cultivation, Chenzong's traversing skill began to change, from the 29th level to the 30th level. During the time when he was in the traversing sword sect, Chenzong, in addition to cultivation, had comprehended the cultivation method. Including the time when he was in the Eastern Land, he had comprehended all 36 levels of the traversing skill. The only thing left was to improve his cultivation. As for the traversing sword technique, naturally, he had comprehended all 36 forms. As long as his cultivation and the level of his cultivation method increased, his sword technique could also be improved in a short time. Because of this, cultivation had become the only shortcoming that limited Chenzong's strength. Now, he was making up for this shortcoming. In addition to the improvement of his cultivation, Chenzong could also feel that his body was getting stronger and stronger. His bones, muscles, and viscera were more compact, and his strength had increased significantly. However, until now, he had only consumed a small part of the Millennium Stalactite milk. Although Chenzong did not intend to use up all the Millennium Stalactite milk and wanted to keep a little as a foundation, he could continue to refine most of it. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Another stream of Millennium Stalactite milk shot into his mouth like an arrow. He swallowed it quickly and spread it to his stomach. As Chenzong's traversing true force and the vibrating pure yang qi and blood spread throughout his body, the cloud-like white aura that gushed out from his body became thicker and thicker, and so did the aroma. Gradually, Chenzong's body was enveloped by the white cloud and aroma. He became blurry, and in the haze, he looked like an immortal descending to earth. Time flew. Chenzong's body shook slightly and made a thunderous sound. He had made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Late stage of LV7 genuine martial realm, then, the traversing skill changed from the 30th level to the 31st level. The golden color in the pure yang qi and blood became thicker, which meant that the power contained in it was getting stronger and stronger. It also meant that Chenzong's body refining cultivation had improved. His qi and blood surged like the water of a great river. It was mighty and endless, and the sound it made was like rolling thunder. Absorb, refine, absorb, over and over again, the 1,000-year stalactite in the small pond slowly decreased. His aura rose again. The peak of LV7 true martial realm, the 32nd level of the traversing skill, then, his internal organs squirmed and made a thunderous sound. It was like rolling thunder, and a numbing feeling spread out. His bones and muscles trembled, and his pure yang qi and blood surged like a tide. When everything calmed down, Chenzong stopped his cultivation, because there was only a thin layer of Millennium Stalactite milk left at the bottom of the pond. One was like the people who left a message more than 100 years ago, leaving a little as a foundation so that the fated ones could reap some benefits. After all, the probability of entering this place by chance was very small, and it was not easy. The other point was that even if Chenzong were to absorb and refine it, it wouldn't be able to increase his cultivation base by much, and it wouldn't increase his strength either. With a flick of his finger like a sword, true power gushed out. Chenzong's finger cut through a stalactite and directly inserted it on the other side of the small pond, making a new stone tablet. Then, Chenzong used his finger like a sword, and also like a master's brush and ink, to draw and write. Heaven bestows treasures, earth breeds spirits, and those who are fated to obtain it must be treated with caution. Do not exhaust the pond. If you exhaust yourself too much, you are afraid of harming yourself. At the end, it was signed with the current year and the two words Chenzong, which represented Chenzong's current point of view. With cultivation and experience, the more one saw and the higher one's realm, the more one would grow, and one would gradually have all kinds of insights. These insights might not be able to increase one's cultivation and strength, but it would allow one to have a clearer understanding of oneself and the world. It was related to one's realm, and also related to one's own path. For example, when dealing with people, one should not go to extremes unless there were great grievances. For example, when fighting, one should not exhaust one's strength unless it was absolutely necessary. Only when one's momentum and strength were inexhaustible can one advance and retreat freely and skillfully. People would have different perceptions at different stages. Now, this represented Chenzong's current point of view. He also felt that this point of view was correct, so he left it for future generations to refer to. After finishing, Chenzong carefully checked the changes in his body. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV7 true martial realm, and the art of traversing had also reached the 32nd level. This kind of improvement was undoubtedly very significant. In normal times, it would be difficult to achieve without more than half a year of hard work. Such an obvious improvement in his cultivation also represented an obvious improvement in his strength. In addition, the improvement in his body refining cultivation was also obvious. Chenzong clenched his hands and felt the terrible power in his arms, as if it could crush everything and destroy mountains. 90,000 jin. Chenzong said to himself. There were 3 levels to the cultivation of the mysterious jade golden bone skill. When the 3rd level was completed, one would have a strength of 100,000 jin. Now that it had reached 90,000 gene, he was even closer to the third level. Cultivation at the peak of LV7 True Martial Realm, True Force at the 32nd level of the Art of Traversing, and Physical Strength of 90,000 gene. When I completely master the 32nd move of the Art of Traversing, I wonder what level my combat strength will reach. Late 3-star or peak 3-star? Or even higher? The 3-star level represented the strength of the geniuses in the frontline camp. If he could reach the peak of the 3-star level, it meant that Chen Zong was among the top geniuses in the frontline camp of Tianjiang Prefecture. Chen Zong did not immerse himself in speculations. He pulled out his long sword and began to practice the art of traversing in the karst cave. His cultivation suddenly rose. From the early stage of LV7 True Martial Realm to the peak, and the art of traversing also rose from the 29th level to the 32nd level. Such an obvious improvement meant that Chen Zong's swordsmanship also rose from the 29th to the 32nd level, which required a progressive process. The sun hung high in the sky. There was no day or night in the sky cloud secret realm. Even the sun was created out of thin air to bring light and heat to the secret realm. It was just like the real world, but it could not be compared to the outside world. It was not perfect enough. There was a forest of rocks scattered randomly. Suddenly, an icy blue blade light broke through the air. The huge rocks were as fragile as tofu and were easily cut open. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, with a little bit of frost. Subsequently, a white and graceful figure flew past at an extremely fast speed like an arrow leaving the bow, leaving behind a faint fragrance in the air. Immediately after, a figure chased after him closely like a maggot in a tarsal bone. "Xuanmei, you can't escape." The malicious voice was like a blade cutting through the air. As the voice was heard, the pursuer waved his hands. The red and blue blades in his hands broke through the air and slashed out red-hot and blue-cold blade chi. Like a swallow's wings, they drew a beautiful arc in the air and attacked the figure in front of him. The two blade chi were unavoidable. Xuanmei pulled out her sword and slashed back. The white sword chi broke through the air. The two blade chi were shattered one after another, but the hot and cold power hit one after another. The strong contrast made it hard for Xuanmei to adapt. She had to use her true power to disperse the hot and cold power, but her speed was affected. The pursuer behind her also closed the distance a little. The one who was chasing Xuanmei was Dan Xianxia, a disciple of the Wanluo sect. He had lost his Xuanmei's secret sword point star before, but this time, he was well prepared and his strength had increased a lot. He even joined forces with others to hurt Xuanmei. Xuanmei knew that she was not his opponent, so she had to use her body movement to escape. She ran quickly and swept through the air. Suddenly, a black light rolled from the side like a blade. It spun rapidly as if it could cut through everything. She used her sword to block it. In the ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, the black light went around the back of the sword and went back the way it came. A black figure rushed out. The wide sleeves of his black robe rolled up, and the black light disappeared into it. The black figure was as fast as a ghost. In the sleeves of his robe, a cold black light bloomed. He attacked again. Behind him, Dan Xianxia's blades also slashed forward. Xuanmei was facing a pincer attack from the two of them. In the face of danger, Xuanmei did not panic in the slightest. Instead, her indifferent face became even colder. The long sword was raised, and the sword light was dazzling. In an instant, it was shot out again and again. She first hit the black light on the side, and then borrowed the momentum to attack Dan Xianxia's twin blades behind her. In terms of strength, both Dan Xianxia and the black-robed man were slightly stronger than Xuanmei. Moreover, she was injured, so it was very difficult for Xuanmei to fight one against two. His face turned red at first, then it turned pale, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Xuanmei also borrowed the force to retreat in the opposite direction, her speed increasing. However, Dan Xianxia seized the opportunity. His two sabers interweaved into an inescapable net. The red and blue were dazzling, blocking Xuanmei's retreat. Sabers and swords clashed, creating countless sparks. The black-robed man closed in on Xuanmei. Through the gaps between the inescapable net, his jet-black dagger was like a poisonous snake coming out of its hole, ruthlessly stabbing towards Xuanmei's neck. The extremely cold killing intent made Xianxia's neck have a layer of goosebumps. Resisting the attacks of the two people with difficulty, Xianxia was forced to fall to the ground, and was surrounded by the two people. You want to release a distress flare? You won't have the chance. Dan Xianxia laughed evilly. Every disciple who entered here carried one or two distress flare with them, so that they could release it when they were in danger, and see if there was anyone nearby who could come to their rescue. Of course, releasing a distress flare could also attract people from other forces, which would bring greater danger. Therefore, generally, no distress flare would be released unless it was a last resort. For example, the Xinjiang sect disciple who was killed by Qinzong had thought of releasing a distress flare in the end, but he was interrupted and killed by Qinzong, so he lost the chance to call for help. Now, Xianxia was facing the same danger. Xianxia was also very hesitant, because among the 5 disciples of the Zhongjian sect who entered the Tianyuan secret territory, her strength was ranked 4th, and Qinzong was the 5th, but in terms of potential, Qinzong was the 1st. If she released a distress flare, Qinzong wouldn't be able to save her if he saw it and came. Xianxia didn't know that Qinzong's strength was now much stronger than when he entered. Junior brother Sanin, you stay on the side and support me. I want to taste the taste of this hidden fragrance sword. Dan Xianxia said with an evil smile on his face. Senior brother Dan, be careful of the beauty's thorns. Sanin, who was covered in a black robe, let out a hoarse laugh, but he didn't intend to attack again. Instead, he retreated a little. If there are thorns, I'll pull them out first. Dan Xianxia said with an evil smile, but what greeted him was Xianxia's cold and sharp sword light. Xianxia, who knew that she couldn't escape, simply gave up the idea of running away, and also gave up the idea of asking for help. She abandoned all distracting thoughts and gave up the escape route. Her heart was overflowing with determination, and an indomitable momentum arose spontaneously. For a moment, Xianxia's sword became fiercer and colder, and even suppressed Dan Xianxia. Dan Xianxia was not in a hurry, because he knew that Xianxia was fighting like a cornered beast. Her momentum would soon be exhausted. At that time, it would be time for him to counterattack, and then he could have a good time. He didn't know if this cold woman would be as passionate as fire after being trained. Dan Xianxia thought to himself as he waved his 2 sabers to resist Xianxia's sharp and cold sword. He only felt that his whole body was burning. Under the continuous attacks, Xianxia couldn't maintain her momentum all the time. Under the influence of her injuries, her momentum gradually weakened. Dan Xianxia keenly grasped the change of Xianxia, and immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. The 2 sabers intertwined, one saber blocked the long sword, and the other slashed out, directly sending Xianxia flying. Her injuries worsened. Unforgiving, Dan Xianxia rushed out. The 2 sabers were as nimble as butterflies, continuously cutting Xianxia's robes, as if he wanted to use this exquisite saber technique to remove Xianxia's robes. Xianxia ignored the opponent's sabers, and allowed them to cut her robes. She completely exploded, pouring her power into the long sword, and the tip of the sword shone like a star. Secret sword point star, the last fight. Even if she died, she wouldn't be humiliated. Sensing Xianxia's sudden burst of killing intent, Dan Xianxia's hair stood on end. This sword was enough to threaten his life. He didn't dare to play around anymore. His true power surged, and the 2 sabers released a dazzling red and blue light aura, like ice and fire intertwining together, continuous and unending, not even a drop of water could pass through. Just like the previous scene. But this time, Xianxia's injuries were severe, and she couldn't use all of her strength. The secret sword point star's power was greatly reduced, but Dan Xianxia was not affected. In a series of ear-piercing metal clashing sounds, countless sparks flew out, and the saber aura shattered. The long sword trembled violently, and the tyrannical power rebounded, causing Xianxia to fly out. Senior Dan, stop playing around, we still need to find treasures. The black-robed Sanin said. What a pity. Dan Xianxia could tell the severity of the situation. If they were in the outside world, he would definitely have a good taste. Unfortunately, they were in the Sky Cloud secret realm, and time was precious. He raised his saber, and the fiery red saber aura slashed down, breaking open the ground, and slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia tried her best to raise her arm and use her sword to block the attack, but her injuries worsened, and her sword seemed to have become incomparably heavy. She could only watch as the blazing red saber aura slashed towards her. Xianxia knew that she was going to die, and her heart was filled with regret. In the blink of an eye, just as the blazing red saber aura slashed towards Xianxia. Senior. Sister. Zwa. The 3 words were filled with concern. The first word seemed to come from the sky, and it quickly approached from afar. The last word sounded like it was right beside her ear. At the same time, Xianxia also saw a flash of silver dazzling sword aura piercing through the void, shattering the red saber aura. Who is it? You're courting death. The moment the saber aura shattered, Xianxia and Xianxia both reacted. They didn't hold back at all, and directly attacked the person who was suddenly approaching from afar. You're the ones courting death. From afar, Qianzong saw Xianxia's appearance. Her killing intent was soaring, and her killing intent was blazing, shooting out from her eyes. She didn't hold back her true power at the peak of the 7th level of the genuine martial realm, and her tyrannical pure yang qi and blood were like waves that could destroy mountains. The terrifying aura blew like a storm, blowing up the surrounding stones and gravel, and then breaking them under the impact of the terrible power. When Qianzong's last word fell, he waved his sword. It was like a horizontal slash, but also a straight stab, tearing through the sky. The incomparably stunning silver sword aura seemed to cross the endless sky, stretching infinitely far away. There was no beginning or end. The ice and fire saber aura was shattered under this sword, and the black saber aura was also turned into powder under this sword. Xianxia and Xianxia didn't have time to react, and the sword aura had already swept past them, disappearing behind them. Xianxia recognized Qianzong. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but found that he couldn't make any sound, because his throat was pierced, and the part that could make a sound was also destroyed. Xianxia was the same, and he couldn't make any sound. One sword, only one sword, Qianzong killed these 2 geniuses whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of the genuine martial realm, and whose combat strength had reached the middle stage of the 3-star level. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened, and she only felt dizzy. This scene was so unimaginable, and it was unbelievable. Among the 5 of them, junior brother Chen, who had the lowest cultivation and the weakest, had actually possessed such terrifying strength. With just one sword strike, he had killed 2 enemies who were even stronger than him. It had been so easy. Compared to the other 2 senior brothers, this kind of strength could only be stronger, not weaker. Only the eldest senior brother, Lin Yuya, could defeat Qin Shidi. Xianxia carried a change of clothes in her mustard seed bag. Qianzong's back was facing Xianxia, and there were boulders all around, so no one else passed by. Xianxia changed her clothes as fast as she could. She took the small yan elixir and used her cultivation method to dissolve the effect of the elixir, allowing her injuries to recover quickly. Qianzong stood guard beside Xianxia so that she could recover her strength peacefully. After her injuries were healed and her strength was fully restored, Xianxia and Qianzong tacitly joined hands and left. Xianxia did not express any sincere gratitude to Qianzong. This gratitude was buried deep in her heart, more profound than any words. Xianxia also did not ask. In such a short period of time, Qianzong's cultivation had improved so much, and so did his strength. Everyone had their own opportunities. However, they were both disciples of the Zhongjing sword sect, so they should help each other. In addition, they had a good relationship, so they acted together. Senior sister, there's an entrance in front. Qianzong's eyesight was better than Xianxia's. Let's go and see. Xianxia did not hesitate. There were many opportunities in the Tianyun secret realm, but whether one could seize them depended on one's own ability. The 2 of them sped up and rushed toward the so-called entrance. The entrance was a wide stone door, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, with a bluish-gray base. It looked very thick and simple. When the stone door opened, they could see a blurry scene inside, but they could not tell what it was. It looked like the mouth of a giant beast waiting to devour everything. At the same time, a person flashed past like lightning, directly rushing into the open stone door and disappearing. Only ripples spread out like water, and then calmed down. Zhong and Xuanmei did not hesitate and rushed into the stone door. The moment they rushed into the stone door stirred up layers of ripples, which made Zhong and Xuanmei feel a resistance, as if they were passing through water. After passing through the invisible ripples, Zhong and Xuanmei appeared inside the stone door. In front of them were 5 forks, each of which was made of thick and hard rocks. At first glance, the 5 forks in the road were not straight ahead. Instead, they were winding around in a very complicated manner. "Junior brother, where should we go?" Xuanmei retracted her gaze and asked. "Here." Zhong chose the path in the middle without hesitation. In fact, there was nothing to hesitate about, because Zhong didn't know where this place was. Zhong didn't know where the 5 forks would lead to either, so he just chose randomly. Zhong was in front, and Xuanmei was behind him. The moment their feet touched the ground, a strong sound of stones rubbing against each other was suddenly heard, accompanied by the sound of rolling gears. The stone wall beside them quickly moved over with an unparalleled momentum. Although Xuanmei's reaction was fast, she was still a bit slower. With a loud bang, a wall separated Zhong and Xuanmei. Zhong unsheathed his long sword and performed the 30-second move of the horizontal swordsmanship with amazing power. It directly slashed at the wall, causing it to shake violently, leaving a 1-meter-long sword mark that was only about an inch deep. "It's so hard." Zhong couldn't help but gasp in shock. With his combat strength of at least the peak of the 3-star level, his sword strike with all his strength could only leave a mark on the wall. This wall was too terrifying. "Junior brother, I'll see you outside." Xuanmei also tried to slash at the wall, but she couldn't do anything, so she had to give up. Her voice became faint through the wall, but it was still heard. "By Zhong." "Senior sister, you must be careful." Zhong replied. He tried to condense his voice into a thin line and transmitted it into Xuanmei's ears. In desperation, the two of them had to act alone before joining forces. They just didn't know if they would meet again. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Zhong turned around and looked ahead. It was a straight passage, going forward as if there was no end. However, Zhong couldn't believe what he had just seen. Taking large strides forward, he paid close attention to his surroundings. After walking for about 10 meters, suddenly, a hard and thick wall rushed out from the side, colliding violently with an astonishing power. "There are no signs, and I can't feel any fluctuations. It's too sudden." Zhong quickly reacted. Relying on his extremely nimble footwork and agile body, he quickly dodged the attack while exclaiming in surprise. There were no signs, and he couldn't feel any fluctuations, which meant that he could only be passive. A thick wall rushed past like a dragon in front of him, and then another thick wall appeared behind him, and then on his left and right. The surroundings changed one after another. Zhong couldn't break through it, so he could only wait. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the walls to stop moving. The path in front of Zhong changed again, and he had to take a detour. Gradually, Zhong was sure that he had entered a maze, and it was a moving maze that could change at any time. So what was the purpose of entering this moving maze? In addition to the changing walls, he could only see thick gray walls, which would make him bored after looking at them for a long time. He didn't encounter any treasures, nor did he meet any enemies. He just kept moving forward. To be honest, Zhong regretted entering here. After all, he came to the Tianyun Mystery Land for various opportunities, but now he was wasting time in this maze. Zhong was looking for the way out. However, as far as he could see, there were more walls, which could change at any time. There was no other good way, so he could only search aimlessly and try his luck. Time passed slowly. Zhong didn't know how long he had been in this moving maze. In addition to the endless walls and paths, Zhong finally saw the third thing, which was a stone house. Outside the stone house, there were walls that rushed past from time to time, as if they were a protective barrier. Zhong struck out with his sword, and the sword light slashed onto the moving wall, directly shattering it, unable to cause the slightest bit of damage. The power that the wall carried was also extremely terrifying, and once one was hit by it, there was a high chance that one would be severely injured. Zhong observed carefully, looking for the patterns of the wall's movements. Then, he used the sweeping in all directions body movement, and his body swept past like a flash of light. However, completely beyond his expectation, the walls suddenly increased their speed and rushed toward Qinzong like a mountain. In the face of danger, Qinzong didn't panic. He unsheathed his two swords and slashed. The terrible power was extremely fierce and overbearing. It was like a falling meteorite, crushing the two swords and bending them. The power made Qinzong's chest tighten, and he felt that his arms were about to break. Behind him, another wall appeared out of nowhere and rushed toward him, forming a pincer attack. If Qinzong was hit, he would become a meat patty. In the face of danger, Qinzong activated his qi and blood, moved his body horizontally in the air, and rushed toward the stone house. It was very dangerous. The two walls collided with each other, like two mountains crashing into each other. The powerful impact with earth-shattering momentum made Qinzong deaf, and only a continuous buzzing sound could be heard. The terrible sound waves bombarded Qinzong forward, and his muscles and bones made a series of sounds. Fortunately, his body refining cultivation had improved a lot, or he would have suffered internal injuries. No matter what, Qinzong finally arrived outside the stone house as he wished. With a bit of anxiety and expectation, Qinzong pushed open the heavy door of the stone house. In the obscure and harsh sound, a unique fragrance filled the air. It was the residual fragrance of elixirs, and there seemed to be more than one kind. Qinzong couldn't help but show a touch of joy. This might mean that there might be some elixirs in the stone house. Qinzong kept a high level of vigilance and walked into the stone house. He didn't encounter any attack. He glanced around. The stone house was not spacious, and Qinzong also saw 3 palm-sized green jade gourds. The color of the jade was pure and deep, and it was a high-quality jade. However, Qinzong was more concerned about the things in the gourds. Not sensing any danger, Qinzong reached out and a green jade gourd flew into his hand. He opened the stopper, and a strong elixir fragrance suddenly filled the air, making Qinzong feel refreshed and clear-headed. There was a gourd of elixirs inside. He poured one out and looked at it carefully. It was about the size of a longan core, and it was black all over. There were traces of silver lines on it, and the fragrance it emitted was very unique. After carefully identifying it and combining it with the ancient books he had read, Qinzong finally determined that it was a very valuable elixir, called the soul-reviving elixir. The soul-reviving elixir was a kind of elixir that could replenish spiritual power in a very short time. Okay. Qinzong smiled happily and immediately put this gourd of soul-reviving elixir into the virtual ring. He picked up the second green jade gourd and opened it. It was a red elixir with golden lines. After identifying it, Qinzong confirmed that it was the Vitality Supplement Elixir, a kind of elixir that could replenish qi, blood, and vitality in an instant. He opened the third green jade gourd and poured out the elixir. The green elixir with purple lines was the Trueness Elixir, a kind of elixir that could restore true power in a very short time with very little impurities. Soul-reviving elixir, Vitality Supplement Elixir, Trueness Elixir. Qinzong was faintly excited. Any of these 3 elixirs could be sold at a very high price in the Tianjiang prefecture. Because the refining of these 3 elixirs was not easy. First, there must be suitable medicinal materials, and second, there must be enough attainments in alchemy. It just so happened that the Tianjiang prefecture did not have such capital, and it was even rarer in the entire Longtu dynasty. There are 66 elixirs in each gourd, and each elixir can restore 30% of my strength in 3 breaths. To be safe, Qinzong took out 6 soul-reviving elixir, Vitality Supplement Elixir, and Trueness Elixir and put them in other jade bottles, and put them into his mustard seed bag in case of an emergency. The other elixirs were stored in the green jade gourd, which could be better preserved and prevent the loss of medicinal power. He put them into the virtual ring. The value of each elixir was very high, at least worth thousands of spiritual shells. The 3 gourds of elixirs were worth more than 100 low-grade spiritual stones, which was enough to make many people of the extreme realm jealous. The 3 green jade gourds' precious elixirs diluted Qinzong's gloominess. He no longer regretted entering the maze. Even if he did not get anything else, Qinzong felt that it was worth it. What the hell is this place? An ancient mountain sect's disciple frowned, his face full of anger. They had been in the moving maze for a long time. They thought that it was an opportunity, but they did not get anything and wasted their time. They could not find the exit. At this time, someone approached the stone door of the moving maze. He looked carefully and felt that it might be an opportunity, so he barged in. It was indeed an opportunity, but whether or not he could find it was not the same. Xianxia's luck was not bad. After a long time, he found a stone house. He rushed into the stone house and found a pill. Other than the medicinal pill, there was also a jade booklet. The contents of the jade booklet were not a cultivation technique, but a record of the medicinal pill. The great refined true pill, it was more than 10 times more valuable than the pure chi elixir. It was different from the pure chi elixir. The great refined true pill was not used to recover true power, but to increase the cultivation of true power. My cultivation is not high enough, and I am not strong enough. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He immediately sat down cross-legged and took other pills to heal himself. After his injuries were healed and his essence, chi, and spirit were adjusted to the peak state, he gently put the very precious great refinement true pellet that was worth a few low-grade spirit stones into his mouth. The great refined true pill melted and flowed into his stomach through his esophagus. It then melted, and a cool feeling spread out, accompanied by a scorching aura. The coldness and heat overlapped and spread to every part of his body. Xianxia immediately activated the 30th level of the art of traversing. The powerful and vigorous traversing true power quickly refined and absorbed the great refined true pill, increasing his true power and cultivation. It was extremely difficult to refine the grand true elixir. Not only did it require high attainments in alchemy, it also required many precious herbs. As of now, there was no grand true elixir recipe in the Longtu dynasty. Naturally, it was impossible to refine it. A heaven-class top-grade cultivation technique and a heaven-class top-grade martial art. Unfortunately, they can't compare to the reigning sword codex. Qianzong flipped through them and put the 2 cultivation method manuals written on unknown animal skins into his virtual ring. Even though he had no use for them, he could bring them back with him to supplement the cultivation techniques and martial arts of the sword sect. Not all heaven-grade cultivation techniques would be recorded in jade scrolls. That was a secret method. Using books to record them was more suitable for dissemination. As Xianxia continued to move forward, he changed according to the changes in the moving labyrinth. Occasionally, he would find some gains, but none of them could compare to the 3 gourds of pills from before. It was better than nothing. The walls of the moving maze changed again. Qianzong stared at the straight tunnel before him. A figure appeared and swept his eyes over. Immediately, an extremely cold murderous intent gushed forth like a torrent from the abyss, causing Qianzong to be stunned. He could not even see the figure clearly. It was as if a mountain of corpses had sunk into a sea of blood. Qianzong felt his blood run cold. He felt as if his pure yang qi and blood were about to freeze. Underworld Raven. The familiar figure and the terrifying murderous intent made Qianzong know who he had met. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong immediately retreated from his original position at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind an afterimage in the air. At the same time, a black-red fine saber light also tore the air apart. It was as agile as a blood-red bird, and as fast as lightning, it tore through the sky and shot toward Yi Shiwen. Before the blade light arrived, the aura it emitted had already made Qianzong's blood run cold. He felt as if his back was being mercilessly torn apart. He did not dare to look back because there was no time. Under the divine profound realm, the floating dust made Qianzong feel the approach of death. He quickly moved his body and displayed the floating swan body technique to the extreme. He moved sideways. The black-red palm-sized blade light swept past him. Although it did not directly touch Qianzong's body, under the terrifying blade light, Qianzong's strong protective true power was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The piercing pain spread to Qianzong's body. He felt as if his whole body was being cut apart. It was just a little bit of the blade light, but it brought such a feeling. Qianzong was extremely shocked. The strength of this underworld raven was really terrifying. Before entering the Sky Cloud secret territory, Lin Yuya had emphasized to Qianzong and the others that if they met underworld raven, no matter what, they should run as far as possible. This was because underworld raven was not only extremely powerful, but also a ruthless person. He never needed a reason to kill. He killed whenever he wanted. Therefore, Chenzong did not hesitate to leave when he saw Underworld Raven. Underworld Raven also did not hesitate to attack. When his blade missed, Underworld Raven's body swept past the passage, leaving behind countless afterimages. He quickly approached Chenzong. The terrifying killing intent was like the water of the abyss, wrapping Chenzong's body. He rushed forward and turned. The black-red blade light broke through the air and directly slashed the wall. The tyrannical power did not destroy the wall, but it left a 2-inch deep blade mark. You can't escape. Under Underworld Raven's cold gaze, a bloodthirsty smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Even his voice was as cold as the wind of hell. The voice was like a knife that entered Chenzong's ears and went straight to his brain. Cold sweat seeped out of Chenzong's forehead. The killing intent that was so terrifying that it almost materialized was too great a threat to him. Underworld Raven's palm slashed vertically like a blade. A black-red blade light a few meters long broke through the air again. This attack was enough to kill a weak 4-star battle strength, not to mention Chenzong's battle strength was not even 4-star. Being in the Illumination Profound Realm allowed Chenzong to perceive the blade light in advance. The extreme sharpness and coldness stimulated the pores on his back, making his hair stand on end. Chenzong dodged again, and the blade light split the afterimage. Underworld Raven was a little surprised. This attack was actually dodged. It was quite incredible. Immediately, Underworld Raven's mouth hung a trace of a smile. As if he had found a new toy, he continuously slashed with one hand like a blade. 3 blade lights were arranged in a row and attacked, sealing off any blind spots and cutting off all possibilities for Chenzong to dodge. Unless Chenzong could turn into a speck of dust, there was no way he could dodge these 3 blade lights. Cold sweat flowed, soaking his entire body. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Pure Xianxia surged like the waves of the sea. His tyrannical true power also rushed to his limbs and bones. Under the Illumination Profound Realm, Chenzong felt that no matter where he dodged, he would not be able to dodge and would be hit by the blade light. Moreover, the blade light was extremely tyrannical. With his current strength, he could not block it at all. What should I do? Should I use the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb? He still had 2 small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bombs left. If he used one, he would have one less. But the Red Thunder Sword was still there. These were all trump cards. If he used them, not only would he be able to block the Underworld Raven's blade light, he might even be able to kill him. However, the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb was an area of effect attack. The Sword Chi could cover a radius of 200 meters. It could not differentiate between friend and foe, and even he would be affected. If he was not careful, he might even die under the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb. Could it be that he could only use the Red Thunder Sword? As this thought flashed through his mind, Chenzong had no choice but to take out the Red Thunder Sword. He turned around and faced the 3 terrifying black and red blade lights. His gaze passed through the 3 blade lights and looked at the Underworld Raven, whose face was filled with killing intent. He was preparing to activate the power of the Red Thunder Sword. Chenzong believed that no matter how strong the Underworld Raven was, he would not be able to block his sword. Suddenly, without any warning, a thick wall came from the side like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the wall blocked the path. The 3 blade lights directly shattered under the impact of the wall. Chenzong could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He put away the Red Thunder Sword and quickly moved forward. The Underworld Raven stopped in front of the wall that suddenly appeared. His gaze was incomparably cold, as if he wanted to pierce through the wall. The killing intent in his heart was like an abyss. He wanted to kill an ant, but in the end, he failed. The reason for his failure was because of this moving maze. Just thinking about it made him feel that his thoughts were not clear. He wanted nothing more than to destroy this maze. However, the Underworld Raven also knew that the walls of the maze were very hard. Even with his full strength, he could only leave a few marks. If he wanted to break through a wall, he would need to use his full strength at least 10 times. Furthermore, the maze was so big. Even if he used all his strength, the damage he could cause would only be a little bit. "Ant, consider yourself lucky." The Underworld Raven's voice was incomparably cold. He did not know that if Chenzong activated the power of the Red Thunder Sword, he would be the one to die. Rather than saying that the moving maze had saved Chenzong's life, it would be more accurate to say that it had unknowingly saved the Underworld Raven's life. Trump cards such as the Small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb and the Red Thunder Sword were only used by Chenzong as a trump card. They were only used as a last resort to save his life. Under normal circumstances, Chenzong would rather face it with his own strength. After all, the Small Thunderbolt Sword Chi Bomb and the Red Thunder Sword were both external items. To a certain extent, external items could be considered as a part of one's strength. However, they were consumables. They belonged to the type that would decrease or even disappear after being used. He could not become dependent on them. Otherwise, if he used them too much and got used to them, what would he do if he ran out of them? The only thing he could rely on was himself. Training and sharpening himself. He would be able to deal with any kind of danger and find a ray of hope in certain death. There was an ancient saying that one who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. The Underworld Raven's pursuit had brought about a life-threatening crisis for Chenzong. It could barely be considered a great disaster. As for whether this could be considered a good fortune later on, Chenzong was not sure. In front of him was a passage. At the end of the passage was a door. A closed door. Chenzong maintained a high level of vigilance. He slowly approached the green-gray stone door and stood in front of it. I wonder what's behind this closed door. Was it an exit, or was it something else? Taking a deep breath, Chenzong calmed down. His palms that were filled with true power landed on the stone door. He pushed it. The stone door was incomparably heavy. It was as hard as a mountain to move. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The mountain wall, which was hundreds of meters high, was filled with natural ravines. Below the mountain wall, Xianxia was casually lying on a smooth rock. He was holding a book made of animal skin in both hands and reading it carefully. Xianxia had a habit, which was to use books to read, as it gave him a better feeling. Therefore, every time he cultivated a new cultivation technique or martial arts, Xianxia would record down the contents after receiving the information in the Jade Book. As long as he was free, he would take it out and read it repeatedly to deepen his understanding. Not knowing if it was a psychological effect or some other reason, Xianxia had done a comparison before. Whether or not he had recorded down the contents of the cultivation technique or martial arts to read had a certain impact on the cultivation efficiency. Although it was not very big, after a long time, it was very obvious. Of course, every time he cultivated the cultivation technique or martial arts to the extreme, Xianxia would also destroy the recorded contents to prevent it from leaking out. What Xianxia was reading now was the contents of the Great True Power of Huntian. The Great True Power of Huntian had a total of 9 levels. Xianxia had cultivated to the 7th level, and he had just broken through to the 7th level. Therefore, what was recorded in the book was the contents of the Great True Power of Huntian from the 1st level to the 7th level. Xianxia also knew that if he was not careful and let the cultivation technique or martial arts be leaked out, it would be a loss. Therefore, he was very careful. Every time he recorded, he would not record everything. Instead, he would record the level of the cultivation technique. This way, even if it was accidentally leaked out, the loss would not be too big. After all, the value of a complete cultivation technique or martial arts and an incomplete one was very different. For example, if the last 2 levels of the Great True Power of Huntian were missing, it would be better to cultivate a complete heaven-level cultivation technique. As he read the contents of the Great True Power of Huntian, he carefully comprehended it. The Great True Power of Huntian in his body was also rapidly circulating, recovering the energy that he had just consumed. At this moment, the mountain wall behind him suddenly emitted a deep and ear-piercing sound. Kacha-kacha, it was continuous and it shocked Xianxia. He closed the book and kept it in his mustard seed bag. He quickly turned around to look. The whole process was like moving clouds and flowing water, but it was also as fast as lightning. His eyes seemed to have a chaotic whirlpool revolving. He looked straight ahead. The mountain wall that originally looked complete suddenly split open like a door. Then, a figure rushed out. "It's you." Xianxia was slightly startled. The person who appeared was the one he had met when his great true power of chaotic heaven broke through to the 7th level. The one who had been scared away by his origin returning 10,000 gathering hands. He did not expect that he would appear in front of him again. This time, you won't be able to escape. Xianxia grinned. Without any hesitation, he lashed out with his palm. Just like the previous time, it was still the 10,000 gathering hands. When the 10-meter-long palm struck down, it was as if the sky was collapsing. Chenzong looked up. The joints and lines on the palm were clearly visible. It was like the palm of a giant, and it came down with a terrifying force that could collapse the earth. Last time, Chenzong felt a great pressure, as if his bones and muscles were about to be crushed. But this time it was different. The pressure was not great, and it did not affect Chenzong at all. This was the calmness brought by the improvement of his cultivation and strength. He unsheathed his sword. The dazzling silver sword light pierced the sky and the 10-meter-long palm at the same time. Under the divine realm, Chenzong could see the weakness of the palm through the floating dust and his superb swordsmanship. His sword pierced right into the origin returning 10,000 gathering hands. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The weakness of the gathering hands caused the origin returning 10,000 gathering hands to be unable to maintain its shape. It dispersed like smoke. This is impossible. Xianxia, who was full of confidence, was stunned. He knew very well how powerful his attack was. It was at the level of a late-stage 3-star battle strength. But it was defeated by the opponent's sword. This meant that the power of the opponent's sword was not below that of the palm. What answered him was Chenzong's sword. The dazzling silver sword light pierced the sky. It was so fast that it was difficult to react. Xianxia's hair stood on end. He felt as if he had been pierced through. The great true force of Huntian surged around his body. He used his body movement technique and transformed into 3 figures. It was hard to tell the real one from the fake one. One figure was pierced through by the sword light. Another figure leaped up quickly and struck out a palm in the air towards Chenzong. The third figure circled around him from the side. He struck out a series of palm shadows, forming an impenetrable wall that crushed towards Xianxia. Chenzong stood motionless. The opponent who could have killed him before was no longer qualified to do so. All of this came from the change in cultivation and strength. With 2 swords in his hands, he struck out. One sword shattered the figure in the air. The other sword shattered the palm wall on the side. At the same time, the palm wall was pierced through, and the figure was shattered. Xianxia's real body suddenly appeared behind Chenzong. He raised his right palm. The great true force of Huntian surged like a huge wave. The force penetrated his palm and carried all the strength in his body to deliver a fatal blow. It was as if the world was turned upside down. This was the killing move of the Guiyuan 1000 gathering hands. Chenzong was caught off guard by such a sudden and terrifying palm strike. It pressed down from the sky, causing the air around Chenzong to solidify. It attacked from different angles, binding Chenzong's body, making it difficult for him to move. It was a sure-kill situation and extremely dangerous. If it were someone with the same combat strength as Xianxia, it would be difficult to deal with it. The Guiyuan 1000 gathering hands struck down fiercely. Chenzong's body was hit and shattered in an instant. However, Xianxia was not happy at all. Instead, his expression changed. He quickly rotated his body like a raging storm. Chenzong's figure disappeared. An extremely bright sword light pierced through the sky. Xianxia looked at it and his eyes were completely filled. It was as if the whole world had disappeared. His hair stood on end. The feeling of death filled his body. Even his blood was frozen. Xianxia had activated the great true force of Huntian to the extreme. He kept strengthening his body protection true force to better protect himself. He also activated the power of the level 2 pseudo-spiritual armor to form a protection. He also waved his palms to form a 3rd layer of protection. However, these 3 layers of protection did not give Xianxia any sense of security. This sword was too powerful. The aura of this ultimate sword was definitely beyond the peak of the 3-star level. It was close to the limit of the 3-star level. It was unstoppable. At the critical moment, a round bead appeared in Xianxia's hand. he crushed it directly. With a pop, a layer of golden light quickly spread out and covered Yin Wuya's body. At the same time, the dazzling silver sword light pierced through the palm, pierced through his body protection true force, and pierced through the protective power of the inner armor. However, it was blocked by the layer of golden armor-like power. Yin Wuya breathed a sigh of relief. The trace of panic in his eyes disappeared. Instead, he calmed down and counterattacked with his palm again. After sending out 2 fierce palm strikes at Qianzong, Yin Wuya used his movement skill and quickly retreated, leaving as fast as he could. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The round bead was a one-time use pseudo-spiritual artifact. It could release an extremely strong defensive power that could withstand the attacks of a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. However, it could not be maintained for long. This one-time use pseudo-spiritual artifact was extremely valuable and precious. He only had one. After all, the 10,000 sifting sect was very powerful and had a deep heritage. However, there were many genius disciples and he could only be regarded as one of the better ones. If his brother Yin Wuqing was not a core disciple of the 10,000 sifting sect, it would have been difficult for him to obtain this 10,000 sifting golden armor bead. His strength was obviously inferior to his opponent's. In order to survive, he could only reluctantly use up the 10,000 sifting golden armor bead. He also had to escape while the 10,000 sifting golden armor bead was still active. However, Qianzong had no intention of letting him go. At first, there was no grudge between them, but Yin Wuya had attacked him twice, especially this time. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Qianzong would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. The golden armor on Yin Wuya's body was indeed beyond Qianzong's expectations. However, as a genius disciple of the 10,000 sifting sect, it was normal for him to have some life-saving means. However, this kind of method could not be maintained forever. Chase. As soon as Qianzong used his movement technique, his speed was faster than Yin Wuya's. He quickly closed in on Yin Wuya, his 2 swords emitting brilliant silver light. In an instant, thousands of swords slashed onto Yin Wuya's golden armor without missing a beat. However, the powerful sword light shattered one after another. Their power was resisted, and they could not hurt Yin Wuya at all. "You can't do anything to me," Yin Wuya said. "You'd better stop now. I can pretend that nothing happened. We'll mind our own business. Otherwise, I won't let you go. My big brother Yin Wuqing won't let you go either." Qianzong's answer was to continuously attack with his sword. If one attack could not break through, then he would attack twice. If 2 attacks were not enough, then he would attack thrice until the golden armor on Yin Wuya's body was broken. This person must be killed. Qianzong did not believe Yin Wuya's words. What did he mean by mind their own business? Yin Wuya would definitely attack him if he had the chance. Damn it. Yin Wuya was furious, but he was not as strong as Qianzong. He took out a black bead and threw it into the air. It was the 10,000 sifting sect's distress signal flare. Yin Wuya wanted to call for help. Qianzong's sword was even faster. With a single slash, the black bead exploded like a firework. Unfortunately, the black bead had not yet risen into the air, so the people in the distance could not see it. There was no one nearby except for the 2 of them. The sword light was like a torrent, extremely violent. The golden armor that could withstand the power of a pseudo-transcendent gradually weakened as time passed. It was also weakened by the tens of thousands of slashes from Qianzong's 2 swords. Then, to Yin Wuya's horror, the 2 swords pierced through the air. One of the swords cut through the dimmed golden armor, while the other cut through Yin Wuya's neck, killing him instantly. Even before his death, Yin Wuya's face was still filled with horror. Qianzong, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally killed this guy. The golden armor's defense was really too strong. After tens of thousands of slashes, if it was not for the fact that its duration was up, it would have been difficult to break it, let alone kill Yin Wuya. Qianzong quickly took out a returning to truth pill and swallowed it. Immediately, the pill quickly dissolved. In just 2 breaths, Qianzong felt that his true qi had recovered by 30%. End of chapter. After Yin Wuya's death, his belongings naturally became Qianzong's spoils of war. There were many spirit shells and some elixirs in the mustard seed bag, but what really interested Chenzong was the handwritten cultivation method. Great true force of Huntian. Chenzong's eyes shone with a sharp light, and he quickly flipped it open to read. Chenzong's reading speed was extremely fast, and his comprehension and memory were extremely strong. Not long after, he finished reading the 7 layers of content of the Great Chaotic Heaven True Power. Disciples of Wanluo Sect. Great True Force of Huntian. 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 Huntian power breaking. Could it be that this great true force of Huntian is the peerless heaven-level cultivation method left by Martial King of Huntian? Thinking of this, Chenzong was shocked. The cave residence left by Martial King of Huntian on the bank of sinking Feather River in Tianjiang Prefecture was discovered. After a fight, a disciple of Wanluo sect finally took away a low-grade spiritual weapon and a jade booklet. What was recorded in the jade booklet was most likely the great true force of Huntian. Otherwise, how could it have such a coincidental name? Although there were only 7 levels, Chenzong could also infer the power of the great true force of Huntian from its mystery. It surpassed the Zonghing skill and was a peerless heaven-level cultivation method. I really have an affinity with Martial King of Huntian. Chenzong could not help laughing. But unfortunately, he only got the first 7 levels of great true force of Huntian. There were still 2 levels left. Even if the 7th level of Great True Force of Huntian is cultivated, it is only equivalent to the 29th to 32nd level of the Zonghing skill. Unless I can get the complete Great True Force of Huntian, there is no need to change my cultivation. Chenzong shook his head and said to himself. The Zonghing skill and the Zonghing sword skill could be combined to exert a stronger power. Therefore, it was ranked at the top of the peerless heaven-level cultivation method. Only by using the Zonghing sword skill could the power of the Zonghing sword skill be exerted to the extreme. Therefore, Chenzong wouldn't consider changing his cultivation if it wasn't a complete extreme heaven-level cultivation method. Even if he got an extreme heaven-level cultivation method, he wouldn't change his cultivation. That meant that he had to find another extreme heaven-level sword technique that was at least of the extreme heaven level. However, not changing his cultivation did not mean that it was useless. At the very least, Chenzong could comprehend its essence and strengthen his foundation. If possible, he could even integrate its essence into his overbearing skill to further enhance his overbearing skill. After reading it a few more times, Chenzong memorized the first 7 levels of the great true power of Huntian without missing a single word, and then destroyed it. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound reverberated throughout the entire pocket dimension. Even the ground, which stretched for hundreds of kilometers, shook violently. It was as if the world was about to be turned upside down. What's going on? Many people looked up at the sky in shock. Accompanied by the violent tremors of the earth, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, and the scorching sun that seemed to never fall rapidly turned dark red, as if it was dyed in blood. Countless dark clouds grew from all directions and quickly spread out like splashes of ink. When the scorching sun turned completely blood red, as if it was soaked in countless ancient blood, it seemed as if it was about to drip down. Streaks of blood-red light shone down from the sky. As the blood-red light sprinkled down, the tremors on the ground suddenly became several times stronger. The mountain rocks changed drastically, and the red light spread out like ripples. In a short period of time, it spread across the entire pocket dimension. There was no way to avoid it. When the red light swept past their bodies, they all felt cold and terrifying. A kind of restrained deep ancient pressure made them unable to move, as if their blood was frozen and their true power was frozen. After a while, the tremors on the ground stopped, but the blood-red sun in the sky was still there. Only then did the people slowly regain their vitality. Their faces were full of shock. Immediately, they looked at the same place, directly below the blood-red sun. Let's go. One by one, they moved forward. Chenzong was among them. This kind of violent tremors and changes meant that something had happened. Perhaps, it was a great opportunity. What could it be? Underworld Raven, who had just rushed out of the moving maze, had a chilling smile on his face. His eyes, which were filled with cold murderous intent, looked at the blood-red sun. His figure trembled, and like a crow from hell, he swept out at an extremely fast speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. No matter what it is, it belongs to me, Long Xianxia. The young man from the imperial family, who was dressed in a golden robe and had a flood dragon, stood on a small hill with his hands behind his back. He looked at the blood-red sun and muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, but it contained the will to dominate everything. It was as if whatever he said was the truth. Then, he leaped out like a golden flood dragon, and he was as fast as lightning. The rumbling sound rang out again, and a cloud of dust billowed into the air. It was caused by mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba's continuous running. He ran wildly all the way, and he did not dodge the stones he encountered. He directly smashed them into pieces. He did not go around the trees he encountered either. No matter what was in front of him, mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, would not avoid it. Instead, he crushed it in the most unyielding and domineering manner. Wherever he passed, everything would be destroyed. He was like an ancient mammoth rampaging, destroying everything in his path. Mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba's direction was also under the blood-red sun. The geniuses who were not trapped rushed towards the blood-red sun at their fastest speed. They all believed that it was an opportunity, and not an ordinary one. It was a great opportunity that could not be missed. A battle between dragons and tigers was about to unfold. Directly under the blood-red sun, there was originally a bumpy land with piles of stones and towering trees. However, at this time, the land had changed greatly. The stones were broken, and the trees were broken. An ancient tomb group that stretched for dozens of miles stood there, constantly emitting vicissitudes of life, as if it had existed for countless years. In front of this group of tombs, there was only one entrance. It was a tall and heavy stone door. On the side of the stone door, there was a 5-meter-tall gray stone tablet. There were 4 big words on the stone tablet. Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb. The 4 words were red, as if there was blood flowing in them, and it was almost dripping. It was a shocking sight, and it made people's hair stand on end. Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb. What is this place? It is said that the biggest opportunity in the Heavenly Cloud Secret Land is a huge ancient tomb group, which contains countless opportunities. Is this the Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb? It should be the Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb. It is said that when the Heavenly Cloud Secret Land appeared last time, there were no ancient trees. I don't know why it appeared this time. The Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb represents endless opportunities. No matter why it appears, I have to go in. After that, someone took the lead and rushed into the dark door of the tomb without hesitation, and disappeared inside. Let's go. I want to go in too. Without much hesitation, they all rushed into the tomb. Not long after, Chenzong also arrived and looked at the group of ancient tombs with a shocked expression. The Heavenly Cloud Ancient Tomb. After thinking for a while, Chenzong quickly used his body movement and rushed to the stone door that looked like the mouth of an exotic beast. His body seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. A burst of coldness spread all over his body, as if it was going to freeze his blood and everything. Immediately, the feeling of coldness receded, and a trace of decay pervaded his body, with the vicissitudes and ancientness of the passage of time. This was a building that looked like a hall. For ancient and thick gray pillars supported the hall, and the walls were engraved with murals. There were birds, beasts, and people. In addition, there were also strange things that looked like humans and beasts. Many people spread out and began to search everywhere. Suddenly, a kacha-kacha sound rang out, and a door big enough for one person to pass through cracked open on one side of the wall. The person who opened the door was startled at first, then became delighted, and rushed in without any hesitation. The others also reacted quickly and rushed to the door, but the door closed quickly, and only 5 people rushed in. Let's find it. There must be other doors. They all seemed to be more motivated. Not long after, other people opened other doors. This time, they were prepared and reacted faster. Chenzong carefully searched. Suddenly, he pressed down on a very inconspicuous protrusion on the wall behind him. With a kacha sound, a door appeared on the wall a dozen or so meters away from Chenzong. Suddenly, wolf-like gazes swept over, like sharks that had smelled blood. They all rushed over. Without any hesitation, Chenzong rushed to the door directly. At the same time, a person closer to the door slashed with his saber, and the horrible saber light chopped at Chenzong with killing intent. If Qianzong insisted on rushing into the door, he would be hit by the saber light. With no other choice, Qianzong could only draw his sword and shatter the saber light. His body also paused slightly because of this. The person who drew the saber quickly closed in, sweeping up a torrential saber light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Qianzong. The saber was very powerful, reaching the limit of 3-star level, and it brought a lot of pressure to Qianzong. The man quickly withdrew his saber and rushed into the door. At the same time, the saber light was shattered by Qianzong. Qianzong also rushed over quickly, and the man pulled out his saber again, trying to stop Qianzong. Under the two swords, the saber light was shattered. Qianzong rushed out, but the door closed quickly, blocking Qianzong's way. The saber light chopped at the closed door, and it directly shattered, leaving no trace. Qianzong's face was cold, and his eyes were full of killing intent. He stared at the wall near the door, as if he could see through it. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his anger, Qianzong could only continue to search. Any door that had been opened could not be opened again after it was closed. However, the number of doors in the ancient tomb was limited, and there were many people fighting for them, and they were all very cunning. Once they entered, they would release attacks to stop others as much as possible. After all, everyone knew that opportunities were limited. The fewer people fighting for them, the greater the chance of getting an opportunity. Another door was opened, and the competition was even fiercer. Everyone attacked without mercy, and it was obvious that if they made progress, others would not be able to enter. In an instant, Qianzong felt that the layers of defense set up by his two swords were broken, and then the defensive power of the second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon was also broken. Finally, the genuine power shield was broken, and several powerful attacks fell directly on his body. Fortunately, in an emergency, he activated the first and second levels of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique to the extreme, forming a fourth layer of defense, which weakened the attacks to the greatest extent. Even so, Qianzong was seriously injured, both internally and externally. But what was worth being happy about was that he had taken such a risk and finally rushed through that door. The power of the 1,000-year tree heart quickly spread out, and a cool air surrounded his body, quickly reducing the pain caused by the injuries. In addition, with the self-healing ability of his physique, his internal and external injuries were quickly healed. Not long after, the serious injuries were quickly healed. Qianzong dared to take such a risk because of his strong physique and the amazing healing effect of the 1,000-year tree heart. Except for Qianzong, no one else entered here. They were still fighting, but the door was already closed. The tomb chamber was dozens of square meters in size and was built with dark gray stones. On the right wall, there was a hook-like lamp made of bronze, and a thumb-sized cyan flame was lit on it. The light cyan flame spread out and reflected on the surroundings, adding a bit of gloomy coldness. On the left, there was an ancient bronze coffin, which looked even more gloomy under the cyan flame. It was quiet all around, and the silence was even more frightening. In front of him, there was a long corridor, and the end was pitch black, and he didn't know where it led. The whole tomb chamber gave Qianzong the feeling of death, darkness, and gloom, which was enough to frighten timid people into not daring to move. Powerful people were bold. Qianzong was not afraid, but he didn't underestimate it either. He kept a high level of vigilance, and after looking back and forth, his eyes finally fell on the ancient bronze coffin. The lid of the ancient bronze coffin was closed, and he didn't know what was inside. A treasure, or a corpse? After thinking for a while, Qianzong pulled out his sword, and with a skillful force, he swept the lid of the ancient bronze coffin. The heavy lid was lifted and flew up under Qianzong's sword. A black aura permeated the air like smoke, accompanied by a rotten and nauseating smell. With the help of the dim flame and sharp eyes, he saw a mummy in tattered clothes lying in the coffin. As if it had smelled the smell of a living person, the mummy's motionless and turbid eyes suddenly trembled, and emitted a cold and terrifying light. Qianzong up to it immediately, and then it let out a soul-stirring roar like a beast, which echoed in the tomb chamber. Suddenly, the mummy bounced up from the coffin like a spring and flew towards Qianzong like an arrow leaving the bowstring. It opened all 10 fingers of both hands, and the 10 fingers were like fine steel. They were like ghost claws that brought with them an eerie chill. Along with the impact of the strong decaying aura, it wanted to tear Qianzong apart. Qianzong unsheathed his sword, and the sword light broke through the air, like the sound of leather being beaten. The mummy flew backward, and the skinny but extremely hard body hit the wall of the tomb chamber, making a dull and loud sound. Chenzong frowned slightly. He saw that the mummy's robe was even more torn where the sword had hit it, and the greenish-gray skin was exposed. It was as tough as an old cow's skin, and the sword had only slightly split it open. The strength of the mummy's body was amazing. As soon as the mummy landed, it bounced off its feet and flew toward Chenzong at a faster speed, like a flash of lightning. The sword light flashed again, and the mummy flew backward again, faster than the last time. It hit the hard wall, and the wall made a cracking sound, as if it was slightly broken. The powerful impact caused the mummy to be stuck to the wall. After a few breaths' time, the mummy finally broke free and fearlessly pounced towards Chenzong once again. Accompanied by a series of roars that made one's heart flutter, a foul stench spewed out from its open mouth. 100% power, the 30-second move of the horizontal sword technique, cut, the mummy's skinny skull-like head flew up directly, and its body was also cut back. It hit the wall again, and its limbs twitched a few times. After falling to the ground, it curled up and stopped moving. Finally, it was dead, but Chenzong did not feel relaxed at all. He had to use all of his power to activate the 30-second move of the horizontal sword technique to kill it. It would be difficult to do it if he was a little weaker, which showed that the mummy's strength was terrible. One mummy would be fine, but if there were a few of them, the pressure would be great. If there were more than 10 of them, Chenzong would have to run for his life. Chenzong threw away all distracting thoughts. Since he was here, he would do his best. He appeared beside the bronze coffin and looked inside to see if there was anything else, but there was nothing. Then he used his 2 swords to pick up the mummy's body, but found nothing useful, so he quickly walked forward. Die! With a loud roar, a wild and violent fist violently smashed into the shriveled and emaciated body that was emitting a decaying aura. It was directly forced back and smashed into the wall like a meteorite. The frightening impact caused the shriveled corpse to spread out and hang on the wall like a painting. It was unable to move for a moment. On the other side, the 2 mummies attacked from the left and the right at the same time. They were as fast and fierce as ancient beasts, and they were not afraid of death. Boom! Boom! 2 more punches were thrown, and the 2 mummies hit the wall like the first one, and then they slid down. They were the disciples of the ancient mountain sect, and they were good at fist techniques. They were as powerful and domineering as the mountains. However, the disciple of the ancient mountain sect was not happy at all. Instead, his face was ashen. He did not know when a scratch had appeared on his arm. It was a very, very small scratch. Normally, it would be completely negligible. With his body, he could heal it in a short period of time. But now, traces of numbness and itchiness spread from the small wound, accompanied by a tingling sensation. The blood that oozed out was not red, but had a little bit of filthy gray pus. It also emitted a strong fishy smell. Corpse poison, he did not know when the mummy's claws brushed past him, and he was poisoned. Circulating his cultivation method, he activated his tyrannical and heavy strength. Along with the wriggling muscles of his arm, he pressed the corpse poison out of the wound bit by bit. If he was given a little more time, he would definitely be able to do it. However, the problem was that after the 3 mummies landed, they stood up shakily and quickly recovered. They then flew over from 3 different directions, interrupting the ancient mountain sect disciples' movements. After a series of fierce battles, the corpse poison on his arm also spread quickly. His entire arm began to feel numb, and he could not use much strength. His head began to feel dizzy, and there were double images in front of him. One of the mummies was killed, and it died in pieces. The other 2 mummies were also injured, but they left more wounds on the ancient mountain sect disciple's body, causing the corpse poison to spread further throughout his body. His whole body was numb, and it was difficult for him to deal with the 2 mummies. They flew to his body, and one after the other, the mummies opened their black mouths, revealing sharp shark-like teeth, and bit the ancient mountain sect disciple's body. After biting a piece of flesh and chewing, the blood mixed with corpse poison spread out and poured into the mummies' mouths. The 2 mummies suddenly roared loudly, as if they were very excited, and crazily ate the flesh and blood. In just a few breaths, the ancient mountain sect disciple could not even breathe. Half of his body was bitten and swallowed, and even his hard bones were chewed and eaten. The bodies of the two dried corpses also underwent a drastic change. Their bodies trembled incessantly, and under their skin that was as tough as old leather, their steel-like bones trembled incessantly, emitting a series of explosive sounds that resounded in the surroundings. As they stretched, the bodies of the dried corpses seemed to have become even taller. Then, the shriveled skin quickly expanded like a balloon, and became full. In just a few dozen breaths, the two mummies had undergone a drastic change. They were completely different from before, and they looked like they were full of flesh and blood, as if they had turned from mummies into humans. However, it was still not a human. It still had grayish-green tough skin, a bald head, turbid eyes filled with cold bestiality, and a decaying aura. However, compared to before, it seemed to have changed greatly. It had become much stronger. Roar, roar. After the two mutated mummies let out an astonishing roar, their turbid and cold eyes swept around, as if they had a little wisdom and could make a judgment. Immediately, they jumped and quickly rushed forward along the tomb's passage, as fast as lightning. The difference from before could be seen from their bodies. When they were still mummies, they looked very stiff, but now, they had become flexible. Similar scenes were playing out everywhere. People who entered constantly encountered mummies. Some opened the bronze coffin lids like Xianxia, while some mummies broke the bronze coffin lids and rushed out. As the shrieks of the mummified corpses spread, more and more coffin lids in different parts of the tomb opened. Mummified corpses rushed out one after another like a pack of mad dogs. They all rushed towards the place where there was the scent of living people. It was as if the blood dripped into the sea and was smelled by sharks, and groups of sharks rushed over. Some mummies were beheaded, but there were also warriors whose flesh and blood were devoured by mummies. As long as they ate a piece of warriors' flesh and blood, the mummies' bodies would undergo a drastic change. They would become plump, flexible, and stronger. Ants. The underworld raven's voice was a bit hoarse, and it carried an extremely cold killing intent. His palm slashed through the air, and a black and red blade light quickly spread through the air like a silk thread. The three mummies that had completed their transformation quickly approached the underworld raven from 3 different directions, and they all moved to kill the underworld raven. However, the black and red blade light swept past them. Their tyrannical bodies were unable to resist the black and red blade light of the underworld raven, and they were directly cut apart. In the blink of an eye, the 3 mummies that had become even more tyrannical, and were able to contend with an early stage 4-star warrior, were cut into pieces. They couldn't be more dead. However, the underworld raven was as relaxed as crushing 3 ants. His body flashed, and he swept forward like a crow from hell, turning into a black line and disappearing. So powerful. The 2 swords vibrated as Xianxia was blown away. He was extremely shocked. Before, he could kill the mummy with 1 sword attack with all of his power. But right now, the 30-second movement of the horizontal sword art was broken through by the mummy, and he was blown away as well. Xianxia had seen the mummy's transformation with his own eyes. From the clues, Xianxia deduced that the mummy would change once it ate the flesh of a living person. Not only would it change in shape, but it would also become more powerful. However, Xianxia did not know if it would require the flesh of a powerful warrior or any living person. There was no way to prove it, and Xianxia would not try to do so either. Unless I use the Star Scar sword to perform the Starpoint secret art, it would be hard to kill it. Xianxia thought to himself. The difference between an extreme 3-star warrior and an early 4-star warrior was very obvious. Xianxia knew that even if he used the Star Scar double swords to push his power to the extreme, he would only be able to reach the early 4-star level. Only by performing the Starpoint secret art would he be able to reach the early 4-star level. However, this kind of early 4-star level came from the Starpoint secret art, so it would only last for a short while. Therefore, it could not be counted as his real battling power. Xianxia switched to the Star Scar double swords and threw out dark blue sword lights. They were like the traces left by shooting stars in the sky. The mummy that had changed in shape, no, it should not be called a mummy anymore. It should be called a blood corpse. However, it was extremely powerful. It kept chasing after Xianxia. As it waved its arms, it shattered all of the Star Scar sword lights, turning them into countless light spots. Not only did the blood corpse's body and strength change, even its intelligence had changed a little. It could smell the incomparably exuberant blood energy fluctuations on Xianxia's body. It was like the most delicious food, producing an incomparable temptation to it. This blood corpse's simple intelligence allowed it to be sure of one thing. As long as it could eat Xianxia, it would definitely experience a second change and become even more powerful. And its feeling was not wrong. Xianxia had a very powerful body refining power. His pure yang qi and blood contained a lot of energy, which was very beneficial to the blood corpse. Xianxia once again experienced the feeling of helplessness. Like maggots in the bones, they pursued him relentlessly. But in the end, he had been training very hard. His speed of improvement was very fast, but he had not been training for long. Xianxia rushed into a giant tomb chamber, but his face changed. A few figures appeared in another tunnel that connected to the tomb chamber. They were blood corpses. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia was surrounded by 6 blood corpses. Above him was the ceiling of the tomb, below him was the floor, and to the left and right were the walls. Every part of the tomb was extremely hard and impenetrable. The 6 blood corpses let out low growls and quickly surrounded Xianxia. They cut off all his escape routes and quickly closed in on him. The smell of decay was strong, and Xianxia's face became dignified. 6 blood corpses, any one of them had the strength of an early 4-star master. If it was only one of them, he might have a chance to kill it, but 6 of them was too difficult. The cold and cruel eyes of the 6 blood corpses released an incomparable thirst, thirsting for Xianxia's flesh and blood. That was enough to make them undergo a second transformation. Turbid and smelly saliva dripped from their mouths, making a crisp sound. Unable to retreat, Xianxia clasped a small thunderbolt sword chi ball, and without hesitation, activated its power and threw it out. At the same time, Xianxia also used his fastest speed to rush towards the bronze coffin not far away, activating his own defensive power. The small thunderbolt sword chi ball exploded, and countless silver sword chi shot out, tearing the sky apart and directly covering the entire tomb. This was equivalent to a strike from a pseudo-transcendent realm master, so no matter how tyrannical the blood corpses were, they were unable to resist. Their tyrannical bodies were directly torn apart and turned to dust. The terrifying silver sword chi shot out in all directions, continuing for a few breaths of time before stopping. The 6 blood corpses had completely disappeared, not even a trace of them could be found. The roof, walls, and floor of this tomb were all filled with holes. These holes were all caused by the small thunderbolt sword chi ball sword chi, each one as thick as a finger and several inches deep. In addition, the bronze coffin had also been pierced by the terrifying sword chi, riddling it with thousands of holes. Xianxia, who was hiding behind the ancient bronze coffin, was still alive. He had only been slightly shaken by the shockwaves and suffered some internal injuries. Fortunately, he had the ancient bronze coffin. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by the terrifying sword chi of the little thunderbolt sword chi bullet, just like the 6 dried corpses. I wonder when I'll be able to release such an attack. Xianxia stood up and swept his eyes around, shocked and horrified. As for the injuries on his body, under his self-healing ability and the power of the 1,000-year tree heart, they had quickly healed. Looking around, the bronze coffin lid was opened, but there was no corpse inside. Instead, there was a black inner armor lying quietly inside. This surprised Xianxia. It turned out that there were not only corpses inside the bronze coffin, but also other things. Raising his hand and grabbing, the black inner armor flew into his hand. It was cold and soft to the touch, making Xianxia feel refreshed. Without a doubt, this black inner armor was a pseudo-spiritual weapon, but it was impossible to tell what level it was just by looking at it. Xianxia poured his power into it and activated the inner armor's power. In the midst of a buzzing sound, a black light quickly spread out, filling the surroundings. The black light was soft and tough. Level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor. Xianxia's face was full of surprise, and then he was pleasantly surprised. No matter if it was a pseudo-spiritual weapon or a spiritual weapon, defensive ones were often more valuable than weapons. The value of this level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor was not much less than the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon set of the Star Scar double swords. Without any hesitation, Xianxia directly put on this level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor. Even without activating its power, its material was better than a level 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon, and it had a stronger defensive ability. The Star Scar double swords can make my attacking power stronger than a normal peak 3-star warrior. It can barely approach the early 4-star level, but it is still not as strong as a real early 4-star warrior. And the level 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon inner armor can make my defensive ability even stronger. Combined, it can only make me better at fighting against an early 4-star warrior. Qianzong thought to himself, I can only rely on myself, but my cultivation is still my shortcoming. Even if he had a lucky encounter and raised his true force cultivation to the peak of LV7 true martial realm, it would still be difficult for him to deal with such a situation. At least, I need to be at LV8 true martial realm, Qianzong thought to himself. However, the more he cultivated, the harder it was to raise his cultivation. Under normal circumstances, Qianzong knew that it would take him at least 3 months to break through from the peak of LV7 true martial realm to the early stage of LV8 true martial realm. I only hope that I can gain something from here so that I can break through to LV8 true martial realm as soon as possible. Only then will I have a better chance of surviving here. Unfolding his body, Qianzong chose a direction and continued to move forward. Not long after, a figure came to this tomb chamber. Seeing the potholes in all directions, his face suddenly changed. Who is it? How can the attack be so strong? Underworld Raven? Or Lan Xinchen? Glancing at the ancient bronze coffin, the person hurriedly left, not daring to stay any longer. He knew how hard the walls of this ancient tomb were. It was hard to imagine how strong the attack was to cause such damage. Hehe, even if you transform, you are still no match for me. The water-covering elephant Wei Hai rubbed his bald head. His finger brushed past the hideous scar. His eyes flickered with a vicious light as he stared at the roaring blood corpse in front of him. Treasure Mountain Prefecture's 4 symbols and 3 mountains, each one of them had at least 4-star combat strength. Although water-covered elephant Wei Hai was ranked 7th, his combat strength was also very strong. He was even stronger than a normal 4-star warrior. The Treasure Elephant's martial arts focused on both body cultivation and true force condensation. With the combination of the two, it could release an even more terrifying power. Although the blood corpse was strong, it had only just reached the 4-star warrior level. It was not a match for a genius like Wei Hai. As the blood corpse moved, it quickly bounced off the walls of the tomb chamber and charged at Wei Hai from behind. Its corpse claws viciously clawed at Wei Hai's back. Get lost. Wei Hai quickly turned around and fiercely punched out. The terrifying fist pressure caused the blood corpse's body to pause for a moment before it was sent flying by the ferocious punch. Just as Wei Hai was about to follow up with another punch, 2 more blood corpses suddenly rushed over from the other passageways. Wei Hai had a high level of body cultivation. His powerful qi and blood would spread out far and wide, attracting more blood corpses. 1 blood corpse was nothing. Even if there were 2 or 3 blood corpses, Wei Hai would still be able to deal with them easily. However, when there were 5 blood corpses, that kind of pressure caused Wei Hai's face to turn serious. The blood corpse's body was very strong. He could not kill it with 1 punch. No, he could do it, but it would require him to use all of his strength. There would be a short period of exhaustion. If there was only 1 blood corpse, it would not be a big deal. However, there were 5 of them. Once he was exhausted, it would be very dangerous. I can only use the exploding fist bead. Wei Hai secretly said, taking out a golden bead. After crushing it, a golden light covered his fist, exuding a terrifying aura. As he punched out, the air in the tomb chamber trembled, making it seem as if the entire chamber was about to collapse. Under the terrifying pressure of his fist, the 5 blood corpses were unable to move and could only be hit by his fist one after another before exploding. This terrifying punch was at least on the level of a pseudo-transcendent. Wei Hai felt very regretful. If he was a bit stronger, he would not have needed to waste this exploding fist bead, but there was no other way. The longer he fought against 5 blood corpses, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. After killing the 5 blood corpses, for some unknown reason, a group of dried corpses and several blood corpses appeared from both sides of the tunnel. They quickly crawled across the floor, walls, and ceiling, approaching at an astonishing speed. Come, let me kill all of you. Wei Hai roared furiously. There were countless chambers in the dozens of miles of ancient tombs. Between the chambers, there were countless interconnected passages. It was very complicated, just like a maze. Moreover, the size and shape of each chamber were almost the same, making it even harder for people to distinguish them. There were also dried corpses and blood corpses, making it even more dangerous. With the help of the exploding fist bead, Wei Hai threw out a punch, shattering a few dried corpses. The shockwave spread out and blew away the blood corpses that were charging at him, crashing into the wall and breaking all of their bones. No matter how many dried corpses there were, they could not block one punch from Wei Hai. This kind of tyrannical power made Wei Hai laugh out loud. However, he did not get carried away. He knew that it was the power of the exploding fist bead that made him this powerful, and not his own power. While killing the dried corpses and blood corpses, he quickly retreated, wanting to leave this tomb. An extremely violent roar was heard, as if it was an order. More dried corpses and blood corpses rushed at Wei Hai without any fear of death. The power of the exploding fist bead was indeed powerful, but it could not be maintained for long. Gradually, the golden light on the fist dimmed. The moment the golden light disappeared, two scarlet lights sliced through the air. A tyrannical figure flew over like lightning, bringing with it an extremely tyrannical power. Wei Hai was shocked, hurriedly throwing out a punch. With a rumbling sound, a shockwave spread out. Wei Hai's face suddenly changed, and he was extremely shocked. The impact of the violent power had blown Wei Hai away, and he felt as if his arm had been destroyed. His whole body crashed into the wall, and his whole body hung on the wall like a painting. His muscles and bones creaked, as if they were about to fall apart. Wei Hai's body slid down, and he finally saw his target clearly. It was also a blood corpse, but it was different from the blood corpses he had killed before. This one was taller and stronger, and its eyes were emitting a scarlet light, looking extremely evil. Without a doubt, this blood corpse was even more tyrannical than the normal ones. That punch just now, Wei Hai felt that it was at least a mid-stage 4-star battle power, or even higher. His whole body was exhausted, and that tall blood corpse once again rushed at him. Its speed was extremely fast, like thunder breaking through the sky. Wei Hai didn't even have time to react. He didn't even have time to take out the second exploding fist bead before the tall blood corpse punched him. His chest caved in and his sternum shattered, stabbing into his organs. No matter how strong Wei Hai's body was and how tenacious his life force was, his injuries were too severe. He could only resist for a moment. Soon after, the blood corpse opened its bloody mouth, and its sharp teeth that could crush steel viciously bit down on Wei Hai's neck, directly tearing off a large piece of flesh. After chewing and swallowing, it didn't take long for Wei Hai to be eaten by this tall and strong blood corpse. When the blood corpse swallowed Wei Hai, it suddenly let out an astonishing roar, and the impact caused the tomb to tremble slightly. The tall blood corpse trembled continuously, and the bones all over its body let out a series of explosive sounds. And even more berserk chi rushed out. Scarlet blood gushed out from its eyes. Gradually, as the tall blood corpse transformed, a layer of light red keratin covered its skin, making it look even tougher. If an experienced person were to see this, he or she would be very surprised, because this blood corpse had undergone a second transformation, turning into a blood corpse general. When the transformation stopped, the blood corpse, which was even more ferocious and tyrannical than before, swept its scarlet eyes across the area. It seemed to have sensed the aura of a living person in the air. Soon after, a strange smile appeared on its ice-cold and sinister face. Its figure flashed, and a sharp explosion sounded out as it disappeared. A dot of dark blue bright star light pierced through the air, bringing with it the pressure of a falling star. It suppressed everything, making that blood corpse unable to move for a second. Then, a dot of star light pierced through between its eyebrows. Secret art. Star point. The star point performed with the star scar sword was even more powerful. It had directly killed a blood corpse, and that horrifying power had even shattered the insides of the blood corpse's skull. No matter if it was a blood corpse or a dry corpse, they only had one weakness, which was the head. It was either to cut off the neck and separate the head from the body, or to destroy the insides of the head. After performing the star point to kill the blood corpse, Chen Zong hurriedly took out a Zhen Qi pellet and ate it. His Jin Qi recovered by 30%, and then, with the circulation of his martial art, it recovered rapidly. Luckily, it was only a blood corpse, or else Chenzong would not dare to perform his secret art. In this ancient tomb, Chenzong could not find a chance to train properly. Of course, if he wanted to break through to the 8th level of the true martial realm, he would have to train hard for at least a couple of months, and this place was not suitable. As he continued to move forward, he encountered more dry corpses. With his 2 swords, the dry corpses were beheaded one after another. When he passed through another tunnel, Chenzong stopped. The front was different from what he had seen before. It seemed to be the end of the tunnel, and it was a huge tomb room. There was an entrance to the tomb room, and there were thick pillars on both sides, making it look like a palace. According to the structure of the tomb, this should be the main tomb in the center. Chenzong was excited. He did not know if he could find anything useful in the main tomb. The main tomb was not small, but the door was tightly shut. Before Chenzong could move, there was the sound of wind breaking, and other people arrived. There were 5 tunnels connected to the main tomb. Not long after, 7 or 8 people rushed in from each tunnel. The main tomb. There must be treasures in the center of the tomb. Their eyes lit up. They could survive until now under the siege of the dry corpses and blood corpses, not only because they were strong, but also because they were lucky. Junior brother. A familiar voice sounded, and Chenzong knew who it was. Senior brother. Chenzong turned his head and saw Lin Yuye appear beside him in a flash. Seeing that Chenzong was still alive and intact, Lin Yuye breathed a sigh of relief. Chenzong had the lowest cultivation and was the weakest of the 5. Before entering, Lin Yuye did not feel the danger of the Tianyun secret land, but after entering, he understood. He could not help but worry about Chenzong. As the current sword son of the unhindered sword sect, Chenzong had high hopes placed on him. If he were to die here, it would be a huge loss to the unhindered sword sect. Furthermore, he had a good relationship with Chenzong. He did not wish for him to die here. Not long after, Gu Jiang and a disciple of the Xianxia sect arrived. Young Master Tianshui Mu Qianhua of the Tianshui sect also came. Proud Snowplum Mei Luoqing of the Ao Mei Villa also came. A strong aura filled the air. A dragon-like figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. It was Long Xinchen of the imperial family. As soon as he appeared, his terrifying aura suppressed everyone. He was the strongest, and his aura was also the strongest. Even the 4 geniuses of the Tianjiang prefecture could not compare with him. They were completely suppressed. To become a genius, in addition to his talent and strength, his will was also superior. He was naturally unwilling to be suppressed like this, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Jiang kept urging his strength. His whole body seemed to turn into a blazing sun, but he still could not break free from Long Xinchen's aura. Oh. Feeling Gu Jiang's resistance, Long Xinchen said softly and looked over. Buzzing sounds could be heard. His eyes were like 2 blazing suns, emitting an incomparably terrifying might. Long Xinchen seemed to have disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only those 2 eyes remained in the air, suppressing everyone. The aura was vast and endless. Even though they weren't directly facing him, everyone felt uncomfortable. They couldn't look him in the eye and had no choice but to retreat. Gu Jiang, who bore the brunt of the attack, suddenly changed his expression. His aura was instantly suppressed, and he couldn't move. It was as if a king had arrived, making him want to submit. Kneel, submit, many thoughts emerged from the depths of his heart. I'm a heaven's chosen. I won't submit to anyone. Gu Jiang's stubbornness completely exploded. He would rather die than kneel, and he would rather die than submit. Stubborn. Long Xinchen snorted in displeasure. His voice exploded in Gu Jiang's ears like thunder. Gu Jiang could not resist the powerful impact. His whole body flew backward as if he had been hit by a violent force. He crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked dispirited. Eldest senior brother. The true Yang sect disciples rushed over and helped Gu Jiang up. They did not dare to look at Long Xinchen, even though they were filled with anger and hatred. Get lost. Long Xinchen's tone was extremely domineering. Let's go. No matter how unwilling he was, Gu Ziyang knew that he was no match for Long Xinchen. He firmly remembered this matter and left with the disciples of the True Yang sect. If they did not leave, it would not be good if they were killed. Seeing Long Xinchen's attitude, many people's faces changed. Long Xinchen, you are still so soft-hearted. A cold voice that made people tremble was heard. Then, a black light flashed past and appeared in front of the main tomb. It was Underworld Raven, a disciple of the Wan Luo sect. With the arrival of Underworld Raven, an unconcealable murderous aura spread out. It was like a huge wave, making everyone feel cold. Unlike Long Xinchen, Underworld Raven was cruel and merciless. He did not need a reason to kill. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He was like a madman. No one dared to provoke him. When Underworld Raven appeared, everyone felt as if their hearts were grabbed by an invisible hand. Even breathing became difficult. Let's go. Immediately, some people turned around and left with their fastest speed. No one knew if the Underworld Raven would suddenly go crazy and slaughter everyone. Other than Long Xinchen, no one else was able to block the Underworld Raven's attack. As for the Imperial family disciples, they were not afraid because Long Xinchen was there. Chenzong did not hesitate. While everyone was retreating, he also quickly retreated. Last time, Underworld Raven was not able to kill him. If he attacked again this time, it would be very dangerous. In the blink of an eye, everyone left. Only Underworld Raven, a few Wan Luo sect disciples, Long Xinchen, and a few Imperial family disciples remained. Waves of ferocious roars came from all directions. Everyone who had just left returned to the main tomb. The smile on Underworld Raven's face froze. Long Xinchen's eyes flickered. Without a doubt, it was not that they did not want to leave, but they could not. Large numbers of dried corpses and blood corpses were approaching from the 5 tunnels. Not long after, everyone retreated to the empty space in front of the main tomb. Large numbers of dried corpses appeared from the 5 tunnels, and they flew towards them with ferocious expressions. Everyone attacked one after another. They did not hold back and killed the corpses that flew towards them. Those who could survive until now in the ancient tomb were not simple. They were at least at the peak of the 3-star level, enough to fight against a dried corpse. However, there were too many dried corpses, and there were also many blood corpses. Those 3-star martial artists who were lucky enough to make it here could not hold on anymore. Death began to appear. As the dried corpses ate the flesh, they immediately transformed into blood corpses, and their strength became even stronger. The pressure increased sharply. Chenzong and Lin Yuya worked together to kill the dried corpses and blood corpses. Lin Yuya's battle strength increased to the mid 4-star level. Killing the normal blood corpses was not difficult for him. As for the dried corpses, it was even easier for him to kill them. However, following the waves of ferocious roars, dried corpses rushed over one after another. It was as if there was no end to them. At this moment, everyone felt that something was wrong. Underworld Raven and Long Xinchen also attacked one after another. Both of their battle strength had reached the 5-star level. They were very powerful. Whether it was the dried corpses or the more powerful blood corpses, there was no difference between them. They completely suppressed them. Underworld Raven's palm slashed out like a blade. The black and red blade light directly chopped off the heads of more than a dozen dried corpses. Long Xinchen's palm slapped out, and more than a dozen dried corpses and blood corpses were smashed into pieces. When the two of them attacked, everyone immediately felt the pressure decrease. In front of the main tomb, it had become a battlefield for the final battle. There was no luck in a battle of life and death. Roar, the extremely violent roar caused everyone's expression to change. The energy fluctuation contained within it also caused Underworld Raven and Long Xinchen's expression to become serious. A figure rushed out from the dried corpses and blood corpses. It directly grabbed a 4-star prodigy and ate his flesh. This was a 2-meter tall and very strong blood corpse. Its body was covered with a layer of light red keratin. It looked very terrifying. Its aura was violent, like a hurricane. Everyone stared at the huge blood corpse that suddenly appeared. And Long Xinchen's expression. After entering the Heavenly Cloud secret land, the two of them basically did not encounter any opponents who were worthy of their full strength. Of course, if they were enemies, they would have to go all out. And after eating a few mouthfuls of flesh, the Blood Corps general casually flung the body of the early 4-star warrior to the side. A group of blood corpses pounced on the corpse and ate it. Instantly, the blood corpses changed again, and the chi of the blood corpses became stronger. The Blood Corps general's scarlet eyes were filled with a violent killing intent, but they were also incomparably cold. With just a glance, everyone felt their hair stand on end. This is my prey. As Underworld Raven spoke, his palm slashed out like a blade. The black and red blade light tore through the sky. The huge blood corpse didn't have any intention of dodging. It allowed Underworld Raven's blade to strike its body. Unexpectedly, the black and red blade light shattered. The blood corpse's light red keratin was intact. Good. Underworld Raven was even more excited. The others were shocked. Those who had seen Underworld Raven's attack were very clear about the power of his casual slash. The 4-star early-stage blood corpse was easily cut in half. Now, it couldn't cause any damage to the huge blood corpse. It didn't even leave a mark. Senior brother Underworld Raven is going to show his true strength. A few Wanluo sect disciples laughed. The Underworld Raven's hand touched his waist, and a blood-red light spread out like a rainbow. Only then did Xianxia and the others clearly see that the extremely dazzling blood-red light was a soft blade. With the soft blade in hand, Underworld Raven's aura suddenly changed. His killing intent filled the air. It made people feel cold and stiff. Underworld Raven, who took out the soft blade, showed his true strength. Since Underworld Raven showed his true strength, Long Xianxia stopped and stood to the side. Xianxia and the others retreated. The blood corpses and dried corpses behind the blood corpse also retreated. Roar. The blood corpse let out a roar. Heavy sound waves bombarded Underworld Raven. The soft blade trembled. A scarlet blade light spread out. It cut the sound waves apart and attacked the blood corpse. This soft blade was called the Bloodlust Blade. It was a rank 3 pseudo-spiritual weapon. Its power was shocking. Together with the blade technique that Underworld Raven cultivated, it was even more terrifying. As Underworld Raven's wrist trembled, the Bloodlust Blade released countless scarlet blade lights. They were like a hurricane as they attacked the blood corpse. With a shocking roar, they attacked mercilessly. The blood corpse's scarlet eyes shot out rays of light. It opened its arms, and 2 fist-sized balls of bloody light blasted forward. The bloody light exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Everyone retreated and tried their best to open their eyes. However, they could only see the dazzling bloody light filling the surroundings. It was very dazzling. Within the bloody light, countless intense sounds kept coming out. The blood corpse and the Underworld Raven were fighting fiercely. The blood corpse's battle power had reached 5 stars. The Underworld Raven's battle power was also 5 stars. They were almost evenly matched. When the bloody light dissipated, the Underworld Raven flew back. However, the blood corpse only took a few steps back. Everyone saw that the blood corpse's light red body had dozens of blade marks. However, none of the blade marks actually hurt the blood corpse's body. Moreover, those blade marks were quickly disappearing. Just like the blood corpse's weakness was its head. Even if its body was injured, it would not affect its strength. The Underworld Raven, who was knocked back, did not seem to have any injuries. However, he knew that his blood and chi were surging. The blood corpse was very strong, however, it was also because it was very strong that it felt good to kill it. Because of his excitement, the Underworld Raven's cheeks were flushed red. His eyes were crazy. His body trembled slightly. The bloodlust blade in his hand buzzed and emitted a bloody light. The bloody light spread out and turned into ripples that surrounded the Underworld Raven's body. The Underworld Raven's body seemed to have lost all weight. He floated in the air like a blood-marked demon god. It's the Bloodlust Blade technique. The Underworld Raven is going to use his full strength. Long Xianxia's face was slightly serious. The Bloodlust Blade technique was not a cultivation technique of the Wanluo sect. It was a peerless heaven-class blade technique that the Underworld Raven had obtained by chance. However, it was a pity that it was missing the last layer. Therefore, it was incomplete. However, even so, it was still stronger than a peerless heaven-class martial skill. The Underworld Raven's powerful strength was also related to the Bloodlust Blade technique. There was also a saying that the Underworld Raven was so bloodthirsty because of the influence of the Bloodlust Blade technique. No matter what, the Underworld Raven, who had used the Bloodlust Blade technique, had used his full strength. Countless bloody ripples spread out from the Bloodlust Blade and swept past the Underworld Raven's body. In an instant, they entered and spread out again. An even closer connection was formed between the Underworld Raven and the Bloodlust Blade. It was even closer than when the body and the blade were one. The Underworld Raven's eyes also rapidly changed. Scarlet filled his eyes and they were filled with killing intent. It was as if the common people were ants that could be slaughtered. A chill invaded his heart. Aside from Long Xianxia, even mountain-shaking elephant Luo Tianba's expression changed. He knew that he was not the Underworld Raven's opponent. He had no choice but to retreat further. It was as if there was an invisible long blade hanging over his neck that could chop off his neck at any moment. Chen Zong also felt his hair stand on end. The Underworld Raven at this moment was too tyrannical. It could be said that the Underworld Raven from before did not use much of his strength. Sensing danger, the Blood Corpse General let out a low roar. A faint red light spread out from his body and covered his skin. It emitted a misty halo. Bloodlust Blade technique. The Underworld Raven said faintly. It was as if a chilly wind from hell had come from it. Then, he slashed out with his blade. It looked like an ordinary blade, but it burst forth with unparalleled power. Thousands of bloody ripples surrounded the blade and attacked the Blood Corpse General. Every bloody ripple that passed by made the people dozens of meters away feel a sharp chill. It was as if their bodies were being sliced apart. Roar, the Blood Corpse General roared again. Red light burst forth and a part of it gathered on his hands. He grabbed out fiercely and directly broke a few bloody ripples. However, even more blood-colored ripples surrounded the Blood Corpse General like swallows spreading their wings and slashing at it one after another. Every bloody ripple was extremely tyrannical. It first tore apart the red light around the Blood Corpse General's body and then tore apart its skin. It injured the Blood Corpse General's body. Most of the ripples were aimed at the Blood Corpse General's neck. The Blood Corpse General's intelligence was above that of the Blood Corpse General. It was also very clear about its own weakness. Therefore, the skin on its neck was the thickest. It faintly condensed into the shape of a piece of armor. The red light that covered it was even denser. It grabbed out with both hands and tried its best to block the bloody ripples that were aimed at its neck. It's very strong, very fast, and has a very strong body. Unfortunately, Long Xianxia suddenly said, causing the people standing at the side to be confused. Strong, fast, and strong body. This was already very scary. Why did he say that it was a pity? The reason why Long Xianxia felt that it was a pity was because the Blood Corpse General's methods were too simple. It could not be used completely like a martial artist and there was no technique to speak of. If this Blood Corpse General could use martial arts like a martial artist, it was believed that its strength would be even more powerful. The bloody ripples were shattered one after another. However, the red light on the Blood Corpse General's body was also completely destroyed. The skin on its body was also torn apart and the skin on its neck was also damaged. Blood Slaughter Blade. A faint voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out once again. In front of everyone's eyes, there was only a scarlet light that flashed past and disappeared like an illusion. Underworld Raven appeared more than 10 meters behind the Blood Corpse General with his blade. The Blood Slaughter Blade trembled slightly. Following Underworld Raven's hand, it returned to its waist and turned into a belt. It's over? Could it be that we won? The only Blood Corpse General was killed by the Underworld Raven. The Underworld Raven, who was filled with killing intent, suddenly turned around. His eyes shot out an ominous glint and swept across the crowd. Suddenly, it was as if their bodies had been cut by an invisible blade. Their faces changed as they suddenly woke up. The Underworld Raven was a crazy demon who killed without blinking. Retreat, however, the moment everyone retreated, the Underworld Raven suddenly attacked. His palm was like a blade as he attacked. The black and red blade light spread out like a ribbon and floated towards the crowd. It was too fast. A portion of the people did not even have time to dodge and were affected. The true power and pseudo-spiritual equipment on their bodies were unable to completely block it. Their bodies were directly cut open. In the blink of an eye, 4 people were killed. The underworld raven did not plan to stop. He, who was addicted to killing, attacked again. The mountain-shaking elephant attacked with a punch. Under the tyrannical power, the ferocious punch seemed to be able to break a mountain as it shattered the black and red blade light. The underworld raven who did not use the blood-slaughtering blade was not the underworld raven at his peak. At the very least, his blade technique required the blood-slaughtering blade to display its true power. Only the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, could block it. The other black and red blade light slashed towards the flat cloud mountains Du Hingqi sent out a palm. The dense and vigorous true power was like a moving mountain as it shattered the blade light. Whether it was the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, or the flat cloud mountains Du Hingqi, their battle prowess had reached the peak of 4-star. With the mountain-shaking elephant, Luo Tianba, and the flat cloud mountains Du Hingqi shattering the blade light, it gave the others a chance to escape. The underworld raven's right hand suddenly landed on his waist. Just as he was about to pull out the blood-slaughtering blade to display his full strength, a dull sound came from behind him. The main tomb's tightly shut door automatically opened. The underworld raven's figure flashed and turned into a black light like a hell raven. He quickly rushed towards the main tomb's door. Long Xianxia also took a step forward and soared into the sky like a golden dragon. The moment the underworld raven's figure rushed into the main tomb, a scarlet blade light slashed through the air. It left an eye-catching blade mark in front of the main tomb's door, emitting an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. A voice that was like the wind from hell made people trembling with fear. Everyone was unwilling to accept this as they stared at the scarlet scar. There was no doubt that there were treasures in the main tomb, treasures that everyone coveted. The feeling of being unable to reach out for a treasure that was right in front of them made everyone feel uncomfortable. Maybe there's nothing inside, someone said in an unwilling voice. This was also a possibility, but it was very unlikely. The other disciples of the 10,000 sifting sect and the other disciples of the imperial family blocked the entrance to the main tomb. They faced the crowd and made it clear that they were determined not to let anyone enter. Whatever, let's go. Seeing that, someone sighed and turned around to leave. Brother Tianba, do you want to? Flat Cloud Mountains Du Hingqi sent a voice transmission, his eyes flickering with ferocity. Both of them possessed peak 4-star combat prowess, and they were the strongest existences among the people present. Moreover, they had trump cards that they had yet to use. If they insisted on entering the main tomb, the 10,000 sifting sect's disciples and the imperial family's disciples would not be able to stop them. The only thing they had to worry about was the underworld raven and Long Xianxia who had already entered the main tomb. After all, their battle strength was above the two of them. Moreover, with their status, they would have trump cards that were not inferior to the two of them. Junior brother, let's go. Lin Yuya withdrew his gaze and gave up on the idea of entering the main tomb. Although Qinzong also wanted to enter the main tomb to see if there were any rewards, he could not help but feel that the difference in strength between him and the underworld raven and Long Xianxia was too great. Moreover, even if there were any treasures in the main tomb, they probably could not compare to the Red Thunder Sword. It was not worth using the Red Thunder Sword. Okay. Nodding, Qinzong and Lin Yuya formed a hand seal and left. Although they could not enter the main tomb, there might be other treasures in this ancient tomb that could be found. Soon, everyone left one after another. Only mountain-shaking elephant Luo Tianba, Cloud Mountain Du Hingqi, and Cloud Mountain Du Hingyuan were still thinking. If you want to enter, go ahead. Luo Tianba finally made the decision and left. Du Hingqi secretly cursed, but he did not dare to force his way in. He could only leave with a heart full of unwillingness. Junior brother, come with me. Lin Yuya led Qinzong forward and turned into a tomb chamber. Then, through the tomb chamber's passage, they went to another tomb chamber. Qinzong did not suspect anything and followed Lin Yuya forward. Not long after, Lin Yuya stopped in a tomb chamber. As soon as he stepped into this tomb chamber, Qinzong immediately noticed that this tomb chamber was different from the others. There was no ancient bronze coffin in this tomb chamber. Instead, there was a statue standing in the center of this tomb chamber. This statue was made of ancient bronze. It was of a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back and his head slightly raised. His deep eyes seemed to be looking into the distance, through time and space, into the distant unknown. When he saw this ancient bronze statue, Chenzong could not help but feel a sense of reverence. I guess there must be a reason for this ancient bronze statue to exist, Lin Yuya said. His eyes carefully swept over the ancient bronze statue as he said, "It's just that I've been studying it for a long time, but I can't find anything mysterious about it." Chenzong also felt that there was something special about this ancient bronze statue in this tomb chamber. Perhaps there was something mysterious about it. His eyes shone brightly as he carefully looked at this ancient bronze statue, from top to bottom. But just like Lin Yuya, Chenzong could not find anything mysterious about it. Finally, Chenzong's eyes fell on the back of the ancient bronze statue's head. There was something strange about it. There was a faint depression. "Eldest senior brother, look." Chenzong pointed to the depression at the back of the ancient bronze statue's head. "Well, I've already seen it. But I've tried many methods, but I haven't found anything." Lin Yuya nodded and said, "It seems that something can be inlaid." Chenzong did not answer. Instead, he looked more carefully. Gradually, he felt that the depression was a little familiar, as if he had seen it before. But Chenzong was sure that this was definitely the first time he had seen this statue, or rather, the first time he had seen such a statue. Why did he feel that it was familiar? Could it be that he had seen something similar before? Standing in place, Chenzong seemed to be in a daze, but in fact, his entire brain was working at high speed, searching for something similar to that depression that he might have seen before. From birth until now, Chenzong had experienced many things and seen many things. Everything would leave a trace and impression in his mind, but some of the traces were very faint, and he was completely unaware of them. But Chenzong had been cultivating for so long that his mind was much clearer than most people's. His mind was clear, and his thinking was even more sophisticated. Some of the faint memories of the past were recalled little by little as he thought. "Junior brother." Lin Yuya called out softly, but Chenzong did not respond. Lin Yuya thought that Chenzong had seen something mysterious and was meditating, so he did not disturb him. Instead, he stood guard for Chenzong. Time passed slowly. Most of the dried corpses and blood corpses were killed. The two of them were not disturbed at all. "I found it." Chenzong could not help but exclaim. "Junior brother, what did you find?" Lin Yuya was also surprised. "I'm not sure yet. Let me try." Chenzong responded. He pretended to search in his mustard seed bag, but in fact, he took out an iron plate from his virtual ring. This iron plate was found by Chenzong in the royal treasury of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He studied it for a long time but did not know what it was used for. His master, the Marquis of Linshan, also did not know, but he was sure that it should be a treasure. Therefore, Chenzong had kept it. Gradually, Chenzong forgot about the iron plate in the corner of his virtual ring. Lin Yuya's gaze also fell on the black iron plate in Chenzong's hand. He vaguely felt that the shape of the iron plate was exactly the same as the concave shape at the back of the bronze statue's head, as if it had been taken from above. Could it be? Lin Yuya had just guessed when Chenzong jumped up. Holding the iron plate in his hand, he gently pressed it against the concave shape at the back of the bronze statue's head. It was a perfect fit. However, nothing special seemed to have happened. Could it be that it was useless? Was it just a coincidence? Lin Yuya also stared with wide eyes. Chenzong's figure slowly floated down like a feather. Suddenly, there seemed to be a slight sound from within the bronze statue. Then, the bronze statue trembled and emitted a thick and simple light. The light spread out in an instant and swept over Chenzong's figure. In an instant, Chenzong disappeared into thin air under Lin Yuya's gaze. After Chenzong disappeared, the thick bronze light also disappeared. Chinshidi Lin Yuya looked around. Other than himself and the statue, there was nothing else. The inside of the main tomb was very spacious. Underworld Raven and Long Xinchen stared ahead with serious expressions. In their eyes, there was a huge blood-red beast. It looked like a huge ape and was incomparably strong. Its thick arms had huge claws. Each claw was as sharp as a long knife and emitted a soul-stirring blood-red cold light. An extremely tyrannical aura fluctuated. Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia knew that this strange beast was very strong. Extremely strong. One-on-one, they might not be able to defeat it. Behind the blood-red beast, there was a small closed door. Only by going through that small door could they reach the treasure of the main tomb. Both Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia knew some secrets. The biggest treasure of the main tomb was a stone tablet. It was called the Ancient Xian Tablet. Comprehending the Ancient Xian Tablet could increase the mysteries of martial arts. It was very mysterious. However, there was a limit to the number of times one could comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet. Every time the main tomb appeared, the first person to comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet would gain the most. The second person would gain less and the third person would be even weaker. Let's join hands and comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet together. Long Xianxia said. Okay. Underworld Raven did not hesitate. This huge beast could only be defeated by joining hands. After defeating it, who would comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet first and who would comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet later? Naturally, there would be a debate. However, both Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia were unwilling to comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet later. They could only comprehend the Ancient Xian Tablet together. While the two of them were confronting the huge beast, a massive bronze light appeared in front of the Ancient Xian Tablet behind the small door. Soon after, a figure appeared. Where is this? Chen Zong's eyes were filled with vigilance and surprise as he scanned his surroundings. Then, his gaze fell on the stone tablet in front of him. It was 10 meters tall, pitch black, and octagonal in shape. It gradually shrank from the base to the top, and the ends were sharp, just like an obelisk. There were golden runes on each side. From the bottom to the top, all the way to the end, each rune seemed to be flowing with light. It looked simple and mysterious, and had an indescribable aura. When Chen Zong stared at the obelisk, his mind involuntarily went into a trance, and his consciousness felt like it was about to fly out of his body. The natural resistance made Chen Zong immediately look away, and the feeling of his consciousness leaving his body disappeared. Looking around, there was only the stone tablet in the center of this tomb. There was nothing else. The mystery is on this stone tablet, Chen Zong said to himself. Guarding his mind and will, his gaze once again fell on the obelisk-like black stone tablet, and his mind went into a trance again. However, Chen Zong forcibly resisted the feeling of his consciousness leaving his body. He observed the simple and profound golden runes one by one, trying to see the mystery within. Suddenly, the golden runes shone brightly, and all of Chen Zong's resistance was destroyed in an instant like snow under the scorching sun. A strong sense of trance came over him, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He wanted to look away, but it was too late. His consciousness seemed to be caught by an invisible force, and it flew out of his body and into the obelisk. 1,000 miles of blood slaughter. The underworld raven slashed out, and the rippling scarlet blade light slashed out thousands of scarlet ripples, which attacked the blood-red giant beast from all directions. Golden dragon claws. Long Xianxia also made a move. He stretched out his claw, and golden dragon claws appeared out of thin air. Each claw was surrounded by smoke, and it seemed to tear the sky apart as it viciously clawed at the blood-red giant beast. The blood-red giant beast roared, and the roar turned into ripples, and its disproportionately huge claws viciously clawed out. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the space in the main tomb was torn apart like a piece of cloth. The slaughtering blood ripples were shattered, and the golden Jiao dragon claw was also broken. The blood-red claw was like a crescent moon as it tore through the air. It was unstoppable. Countless ripples appeared in the air as it mercilessly attacked the underworld raven and Long Xianxia. Chen Shidi must have gotten some kind of opportunity. I'd better leave this place first. Lin Yuya waited for a while, but Chen Zong still didn't appear. He muttered to himself and quickly left. He was surrounded by endless darkness, and he couldn't see any light, but he could feel that he had a new body. Suddenly, specks of light flickered in the endless distance. They went from weak to strong, like a group of bright stars. It was as if he was in the starry sky, accompanied by the stars. However, Chen Zong didn't know where he was. A speck of starlight flew from afar. It was so fast that Chenzong couldn't dodge it and was hit directly. A string of information appeared, and Chenzong knew where this place was. The treasure of the ancient tomb was the ancient Xian tablet of the Tianyun mystery realm. The ancient Xian tablet could allow people to comprehend the mysteries of cultivation methods and martial arts. It was very precious. This dark starry sky was the space inside the ancient Xian tablet. Martial artists could enter with their spiritual consciousness and condense a body to comprehend cultivation methods and martial arts and improve them. The method to improve cultivation methods and martial arts in the space inside the ancient Xian monument was very direct. It was simple and crude, and that was to condense a body for the martial artist, allowing the martial artist to repeatedly cultivate the cultivation method or martial artist to the extreme before seeking a breakthrough. As everyone knew, any cultivation method or martial art, even the lowest level one, was the crystallization of wisdom. It was very difficult to create a cultivation method or martial art. Not only did it require enough martial arts accumulation, but it also required an opportunity to comprehend it. Even so, it might not be successful, and there was a certain amount of danger. It was also very difficult to cultivate a cultivation method and improve it. If one wasn't careful, they could hurt themselves or even go mad. The more advanced the cultivation method or martial art was, the more difficult and dangerous it was. However, in the ancient Xian tablet, one could do whatever they wanted and cultivate as they wished. In other words, one could endlessly seek death. Another thing was time. In the outside world, one had to spend a lot of time to take the risk to improve a cultivation method or martial art. However, in the ancient Xian tablet, the flow of time would be infinitely slow. I'm cultivating the Zhongheng sword method, but it's only a heaven-class superb art. If I want to compete with other geniuses, it's not enough to rely on a heaven-class superb art. Chenzong thought secretly. If he could improve the Zhongheng sword method to a heaven-class superb art, his strength would increase again and he would become more powerful. Maybe, I can cultivate the chaotic heaven great true force first and deduce the 9 levels of chaotic heaven great true force. Then I can absorb the mysteries and integrate them into the Zhongheng sword method. Chenzong suddenly had an idea and immediately started cultivating. The body condensed in the ancient Xian tablet had no cultivation, which meant that there were endless possibilities. The contents of the first level of the chaotic heaven great true force flashed quickly and Chenzong started cultivating. There were no bottlenecks and there was no difficulty. Soon, the first level was completed. Then he started cultivating the second level, which was quickly completed. Like a hot knife through butter, Chenzong cultivated one level after another until he reached the 7th level. The benefits of the ancient Xian tablet were also shown. There were no bottlenecks and it was easy to cultivate any cultivation method or martial art. Of course, after leaving the ancient Xian tablet, everything would return to normal. However, the mysteries that one had comprehended while cultivating in the ancient Xian tablet would remain. After cultivating the 7th level, all the mysteries of the 7th level appeared and were grasped by Chenzong. Thus, Chenzong started to deduce the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Unable to feel the passage of time, Chenzong deduced the 8th level and continued to cultivate. The tyrannical chaotic heaven great true force revolved in his body and rushed forward according to the 8th level track that Chenzong had comprehended, attacking the 8th true meridian. Soon after, the true power undulations became berserk and out of control. Not only did it fail to open the 8th true meridian, it even completely destroyed the previous 7 true meridians, causing the not-so-strong body to shatter. In the next breath, the body reformed and returned to its original state. I see. Chenzong said to himself. Previously, he had received the information and had a basic understanding of the ancient Xian tablet. However, when he truly experienced it, the feeling was different. It was more intuitive. Without any hesitation, Chenzong started cultivating the chaotic heaven great true force again. In a flash, he reached the 7th level. Then he stopped and continued to deduce the 8th level. Chenzong was sure that his previous deduction was not wrong. It was just that it was not complete enough. Now, he had to combine the previous failure to perfect it. After perfecting it to the extreme, Chenzong cultivated the 8th level again. This time, it was better, but he still failed. And the result of failure was that his body was broken. Not discouraged, Qianzong continued to start from the beginning. After cultivating over and over again, exploding his body again, and reassembling his body again and again. After hundreds of repetitions, Qianzong finally perfected the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. In an instant, he cultivated the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Feeling the tyrannical chaotic heaven great true force, Qianzong smiled. If he was in the outside world, he would not be able to do this. Unless his realm and accumulation were far beyond the real martial arts realm, but by then, he might have reached the extreme human realm or even higher. He started to deduce the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. The 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force was very powerful. The difficulty of the deduction was even higher than the 8th level. However, in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, the difficulty was reduced to the extreme. Qianzong easily deduced the initial stage, then cultivated, exploded his body, and started all over again. Once again, he repeated the process of deducing the 8th level. This time, after exploding his body nearly 200 times, Qianzong finally finished deducing the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. In a short time, Qianzong cultivated the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. Then, he immersed himself in it. Starting from the first level, he recomprehended it to see if he missed anything. Under the mysteries of the ancient Xian tablet, Qianzong quickly mastered all the mysteries of the chaotic heaven great true force. Next, I'll cultivate the crisscrossing skill completely, Qianzong thought to himself. He let his body explode and reassemble to cultivate the crisscrossing skill. Qianzong had already cultivated to the 32nd level of the crisscrossing skill. Therefore, this body quickly cultivated to the 32nd level of the crisscrossing skill. Then, he cultivated to the 33rd level. There were 36 levels in the crisscrossing skill, which were left by predecessors. Without any deduction, Qianzong easily cultivated to the 33rd level, then the 34th level, the 35th level, and then the 36th level. The 36th level of the crisscrossing true force was similar to the 8th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. After cultivating for a while, Qianzong found some shortcomings in the crisscrossing skill. Or rather, it was not a shortcoming, but a shortcoming based on the body. Every cultivation method or martial art had its own concept of compatibility and incompatibility. The person who created the cultivation method or martial art was undoubtedly the most compatible, because the cultivation method or martial art was often created based on the person's own body. Everyone was different. Even if one cultivated the same cultivation method or martial art, there would often be subtle differences. It was very difficult to achieve a perfect compatibility. Therefore, after a cultivation method or martial art was created, it would often go through changes and be passed down from generation to generation. There would be some differences from the original cultivation method or martial art. The body inside the ancient Xian tablet and the body outside, except for the difference in strength and cultivation, had the same characteristics. Therefore, Qianzong could feel the subtle differences. First, I'll modify the crisscrossing skill to make it completely compatible with my body, Qianzong thought to himself. He was not in a hurry to integrate the mysteries of the chaotic heaven great true force into the crisscrossing skill. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. The mysterious power of the ancient Xian tablet allowed Qianzong to quickly find the parts of the cultivation method that were not compatible with his body. Then, he would modify it as fast as he could. After modifying it, he would cultivate it again. If there were any parts that were not compatible, he could modify it again and again. The first level of modification was completed. The second level of modification was completed. The third level of modification was completed. With the completion of layer after layer of modification, the crisscrossing true power that flowed in the body also had some differences from before. When Qianzong completely modified the 36th level of the crisscrossing skill, the crisscrossing true power that he cultivated was less vigorous than before, but more sharp like a sword. The battle in the main tomb continued. Underworld Raven and Long Xinchin used their full strength and showed no mercy. They wanted to kill the blood-red beast, but the blood-red beast was extremely powerful. It forcefully blocked their attacks time and time again. Moreover, it used its disproportionately large claws to counterattack, giving Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia great pressure. The hard ground of the main tomb was broken by the powerful attacks, and cracks were everywhere. The surroundings were full of potholes. But what Underworld Crow and Long Xianxia did not know was that the opportunity they tried so hard to get was now in Qianzong's hands. Inside the space of the ancient Xian tablet, Qianzong finally finished modifying the 36 layers of the traversing art according to his own body. It was 100% compatible, which meant that Qianzong could cultivate the traversing art to the extreme, making it even more powerful. Next, I need to extract the mysteries of the great chaotic heaven true force and merge it with the traversing art. Qianzong tried again. Integrating the profundity of a peerless heaven class technique like the great heaven chaotic true force into the peerless heaven class technique of traversing skill was no less than creating a peerless heaven class technique of traversing skill. The difficulty was high. If it was in the outside world, Qianzong would not do this, because it would take too much time and energy. It would seriously delay his cultivation progress, and there was no guarantee that it would succeed. But inside the space of the ancient Xian tablet, he did not need to have any doubts. He could do whatever he wanted. The great chaotic heaven true force is powerful and domineering, and it can evolve into chaos. It can be called the extreme. The traversing true force is sharp and domineering, as sharp as a sword. Time passed slowly. A breath in the outside world could be a year or even longer in the space of the ancient Xian tablet. There were similarities between the two techniques, but most of them were different. The difficulty of fusing one technique with the other, especially the more advanced technique with a lower-level technique, was indescribably difficult. Even with the help of the ancient Xian tablet, Qianzong felt that it was very difficult. Comprehending, trying, failing. After hundreds of attempts, Qianzong stopped and continued to think. He felt that he was going in the wrong direction. I don't need to merge the mysteries of the great chaotic heaven true force into the traversing art. What I need to do is to improve the traversing art from the heaven true force to the heaven-level peerless heaven true force. This way, I can use the great chaotic heaven true force to improve the level of the traversing art. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Qianzong suddenly felt enlightened. This was the correct path. Continuing to comprehend, Qianzong was no longer obsessed with integrating the great true force of Huntian heaven into the art of traversing. Instead, he used the mystery of the great true force of Huntian heaven to deduce the art of traversing. This way, the art of traversing would not have any trace of the great true force of Huntian heaven, and would instead walk its own path. The real strength of the great true force of chaotic heaven was not that it was vigorous or overbearing. It was the kind of power that seemed to be able to evolve into chaos. It was this kind of power that allowed the great true force of chaotic heaven to be a heaven-class peerless rank cultivation skill. The true force cultivated by the traversing art is domineering and sharp. After my adjustment, it's even sharper. Maybe I can use it as a base to extend it. Vertically and horizontally means up and down, left and right, sweeping through the heavens and earth in all directions, in the heavens and on the earth, only I am invincible. Qianzong's comprehension gradually became clearer and clearer with the support of the ancient Xian tablet's power. After an unknown amount of time, it was as if a divine thunder had struck down, opening up the chaos and evolving heaven and earth. Endless spiritual light gushed out, and all kinds of mysteries emerged in his mind. The 37th level of the traversing art was formed naturally. Qianzong started to cultivate. However, when the 37th level was completed, his true force collided with each other and destroyed Qianzong's body. He failed. However, he was on the road to success. He continued to comprehend, find out the shortcomings, and perfect it. Then he cultivated. After dozens of times, the 37th level was completed. With a point of his finger, a new traversing true force shot out. It was like a heavenly sword, traversing heaven and earth. It was invincible, as if it could split heaven and earth. However, this was only the beginning. Then, Qianzong started to comprehend the 38th level. With the 37th level as the foundation, the 38th level was the extension and enhancement of the 37th level. After hundreds of failures, the 38th level was created by Qianzong. After reaching the 38th level, the new traversing true force became even more powerful. Then, it was the 39th level. Finally, it was the 40th level. Every 4 levels of the traversing art were 1 level. The 37th level to the 40th level was equivalent to the 9th level of the chaotic heaven great true force. After reaching the 40th level, Qianzong could clearly feel the power of his true force. It was as if the sword qi was surging in his body. With a point of his finger, it was as if the sword qi was released by a sharp sword. It was sharp, powerful, and invincible. It was as if the darkness in the ancient Xian tablet was torn apart. The 40th level is the limit. Qianzong thought. He wanted to try to deduce the 41st level, but he had no clue. If the new traversing art is cultivated to the 37th level, it will be called the traversing true force. The traversing art and the traversing sword art are a set. When the traversing art is improved, the traversing sword art must also be improved to keep up. The traversing art had been improved to a peerless heaven-level technique. While he was still in the ancient Xian tablet, Qianzong started to comprehend and improve the traversing sword art. Different from the traversing art, Qianzong did not obtain a peerless heaven-level sword art. Therefore, he could not use the profundity of the peerless heaven-level sword art. However, Qianzong had practiced many sword arts and had mastered each of them to a very high level. His own sword art realm was even higher, reaching the 3rd level of the body and sword as one. No matter if it was the realm or accumulation, he was much better than other geniuses. Compared to techniques, Qianzong was better at sword arts. Therefore, it would be easier for him to comprehend and improve it. Of course, it was not easy to upgrade a peerless heaven-level sword art to a peerless heaven-level sword art. Qianzong's idea was to extract the profundity of various sword arts and integrate it into the traversing sword art. Combining it with the traversing true force, he could further improve the traversing sword art. His right hand grasped the void and a silver long sword appeared out of thin air. He started to dance. With the power of the ancient Xian tablet, Qianzong only needed to practice the sword arts that he had practiced once and he could quickly master the profundity of the sword arts. Qianzong easily practiced more than 200 sword arts from the lowest level to the highest level. He then mastered the profundity of the sword arts more thoroughly than before. After Qianzong had practiced all of the over 200 sword techniques, he had a feeling of enlightenment and a deeper understanding of them. Even the first level of the 3rd tier of the man and sword as one had loosened up. Then, Qianzong began to practice the traversing sword art. From the first move to the 36th move, in the space of the ancient Xian tablet, he was not restricted by the realm at all. The traversing sword art is the same as the traversing art. It is most suitable for the creator. I need to make some slight adjustments to make it fit me perfectly, Qianzong thought. After practicing a few times and completely mastering the profundity of the traversing sword art, Qianzong began to perfect the traversing sword art. He began to perfect the first move to make it more suitable for himself. No matter if it was a sword art, a saber art, or a palm art, as long as it was a martial art, it involved the application of one's own power. The human body was very complicated and full of mysteries. The internal organs, tendons, bones, muscles, skin, and so on, and even the circulation of qi and blood would be different for different people. How to fully exert one's own power was a goal that countless warriors had been pursuing, whether it was intentional or not. The same martial art, when practiced by different warriors, would have different power in the end. This depended on the warrior's understanding and mastery of the martial art, as well as the application of his own power. After many failures, Qianzong succeeded. He completely mastered the first move and used the most suitable way of exerting power for himself. The speed of the sword became faster and the power contained in it was stronger. With the combination, the power was increased. After the first move, it was the second move, and then the third move. One move after another was perfected. Qianzong forgot everything and did not remember how many times he had failed. In short, no matter how many times he failed, he would continue to persevere until he succeeded. Finally, Qianzong perfected all the 36 moves of the traversing sword art and made them suitable for himself. He could exert 100% of their power, or even 120% of it. With the 36th level of the traversing art, he activated the 36th move of the traversing sword art. With one strike, it was as if he could split the darkness and shatter the stars. The 37th level of the Traversing True Power corresponds to the 37th move of the Traversing Sword Art. Qianzong began to compare the profundity and essence of the other sword arts. He then combined the characteristics of the 37th level of the Traversing True Power and the advantages of the Traversing Sword Art. He expanded the advantages and eliminated the disadvantages. Sword after sword was swung out. Each sword was like a silver lightning that shattered the darkness and tore apart the vast sky. Within the dark space of the ancient Xian monument, a silver light blossomed. It was like a meteor streaking across the vast sky. It was incomparably bright. Failure, failure, failure. What the continuous failures brought was not a blow, but an accumulation. The accumulation allowed Qianzong to find the path to success. Not giving up, not giving up, not discouraged. The 37th move was completed. With one strike, it was extremely bright, as if a heavenly sword had descended. With the success of the 37th move, Qianzong found the right direction and began to work on the 38th move. Like creating the 37th move, the 38th move was also a success after many failures. The 39th move. Success. The 40th move. Success. The moment the 40th move was completed, Qianzong did not even have time to practice it. The dark space around him fluctuated, and cracks appeared inch by inch. It was as if a ceramic had been shattered and shattered. His body shattered, and his consciousness spun crazily as if it had fallen into a whirlpool. Qianzong could not control it at all. In a strong trance, his consciousness returned to his body. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was also just a moment. Qianzong suddenly woke up. A bronze light appeared again, and directly wrapped Qianzong's body. With a swoosh, he disappeared. At the same time, Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia, who had joined hands to kill the blood-colored giant beast, pushed open the door and rushed in. Just a little bit more, and Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia would have found Qianzong. As the ancient light flickered, a figure appeared out of thin air and fell down. Looking at the bronze statue in front of him, Qianzong still had a feeling of disbelief. What happened just now was too mysterious, but the information about the complete chaotic heaven great true power, Zongheng great true power, and Zongheng sword arts in his mind told Qianzong that it was not an illusion. Ancient Xian monument. This was a huge opportunity, a harvest that was even more important than the Star twin swords. If Qianzong knew that he had entered the main tomb, he would be even more shocked. The iron plate that was embedded in the back of the bronze statue's head fell off. Qianzong reached out and grabbed it. After looking at it carefully, he put it back into his void ring. Maybe he could leave it for his descendants. Although the opportunity from the ancient Xian monument did not increase Qianzong's cultivation by even a little bit, it increased the Zongheng art and Zongheng sword arts to the heaven level extreme rank. This meant that Qianzong could cultivate to a higher level, and have more potential and strength. In addition, the modification of the Zongheng art and Zongheng sword arts made them 100% compatible with his body, which also increased Qianzong's strength significantly. However, this kind of increase was still unable to cross the barrier between 3 and 4 stars. Moving again, Qianzong left this tomb to find other opportunities. At the ancient Xian monument of the main tomb, Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia both sat down cross-legged and stared at one side of the ancient Xian monument. After about 10 breaths, the two's consciousness seemed to have left their bodies and flew into the ancient Xian monument, appearing in the ancient Xian monument's dark space. The ancient Xian monument's dark space could be one or many, so Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia did not interfere with each other. What Underworld Raven wanted to improve was the blood-slaughtering saber art that he had obtained through a lucky encounter. This saber art was missing the last layer, but even so, its power was still better than a complete heaven-level extreme rank martial art. Underworld Raven had already cultivated it to the extreme. If he could deduce the last layer and cultivate it, his strength would definitely increase greatly. The Underworld Raven had felt that something was wrong when he started to deduce. According to what he knew, this deduction shouldn't be too difficult. But now, he felt that it was a bit difficult. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Perhaps it was because he was comprehending the ancient mystic monolith with others, causing the power of the ancient mystic monolith to split into 2. But the Underworld Crow didn't know that that was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that Zong had already comprehended the ancient Xian tablet. The first one to comprehend the ancient Xian tablet would have the best effect. If he continued, the effect would be halved. Long Xingchen also had the same feeling, but he also felt that it might be because he and the underworld raven had comprehended the power of the ancient Xian tablet together. The two of them did not think about anything else. After all, other than the two of them, there was no third person who had entered the main tomb, and they would not associate it with the iron plate and bronze statue. Zong didn't know if he had run out of luck or not. He didn't find anything until he found the exit of the ancient tomb and left. As soon as he walked out of the tomb, Zong didn't stop for a second. He quickly went to other places. He didn't know when the Sky Cloud Mystery Land would close. He had to find as many opportunities as he could before it closed. This was his only chance. Ha 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 ha, Long Xiaojun, will definitely be one of the geniuses. A burst of laughter resounded through the sky, startling countless birds. Soon after, a vigorous figure soared into the sky from the dense forest. His figure was like a dragon soaring in the sky. After soaring for a few hundred meters, he paused in midair and then landed on the top of a tall tree. The branches swayed with the wind, looking calm and at ease. Feeling the powerful true force surging in his body, Long Xiaojun smiled. He looked around as if he could look down on the world. Before entering the Sky Cloud Mystery Land, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the LV8 genuine martial realm, close to the middle stage. His combat strength was also at the early stage of the 3-star realm. He was ranked in the front line of the Tianjiang prefecture. But Long Xiaojun's goal was not as simple as being in the front line. He wanted to become one of the 5 geniuses. But Long Xiaojun also knew that it was very difficult for him to become one of the geniuses with his own talent under normal circumstances. The possibility was not high. But when he learned that the Sky Cloud Mystery Land had opened, he realized that it might be an opportunity for him. After entering the Sky Cloud Mystery Land, Long Xiaojun tried his best. He didn't enter the maze or the ancient tomb, but he had good opportunities to improve his cultivation rapidly. He was now at the peak of the LV8 genuine martial realm. The improvement of his cultivation brought about an increase in his strength. Long Xiaojun estimated that his combat strength was at least above the early stage of the 3-star realm. He might even reach the late stage of the 3-star realm. But this was not his limit. After leaving the Sky Cloud Mystery Land, he would cultivate in seclusion for a period of time to consolidate his cultivation. He would also improve the level of his martial arts techniques so that they could be perfectly compatible with his cultivation. By then, his combat strength would be further enhanced. Although Long Xiaojun was talented, he was not like Zong, who had already mastered all the martial arts techniques he cultivated. He didn't need to spend more time to understand them. He could master them easily. Zong, you're not far from death, Long Xiaojun said to himself. No matter what, Zong was always a big problem. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, as time passed, Zong would become stronger and stronger. He might even surpass Long Xiaojun one day. By then, Long Xiaojun wouldn't be the one to kill Zong. Instead, Long Xiaojun would be killed by Zong. As the thought flashed through his mind, Long Xiaojun's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at a figure that had appeared a few thousand meters away. He was slightly taken aback, but soon after, a smile filled with killing intent appeared on the corner of his mouth. I was wondering where to find you. I didn't expect you to appear in front of me. Long Xiaojun smiled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He leaped into the air and quickly swept toward the figure thousands of meters away like a dragon. Long Xiaojun didn't make a sound. He was extremely fast and very sudden. When he was dozens of meters away from the figure, he suddenly reached out his hand like a dragon's claw. The dragon's claw, which was more than 10 meters long, fell from the sky. Smoke curled under the claw. The terrifying power bound the space below and almost froze it. This claw contained all of Long Xiaojun's power. He wanted to kill Zong in one fell swoop. What he didn't know was that before Long Xiaojun found Zong had already found Long Xiaojun. The reason he came in this direction was because of Long Xiaojun. Long Xiaojun had done everything he could to get rid of Zong, but Zong had done the same to Long Xiaojun. Long Xiaojuan's attack was not out of Chen Zong's expectation. Everything was under his control. Facing Long Xiaojuan's even more powerful dragon's claw, Chen Zong's expression didn't change. He waved his right arm and unsheathed his long sword. It tore through the sky and turned into a dazzling silver light. It shot out like a meteor breaking through the moon. It was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. The sword pierced through the dragon's claw. The dragon's claw, which was more than 10 meters long, was shattered. Long Xiaojun was shocked, but he didn't have time to dodge. The silver sword light had already reached him. There was no way to dodge or block. A sharp pain spread from between his eyebrows, filling his entire head and then spreading throughout his body. Long Xiaojuan's pupils dilated, and his consciousness quickly sank into darkness. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss. He had never imagined that the Chen Zong he wanted to kill would become so powerful. He was far stronger than himself. The difference between peak 3-star battle strength and late 3-star battle strength was very obvious. Moreover, there was a clear gap between their realms. After killing Long Xiaojun, Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief. He felt refreshed. Then he took Long Xiaojuan's mustard seed bag and other valuable items and put them into his void ring. Then he burned Long Xiaojuan's body and buried it in a hole. Now, no one other than himself knew that Long Xiaojun was killed by his sword. Otherwise, if the imperial family found out, he would be in trouble. Even the unhindered sword sect wouldn't be able to protect him. I wonder how the other senior martial brothers are doing, Chen Zong thought to himself. However, the Sky Cloud secret land was not small. There were places like mazes and ancient tombs. It was very difficult to find a person. He could only rely on luck. After a long time, Chen Zong didn't find anything good. His cultivation was still at the peak of LV7 genuine martial realm. He hadn't improved, let alone made a breakthrough. Suddenly, the sun hanging in the sky shook, and the light it emitted became several times stronger. Then the whole earth shook, making a rumbling sound like 10,000 horses galloping. It was difficult to stand still. What's going on? Chen Zong tried his best to stabilize his body. He swayed with the ground as if his whole body was rooted to the ground. Then a strong repulsive force fell on him from all directions. It kept squeezing his body, as if it was trying to squeeze him out of the world. Chen Zong suddenly realized that the Sky Cloud secret land was about to close. He stopped resisting, even though his resistance was insignificant in front of the power of the entire Sky Cloud secret land. When the repulsive force reached its limit, Chen Zong's body seemed to be compressed into a small dot. In a flash, he disappeared. Everywhere in the Sky Cloud secret land, the people who were still alive were squeezed into small dots by the repulsive force and disappeared. Outside the Sky Cloud secret land, in the desert, the elders of the various forces were still there. The Transcendents had been completely reborn. Their bodies were completely different from ordinary people's. They would be fine even if they didn't eat, drink, or sleep for a period of time. Moreover, every Transcendent had a mustard seed bag with a lot of dry food. They were more adaptable to the environment. Not to mention a place like the desert, they could even adapt to the harsher environment. The Sky Cloud secret land suddenly trembled. Every Transcendent's attention was focused on it. The Sky Cloud secret land is about to close. They are coming out. I wonder how high the mortality rate is this time. As soon as the voice fell, rays of light appeared in the desert one after another. When the rays of light dispersed, the figures were revealed. They were the people who had entered the Sky Cloud secret land. In the desert, the fine sand was golden yellow. The thick dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The outline of the Tianyin secret realm also gradually disappeared into the void with a series of rumbling sounds. It disappeared under everyone's gaze. Not long after, the heavenly cloud-sealed world disappeared completely, and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. The scorching sun shone brightly, and the golden sand shone dazzlingly. However, the hearts of every Transcendent were still shrouded by dark clouds, and a shadow was cast over them. And n equals novel equals p, there were too many deaths. A total of 70 geniuses from the 3 palaces, 9 sects, and 1 imperial family entered the heavenly cloud-sealed world, but only 39 of them came out alive. In other words, 31 geniuses died in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. The loss of less than half of the geniuses had never happened before. It was too heavy a loss. One had to know that the disciples who entered the heavenly cloud-sealed world were not ordinary disciples. Each of them was a true genius. No matter who it was, their faces were not good. However, when the Transcendent Realm Masters learned that the ancient tomb that had not appeared for more than 100 years had reappeared, their faces became better, and they felt a little comforted in their hearts. 31 geniuses died. Such a loss also shocked Xianxia and the others. On the unhindered sword sect's side, 5 disciples entered, but only 3 came out. Lin Yuya, Shuxianmei, and Xianxia. As for the other 2, they died in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. The unhindered sword sect lost 2 disciples, and the other sects also suffered great losses. The heavenly water sect lost 3 disciples, the true yang sect lost 3 disciples, and Aomei Manor lost 2 disciples. The treasure elephant sect of the treasure mountain prefecture lost 3 disciples, the ancient mountain sect also lost 3 disciples, the 10,000 net manors green caltrip sect lost 3 disciples, and the sifting sect also lost 3 disciples. As for the 10,000 net sect, they lost 4 disciples, and the imperial family lost 5 disciples. In this way, the imperial family's loss was the greatest, and the 10,000 net sect's loss was second. However, the imperial family and the 10,000 net sect's quota were also the highest. But no matter what, everyone who came out alive either had improved their cultivation or obtained some kind of treasure or inheritance that made them even more powerful. Underworld Crow and Long Xinchen's faces did not look good. They tried to comprehend the ancient tablet, but the result was not as good as they imagined. If they knew that it was because of Xianxia, they would probably kill Xianxia. Now that the heavenly cloud secret realm was closed, this trip was also over. As for what benefits the surviving disciples had obtained, they would naturally have to wait until they returned to the heavenly cloud secret realm. After all, this was not a good place. Wait. Just as the people from the various sects were about to leave, the elder from the Wanluo sect suddenly spoke. His hoarse voice carried an irresistible aura that belonged to an Earth Spirit Realm expert. Everyone was surprised. Only the Earth Spirit Realm expert from the Wanluo sect remained calm, as if he knew what the other party meant. Old. Cian checking the mustard seed pouch was an insult to their dignity. My Wanluo sect has suffered a great loss this time. They might have died at the hands of some disciples from your sect. The Wanluo sect elder's eyes swept across the crowd, giving them a great pressure as if the sky had collapsed. I am checking to find the culprit. His reasoning was reasonable and well-founded, but the elder was well aware of his true intentions, and the other Lemeters were no fools either. That's right. My imperial family has also suffered a great loss. We need to check. The middle-aged man from the imperial family said. His tone was overbearing and irresistible. The earthly spirit realm experts were powerful. No one could fight against them. They couldn't even resist one of their attacks, let alone 2 earthly spirit realm experts. They couldn't escape even if they wanted to. What should they do? Could they only ask their disciples to hand over their mustard seed pouches? It was a shame. It was a shame that was trampled on. The extreme realm experts were furious, but they couldn't vent their anger. They even had to suppress it. The disciples of the Precious Elephant sect, Ancient Mountain sect, Green Caltrip sect, Heavenly Water sect, True Sun sect, Unhindered Sword sect, and Aomei Manor all had ugly expressions. As for the disciples of the Wanluo sect and the imperial family, they looked on as if they were watching a show. The disciples of the sifting sect were also smiling. The sifting sect was a subsidiary sect of the Wanluo sect. Naturally, the imperial family wouldn't look for trouble, and the Wanluo sect wouldn't look for trouble either. It's fine if you don't want to hand over the person for inspection. Leave now. The earthly spirit realm expert from the Wanluo sect suddenly spoke. His voice was hoarse and contained a shocking threat. They wanted to leave, but they didn't dare. If they left now, they would undoubtedly offend this person. There would be a lot of trouble in the future, and it might even affect the sect's foundation. No one dared to leave for real. Their expressions changed as they considered the pros and cons. Should they endure this humiliation or let the sect fall into unknown trouble? Take it out. Finally, an elder from the Qingling sect spoke, his tone full of helplessness. Once these words were spoken, it meant that he had surrendered. There was no helping it. No matter how strong a lower-rank sect was, it couldn't compete with a middle-rank sect. The difference was too great. An earthly spirit realm expert was enough to cause a devastating blow to any lower-rank sect, or even destroy it. The Wanluo sect had 2 earthly spirit realm experts. As for the imperial family, they had more than 2. With the Qingling sect's submission, the other sects also succumbed. Take it out. The first elder spoke as well. His tone was full of helplessness and depression. Strength. Everything came from strength. If the reigning sword sect had an earthly spirit realm expert, then the Wanluo sect and the imperial family wouldn't have allowed the reigning sword sect to do this. Chenzong and the others could feel the helplessness of the first elder and second elder, because they also felt helpless and powerless. In the face of absolute strength, everything seemed so insignificant. Submission was the only choice. Pour out everything inside. The Wanluo sect elder spoke again. Everyone could only do as they were told. One by one, they opened the mouths of their mustard seed bags and poured out the contents onto the ground. Very quickly, a pile of treasured herbs and jade bottles containing pills, as well as some false spirit weapons and jade scrolls, all landed on the ground. Traces of aura rippled out from them, attracting everyone's gazes. The 2 Earth Spirit Realm cultivators swept their gazes over the bags and instantly saw everything that had been poured out of the bags. Go check and see if any of them belong to our sect. The Wanluo sect Earth Spirit Realm expert said. The Imperial family had also done the same for the Imperial family. All of the Wanluo sect and Imperial family disciples immediately rushed over like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey, swiftly searching through the items. Not bad, it's a good herb. A Wanluo sect disciple picked up an exceedingly good herb and put it into his mustard seed bag without hesitation. Stop. The owner of the herb's face changed as he hastily called out to stop the disciple. Elder, these items belong to our sect disciple. The Wanluo sect disciple immediately picked out a few items and quickly reported. The elder of the Wanluo sect swept his gaze over and landed on the owner of the herb. His eyes seemed to shoot out an extremely frightening ray of light towards the ancient mountain sect disciple. The ancient mountain sect disciple's body trembled. His eyes flickered and quickly dimmed. His aura also rapidly weakened as he fell to the ground, dead. This kind of result immediately made everyone's hair stand on end. They also felt an indescribable anger, but that kind of anger seemed so pale and powerless. Resistance, failure would only increase the number of deaths. On the side of the ancient mountain sect, both the elders and the disciples were incomparably furious, but they had to forcefully suppress their anger. A Wanluo sect disciple rushed over and quickly searched through the items that had been poured out of Chenzong's mustard seed bag. In this trip to the Sky Cloud secret territory, Chenzong's harvest was not small. It could even be said that no one's harvest could compare with his. But the biggest harvest was the comprehension of the ancient obsidian tablet. It was a mysterious object that was not a physical object. It existed in the mind and naturally would not appear. The second biggest harvest was the Millennium Stalactite milk, but Chenzong had already refined and absorbed it to improve his cultivation. The third biggest harvest was the Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Short Knife, Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Inner Armor, and the Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Set, Star Trace Double Swords. These 2 treasures were kept in the Void Ring by Chenzong to prevent them from being discovered. The fourth biggest harvest was the 3 gourds of precious elixirs. As for the other gains, they were some precious herbs, cultivation methods, and martial arts manuals. For example, the Level 3 Pseudo-Spiritual Set and the 3 gourds of elixirs were kept in the Void Ring by Chenzong. The precious herbs, cultivation methods, and martial arts manuals were not valuable in Chenzong's eyes, so he kept them in the mustard seed bag. In addition, Chenzong also took out some precious elixirs and put them in the mustard seed bag in case of an emergency. Chenzong took a few elixirs, but there were still some left. After the Wanluo sect disciple discovered those elixirs, he first took a few glances at them. Then, he was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he took away those elixirs right in front of Chenzong. Apart from that, he also took away a few of the better elixirs. What a rubbish harvest. The Wanluo sect disciple added at the end. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. There was only calmness, which was somewhat frightening. Seeing Chen Zong's calmness, the Wanluo sect disciple suddenly felt bored. Originally, he had planned to provoke Chen Zong and then take the opportunity to make fun of him. He even wanted to ask the elders to kill him. Chen Zong also secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had put all the spoils of war into the void ring. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble, and he might have to die here today. Among the gains of Lin Yuya and Xianxia, many precious things were taken away in front of them, but they could do nothing about it. The disciples of the Wanluo sect and the royal family were all smiling happily. The elders and disciples of the other sect were all wearing ugly expressions. Only a few of them were able to keep their cool. It was too infuriating and humiliating. Some of them were even killed, causing even greater losses. "Alright, you can leave now," the earthly spirit realm expert of the Wanluo sect said. It was as if he could order them to come and go as he pleased, which made them even more annoyed and helpless. Riding on the back of the gold flame swift shadow crane, Chen Fan spread his wings and soared into the sky. He reached a height of 1,000 meters and quickly left the desert. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This is the consequence of not being strong enough, the second elder shouted angrily. He felt aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. Cultivate well and become stronger. Take control of your own destiny, the great elder also said. The atmosphere was a little heavy. Chen Zong suddenly came to a realization. So, even if he became an extreme mortal realm expert, he wasn't that strong. Because, above the extreme mortal realm, there was still the earth spirit realm and the profound sky realm. Even if there were stronger existences above the profound sky realm, it was still unknown. If I want to take control of my own destiny and not be restricted or suppressed by others, I need to be stronger. Chen Zong mused. His eyes shone with an incomparably resolute light, like a sword in the void. I will use the sword in my hand to cut through all obstacles and advance courageously until I reach the peak and control my own destiny. Chen Zong felt his spirit sublimate. Lin Yuya and Xianxia were also greatly motivated. Their spirit and willpower transformed. After that, everyone remained silent. Only the whistling of the gold flame swift shadow crane's wings and the sound of the wind tearing through the sky filled their ears. After passing through the extreme breaking red lightning area, the great elder and the second elder shattered the lightning to protect everyone. They then entered the astral wind layer and activated their defensive power to resist the wind. After entering the Tianjiang prefecture's airspace, they continued to fly forward. The outline of the Tianhong mountain appeared in everyone's eyes. They flew directly over the mountain gate. 2 gold flame swift shadow cranes landed on top of the Tianhong peak. After returning to the Zongjing sword sect, everyone let out a sigh of relief and calmed down. The 3 of you, follow me to the main hall, the great elder said. He immediately asked the second elder to invite Yuan Lingzi. Yuan Lingzi appeared in the Jingsword Palace. Lin Zhonghan and the other elders, senior elder, the sect leader, and the 4 elders had all arrived. Apart from them, there was also Chen Zong and the other 2. The 10,000 sifting sect and the imperial family are not people that we can fight against. Elder Yuan Lingzi opened his mouth and said in a tired voice, a little loss is nothing. Survival is the most important thing, but remember to be strong. Only by becoming stronger can you no longer suffer such humiliation. To the end to the. To be. To them to be to the end of. Be. Be to. To the end. To be. As for Chen Zong and the other 2, their talents and potential were very high. This meant that they had unlimited possibilities. Maybe in the future, they could reach the extreme mortal realm or even higher. Chen Zong and the other 2 also looked very serious. What happened this time had left them with a deeper impression. It had touched their souls. In this trip to the Tianyun secret land, 5 of our disciples went. We lost 2. Only the 3 of you came out alive. Lin Zhonghan, the sect leader, said with a serious face. I believe that the 3 of you have a good harvest in the secret land. Don't worry. No matter what you get in the Tianyun secret land, it's your opportunity. We won't take it from you. Lin Zhonghan's tone was solemn as he continued, however, I hope that if there are any opportunities that you don't need, you can hand them over to the sect. The sect will also compensate you accordingly. Lin Yuya was Lin Zhonghan's son. Xuxianmei was also very loyal to the Zhonghan sword sect. Therefore, she did not hesitate to take out her harvest in the Tianyun secret land and expressed that she was willing to give it to the Zhonghan sword sect for free. Chenzong did not have any thoughts of resisting. However, Chenzong's real treasures were stored in the void ring. Chenzong did not dare to expose the void ring to others except himself. Therefore, he could only take out the things in the mustard seed bag. His growth was inseparable from the Zhonghan sword sect. After he called himself the Zhonghan sword's son, the Zhonghan sword sect had indeed helped him a lot. Therefore, it was normal for him to repay them. Without any hesitation, Chenzong took out all the cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and precious medicines he had obtained in the Tianyun secret land and offered them to the Zhonghan sword sect for free to strengthen the foundation of the Zhonghan sword sect. Lin Zhonghan and the other elders also expressed that they would give the three sect contribution points according to the value of the items. I wonder if the three of you can talk about your experience in the secret land. Lin Zhonghan asked with a smile. Just talk about it casually. Maybe it will be helpful for our disciples to enter the Tianyun secret land next time. The first elder laughed. Last time, the Zhonghan sword sect had lost almost the same number of disciples as this time. However, the harvest was much worse. There was nothing special to discover, so there was no useful information left. Chenzong and the other two would certainly not refuse such a request. After all, they were willing to give away some precious medicines, cultivation methods, and martial arts techniques for free. Moreover, the Tianyun secret land was probably the only chance for them to enter in their lifetime. I'll go first. Lin Yuya took the initiative to speak. As the eldest senior brother, he naturally had to set an example. During the process of Lin Yuya's narration, Chenzong was thinking. Lin Yuya described what he had experienced since he entered the Tianyun secret land. Chenzong originally thought that Lin Yuya would talk about the disappearance of the bronze statue and the iron plate when he took out. According to his understanding of Lin Yuya, he was the most selfless person in the Zhonghan sword sect. However, contrary to Chenzong's expectation, Lin Yuya did not say anything, nor did he deliberately look at Chenzong. It was as if that incident had never happened. In fact, Lin Yuya had thought about it. According to his usual practice, he would naturally say it. However, after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. To some extent, this should be Chenzong's privacy and secret. He was not sure whether Chenzong was willing to be known by others. If he said it directly, it might make Chenzong unhappy. After all, Chenzong was the Zhonghan sword's son. Throughout the sect's history, he had never done any harm. The senior figures, the sect leader, and the four elders listened carefully. They wanted to see if there was any useful information from Lin Yuya's narration for the next time they entered the Tianyun secret land. Unfortunately, there was not much useful information for the next time they entered the Tianyun secret land. It only increased their understanding of the Tianyun secret land. Then Xuxianmei narrated. Xuxianmei's words were more concise, but her expression was clearer. Soon, she recounted her experience. Her experience was relatively less. After entering the moving maze, she was trapped in it until she was expelled by the Tianyun secret land. However, in the moving maze, Xuxianmei obtained a large genuine elixir, which improved her cultivation to the peak of LV8 genuine martial realm. Her strength greatly increased. After Xuxianmei finished her narration, everyone's eyes fell on Chenzong. Chenzong finished thinking and made a decision. Senior figure, sect leader, and the four elders. Chenzong's face was serious, and his tone was somewhat dignified. Senior figure, the sect leader, and the four elders immediately became serious. What I'm going to say next is very important. No matter what, it can't be spread or known by others. Let's go to the secret room. Yuan Lingzi said without hesitation. Let's go. Lin Zhonghan immediately stood up, showing his trust in Chenzong. Senior figure, sect leader, and the four elders, I'll take my leave first. Lin Yuya said. Go. Lin Zhonghan nodded. It was likely that what Qinzong was going to say was very important and a big secret. Lin Yuye and Xuanmei certainly wanted to know. They were very curious, but they felt that their cultivations were only in the genuine martial realm. If they knew this secret and were captured alive in the future, who knew if other people would find out? Therefore, the best way to not let others know was to keep it a secret. After all, Lin Yuye's every move was for the sake of the Zongjing sword sect. I'll take my leave. Xuanmei also said. The two left one after the other. Under Lin Zhonghan's lead, everyone went to the back of the Zongjing sword hall and quickly entered the deepest secret room. It was hidden enough, and they didn't have to worry about any news being heard. Okay, you can rest assured. Yuan Lingzi stared at Qinzong with shining eyes. Qinzong didn't hesitate and immediately told them everything. From the moment he entered the Tianyun secret land, the environment he was in, the direction he moved, and finally found the big waterfall. As long as you temporarily break the waterfall, you will be able to find the karst cave behind the waterfall. In the karst cave, there is millennium stalactite milk that can improve your cultivation. Qinzong said and explained the height of the attack and the required attack power. Okay. Yuan Lingzi and the others were very excited. 1,000-year stalactite milk, that was a rare treasure. This information would be of great help to the sect's disciples when they enter the Tianyun secret land next time. There's another thing that I think is more important. Qinzong spoke again. Indeed, comprehending the mysteries of the ancient Xian tablet was more important than obtaining the 1,000-year stalactite milk. After all, one's cultivation could be increased through cultivation. It was just a matter of time. However, under the mysterious power of the ancient Xian tablet, increasing one's cultivation method and martial arts was not something that could be done with time. Qinzong mentioned the ancient Xian tablet after explaining the situation in the ancient tomb, especially the situation of the dried corpses and blood corpses. Through the power of the ancient Xian tablet, I have continued to improve the Zongjing technique to the 40th level, making it a heaven-class technique. I have also deduced the Zongjing sword technique to the 40th move, making it a heaven-class sword technique. Qinzong said. His words were like thunder that exploded in the ears of Yuan Lingzi and the others, making them dizzy. What did this mean? It meant that the Zongjing sword technique had been improved from heaven-class top to heaven-class peerless. After a tiring day, he felt like his legs weren't his own. The entire secret room was silent. Qinzong didn't speak again. Elder Yuan Lingzi, sect leader Lin Zhonghan, and the four elders were all in shock. Their thoughts seemed to have drifted far away. Actually, hundreds of years ago, the Zongjing Sword Codex had more than 36 levels, Elder Yuan Lingzi suddenly said. His voice was a little erratic, as if he was reminiscing. Qinzong's heart skipped a beat, and he listened carefully. That was when our Zongjing Sword sect was at its strongest. Unfortunately, Yuan Lingzi shook his head and sighed. But at that time, the Zongjing Sword Codex only had 38 levels, and it was an incomplete peerless heaven-level technique. However, the 37th and 38th levels were very strict, and it wasn't recorded directly. Instead, it was taught orally, and very few people were able to learn it. Unfortunately, when the sect suffered a great calamity, there were many casualties and heavy losses, causing the 37th and 38th levels to be lost. I didn't expect that one day, a disciple of our sect would be able to complete the Zongjing Sword Codex and make it a true peerless heaven-level technique. Yuan Lingzi was very emotional. Of course, they still had a little doubt in their hearts. A peerless heaven-level technique was too rare, and it was very profound. The Zongjing Sword sect had tried to complete the Zongjing Sword Codex, but unfortunately, no one had been able to do it. Because of this, they knew the difficulty. Qinzong had done it, and it was complete. It was doubtful. After all, Qinzong was too young, and his cultivation wasn't high enough. But no matter what, everyone was very eager to complete the Zongjing Sword Codex. Although it was useless to the extreme mortal realm, it was of great significance to the sect. So, they all looked at Qinzong eagerly. Elder, sect leader, and 4 elders, since I've said this, I plan to give the last 4 levels of the Zongjing Sword Codex and the Zongjing Sword Codex to the sect. Qinzong smiled. But because it's completed according to my own situation, if others cultivate it, they'll have to think about it themselves. Hearing Chen Zong's words, Yuan Lingzi, Lin Zhonghan, and the four elders suddenly fell into great happiness and excitement. As for the completion according to his own situation, that was normal. Alright. Yuan Lingzi trembled. He was very clear about the influence of a peerless heaven-class martial art technique on the sect. If he could obtain a complete peerless heaven-class martial art technique, he would have even greater potential to dominate the sect in the future. First Elder quickly took out a pen and paper and handed them to Chen Zong. After receiving them, Chen Zong wrote down the last 4 levels of the Zongheng skill and the last 4 moves of the Zongheng sword art. Yuan Lingzi couldn't wait to watch from the side. The more he watched, the more excited he became. After that, Sect Master Lin Zhonghan and the 4 elders looked at it one after another. Each of them was so excited that they laughed foolishly. For an ultimate mortal stage warrior to look so silly and happy was indeed a rare sight. Good. Chen Zong, you've made great contributions to the sword sect. You can ask for anything, even if you want the position of sect master. Lin Zhonghan spoke with a decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. The 4 elders were stunned, but no one raised any objections. Such a peerless heaven-tier reigning sword codex was indeed a huge contribution to the reigning sword sect. It was enough to become one of the pillars that the reigning sword sect could rely on to rise again. Sect master, you're exaggerating. Chen Zong said seriously, I don't have the ability to manage a sect well. Moreover, I'm a disciple of the sword sect and the sword son of the sword sect. It's only right for me to contribute to the sword sect as much as I can. Ha. Whether it was the founding elders, the sect master, or the 4 elders, they all laughed heartily. They were very happy. They felt that accepting Chen Zong into the sect and focusing on training him was the best decision they'd ever made. However, even if Chen Zong didn't ask for it, the sect couldn't just take away Chen Zong's perfected cultivation method and martial arts for free. Chen Zong, what's your cultivation now? Yuan Lingzi asked. Chen Zong's aura was restrained, so it was usually difficult to see his cultivation level. As a trace of Chen Zong's aura spread out, the founding elders, the sect master, and the elders were all shocked. The peak of LV7 genuine martial realm, before entering the heavenly cloud secret land, Chen Zong's cultivation was at the early stage of LV7 genuine martial realm. It was indeed amazing that he had made such an obvious improvement in less than a month in the heavenly cloud secret land. With your cultivation level, I'm afraid your cultivation level is your biggest shortcoming. From now on, you should cultivate well. The sect will do its best to help you improve your cultivation, Yuan Lingzi said solemnly. Chen Zong naturally had no objection to this. As for the iron plate, Chen Zong thought about it and didn't give it to the sect in the end. Perhaps it would come in handy in the future. After the conversation in the secret room ended, Chen Zong also left. The founding elders, the sect master, and the 4 elders stayed in the secret room and kept studying the last 4 levels of the sword codex. The more they studied, the more surprised they were. It was perfect, too perfect. With their cultivation level and accumulation, they couldn't find any flaws at all. After returning to the Black Bamboo residence, Chen Zong didn't stop for a moment and continued to cultivate. As the founding elder Yuan Lingzi said, his cultivation level was his shortcoming. It was the biggest limitation for him to improve his strength. For example, a wooden barrel was made of wooden planks. Each plank represented one aspect, and cultivation level was one of them. However, the improvement of cultivation level didn't rely on comprehension, but on accumulation. Unless he could get some treasure, he could only rely on hard work. At least, I have to improve my cultivation to LV8 genuine martial realm first, Chen Zong thought. In the heavenly cloud secret land, Chen Zong had seen more powerful young geniuses, such as Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia. Perhaps it could be said that both Underworld Raven and Long Xianxia were older than him by at least 5 years. The environment in which they began to cultivate was not something he could compare with. However, these were all excuses. In the world of martial artists, there was only one thing that mattered. No matter how bad or difficult your process was, no one would pay attention to it. It was nothing more than an embellishment after achieving great accomplishments, making people even more amazed. If you didn't achieve anything, then you would fade into the crowd and become insignificant. Moreover, he was in the same generation as these geniuses. He was destined to compete with them. Looking for excuses was the behavior of the weak. Training hard was the only way. The next day, the founding elder Yuan Lingzi quietly left the sect. As the founding elder of the sect, he was usually in a state of seclusion and guarding the sect. If others knew his whereabouts, it might lead to an ambush from other sects. Time flew, and a month had passed. After a period of hard work, Chenzong's cultivation had improved to the limit of LV7 genuine martial realm. However, there was still some distance to break through to LV8. Yuan Lingzi returned and went straight to Black Bamboo residence. Chenzong, here are 10 Lianjin elixirs. Take them one by one. The founding elder Yuan Lingzi was exhausted. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to Chenzong. Lianjin elixirs were suitable for genuine martial realm martial artists, especially those in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They were very precious. Chenzong was very surprised after receiving the jade bottle. Looking at the founding elder's exhausted appearance, he knew that it would not be easy to obtain these 10 Lianjin elixirs. The difficulty of obtaining them was evident from the fact that the founding elder was in such a state. Thank you, founding elder. Chenzong bowed solemnly. You deserve it. It's nothing compared to your contribution to the sword sect, Yuan Lingzi said with a smile. It was indeed not easy to obtain these 10 Lianjin elixirs. They were very precious, but there was still a big gap between them and the last 4 levels of the sword codex of the unhindered. Cultivate well and try your best to improve your cultivation. The founding elder instructed. His figure flashed and he left Black Bamboo residence. Chenzong contributed the last 4 levels of the sword codex of the sword sect. He did not give the chaotic heaven great true power. After all, he had obtained it after killing Yin Wuya. If the Wanluo sect found out, it would be a huge problem. Therefore, it was best to keep the chaotic heaven great true power for himself before he could fight against the Wanluo sect. He opened the bottle and poured out a Lianjin elixir. The golden elixir emitted an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Chenzong's pure true power began to circulate rapidly. Take it, he used his cultivation method to refine it and break through the 8th genuine meridian. A Lianjin elixir contained a lot of power. Chenzong's accumulation was also very strong. With the combination, the 8th genuine meridian was continuously opened. The moment the 8th genuine meridian was opened, a strong aura suddenly blew out from Chenzong's body, stirring up a cloud of dust. The early stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, then the path of the art of unhindered changed. The 33rd level, after circulating the 33rd level of the art of unhindered 9 times, his cultivation was completely stabilized. Chenzong took up the 2nd Lianjin elixir and took it. It was more difficult to improve the cultivation of LV8 genuine martial realm than LV7 genuine martial realm. Although the Lianjin elixir was powerful, Chenzong's true power was extremely pure. After completely refining 1 Lianjin elixir, Chenzong's cultivation did not improve much. He was able to break through with 1 Lianjin elixir because Chenzong's accumulation had reached the limit. Refining the 3rd Lianjin elixir, refining the 4th Lianjin elixir, refining the 5th Lianjin elixir, finally, Chenzong's aura became stronger again. Middle stage LV8 genuine martial realm, 34th level of the art of unhindered, after refining the remaining 5 Lianjin elixirs, his cultivation had reached the peak of middle stage LV8 genuine martial realm. He was one step away from breaking through to late stage LV8 genuine martial realm. However, Chenzong estimated that he would need at least 2 more Lianjin elixirs. Without the help of Lianjin elixirs, it would take him a month to cultivate on his own. After consolidating his cultivation, Chenzong stood up, drew out his sword, and started practicing the art of unhindered swordsmanship. He practiced it over and over again. However, after 10 times, he had completely mastered the 33rd and 34th moves of the art of unhindered swordsmanship. Now my combat strength should have surpassed the early 4-star level. Chenzong thought to himself. Perhaps, it was not that simple. It was very likely that he would not be inferior to any middle stage 4-star level. His cultivation was at the peak of middle stage LV8 genuine martial realm, and his combat strength was estimated to be at the middle stage 4-star level. Chenzong was not even 30 years old. He was undoubtedly at the level of the 5 heavenly sons, and he had even more potential. I have 1 month to improve my cultivation to late stage LV8 genuine martial realm, and then I will go out to gain experience. Chen Zong thought to himself. After a short rest, he immersed himself in cultivation again. There was no time to delay. Dark clouds covered the sky like a giant piece of lead that was about to fall and crush the earth. With a rumble, the dazzling lightning lit up the sky, as if a terrifying giant beast was waiting to destroy the world. Soon after, a whistling sound appeared. Wild gales blew, causing the world to shake. The wind blew to the point that the thick and heavy black clouds began to move slowly. Dust and smoke billowed on the ground as countless grains of sand danced with the wind. Within the layer of dark clouds, countless bolts of lightning flashed, transforming into numerous dazzling bolts of lightning that broke through the clouds like enormous pythons and meandered in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Raindrops the size of a thumb fell from the sky as fast as meteors. When they hit the rocks, they made a crisp sound and shattered, causing water droplets to splatter in all directions. More raindrops fell and covered the sky. They fell on the rocks, grass, and leaves, making a dense and crisp sound that resounded between heaven and earth. From afar, it was as if a torrent was falling from the sky and was about to sink the earth. In this kind of weather, ordinary people and warriors would only stay in their sturdy houses and would not dare to go out. However, a figure came from afar at an extremely fast speed. Countless huge raindrops fell on the figure but were all blocked by a layer of invisible force. As the figure moved at high speed, a long water dragon was dragged out. It spread dozens of meters and let out a shocking roar. It was as if a water dragon was flying between heaven and earth. Chen Zong's cultivation at the late stage of LV8 true martial realm and the 35th level of the art of traversing made his protective true force very strong. Even if he stood there and let a warrior at the peak of LV8 true martial realm attack him with all his strength, it would be difficult to break through. Even a warrior at LV9 true martial realm would have a hard time breaking through it. After stabilizing his cultivation at the late stage of LV8 true martial realm and completely mastering the 35th move of the traversing sword technique, Chen Zong proposed to go out and gain experience. The founding elders and the sect master did not stop him. They knew that Chen Zong was like a real dragon. He could not be trapped in one place. That would be detrimental to his growth. After leaving the traversing sword sect, Chen Zong headed east, in the direction of the imperial city of the Longtu dynasty. The royal family of the Longtu dynasty belonged to the upper rank sect and was very powerful. As the center of the royal city, not only were there many high-ranking officials, there were also many geniuses and experts. Since he was going to train, he naturally had to go to places with more geniuses. Only then would it be meaningful. There were 8 prefectures in the Longtu Empire. However, the imperial city was not one of the 8 prefectures. More accurately speaking, the Longtu Empire was divided into 1 imperial city and 8 prefectures. On the way from the Tianjiang prefecture to the imperial city, they would pass by the Wanluo prefecture. The torrential rain, which was enough to knock down and injure ordinary people, did not affect Chen Zong at all. He was as swift and sharp as an arrow leaving the bow, moving forward courageously. The torrential rain gradually lessened, and the dark clouds that were as heavy as lead and iron slowly faded. When a ray of sunlight tore through the last of the dark clouds like a heavenly sword, the rain stopped at the same time. The weather had cleared up, but the air was very moist. The smell of grass, soil, and rain filled the air. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a surge of heat rapidly approaching him. It was as if a scorching sun was attacking him from behind. Large amounts of moisture in the air evaporated, turning into white steam that rose in spirals. There was even a sizzling sound. In less than 1/10 of a second, Chen Zong reacted quickly. Under the Xiaoxian state, the dust in the air fluctuated violently, allowing Chen Zong to clearly grasp the strength of the scorching attack behind him. Beginner 4-star, its speed was close to that of a mid 4-star. If it was before Chen Zong had broken through to LV8 of the true martial realm, he would not have been able to block this attack with his own strength. Turning around and unsheathing his sword, the 2 actions were connected smoothly and completed at the same time. The silver sword light was even more dazzling than the light of the sun as it slashed down vertically from top to bottom. A blazing red sun the size of a millstone, bringing with it a terrifyingly high temperature and extremely violent power, mercilessly slashed down, but it was directly split apart by the sword light. Split into two, the two halves of the scorching sun rushed past Qianzong's left and right sides. The terrifying heat seemed to be burning Qianzong's body. Qianzong saw the person who attacked him. Gu Jiang, he was somewhat surprised. Gu Jiang was also surprised to see Qianzong, but he attacked mercilessly, intending to kill Qianzong. Qianzong had come out of the Tianyun secret realm alive, which made Gu Jiang feel that he had gained a lot and become stronger. This was good news for the Zhongjian sect, but not for the Xianxia sect. Especially now that his brother was still in the shadow of Qianzong, he was no longer as high-spirited as he used to be. Gu Jiang originally intended to kill Qianzong with this attack, but he didn't expect that not only did he fail to kill Qianzong, but he was also split into two by his opponent's sword. This was even more unexpected. His eyes widened, and his pupils were like scorching suns. A powerful and scorching aura burst out from his tall and strong body, causing the humidity around him to instantly evaporate into steam. White smoke filled the air and rose into the sky. Gu Jiang's body seemed to contain terrifying heat and violent power, and the shadow of a scorching sun directly appeared behind him. Gu Jiang had already cultivated the Xianxia sect's true yang technique to the extreme, and at this moment, he activated it to the extreme. He struck out with his palm, and in the center of his palm, there seemed to be a small scorching sun. It carried a terrifying power and fiercely blasted toward Qianzong. Middle stage 4-star battle strength, Gu Jiang, who had unleashed all of his power, was even more powerful. With two swords in his hands, Qianzong didn't dodge at all. He performed the 35th move of the horizontal sword technique, and the increasingly sharp and domineering sword light pierced through the air. Whether it was Gu Jiang's name or his strength, he deserved Qianzong to use his true strength to fight with him and then break his opponent's power. As soon as Qianzong struck out with his sword, Gu Jiang's expression changed. For a moment, he felt as if he was facing Lin Yuya, but it was also different. Lin Yuya was known as the Frost Rain Sword. As someone who cultivated the horizontal sword technique and the horizontal sword technique, his sword technique was very sharp, like a cold rainstorm, and his attacks were very frightening. Gu Jiang, who had fought with Lin Yuya many times, was very clear about Lin Yuya's sword style. There was no doubt that Qianzong was also performing the horizontal sword technique, but the style was different. This was a kind of indomitable sharpness, as if it could cross the heavens and the earth and cut through all hard things. Gu Jiang's palm was once again cut open by Qianzong's sword. After comprehending the ancient Xian tablet, Qianzong had modified the traversing skill and the traversing sword art. They were less vigorous but sharper. They were 100% compatible with his body and could be used to the extreme. This was not a small increase in his combat strength. Gu Jiang threw out another palm, which seemed to be more powerful, but it was still cut open by Qianzong's sword. Qianzong's cultivation had reached the late stage of LV8 genuine martial realm, and he had also practiced the 35th move of the sword technique. His combat strength was undoubtedly more powerful, reaching the late 4-star level. After cutting open Gu Jiang's palm with his sword again, Qianzong took the initiative to counterattack. He performed the 35th move of the horizontal sword technique with two swords, one vertical and one horizontal. The two swords combined to dominate the heavens and the earth. For a moment, Gu Jiang found himself suppressed. Incredible, compared to himself, Qianzong was 5 or 6 years older. Before, Qianzong was like an ant in Gu Jiang's eyes. Now, not only could he fight with Gu Jiang, but he could also suppress him. For a moment, even someone as proud as Gu Jiang could not help but feel a trace of regret. If he had known, he would have attacked and killed Qianzong before he grew up. Now, it was too late. No, there was still a chance. Swallowing sun change. Without any hesitation, Gu Jiang performed the secret method of the Xianxia sect. A terrifying aura spread out, and the high temperature seemed to want to burn the surroundings to ashes. The blazing sun in the sky seemed to be responding to it from a distance, gathering the sunlight to form a ball of blazing red light the size of a human head above Gu Jiang's head, like a miniature version of the blazing sun. The light was extremely strong, and the heat was shocking. It was several times more powerful than the swallowing sun change performed by the disciple of the Xianxia sect in the Tianyun secret realm. Gu Jiang opened his mouth, and the scorching sun fell and was swallowed into his stomach. Gu Jiang's body seemed to be burning, emitting an extremely strong light. He was like a human-shaped scorching sun, and his aura became even more powerful, soaring to the late 4-star level. The light from his eyes was like the sun. Gu Jiang raised his hands and continuously slapped at Chenzong. Palm after palm, they turned into balls of red light the size of a human head, bombarding Chenzong like a meteor shower. Chenzong's body was drowned. Countless explosions caused the surroundings to explode. The ground shook as if 10,000 beasts were galloping, and gravel mixed with the intense light flew everywhere. When the explosion stopped, the shockwaves spread out for hundreds of meters. Dust and smoke filled the air, like a giant mushroom soaring into the sky. Suddenly, a dazzling cross-shaped sword light shot out from the scorching smoke. It was as fast and ferocious as lightning as it attacked Gu Jiang. Gu Jiang's arms shook, and layers of red light rippled out, causing a series of explosions to sound in the air. Under Chenzong's 2 swords, the ripples were directly torn apart, unable to resist at all. Close, the 2 swords were like a long waterfall as they blasted towards Gu Jiang. The momentum was vast and unparalleled. Gu Jiang found that he couldn't keep up with the speed of Chenzong's 2 swords. He was directly sent flying, and a thin line of blood spread out from his arms. Gu Jiang retreated, and Chenzong pursued at an even faster speed. The 2 swords were endless, and each strike contained extremely terrifying power. Stab, slash, and flick. They were all different methods of application, but they were all extreme interpretations of the 35th move of the unhindered sword technique. Gu Jiang found that he was suppressed again, even if he used the secret technique of the yang swallowing transformation to increase his strength. Wherever they passed, the ground was shattered, the stones turned into powder, and the plants were all scorched, turning into ashes that filled the air. Wherever the sword light passed, it also cut through the air, leaving behind streaks of silver marks. The unhindered sword technique was densely packed, as if they were woven into a huge silver net that could cover the sky and the earth. Gu Jiang performed his palm technique to the extreme, trying his best to resist Chenzong's attacks and looking for a chance to counterattack. However, under the violent attacks of Chenzong's 2 swords, he could only parry. This scene happened to be seen by a few warriors passing by. When they recognized Gu Jiang, they all widened their eyes in shock. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. The sword light shattered and Gu Jiang's body flew back like a fireball, leaving a long scorched mark on the ground. Gu Jiang felt a wave of weakness coming from the depths of his body. The yang devouring transformation was a very powerful secret technique, but it couldn't be maintained for too long. Once it was over, the user would fall into a temporary state of weakness and their strength would decrease significantly. The higher the intensity of the battle, the shorter the duration of the yang devouring transformation. Chenzong was very strong and his swordsmanship was frighteningly high. After a fierce battle, Gu Jiang found that the yang devouring transformation had consumed too much energy and was about to end. Once it ended, his weakened strength would be even less of a match for Chenzong. Without any hesitation, Gu Jiang borrowed the force of the collision and retreated at an extremely fast speed, like a meteor. Chenzong chased after him without hesitation, wanting to kill Gu Jiang. In such a place, there was no room for hesitation. Sensing Chenzong's killing intent, Gu Jiang's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Immediately after, an egg-sized bead appeared in his hand. The bead was crimson and exuded an astonishingly high temperature. Chenzong's pupils shrank as his gaze fell on the crimson bead in Gu Jiang's hand. He felt an astonishing threat from it. Minor True Yang Exploding Bullet. The unhindered sword sect had the minor thunderbolt sword chi bomb, which could release pseudo-transcendent realm sword chi attacks. The True Yang sect had the same thing, the minor True Yang Exploding Bullet. This was a very precious item that would not be used normally. After all, it was difficult to make, so every time one was used, there would be one less. Gu Jiang wasn't willing either. On one hand, it was because this item was truly precious. On the other hand, he felt humiliated that he had been forced to take out the minor True Yang explosive bomb by someone who was younger than him and whose strength had been far below his own. However, this was all for the sake of survival. This humiliation would disappear with his opponent's death. Zong quickly retreated, pulling away from Gu Zhiyang. At the same time, Gu Zhiyang threw the minor True Yang exploding bullet in his hand at Zong. Like a meteor, it flew through the air with astonishing heat and ferocity. Bloodlight escape. With a deep bellow, Gu Zhiyang struck his chest with his palm and spat out a mouthful of blood. It transformed into a bloody glow that enveloped his entire body. Afterwards, he erupted with shocking speed with a swish, shooting off into the distance. However, Zong's sword light still hit Gu Zhiyang, who had just left. A muffled groan could be heard from the rainbow-like blood light. Rumble, the minor True Yang explosive bullet instantly exploded, and a crimson light shot out like a stream of flames. It was also like a volcanic eruption, spewing out scorching hot lava. In the blink of an eye, the lava covered a radius of 100 meters and spread out rapidly. The force of the explosion was incomparably terrifying, and it was as if a mountain flood had erupted. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Even the rocks were melted by the terrifying heat. When the minor True Yang explosive bullet exploded, Zong only had time to rush out 100 meters or so before the terrifying force mixed with the scorching heat of molten steel reached him in an instant. The destructive heat wave made it difficult for Zong to breathe. It was as if his entire body was being burned from the inside out. This kind of heat was many times higher than when he used the primordial iron refining hand. For a moment, Zong thought he was going to be burned to ashes. Pushing his true chi to the limit, the power of the third-order pseudo-spirit artifact was also completely stimulated. The two swords violently revolved around his body, doing everything in his power to resist the terrifying heat. At the same time, he used the terrifying impact to quickly retreat. With 3 layers of defensive power superimposed, Zong was able to resist a peak 4-star level attack. However, the power of the minor True Yang explosive bullet was simply too tyrannical. The range of the minor True Yang explosive bullet was 200 meters. Within 20 meters, it could kill a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Within 50 meters, it could seriously injure a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. As for those below the pseudo-transcendent realm, if they did not have a strong enough defensive power, they would undoubtedly die. Within 100 meters, the power of the minor True Yang explosive bullet would be greatly reduced, but even so, it was still enough to kill a 5-star cultivator. Zong's entire body was thrown back 1,000 meters, his body charred black. As he fell, he smashed into a huge boulder and sank deep into it. This scene made the several martial artists who were watching the battle from afar endlessly horrified. The power of the minor True Yang exploding bullet dissipated, and a huge crater with a radius of 200 meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was several meters deep, and the surface of the crater was as smooth as a mirror. This was the result of being instantly burned by the high temperature. Wisps of hot air, enough to scorch an ordinary person, were constantly rising from the crater. The cultivators present all gulped. This kind of power was simply too strong. Who is that? It seems to be the sword son Zong. He should be dead. It's so powerful. Let's go and take a look. The cultivators looked at each other in dismay, but they still walked towards the place where Zong fell. However, their footsteps were not fast. Not long after, they saw a charred body lying in the gravel pit, constantly emitting hot air. He should be cooked. One by one, they stared at the charred body in shock, unable to feel any aura fluctuations. What a pity. One by one, they were filled with regret. The sword son of the unhindered sword sect had a boundless future. Not to mention, he could even suppress one of the 5 great heavens' prides, Xianxia Gu Zhiyang, which was even more shocking. Now, he had died here. He is the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. He must have something good on him. One of them rolled his eyes and said in an encouraging tone. Yes, why don't we look for him? Another person was also very tempted. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, he is the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. If we are tracked down, we will be in a lot of trouble. We might even be killed. The third person was also tempted, but he was rational. As long as we don't tell anyone, no one will know. Moreover, we will leave Tianjiang Prefecture immediately after we get the benefits. The fourth person said in a low voice, his eyes shining with greed. Okay, let's do that. The 4 cultivators immediately approached Xianxia. Just as they were about to attack, the charred body suddenly trembled. The 4 of them quickly retreated as if they had been frightened. Under their horrified gazes, the charred body stood up again. Xianxia was not dead. Indeed, the minor Truyang explosive bomb was very powerful. Its power was destructive. Xianxia felt that his entire body was about to be destroyed. In an instant, he was enveloped by death. Fortunately, the 3 layers of protection weakened part of the bomb's power. His body refining realm was not low, so he had a strong vitality. Coupled with the vigorous vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart, he survived and his injuries were quickly healed by the power of the 1,000-year tree heart. However, his injuries were so severe that Xianxia felt that his internal organs, bones, muscles, and skin were severely burned. It would take a long time for them to heal. As for the words of the 4 cultivators, Xianxia also heard them. Without any hesitation, his long sword pierced through the air and split into 4. For silver sword chi pierced through the sky. The 4 cultivators were all in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. However, they came from small sects and rogue cultivators. Their inheritance was ordinary, so they could not challenge those who were in a higher realm. Although Xianxia was severely injured and his strength was far from his peak, the remaining true power was enough to kill the 4 cultivators in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. The 4 cultivators were terrified, but they could not dodge because Xianxia's sword was too fast. It was completely beyond their reaction time. The 4 sword chi pierced through the air and pierced through the 4 cultivators' eyebrows, killing them instantly. After killing the 4 cultivators with evil intentions, Xianxia sat down exhausted. He sheathed his long sword and glanced around. When he did not find anyone else, he quickly took out a soul-restoring pill, a vitality-replenishing pill, and a Zhengue pill. In just a few breaths, his greatly consumed essence, qi, and spirit were restored by 30%. In an instant, he recovered a part of his strength and eliminated a lot of his weakness. He then took out a small yang-restoring pill and healed his injuries. Under the combination of the power of the pill, his body's self-healing ability, and the power of the 1,000-year tree heart, Xianxia's injuries, which were heavy enough for an ordinary cultivator to recuperate for 10 to 20 days, or even longer, were quickly healed. In just a short quarter of an hour, the numbness and itchiness on his skin gradually subsided. His injuries were healed, and the burnt skin was replaced. However, on the surface, he still looked a little embarrassed. Fortunately, I got the 1,000-year tree heart, Xianxia secretly said. To be able to heal so quickly, the 1,000-year tree heart accounted for at least 70 to 80% of his injuries. His whole body shook, and like a cicada shedding its shell, he left behind a still embarrassed figure. However, Xianxia's real body had already turned into a stream of light and rapidly flew away. When Xianxia's figure disappeared, the embarrassed figure that had stayed in place collapsed and scattered on the ground. It turned out that it was formed by the broken pieces of the charred robe and the dead skin that had fallen off due to the burns. As for Xianxia, he instantly took out a new robe and changed into it, then used his movement technique to leave. Xianxia did not chase after Gu Jiang. He had seen Gu Yaoyang use the blood light escape before. It was extremely fast, and Gu Jiang's blood light escape was many times faster than Gu Yaoyang's. In addition, in the time that Xianxia had been injured, Gu Jiang had already disappeared without a trace. Even if Xianxia chased after him, he would not be able to catch up. However, Xianxia would not forget this grudge. He had almost died to Gu Jiang's methods. Speaking of which, Gu Jiang had used the yang swallowing transformation and the blood light escape. Gu Jiang's vitality had been greatly damaged, and he had been hit by Xianxia's sword. His injuries had worsened, and he would definitely not be feeling good. I'll go and try to temper myself first. I'll have another chance in the future, Xianxia thought to himself. Tianjiang Prefecture's territory was very large, but Xianxia's speed was very fast. At this speed, if there were no accidents, he would be able to rush out of Tianjiang Prefecture's territory and enter Wanluo Prefecture's territory in just a few days. In another place, Gu Jiang, whose vitality had been greatly damaged, landed on the ground after using the blood light escape. He hurriedly took out some pills to replenish his vitality and heal his injuries. He circulated his cultivation technique to recover as much as possible before heading in the direction of Xianxia sect. Jiang, you don't look well. Xianxia sect's first elder's eyes flashed as if he could see through Gu Jiang's body. Yes. Gu Jiang nodded and did not explain. He was ashamed that he couldn't defeat Zhong and had to use a minor Truyang bomb in the end. He didn't want others to know about this. Zhong must have been killed by that minor Truyang bomb. With Zhong's identity as the Sword Son, he should have been able to obtain the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bomb as his trump card. However, it was also a one-time use pseudo-spiritual tool with a large area of effect, so it was unable to withstand the power of the small Truyang explosive bullet. Zhong was most likely going to die. Under normal circumstances, Zhong's death was certain. Unfortunately, Zhong's body refinement cultivation was profound, and because of certain reasons, he possessed an extremely powerful self-healing ability. Moreover, he had the 1,000-year tree heart. With all these advantages, Zhong was able to survive. Gu Jiang returned to his cave residence and took out another elixir, preparing to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Zhong stood at the top of a mountain that was hundreds of meters tall. He glanced around and saw a river at the foot of the mountain. The waves surged like a huge white dragon and stretched for thousands of miles. This mountain and river separated Tianjiang Prefecture and Wanluo Prefecture. The sun was setting in the west, and the remaining red light shone on the horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the earth, creating a beautiful scene. Suddenly, Zhong's face turned cold, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Zhong felt as if he was being stared at. The stare was very short, and it lasted for less than 1/100th of a second. Other 4-star or 5-star combatants might not be able to sense it, but Zhong, who had a high realm, felt it. It was not an illusion. Under the divine reflection profound realm, the gaze that was filled with killing intent caused the dust to fluctuate and change, which Zhong grasped. Who was it? Zhong felt his hair stand on end when he stared at him for a moment. That meant that the owner of the stare was a master whom he could not compete with. Zhong didn't know who it was, nor did he know what was going on. But he was sure that a master had his eyes on him, and he didn't come with good intentions. However, Zhong was vigilant. The sharpness in his eyes disappeared in a flash. He continued to look into the distance as if he had not noticed anything. However, his left hand had already grabbed the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi ball and hid it in his sleeve. Spreading his body, Zhong leaped into the air like a giant bird and rapidly descended the mountain. He was prepared to cross the mountain and the river and officially enter the territory of the Wanluo residents. As Zhong's figure unfolded, a figure suddenly appeared from several hundred meters away. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, the figure flew over in less than 1/10th of a second, crossing the distance of several hundred meters to kill him. The seemingly corporeal killing intent surged forth like a torrent, completely engulfing Zhong. Under this murderous intent, Zhong felt his hair stand on end. All the pores on his body opened up, as if they were electrocuted by a strong electric current. A chill seeped into his body, freezing his pure yang blood chi and tyrannical true power. The murderous intent was so strong that it was even stronger than Underworld Raven and Long Xingqian's. A trace of blood-red light bloomed in an instant, like a meteor breaking through the sky. Fast, 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 ice-cold murderous intent, tyrannical aura, death suddenly descended upon him. But the current Zhong was no longer the Zhong from before. He would be paralyzed by this murderous aura. In an instant, without any hesitation, Zhong made his move. The small Thunderbolt Sword Chi in his left hand shot out towards the figure that had turned into a blood-red light. The blood-red light was extremely fast, but so was Zhong's move. In less than 1/100th of a second, they closed in on each other. Then, the silver light exploded, and countless silver sword chi shot out, piercing through the sky and covering a radius of 200 meters. It was as if a giant monster covered in silver thorns had suddenly appeared in midair. Zhong's figure fell rapidly, and his two swords turned into countless sword lights that circled in front of him. All the defensive power was activated to the extreme. Under the circumstances where he was prepared, Zhong was not affected much. He resisted all the attacks. However, the person who suddenly attacked did not have it easy. He was directly hit by the sword chi of the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi. After landing on the ground, Chenzong stared at the small thunderbolt sword chi bomb that had exploded. He did not know if this small thunderbolt sword chi ball could kill his opponent. After all, the power of the small thunderbolt sword chi ball was on the level of a pseudo-transcendent, and the person who attacked was most likely a pseudo-transcendent realm master. After a few breaths of time, the silver sword chi dissipated, and a curled-up figure appeared in midair. His aura was chaotic, obviously he was seriously injured. That figure was wearing a blood-red robe, and the robe seemed to be in tatters. His 4 limbs were spread out, revealing a very ordinary middle-aged man's face. His face was pale, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. His eyes flashed with an extremely cold murderous intent as he locked onto Chenzong. Chenzong's body tensed up, as if he was being held by an invisible force, his bones and muscles tensing to the extreme. Chenzong circulated all the power in his body, and it was like a great river rushing through his body, giving off thunderous sounds. A deep blue light flashed, and the star-scar dual swords appeared in his hands. Chenzong stared back at his opponent without fear. This was indeed a pseudo-transcendent realm master. Chenzong did not know when he had provoked this person. Of course, it was not necessarily because he had provoked him, perhaps there were other reasons. Die. The middle-aged man let out a low roar, his body trembling as he once again transformed into a blood-red streak. However, compared to before, his speed was obviously much slower. Die. With a loud shout, the 2 swords transformed into dark blue streaks of light, leaving behind meteor-like streaks in the air. It was like a dark blue meteor shower, bringing with it an astonishing sharpness and overbearingness as it blasted towards his opponent. Under normal circumstances, Chenzong was not an opponent of a pseudo-transcendent realm master. One had to know that only those whose combat strength reached 7-star could be called a pseudo-transcendent, and Chenzong's combat strength was only at the late 4-star stage. The gap between him and a 7-star master was like a chasm. However, at this moment, this pseudo-transcendent realm master was seriously injured. After all, in the process of resisting the little thunderbolt sword chi bullet, he had been hit by many sword chi attacks. Being able to survive was already an extraordinary feat. Even so, the sword light from Chenzong's twin swords was completely destroyed by the blood-red light upon contact. The blood-red light continued to press forward. Chenzong used both swords to parry the attack. Amidst the terrifying force, Chenzong was sent flying. The middle-aged man waved his right hand repeatedly, and streaks of blood-red light tore through the sky. They were so densely packed that they were like a terrifying blood-red hurricane. Everywhere they passed, the ground shattered inch by inch, and they wanted to mince Chenzong into pieces of flesh and blood. Even if he was seriously injured, the strength of a pseudo-transcendent realm master was still terrifying. But, that doesn't mean I can't fight, Chenzong took a deep breath and muttered to himself. There was no doubt that the pressure this injured pseudo-transcendent realm master brought to Chenzong was not inferior to that of the underworld crow in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. However, the current Chenzong was also much stronger than when he was in the heavenly cloud-sealed world. Stimulating the power of the star-scar dual swords, a brilliant dark blue light flowed between them as Chenzong's essence, chi, and soul became one. In an instant, a feeling of sublimation arose. Second stage illumination profound realm. Originally, Chenzong had already reached the peak of the first stage, but now, under tremendous pressure, he had broken through. The first level of the illumination profound realm allowed Chenzong to subtly discern the movement of particles in the air. The second level was an extension of this foundation, and it was even more subtle. It was so subtle that Chenzong could more accurately discern weaknesses and flaws. In his perception, the blood-red hurricane that was strangling towards him carried an incomparably terrifying power, almost suffocating Chenzong. Resisting this pressure that was like the hand of a death god, Chenzong pushed his perception to the extreme, gradually identifying the strengths and weaknesses of the blood-red hurricane with the help of the second stage of the illumination profound realm. This kind of attack was both strong and weak, and they combined together. The strong would cover the weak, and the weak would connect with the strong. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to find the weak points, but Chenzong's realm was very high, especially after reaching the second stage of the illumination profound realm. His grasp of the weaknesses and flaws had greatly increased. Under Chenzong's superb perception, several weak points in the blood-red hurricane gradually appeared. Sword strike, The extremely fast sword light with astonishing sharpness pierced through the air and instantly hit several weak points in the blood-red hurricane. From a distance, it looked like many dark blue stars were streaking across, and the blood-red hurricane was forced to stop and then dissipated. The pale-faced middle-aged man was slightly startled, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although he was severely injured and could not exert much of his strength, the attack just now was at least at the peak of the 4-star level, and yet it was broken by his opponent. Unbelievable. After reaching the second stage of the Illumination Profound Realm, Qianzong's battle strength did not increase much, but his fighting ability had obviously increased. It was even more obvious that he had defeated a stronger opponent. After defeating the blood-red hurricane, Qianzong took the initiative to attack the middle-aged man with his sword. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the middle-aged man was severely injured to kill him in case he recovered from his injuries and came back to kill him. At close range, the two swords were violent, each of them extremely powerful. The battle strength of the late 4-star level also brought a lot of pressure to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man held a blood-red dagger in his hand, which was extremely sharp. It was also a 3rd-level pseudo-spiritual weapon, exuding a shocking bloody aura. The middle-aged man's martial arts were even more strange. He would often attack from a blind spot, making it impossible to guard against. Under the pressure of death, Qianzong's spirit and willpower became even more concentrated, as though it was about to rise to a higher level. The unhindered willpower that appeared in the past appeared once again, the unhindered true power surged endlessly, appearing extremely sharp. The unhindered sword technique's power also increased, becoming even more tyrannical. He forgot everything and focused on the two swords. There was only one goal in front of him. Kill, kill, kill. The middle-aged man frowned. He had thought that he could easily kill his opponent, but he did not expect such an unforeseen event. Now that he was in a bitter battle, his injuries worsened and became more serious, affecting his ability to exert his strength. Monstrous murderous intent, a terrifying aura seemed to emerge from the depths of the 9-nether abyss, wrapping around the middle-aged man's body, causing him to feel a burst of numbness. His heavily injured body felt like it was difficult for him to resist. The middle-aged man stared at the long sword in Qianzong's left hand. It looked like an ordinary long sword, not a pseudo-spirit artifact, but a strange feeling. However, it was precisely this long sword that brought him such a terrifying threat. If he had not been injured, he would have been able to resist this terrifying aura, but now that he was seriously injured, his ability to resist was greatly reduced. The middle-aged man was certain that this sword contained a profound mystery and contained a terrifying power that was more than enough to kill him. This sword was the Red Thunder Sword. The Red Thunder Sword could be said to be Qianzong's last resort. However, Qianzong did not intend to use up the power contained in the Red Thunder Sword. After all, it was a transcendent-level power, using it to deal with a seriously injured pseudo-transcendent was a waste. However, even if he didn't use up the sword chi contained in it, he could still release a portion of its aura to deter his opponent and prevent him from escaping. Qianzong didn't want to face a fully prepared pseudo-transcendent, at least for now. Qianzong's two swords pressed forward, launching a violent attack without fear of death. The more he fought, the stronger he became. On the other hand, because of the middle-aged man's injuries, he became weaker and weaker. The balance between the two sides began to tilt. The middle-aged man's face became more and more pale as he constantly used his dexterous movement skill to dodge, but all his dodging was futile in front of Qianzong. The two swords continued to fly towards him, forcing him to meet them head-on every time. When they collided, a terrifying force impacted both sides, creating countless ripples in the air. Under this kind of impact, Qianzong also felt uncomfortable, but with his tyrannical physique, he was able to resist it. Relying on his powerful self-healing ability and the pure vitality of the 1,000-year tree heart, his injuries rapidly healed. Although the middle-aged man was a pseudo-transcendent, he did not have the same capital as Qianzong. Time and time again, the impact of this force worsened his injuries, causing his strength to decline again. Suddenly, Qianzong activated the power of the Red Thunder Sword to the extreme. An almost transparent sword light with a hint of gold tore the space under the sword. There seemed to be a black mark, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The middle-aged man's body suddenly stiffened. If he was at his peak, he would be able to resist this terrifying aura, but right now, His injuries were extremely serious, his vitality and soul. The moment his body froze, his spiritual will was also affected by a strong impact, and he fell into a momentary trance. One breath was enough. Chen Zong's sword, Chen Zong's left hand, his his true chi to compress and condensed true chi into the sword SS, which condensed true chi. Secret sword. Star. The sword disappeared. Only a deep blue starlight streaked across the sky, leaving behind an extremely resplendent star mark in the sky. Too fast, too sudden, just as the middle-aged man was about to dodge, he found that his blood chi and muscles were numb, making it difficult for him to dodge. A sharp pain unconsciously spread from his heart, which quickly spread. After his heart was pierced through, it was torn apart by a terrifying force. With one successful strike, Chen Zong immediately activated his pure yang qi and blood qi. His legs exploded with an astonishing power, crushing the mountain rocks under his feet. Like an arrow released from a bow, he retreated, avoiding his opponent's dying counterattack. The middle-aged man didn't even have a chance to counterattack. He clutched his chest with one hand, and bright red blood continuously seeped out from the gaps between his fingers. He tried to grab Chen Zong with his other hand, but he caught nothing. With a face full of unwillingness, he fell forward. Chen Zong hurriedly took out a dan and consumed it, quickly recovering his true chi. A moment later, a portion of his true chi had been restored. Chen Zong sent out a sword chi, chopping off his opponent's right arm. His opponent didn't even have the slightest reaction, completely dead. Seeing this, Chen Zong breathed a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, he had endured a great deal of pressure. Now that he had relaxed, his whole body felt exhausted, a kind of exhaustion that originated from the depths of his body. This kind of exhaustion was not something that could be recovered by relying on pills, it required sufficient rest. But at the same time, Chen Zong also felt a sense of accomplishment. A powerful pseudo-transcendent, who originally had the strength to kill him, had died under his sword in the end. The other party wanted to kill him, so why was he the one who died in the end? The reason was simple. The other party didn't know that Chen Zong had discovered him and had set up a trap, so he was severely injured by the small thunderbolt sword chi, causing his strength to drop significantly. Under the pressure, Chen Zong stimulated his potential and broke through to the second stage of the body and sword fusion third stage, the illuminating profound boundary. Finally, he used the power of the Red Thunder Sword to intimidate his opponent and kill him in one fell swoop. Every step was extremely dangerous, even the slightest carelessness could have led to a different ending. The feeling was like an ordinary person walking on a hair-thin rope, while below was a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. Quickly tidying up, Chen Zong obtained a third-order pseudo-spirit artifact short blade and a mustard seed bag from the middle-aged man. Opening the mustard seed bag, there were a lot of things inside. There were more than 1,000 spirit shells. In addition, Chen Zong also saw a spirit source. Compared with the low-rank spirit source he possessed, the spirit source in this mustard seed bag looked a lot worse. It was a substandard spirit source. Each substandard spirit source was worth 1,000 spirit shells. There were a total of 53 substandard spirit sources here, equivalent to 53,000 spirit shells. There were some healing pills and several martial arts books written on animal skins, 2 of which were heaven-grade top rank and 1 of which was heaven-grade top rank. The last thing was a token. The token was in the shape of a trident. It was completely black and cold to the touch, as if it was made of cold iron. On the front of the token, there were 2 strange characters, Tian Luo, and on the back, there were 2 characters, Tian San. For Chen Zong, the most valuable thing was naturally the 53 substandard spirit sources. After putting all the trophies into the virtual ring, Chen Zong left the place. After walking for a while, he came to the edge of the river and sat down cross-legged to rest. Staring at the surging river, his mind gradually emptied. He didn't think about anything, but also remembered everything. He did whatever he wanted, without deliberately limiting or controlling it. He let everything run its course. The surging river raised white waves, as if it was endless. It flowed until the end of time, which made Chen Zong's mind calm down. Chen Zong felt that he had a lot of affinity with water. Watching the water of the sinking Feather River, encountering the huge waterfall in the Tianyun's secret realm, and now watching the river calmed his mind and enlightened him. A vague feeling arose spontaneously, hovering in the depths of his heart, but it seemed to be missing something. Time passed slowly, and the exhaustion in his spirit seemed to be washed away by the flowing water. When Qinzong suddenly woke up, his spirit was in a state of full spirit. A more harmonious feeling pervaded his body and mind, making him feel comfortable. Qinzong stood up with a slight smile on his face. He once again took out the trident-shaped jet-black token and carefully looked at it. Could it be that this is the token of Tianluo Tower, and this person is an assassin of Tianluo Tower? Qinzong recalled that before he went out for experience, Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi had mentioned many forces to him. Among them, he had mentioned a special organization, Tianluo Tower. It was said that Tianluo Tower was located in the Wanluo mansion, but no one seemed to know its exact location. After all, Tianluo Tower was an assassin organization. They only cared about money, not people. No one knew how many people they had assassinated. If the location of their headquarters was known, it was likely to attract strong masters to uproot them. The most important element of an assassin organization was secrecy. Tianluo Tower's name had the meaning of an inescapable net. As the name implied, being targeted by Tianluo Tower was like being caught in an inescapable net, with no escape. According to Grand Elder Yuan Lingzi, Tianluo Tower's assassins were divided into 3 levels: human, earth, and heaven. Human corresponded to the training realm, earth corresponded to the true martial realm, and heaven corresponded to the pseudo-transcendence realm. The middle-aged man Qinzong killed was a pseudo-transcendence realm heaven-grade assassin of Tianluo Tower. He should be ranked 3rd, so he was called Tian San. All kinds of information flashed through Qinzong's mind. He also knew the origin and identity of the other party, but his biggest doubt was why a heaven-grade assassin of Tianluo Tower would attack him. Tianluo Tower only cared about money, and he had no grudges with them. The only explanation was that someone had paid to hire Tianluo Tower's assassins. Who was it? Gu Zhiyang? It shouldn't be, the time was too short. Besides, Gu Zhiyang might have thought that he had died under the minor True Yang exploding bullet. After thinking about it, Qinzong couldn't think of who had hired Tianluo Tower's assassins, but his face was dignified. Now that Tianluo Tower's Tian San had died under his sword, Tianluo Tower would definitely investigate, and they would probably trace it back to him. At that time, they might send even more powerful assassins to deal with him. A sense of crisis arose spontaneously. I'm still too weak. Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself. Today, in order to deal with Tianluo Tower's Tian San, he had already used all his cards. This method couldn't be used again. It was simply impossible to fight against a pseudo-transcendence realm master with his late 4-star combat strength. Thinking hard, Qinzong couldn't think of a way. The most basic solution was naturally to improve his cultivation and combat strength. If his current cultivation reached the peak of the 9th layer of the true martial realm, and he completely mastered the great unhindered true force and the 40th form of the unhindered sword art, even if he still wasn't an opponent of a pseudo-transcendence realm master, he should be able to put up a fight. Time, in the end, was still time. He seriously needed time. The unhindered sword art was easy to deal with. He had basically comprehended it thoroughly. All that was left was to improve his cultivation and master it. Cultivation was the only limit now. The territory of Wanluo Prefecture was larger than that of Tianjiang Prefecture, at least twice as large. However, there were fewer ranked sects in Wanluo Prefecture than Tianjiang Prefecture. There were only 4 of them. One of them was the mid-ranked Wanluo sect, an imperial force that was not inferior to Wanluo sect. The other 2 were the Green Caltrip sect and the Yin Sifting sect, which was affiliated to Wanluo sect. The Wanluo sect alone occupied a small part of the entire Wanluo Prefecture's territory and resources, which was almost equivalent to the entire Tianjiang Prefecture's territory and resources. It was very shocking. The more abundant resources provided, the stronger and more powerful support for the development of the Wanluo sect. However, the center of Wanluo Prefecture was Wanluo City. A huge ancient city stood tall on the ground. The black city walls were filled with the vicissitudes of time and were as majestic as a mountain. Without any hesitation, Qinzong stepped into Wanluo City. Wanluo City was bigger than Tianjiang Prefecture. The wide streets paved with black stone slabs looked solemn. There were many shops on both sides of the street. Pedestrians came and went. It looked very lively and prosperous. Chen Zong walked along the wide street. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings and grasped the movements of the pedestrians. He stopped in front of a big restaurant. He turned around and walked into the restaurant. At a glance, the lobby was almost crowded. "Sir, please go to the third floor. There are still seats available." The waiter of the restaurant immediately ran over to greet him warmly. There were 2 empty tables on the third floor. Chen Zong chose one and sat down. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The waiter bowed and asked. "What are your specialties?" "Bring me a few dishes and a jug of wine," Chen Zong said with a smile. "Sure. Sir, please wait a moment. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." The waiter was very confident in his restaurant's dishes. After a while, the waiter served a few delicate-looking meat dishes and a pot of wine. "Sir, please enjoy. Call me if you need anything. I'll be right there." The waiter smiled. Chen Zong nodded. Mance picked up a pair of white chopsticks and poured himself a cup of wine. The aroma filled the air. Halfway through the meal, Chen Zong summoned the waiter. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The waiter bowed and asked. "Is there anything interesting in Wanluo City?" Chen Zong asked casually. "Interesting place?" The shop assistant was slightly startled and revealed a pondering expression. He carefully sized up Chen Zong and then said, "There is a very famous miscellaneous market in Wanluo City." "Miscellaneous market?" Chen Zong was slightly stunned. He was a little puzzled, but a little curious at the same time. "Yes, the market." The shop assistant was just testing the waters, but Chen Zong's reaction calmed him down, so he started to explain. The so-called miscellaneous market was a place specially for setting up stalls. It was very big because there were many people setting up stalls, and they would sell all kinds of things. It was very heterogeneous, so it was called the miscellaneous market. It was a special feature of Wanluo City. In the miscellaneous market, it was possible to buy a rank 3 pseudo-spirit tool or even a real spirit tool, but it was also possible to buy something worthless. In short, the miscellaneous market was full of possibilities, which was also the reason why so many martial artists were attracted to it. Chen Zong's interest was greatly increased. After finishing the food, he took out some spirit shells and gave them to the waiter. Then he left the restaurant and walked to the so-called miscellaneous market. The miscellaneous market was located in the north corner of Wanluo City. There were no tall buildings or pavilions, just a large open space. There were many stalls in the open space, which seemed to be in good order, but also a little messy. People came and went, and there were sounds of bargaining. Chen Zong felt that it was a market for ordinary people, which made Chen Zong feel more interested. Stepping forward, Chen Zong stepped into the miscellaneous market. The black soil made the miscellaneous market more mysterious. "Come quickly, the treasures are hidden here. You only need to pay 100 spirit shells for each item, and you may get a pseudo-spiritual weapon." Even a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon was worth more than 100 spirit shells, so it was naturally very attractive. Of course, the possibility of getting a pseudo-spiritual weapon was very low. Chen Zong walked over one by one, and his eyes casually swept across each stall. Some of them were weapons, but they looked very old, as if they were dug out from the soil. Some of them were clay pots, and there were also all kinds of strange objects. "Young man, come and take a look. I have all the good things dug out from the Wanxiang ruins." A skinny old man with a small body like a monkey called out to Chen Zong with a smile. His small eyes sparkled as they fell on Chen Zong's face. Chen Zong didn't answer, but he stopped and looked at it carefully. Chen Zong had heard of the Wanxiang ruins before. It was a huge ruin located at the edge of the Wanluo Manor, which happened to be the border between the Wanluo Manor and the Pure Grace Manor. It was rumored that it was caused by a great battle a long time ago. There were countless casualties in that great battle, causing the land and palaces to be turned into ruins. As a result, many treasures were buried there. However, after many years of digging, most of the treasures had been found and taken away. Most of the remaining items were of little value. Even so, there were still people who entered the Wanxiang ruins to search. Perhaps they would be lucky enough to find something good. It was rumored that a few years ago, someone found a low-grade spiritual weapon in the Wanxiang ruins and sold it at a sky-high price. This caused more people to enter the Wanxiang ruins in recent years, and they really did find many good things. As a result, the items found in the Wanxiang ruins were often very popular. As a result, many people would use the Wanxiang ruins as a pretense when setting up their stalls. Of course, Chenzong did not know this. With a trace of interest, he looked carefully in front of the old man's stall. A trace of cunning flashed across the old man's eyes. Some of the items in his stall were naturally from the Wanxiang ruins, but they were very few and only at the edge of the Wanxiang ruins. As everyone knew, the deeper one went into the Wanxiang ruins, the greater the chance of finding good things. Of course, the greater the danger. The Wanxiang ruins was not so easy to explore. Another one is going to be cheated. The people in the other stalls glanced at Chenzong and said secretly. However, they did not point it out. This was the rule here. If they pointed it out, it would be the same as interrupting other people's business. Then, they would be interrupted by others in the future, and it would become a mess. Young man, look at this compass. I feel that it contains a great secret. Unfortunately, I am old and my talent is limited, so I can't see anything. You must be a genius. The old man picked up a palm-sized black compass. There was still a lot of dirt on the compass, and it looked very ancient. Maybe you can comprehend something from it. Chenzong was unmoved. The old man also very patiently promoted the items one by one. In fact, Chenzong did not understand. Although he had accumulated a lot of knowledge compared to many people, there was no end to knowledge. There was too much, and he needed to learn continuously. In terms of appraising treasures, Chenzong was clearly lacking. If he did not understand, then he could not pretend to understand. Otherwise, he would only pretend to be a fool. No matter how the old man promoted, Chenzong was unmoved. This was because Chenzong knew very well that the old man's purpose was to make money from him. Seeing that Chenzong was unmoved, the old man was helpless. He was already very eloquent, but his mouth was dry. However, Chenzong still did not respond. He could only stop and let Chenzong look. He was also mentally prepared that he would not be able to make money from Chenzong. After searching for a while, Chenzong picked up something. It was a silver-white fragment about the length of a thumb. Judging from its shape, it should have been the tip of a sword. For some reason, the tip of the sword had been broken. There were a few black marks on the tip of the sword, as if it had been there since the beginning. Pinching the sword tip with his fingers, Chenzong was a little curious about the black marks on it. Haha, young friend, you have good eyesight. You even found the best treasure in my stall. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, this sword tip is the tip of a real spiritual weapon. It was found in the center of the Wanxiang ruins. Legend has it that it was the sword of a sword king. You know the sword king, right? He is an amazing existence. Hearing this, Chenzong smiled slightly, but did not respond. According to the old man's words, Chenzong knew that the old man did not have a clear understanding of the concept of a sword king. The king of the martial way was the limit of the extreme mortal stage, and was said to be invincible in the extreme mortal stage. As for the sword king, it was said that one needed to have a high level of attainment in the way of the sword. This level had long surpassed the level of body and sword as one. How much is this sword tip? Perhaps it was because he had been reborn after obtaining the mysterious sword tip in his early years, and had embarked on this path of overcoming obstacles, but Chenzong had an inexplicable good feeling about this sword tip. This was the first time he had asked about it. The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Asking about the price was a good thing. Young friend, you also know that this sword tip has a great origin, and it is not easy to obtain. It is a precious treasure, so of course it will not be cheap. The old man smiled. Just say it. Chenzong said. This old man was only at LV6 of the genuine martial realm. Haha. The old man's eyelids trembled. At that moment, Chenzong emitted a trace of sharpness, which made the old man's heart tremble. He said with a more cautious tone, only 10,000 spirit shells, and this sword tip is yours. Hearing the old man's words, Qianzong did not say anything. However, the other stall owners were startled. They all secretly thought that the old man was greedy and had asked for an exorbitant price. The old man was also very nervous. 10,000 spirit shells, this was a very high price. Of course, compared to a spiritual weapon, it was insignificant. However, this was only a sword tip, not a complete spiritual weapon. Qianzong put down the sword tip with a faint smile. 10,000 spirit shells, of course, he could afford it. However, he wanted to buy this sword tip out of curiosity. He did not see anything special about it, so naturally, he would not be a fool. 100 spirit shells. Qianzong said directly after putting down the sword tip, 9,000 spirit shells, no less. The old man gnashed his teeth and said. Qianzong did not speak again and directly turned around. Wait, 8,000, how about 7,000? 6,000, as Qianzong walked away, the old man lowered the price again and again. 100 spirit shells was nothing to Qianzong. After all, Qianzong was quite rich, more than most pseudo-transcendents. Including those low-grade spirit sources, even many limitless human realm masters could not compare with Qianzong. Qianzong held the sword tip in his hand and played with it. It was cold to the touch, like ancient ice. Little friend, I still have a lot of good things here, take a look. The old man put away the 100 spirit shells and said with a smile. Although on the surface he put on a pained expression, on the inside he was laughing like a flower. This sword tip was indeed obtained from the Wanxiang ruins, but it was at the edge of the ruins. Moreover, it was probably not a part of a spirit artifact, just that the material was a bit strange. It could be said that it had no value at all. Selling it was equivalent to getting 100 spirit shells for free. Shaking his head, Qianzong turned and left. Qianzong walked to the other stalls, but he did not make any more purchases. On one hand, he did not understand, and on the other hand, he did not find anything to his liking. It's a bit interesting, but... Shaking his head, Qianzong played with the sword tip and walked to the restaurant. He planned to live in Wanluo City for a few days to increase his knowledge and experience. After staying in the restaurant, Qianzong opened his palm and carefully looked at the sword tip in his hand. He bought this sword tip out of interest and curiosity, because with Qianzong's half-baked forging skills, he found that the material of this sword tip was very extraordinary. It was like gold but not gold, jade but not jade. It was like a combination of gold and jade. Moreover, he did not lack the 100 spirit shells. After studying it for a while, Qianzong could not find anything, so he turned his attention to the black mark on the sword tip. He gently scratched it with his fingernails and scraped off a layer of powder. After identifying it, Qianzong found that it was blood that had dried up for who knows how many years. The tip of the sword was stained with blood, but it was broken. Qianzong didn't know what had happened, but he was very curious. The black blood on the tip of the silver-white sword stuck very tightly. After scraping for a while, Qianzong gave up and put the sword tip into his virtual ring. After resting for a while, Qianzong stood up and walked out of the restaurant. He walked on the wide streets of Wanluo City and looked around. Different places had different customs. Using one's feet to measure the land, using one's eyes to appreciate the scenery, and using one's soul to feel. Putting aside all distracting thoughts, he allowed his thoughts to flow naturally, like the water, the wind, and the rolling white clouds. Qianzong walked to the end of the street and walked around other streets before returning to the restaurant. Sir, what would you like to eat? The waiter jogged over. Qianzong casually ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. Then he sat at a table by the window and started to eat and drink, savoring the delicious wine and dishes. This was the 4th floor of the restaurant. Other than Qianzong, there were many people eating there. Each of them exuded a strong aura, and most of them were warriors of the real martial arts realm. All kinds of discussions could be heard. Among them, the conversation between two people attracted Qianzong's attention. One of them had broad palms, which seemed to be more powerful. The other had slender fingers with protruding joints. On the table to his left was a fish skin sword. The matchless sword battle of the Pure Grace Mansion is about to begin. Brotherly, are you going to participate this time? The plain-looking middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. That year, I trained hard for 3 years, waiting for this moment. The man practicing the sword shot out a ray of light from his eyes, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. On the 4th floor of the restaurant, there seemed to be a sharp aura passing by, causing everyone to be alarmed. 3 years to sharpen a sword, today I will test it. The plain-looking middle-aged man smiled and said, however, the matchless sword battle of the Pure Grace Mansion is about to begin in less than a month. Why don't we go after this meal? You want to participate too? The man with the surname Li asked in return. I don't practice the sword, so I don't have the qualifications to participate. However, I can watch the battle. It is a grand event held once every 3 years in the Pure Grace Mansion. There will definitely be many experts. I can't miss it. The plain-looking middle-aged man smiled and said. Indeed, there will be many experts, many sword experts. The man with the surname Li's eyes became brighter and sharper. Level 7 of the real martial arts realm. His sword skills are not low. Chen Zong judged with a glance, but he did not pay much attention to it. However, the matchless sword battle of the Pure Grace Mansion had aroused Chen Zong's interest. Previously, he had heard from Doyang Yuan Lingzi that it was a grand event led by the Pure Grace Mansion's Pure Grace Sword sect. However, since the Pure Grace Sword sect had submitted to the Dragon Diagram Imperial family, the Imperial family had also participated in it. It was said that if one performed well enough in the matchless sword battle, they might be recruited by the sect of the Pure Grace Mansion. They might even be recruited as a disciple or a guest elder of the Pure Grace Mansion. It could be said that every time the matchless sword battle grand event was held, there would be many participants. Most of them were there for the Pure Grace Sword sect. After all, the Pure Grace Sword sect was one of the 4 middle-ranked sects in the Dragon Diagram region. Moreover, it was a sect that specialized in the sword. It was said that a long time ago, a sword king had appeared in the Pure Grace Sword sect. In terms of strength, the Pure Grace Sword sect was ranked second among the 4 middle-ranked sects in the Dragon Diagram region. They were even stronger than the Wanluo sect. If one became a member of the Pure Grace Sword sect, not only would he have found a powerful backer, he would also be able to rely on the Pure Grace Sword sect's resources to cultivate better. It would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone and attract many people. Chen Zong was tempted. He changed his mind and decided to change his route. He would head to the Pure Grace Mansion to participate in the matchless sword battle. Chen Zong was not interested in becoming a member of the Pure Grace Sword sect. However, he would be able to exchange pointers with other sword experts during the matchless sword battle. This was enough to attract Chen Zong. On the other hand, if he could achieve a high ranking, he would be able to obtain a reward. Chen Zong was aiming for one of the rewards. If he could succeed, it might be of great help to his sword practice. After finishing his meal and paying the bill, Chen Zong also checked out of his room. He left the Wanluo city and headed towards the Pure Grace Mansion at full speed. Isn't that the unhindered sword sect's unhindered sword son, Chen Zong? A middle-aged man with a slight scar on his face saw Chen Zong leaving the city and was stunned for a moment before a cruel smile appeared on his face. Tian San hasn't made a move yet. How about I chase after Chen Zong and kill him? After thinking for a few breaths, the middle-aged man finally shook his head and gave up the idea of chasing after Chen Zong. Because that was Tian San's mission. Unless Tian San failed, the other assassins of Heaven Gathering Tower could not intervene. This was the rule of Heaven Gathering Tower. What the middle-aged man did not know was that Tian San had already made a move but was killed instead. Unless one saw it with their own eyes or had sufficient evidence to prove it, it was difficult to believe that a 4-star cultivator could kill a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, especially when he was attacked by a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator. Naturally, the assassins of Heaven Gathering Tower believed that Chen Zong was still alive because Tian San had not made a move yet. Although they did not know the reason, this was Tian San's mission, so he did not need to pay too much attention to it. Chen Zong did not know that in that short period of time, he had experienced a life-and-death crisis. After leaving Myriad Gathering City, Chen Zong did not stop and used his 8-direction sweeping movement skill. In the blink of an eye, he traversed a few thousand meters and flew towards Pure Grace Palace. Crossing hills, forests, and rivers, Chen Zong was as fast as lightning. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The white light covered the earth like a layer of gauze, and the mountains, trees, and rivers seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Chenzong set up a bonfire. The fire burned fiercely, illuminating a radius of several dozen meters, bringing with it a trace of light and warmth, dispelling the chill of the night. Of course, this kind of chill had no effect on Chenzong. But as a human being, he always yearned for light and warmth, which made him feel comfortable from the bottom of his heart, except for some people who cultivated special secret arts or had special temperaments. In addition, Chenzongjing held up a plump rabbit that weighed more than 10 kilograms and roasted it over the fire. Sizzling sounds followed, and waves of rich and alluring meat fragrance spread out. This rabbit was a monster beast. Although it was not very strong, its meat was delicate and tender, making it very delicious. When the rabbit weighing more than 10 kilograms was finished roasting, Chenzong was ready to enjoy it. Suddenly, a strong wind sound rang out in the distance. In the blink of an eye, the wind sound seemed to vibrate in his ears. "It smells so good." At the same time, a clear voice reached his ears, "I have good wine, can this brother share some meat?" In a flash, two people appeared in front of Chenzong, a man and a woman. The man looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. He had a handsome face and a pair of bright eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smile, like a spring breeze. He wore a blue sword robe, which set off his temperament and made him look even more dashing. He carried a long sword on his back, indicating that he was a sword warrior. The moment the man appeared, his gaze quickly swept past the two swords on Chenzong's waist and the hands holding the roasted rabbit, implying a trace of sharpness. Next to the man was a 24 or 25-year-old woman, wearing a dark green gown. Her delicate face carried a trace of arrogance, but she also nestled next to the man like a little bird. Chenzong glanced at her, his finger like a sword, and a trace of silver flashed through his fingertip. The young man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of sharpness. The rabbit weighing more than 10 kilograms was cut in half by Chenzong. One half was kept in his hands, and the other half flew to the young man. "Thank you." The young man laughed. He waved his right hand, and a wine gourd flew to Chenzong. Then he grasped it, and his palm, wrapped in true power, caught half of the roasted rabbit. He gently tore off the rabbit's leg and handed it to the woman next to him, a trace of gentleness flashing through his eyes. "Drink." The young man sat down and raised the wine gourd with a smile. Chenzong also smiled and raised the wine gourd. The moment Chenzong caught the wine gourd, he had already inspected it, and there was nothing bad about it. Drinking wine and eating meat was very refreshing. Not long after, half of the rabbit was in Chenzong's stomach, and the gourd of wine was finished by Chenzong. While drinking and eating, the young man took the initiative to talk to Chenzong. It turned out that the young man came from the Xianxia mansion, and was a core disciple of the Xianxia palace. Speaking of this identity, the arrogance on the woman's face became more obvious. The bonfire was burning brightly. "My name is Qini, how may I address you?" the handsome young man said with a smile. He didn't feel superior just because he was a core disciple of the Xianxia palace, unlike the woman. Of course, it was very difficult to become a core disciple of the Xianxia palace. At the very least, one must have the talent and potential to be one of the top geniuses of the Tianjiang palace. Chenzong, disciple of the Tianjiang palace sword sect. Chenzong smiled faintly. "Brother Chen." Qini cupped his fist and saluted. His expression didn't change at all. However, the woman next to Qini showed a trace of contempt when Chenzong said that he was a disciple of the Xianxia sword sect. Many people knew that there were 4 major sects in the Tianjiang palace. They were all low-ranked sects and belonged to the weaker ranks. Compared to the Xianxia palace, the difference was immeasurable. Brother Qin was a core disciple of the Xianxia palace. Even if she was only a core disciple of the low-ranked sect of the Xianxia palace, she would be much stronger than him. Furthermore, the Xianxia palace had a 7th-stage human realm master. Chenzong naturally saw the contempt in the woman's eyes, but he didn't care, nor did he have the slightest intention to pay attention to it. The Zongheng sword sect was very strong compared to most other sects, but compared to other sects, it was weak. Sects that were ranked required at least a 4th-tier human realm warrior to be in charge, and the Zhongheng sword sect just happened to meet this requirement. A strong person would lead to a strong sect, and conversely, a strong sect would lead to a strong person. It was a mutual process. Xianxia's cultivation was at the peak of the 9th stage of the true martial realm, but he didn't know how strong he was. However, it was at least 3 stars. The woman's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th stage of the true martial realm, but her age was about the same as Xianxia's. To have such a cultivation proved that she was very talented. Brother Chenzong also practices the sword, but how is your sword technique? Xianxia changed the topic and looked at the 2 swords on Chenzong's waist. I have some gains, but there is still a big gap. Chenzong replied. Big brother Qin is one of the top sword experts among the core disciples of the Xianxia Palace. His sword technique has already reached the 2nd stage of the body and sword as one realm. The woman in the dark green gown snorted and said proudly, if you were a good talker, I would have asked Big Brother Qin to give you a few pointers on account of our friendship. You would have benefited greatly. Brother Chen, Sister Fu is a straightforward person, but she doesn't mean any harm. Please don't take her words to heart. Xianxia hurriedly explained. However, he did not deny the meaning of Lin Fu's words. That is, he believed that his swordsmanship was far superior to Chenzong's, and he was qualified to guide him. If Chenzong took the initiative to ask, Xianxia would not be stingy with his guidance. From Xianxia's point of view, although the Zhongheng sword sect was a sect that focused on the sword, it was still too weak. After all, the strongest person in the sect was only at the 4th level of the mortal realm. It was far from being comparable to a colossus like the Xianxia Palace. The Xianxia Palace did not focus on the sword, but there was no lack of sword experts, sword manuals, and inheritances. There was even an earthly spirit realm sword expert. Perhaps there was still a gap between the Zhongheng sword sect and the Zhongheng sword sect in terms of sword techniques, but it was definitely not something a weak lower-level sect like the Zhongheng sword sect could compare with. Shallow water could not raise a true dragon, and Lin Shaozuan could not raise a phoenix. It was the same principle. If the sect was not strong enough, its foundation was not enough, and its inheritances were not enough. No matter how talented one was, they would still be limited by all kinds of conditions. The 2nd stage of the body and sword as one realm, Brother Qin is very skilled. Chenzong did not care about Lin Fu's disdain. Instead, he responded with a light smile, but did not have the slightest intention of asking for pointers. Since he did not take the initiative to speak, Xianxia could only secretly regret that the other had missed an opportunity. He did not have the intention of taking the initiative to ask for pointers. Chenzong's nonchalant attitude caused Lin Fu to snort in dissatisfaction. It wasn't that Lin Fu had a problem with Chenzong, but that she admired Xianxia too much and felt that Xianxia was the best. Therefore, she looked at others differently and felt that they were not as good as Xianxia. She had already given him pointers, but this person still did not understand and pretended to be indifferent. It was infuriating. Brother Chen, are you going to the Zhongheng house to participate in the peerless sword duel? Xianxia changed the topic without the slightest bit of awkwardness. I want to go and see for myself. Chenzong smiled slightly. It just so happens that I am also going to participate in the peerless sword duel. Xianxia smiled. Why don't we go together? Brother Qin, you participated in the peerless sword duel 3 years ago and placed 7th. Lin Fu was like a proud peacock. Brother Qin, you are indeed capable, but I am used to being alone. Chenzong rejected the other party's invitation and then got up to say goodbye. He hurried away through the night. Humph, you have no sense at all. Seeing Chenzong leave, Lin Fu snorted coldly and said to Xianxia, Brother Qin, if you had taken the initiative to give him some pointers, I guarantee that he would be in awe of you. The Tao is not easily passed on. Xianxia smiled. If he had taken the initiative to give pointers, perhaps he would not have received any benefits. Instead, it would have made the other party angry and think that he was showing off. Little did he know that Xianxia himself had missed an opportunity. If he had taken the initiative to ask for some pointers, perhaps Chenzong would have given him some pointers. However, he would never believe that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was far above his. The difference between the 3rd level and the 2nd level seemed to be 1 level, but there was a huge difference. If you want to improve, it is very, very difficult. For most swordsmen, it was like a natural moat. The night was hazy, but Chen Zong's figure flashed like lightning, quickly heading in the direction of the Pure Grace house. Not long after, Qini and Lin Fu extinguished the bonfire and set off. To participate in the matchless sword fight, one must first register in advance. Only after registering would one be eligible to participate. If one missed the registration time, there would be no exceptions, unless one had a strong background. Chen Zong did not know when the registration time would end. He could only hurry and register his name first. By dawn, Chen Zong had already flown far away with his amazing speed. However, the territory of the Wanluo house was vast, and it was difficult to cross in a short period of time. When he was tired, Chen Zong would stop to rest for a while and eat something. After resting, he would continue on his way. Along the way, Chen Zong also met many people with long swords at their waists or on their backs. There were men and women, old and young. They were all heading in the same direction towards the Pure Grace house. In addition, there were many non-swordsmen who were also heading in the same direction. These people were either here to participate in the matchless sword fight or to spectate. A few days later, Chen Zong arrived at the Wanxiang ruins. The Wanxiang ruins was located at the border between the Wanluo house and the Pure Grace house. To reach the Pure Grace house as soon as possible, passing through the Wanxiang ruins was undoubtedly the best way. However, one did not need to go deep into the Wanxiang ruins, just pass through the border. According to rumors, the depths of the Wanxiang ruins were very dangerous. Even if an extreme mortal stage practitioner entered, he could die if he was not careful. Of course, gene refining stage practitioners could also come out alive. Chen Zong's purpose was to go to the Pure Grace house to participate in the matchless sword fight. Naturally, he would not go deep into the Wanxiang ruins. The Wanxiang ruins lived up to its name. At a glance, there were rotten black wood, rusty iron, broken porcelain, and dilapidated walls everywhere. Countless objects were scattered everywhere, giving off a desolate feeling. The Wanxiang ruins was very large, and its border was even more vast. Chen Zong took half a day to cross it, and during this time, he did not encounter any danger. Stepping into the boundary of the Pure Grace house, Chen Zong seemed to be able to feel the difference in the atmosphere. Different boundaries had different customs, and would also have different cultural auras. This was a kind of settling down. Perhaps it was because the Pure Grace house sect and practitioners mainly practiced the sword, and because of the dense sword aura, the floating dust in the air was also different from other boundaries, with a hint of sharpness. When Chen Zong was in the first level of the Xiaoxian realm, it was difficult for him to feel the difference. However, when he was in the second level, he could feel it. It was very beautiful, as if he was intoxicated by it. Along the way, Chen Zong heard a lot of information about the matchless sword fight. Thus, he knew that the registration area for the matchless sword fight was in the Pure Grace house, and there was a special place for it. The matchless sword fight was a grand event held once every 3 years in the Pure Grace house. During this time, whether it was the Pure Grace house sect, other sects, or the royal family, they would all maintain order in the Pure Grace house. It could be said that this period of time was the safest. Without any obstructions, Chen Zong arrived outside the Pure Grace house. Wanluo City used black as its main color, giving off a solemn and cold feeling. Fleeting Gray City used navy blue as its main color, giving off the feeling of vicissitudes of time, as well as a kind of light aura. One could also feel a trace of sharp aura from some of the corners, like the edge of a sword. The city gate was wide open, but the number of guards guarding the gate was several times more than usual. Each of them had a long sword at their waist, and their bodies carried a brazen and fierce aura. Their sharp eyes swept across the faces of every passerby. Chen Zong followed the crowd and stepped into the Pure Grace house gate. The crowd was very dense, and most of them were moving in the same direction. However, Chen Zong's figure was like a fish shuttling through the crowd, nimbly passing by one person after another. The most important thing now was to register, and then find a place to stay. After a while, Chen Zong stopped in front of a building. A red flag fluttered on the side of the building, and the application for the matchless sword fight was written on it. In front of the building, there were already a long line of people, at least 100 of them, all carrying long swords. They were the warriors who were going to participate in the matchless sword fight. Zong also arranged the line according to the order, and slowly moved forward with the snake-like people. Half an hour later, Zong walked to the registration table. Name, age, cultivation base, origin. The person sitting at the table did not even raise his head, but spoke very skillfully, and his words were hurried and fast. Zong, 25 years old, late stage of LV8 true martial realm, core disciple of Tianjiang House's Zongjing sword sect. Zong responded neither quickly nor slowly. The person quickly registered and handed a gray wooden token to Zong. Take this wooden token and enter the examination. Inside the building was a spacious hall. Besides Zong, there were also those who had signed up earlier. They were choosing their opponents. In the matchless sword fight registration building, there were 20 martial artists who were at the same level of swordsmanship as examiners. They would choose one of the 20 to spar with. As long as they could defeat their opponent, they would pass the assessment and be qualified to participate in the matchless sword fight. It could be said that the registration was the first stage, and the assessment was the second stage. Only after passing these two stages could one truly participate in the matchless sword fight. There were dozens of people who had entered before Zong. They lined up and chose their opponents one by one. The others sat in chairs in the corner and waited. Remember, this is a swordsmanship assessment. Other than swordsmanship, you are not allowed to use any other power, the elder who was in charge of the assessment said in a low voice, repeatedly emphasizing this. Soon, someone chose an opponent. The two held unsharpened godly iron swords and walked to the empty space in the middle, facing each other from a few meters away. Both of them drew their swords. The sword light was dazzling, like a meteor piercing through the moon. Both of them did not use their true power, nor did they use much physical strength. It was purely a contest of swordsmanship. After all, martial artists in the matchless sword fight had to have superb swordsmanship. If one's swordsmanship was not good enough, it would only bring shame to the matchless sword fight. A pure contest of swordsmanship was even more dangerous. The two swords clashed, causing countless sparks to fly, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing. The battle ended with the examinee's defeat. He walked out of the building dejectedly. This meant that he was not qualified to participate in the matchless sword fight. The next examinee stood up and chose his opponent. Battle after battle continued. Some people successfully passed the test, while others failed. Overall, the number of people who passed the test was even fewer. Zong sat in a chair, breathing slowly. He watched the sword competition without any change in his expression. However, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. Whether it was the examinee or the examiners, although their swordsmanship was not bad, it was only not bad. At most, they were at the first level of the unity of body and sword realm. Next, it was Zong's turn. Zong drew a godly iron sword from the sword rack at the side and walked out as if he was taking a stroll. He casually tapped and chose an opponent. As far as Zong was concerned, it didn't matter who his opponent was. Take this. With a low hum, the long sword trembled slightly. The sword chime was melodious and pleasant to the ear, like the sound of a distant spring, like the gentle breeze on the horizon. Natural, freehand, flowing like clouds and flowing water. Casually, the examiner did not even swing his sword. Zong's long sword lightly touched his chest and retracted, leaving a sword mark on his robe. When Zong placed the godly iron sword back on the sword rack, the examiner and the others were stunned for a moment before regaining their senses. Defeated, in an instant, he was defeated before he could even react. If this was a battle of life and death, he would have died long ago. That examiner couldn't help but cover the sword mark on his chest. His heart suddenly beat faster, and his face turned slightly pale. A trace of cold sweat seeped out from his forehead, and he was terrified. An expert. The others were all shocked. This kind of swordsmanship seems simple, but it has the charm of returning to the original. Only a real master of swordsmanship can perform it. For a time, everyone looked at Zong with different eyes. Horror, admiration, and jealousy. Congratulations on passing the assessment. The matchless sword fight will be held in Feihong Mountain in half a month. Please be sure to arrive on time. The old man's tone was different from before. Nodding, Chenzong took the wooden sign that he had passed the assessment and turned to walk out of the building. Brother Chen. Outside the building, Chenzong saw Qini and Lin Fu, who were still waiting in line for boarding. Brother Qin. Chenzong responded, but ignored Lin Fu. Brother Chen passed the assessment. Qini smiled. Yes, with Brother Qin's swordsmanship, this assessment is easy. Chenzong smiled slightly. The two didn't talk much, just a few simple words. Chenzong left here, and the next thing is to find a place to live in the city for a while. Feihong Mountain is not far from Jinghong City. He asked one restaurant after another, and they were all full. The business during the matchless sword fight is the best. Whether it is accommodation or meals, they are almost full. It is not known how many people find it difficult to find a place to live and a place to eat. After almost searching the whole city, Chenzong finally found a place to stay. It was a room in a small inn, the last one. 1 spirit shell a day, and meals are counted separately. The small inn was a bit shabby. There was only one boss and one waiter. In normal times, few warriors would ask about it. Only some traveling businessmen who couldn't make a lot of money would live here. 1 spirit shell is enough to live for several days and meals are included. But during the matchless sword fight, everything is so tight. Therefore, the owner of this small inn also intends to take this opportunity to make a fortune. After all, it is only once in 3 years. If he misses it, he will regret it. But he dare not set the price too high. From 1 spirit shell for meals for a few days to no meals for a day, such an increase is enough to make traveling businessmen flinch. I'll stay for 15 days first. Chenzong took out 15 spirit shells and gently placed them on the counter in front of the owner's shining eyes. Buttface, take the distinguished guest to the room immediately. The owner quickly waved his hand and put away the 15 spirit shells, as if his palm contained the space of a mustard seed bag. He put on a smile and quickly shouted. Then he greeted Chenzong warmly, "Distinguished guest, do you need hot water? If you do, tell Buttface to boil a bucket. No extra charge." Okay. Chenzong nodded. Soaking in a hot bath is undoubtedly very comfortable. Buttface is a thin and weak young man. His eyes are slippery and he looks very clever. He nodded and bowed as he led Chenzong to the last empty room. With a squeak, the door was pushed open. It was a very small room, with only a simple wooden bed and a very old wooden table and chair, but they were very clean. Thousands of buildings can be used to settle down, brocade quilts and jade beds can be used to sleep, but even so, the broken walls can also be used to sleep peacefully. Chenzong didn't care about the quality of the guest room, as long as it was clean enough. "Dear guest, please take a rest first. I'll go and boil some hot water for you." Buttface bowed and said. He was not only looking forward to meeting these martial artists, but also had enough respect for them. He was worried that if he provoked a temperamental person, he would be killed without any way to redress his grievances. Chenzong naturally wouldn't care about anything with an ordinary person, on the premise that the other party didn't offend him. Along the way, Chenzong didn't cultivate much, so he settled down and adjusted himself. When the waiter brought the hot water, Chenzong soaked in the hot water for a while. He felt that the dust on his body had disappeared and his whole body was relaxed. Leaning against the edge of the big wooden tub, Chenzong closed his eyes and let his thoughts run wild. He seemed to be in a half-awake state. When the water was cold, Chenzong woke up naturally and gently jumped up. In the tub, there was still a transparent figure that seemed to be condensed by countless water droplets. As for Chenzong, it was unknown when he had finished putting on his sword robe. When Chenzong sat on the wooden bed, the figure in the wooden tub dispersed and turned into countless water droplets that fell into the tub. The outside of the tub was dry and clean, without any moisture. He entered a meditative state, ran his martial arts, and surged his true qi. He replaced sleep with cultivation. It wasn't until dawn that Chenzong opened his eyes. The restrained light in his eyes flowed like water waves and then disappeared. Chenzong exhaled. He didn't want to cause any damage to the guest room, so he let the qi dissipate naturally. He stood up and began to use his finger as a substitute for a sword. His swordsmanship seemed messy and ordinary, but each stroke contained a profound mystery. It was a demonstration of the second level of the divine mystery realm. Each stroke pierced through the dust in the air. Dust was invisible, but only those who had reached a high level could perceive it. Qianzong could barely pierce a speck of dust with his sword. If there was a day when he could pierce through a speck of dust as he wished, it would mean that Qianzong's swordsmanship had reached an extreme. At Qianzong's current level of swordsmanship, he didn't need to make big moves. He could practice them in a small space and comprehend the mysteries. For a few days, Qianzong didn't step out of the room except for asking the waiter to bring him some food. He spent all his time on cultivation. The cultivation of true power was, after all, his own shortcoming, and was the biggest limitation of his current strength. He didn't put down his swordsmanship either. He was going to participate in the unparalleled sword battle soon. The stronger his swordsmanship, the better. 10 days passed. There were 5 days left before the unparalleled sword battle. Qianzong stepped out of the room for the first time and walked out of the inn. There were more people on the street than 10 days ago. At a glance, heads were surging like waves. Ordinary people would have to wait a long time to walk a few steps. Qianzong stepped out, but he was as agile as a fish. He shuttled through the crowd without any hindrance or panic. After staying in the inn for 10 days, Qianzong had only eaten the meals prepared by the inn itself. They were very ordinary and tasted very ordinary. Qianzong felt that his mouth was about to become bland. This time, he also had the thought of finding a restaurant to eat and drink to his heart's content. However, in every restaurant he passed, every table was filled with people. Qianzong walked into the last restaurant. If there were no more seats, he had to go out of the city. "Brother Chen." A familiar voice sounded. It was Qini. Qini and Lin Fu were occupying a table, and there were 2 empty seats for 2 people. "Brother Qin." Qianzong also responded. "Brother Chen is also here to eat. Please sit." Qini stood up and invited. Qianzong didn't refuse. He walked over and sat down. Lin Fu saw Qianzong and snorted. When she found that Qianzong ignored her, she couldn't help but feel annoyed. Qini noticed and smiled. He patted her hand gently. Lin Fu's cheeks suddenly turned bright red. "I haven't seen Qianzong for a few days. I thought you couldn't find a place to live." Qini smiled and poured Qianzong a glass of wine. He raised his glass. "I've been cultivating in the guest room these days." Qianzong also raised his glass in response. The sky was blue and clear for thousands of kilometers. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, sprinkling down light and heat wantonly. Large groups of people poured out of fleeting gray city like flowing water, all heading in the same direction. That was the direction of Feihong Mountain. Today was the day of the peerless sword battle. Qianzong weaved through the tide of people at an exceedingly fast speed. There were many others like him, but most of them could only use their movement techniques and move along with the crowd. Feihong Mountain was located 500 kilometers outside of fleeting gray city. It was 800 meters tall, but took up an exceedingly large area of several hundred kilometers. The entire mountain was circular in shape, with no vegetation within. It was completely bare, like a stone mountain. 800 meters tall was the peak of Feihong Mountain, but it wasn't the peak. When Qianzong arrived, he was quite surprised when he took a look. He'd heard of the uniqueness of Feihong Mountain before coming, but seeing was believing in the end. 800 meters tall was the peak of the mountain. In terms of size, it was at least a few dozen kilometers wide, but it sunk inwards, as if it had been deliberately dug out. It was several hundred meters deep, like an enormous sinkhole. At the center of the sinkhole, there was a piece of land about 20 kilometers wide that seemed to be suspended in the air. It was about 200 meters above the edge of the peak of Feihong Mountain. At first glance, one would really think that this piece of land was suspended above the sinkhole. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that there was an enormous pillar that seemed to be made of mud and stone beneath the land, connecting it from top to bottom. It propped up the 20-kilometer piece of land and firmly stabilized it above the sinkhole. Around the 20-kilometer piece of land, there were numerous jet-black chains that connected it to the edge of the peak of Feihong Mountain, holding it in place. Each chain was several thousand meters long and as thick as a brawny man's waist. They were cold and hard, and looked extremely visually impactful and awe-inspiring. So this is the indefinite terrace, it's so big. The indefinite terrace of Feihong Mountain, indefinite Feihong. This is unique to our fleeting grace matter. The fleeting grace matter practitioners were quite proud. There was no such spectacle in the Tianjiang matter. Indefinite Feihong. How much time would it have taken if it had been created by man? You don't understand this, do you? The indefinite terrace of Feihong Mountain was created in a few short days by the methods of an Earth Spirit Realm expert many years ago. All sorts of discussions were going on. Let's go to the indefinite stage. As soon as he finished speaking, someone started to climb up the iron chain, heading straight for the indefinite stage. Humph, watch me fly. A cultivator snorted coldly and leaped up, intending to use his movement skill to cross the distance of several thousand meters. Unexpectedly, as soon as he leaped into the air, his figure fell rapidly, as if he was caught by an invisible hand, and landed awkwardly on the iron chain. This scene was seen by many people, causing a burst of laughter. The ignorant are fearless. I almost fell down. And I'm sure many people don't know the mysteries of this indefinite platform. This place has been sealed by a transcendent realm master, so it's impossible to fly through the air and can only move along the iron chain. Even if he fell, it wouldn't be fatal, but it would be very embarrassing. Zong leaped up, and as he flew up, he felt an invisible force fall on his body that was impossible to resist. He could only fall down and stand firmly on the iron chain. When the force disappeared, Zong strode forward along the iron chain. When his figure leaped slightly higher and was higher than the iron chain, the invisible force appeared again, causing Zong to fall. After testing it out, Zong felt relieved and used his movement skill to fly up the iron chain, quickly crossing the several thousand meters of iron chain and stepping onto the indefinite stage. There were at least 100 iron chains, but there were even more cultivators coming from all directions. There were at least a few dozen people on each iron chain. The indefinite stage was flat. As more and more people stepped onto the indefinite stage, it became denser and denser, but even though the indefinite stage was bearing such a huge weight, it still remained motionless. Suddenly, the indefinite stage shook, and the flat terrain began to change rapidly. One by one, circular arenas protruded and were distributed in all directions, surrounding the indefinite stage. There were a total of 10 arenas, and following that, pillars as thick as a waist broke out of the ground one after another. Each pillar was 5 meters tall. Immediately, at the center of the indefinite stage, 10 pillars rose up, reaching a height of 20 meters before stopping. Then, 10 figures flew out from different directions and landed on the 10 pillars. Immediately, 3 thicker pillars rose up, each of them reaching a height of 30 meters before stopping. 2 figures flickered and appeared on the huge pillars on the left and right sides, leaving only the middle pillar empty. Of the 2, one was an old man in green robes with a long sword on his back. His entire body was surrounded by an incomparably sharp aura, each of which seemed to be the edge of a peerless sword that could cut through the earth and tear apart the heavens. His eyes were bright, and when he swept his gaze across, the air seemed to be cut apart and emitted waves of tearing sounds. He waved his hand and a brown chair appeared out of thin air. He took off the long sword on his back and placed it lightly on his knees, sitting down naturally. The other person was a middle-aged man wearing silver armor with golden dragon carvings on it. His figure was quite tall and strong, and his aura was vigorous and domineering to the extreme. He gave off the feeling of being the ruler of the world. When he sat down, it was like a small hill. The enormous sword on his back was also inserted into the stone pillar, emitting an earth-shattering sound of metal clashing and tearing through the clouds. That must be Forefather Tianhong of the Startling Sword sect. Numerous gazes fell on the old man in green robes as they discussed in low voices. Forefather Tianhong is a peerless swordsman of the Earth Spirit realm. Rumor has it that he can cut a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half with a single slash. A transcendent realm cultivator has already broken away from the essence of a mortal. An Earth Spirit realm cultivator is even stronger. Being able to cut a 1,000-meter-tall mountain in half with a single slash is nothing. The other one must be the Lord of the Startling Sword sect. That's right. It's the Lord of our Startling Sword sect, Marquis Longjing. There were 2 Earth Spirit realm elders in the Startling Sword sect, and Forefather Tianhong was one of them. Compared to the other, Forefather Tianhong appeared more frequently. As for the other forefather, it was said that his cultivation was more profound and his strength was more powerful. He had always been guarding the startling sword sect in seclusion. Even a grand event like the unparalleled sword battle couldn't make him appear. As for Marquis Longjing, he was a direct descendant of the royal family. He guarded the startling sword sect and was given the title of Lord of the Startling Sword Sect. There was a lord in each of the 8 sects of the Dragon Diagram region. These 8 sects could be divided into 4 upper sects and 4 lower sections. The lords of the lower sects were extreme mortal realm cultivators, while the lords of the upper sects were earth spirit realm cultivators. As a powerful upper rank sect, the Dragon Diagram Imperial family's strength wasn't as simple as 4 earth spirit realm cultivators. For a single unparalleled sword battle to be able to attract 2 earth spirit realm cultivators, and 2 earth spirit realm cultivators with high status, it was enough to show how much importance the startling sword sect and the royal family placed on the unparalleled sword battle. As for the other 10 people, they also had great backgrounds. 7 of them were extreme mortal realm elders of the startling sword sect, while the other 3 were extreme mortal realm cultivators of the startling sword sect. They were the confidants of Marquis Longjing. This unparalleled sword battle would be carried out under the watchful eyes of 10 extreme mortal realm cultivators and 2 earth spirit realm cultivators. What an honor! Geniuses, I will first explain the rules of the unparalleled sword battle. Please listen carefully. One of the extreme mortal realm elders of the startling sword sect spoke. His slightly aged voice traveled into everyone's ears. Instantly, over 10,000 people quieted down. Even their breathing became undetectable. The unparalleled sword battle is a grand event held every 3 years by the startling sword sect. However, only sword practitioners with high enough attainments in sword arts can participate. If you do your best, perhaps you will be able to obtain unexpected benefits. The elder said in a serious tone, there are a total of 10 arenas for the unparalleled sword battle. Each arena will have a champion. When you defeat all challengers and defend your arena, you will receive a reward and enter the final battle. Thus, the rules were simple. Defend your arena, defeat all challengers, and enter the final battle. The final battle will be between the 10 champions. According to the ranking, you will receive different rewards. Speaking of rewards, I will now briefly explain them. The extreme mortal realm elder said with a smile. Everyone focused even more and listened attentively. The last 10 champions of the first battle will all receive a chance to receive one-on-one guidance from an extreme mortal realm cultivator. The startling sword sect elder said, there are 10 extreme mortal realm cultivators here. You can choose any one of them. Instantly, many people's breaths quickened. One-on-one guidance from an extreme mortal realm cultivator would be of great help to their own cultivation. However, there were a small number of people who were unmoved. To them, the guidance from an extreme mortal realm cultivator was a good thing. However, it would not make much of a difference if they did not receive it. Just the guidance from an extreme mortal realm cultivator is enough to make them so excited. If they could receive guidance from an extreme mortal realm cultivator frequently, they would go crazy with joy. A girl in her early 20s laughed. She was dressed in a white robe and carried a long sword on her back. She was a disciple of the startling sword sect. They are just a bunch of mediocre sword practitioners. How could they be qualified to receive guidance from the elders? A young man with an arrogant face said with a smile. Without enough talent, how could they become a disciple of the startling sword sect? How could they enter the eyes of the master and the other elders? A third young man said. His calm face contained a shocking amount of arrogance, but it was more restrained. The matchless sword tournament did not restrict the participation of the startling sword sect disciples. In fact, they were encouraged to participate. This was because by doing so, more of the rewards would be kept within the startling sword sect. Of course, they would also be able to see other people's abilities. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lastly, if you perform well enough in the tournament, you may be accepted as a disciple by a powerful cultivator. The last sentence of the startling sword sect elder made many people excited. They did not need to be ranked. As long as they were able to impress the powerful cultivators, they would have a chance to be accepted as a disciple. From then on, they would have a meteoric rise. How tempting! In the vast sky, an enormous ray of light, like a shooting star emitting the light of the sun, streaked across thousands of miles in an instant, leaving behind a perfectly straight trace, like a thick brush drawing with ink. After a few breaths, there was an extremely sharp roar, like the surging waves of the sea and the sky. Everyone's gaze was attracted as they raised their heads to look at the sky. The figure that was like a shooting star that emitted the light of the sun was like a golden dragon descending from the sky with a golden flame tail that was hundreds of meters long. When the golden light dissipated, a figure that was neither tall nor strong appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a person wearing a golden scarlet dragon robe. Tianhong greets the garrison king. Old ancestor Tianhong of the Jinghong sword sect immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the person in the golden scarlet dragon robe. Marquis Longjing greets the garrison king. Marquis Longjing also turned around and bowed at the same time. Rise. The garrison king had a kind look as he smiled faintly. Without any action, old ancestor Tianhong and Marquis Longjing were lifted up by an irresistible force. They were extremely shocked. Profound Sky Realm expert, yes, the garrison king was one of the 3 profound Sky Realm experts that belonged to the imperial family of the Longtu Empire. The other one was naturally the current emperor. The last one was the legendary retired emperor of the Longtu Empire. Chenzong and the others were extremely shocked. Even the disciples of the Jinghong sword sect were the same. They were all dumbfounded. Profound Sky Realm expert, even a profound Sky Realm expert had appeared. In the vast Longtu region, the strongest experts were at the profound Sky Realm. It was extremely difficult to see them normally. It could even be said that many extreme mortal realm experts would find it difficult to see a profound Sky Realm expert. Who would have thought that one would actually appear here? For a moment, everyone who had regained their senses felt even more agitated. They were incomparably excited, as if their bodies were filled with energy. This was the unparalleled sword battle that was going to be watched by 2 earthly spirit realm experts and a high and mighty profound Sky Realm expert. It was something that had never happened before. As long as they did their best and displayed their best side, they might even be chosen. All participants of the unparalleled sword battle, get on the sword pillars. As soon as the voice of an elder from the fleeting sword sect sounded, silhouettes appeared on the 5-meter-tall pillars one after another. There were more than 1,000 of them. In other words, there were more than 1,000 people who were qualified to participate in the unparalleled sword battle. Activate the formation. The 2 words were spoken in cadence, and a buzzing sound rang out at the same time. The 10 arenas seemed to tremble at the same time, and a misty brilliance rose up. As the brilliance flowed, it was like an inverted transparent bowl. Then, 2 rows of sword racks rose up, and each row of sword racks was filled with all kinds of swords. Once you're on the stage, your cultivation will be limited to the early stage of LV1 True Martial Realm, and your physical strength will also be limited to 1,000 Jin. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect said. Chenzong was surprised. But when he thought about it, he felt that it was only natural. This was an unparalleled sword battle, a competition and showdown of sword skills. Different martial artists had different sword skills and cultivation levels. The strong ones had reached the peak of LV9 True Martial Realm, and their battle prowess had even reached 4 stars. Among them, there might even be someone whose battle prowess had reached 5 stars. And the weak ones were even in the early stage of the True Martial Realm. If the cultivation and physical strength were not limited, and they were at the same level, the competition would not be about sword skills. If a LV3 True Martial Realm warrior met a LV7 True Martial Realm warrior, the latter would not even need to draw his sword. He could kill the LV3 True Martial Realm warrior with a casual strike. It would lose the meaning of a sword battle. 1, 18, 59, 87. The elder casually read out 10 numbers. Each of you will be the champion of an arena. Everyone who passed the test was given a wooden plate with a number on it. Chenzong's wooden plate was 321. He was not chosen. 10 figures flew up from the 10 sword pillars and landed on the 10 circular arenas. When their bodies passed through the transparent light screen that was suffused with a 7-colored luster, each of their expressions changed subtly. They were extremely shocked. Then, each of them chose a sword that was suitable for them. Those swords were the divine iron swords arranged by the Jinghong sword sect. They had not been sharpened yet. The champions have been chosen. The unparalleled sword battle begins. Immediately, someone flew up from the sword racks and rushed to the arenas. Please. Please. As soon as the voice fell, the two people held their divine iron swords and attacked each other. You are no match for me. We will know after we fight. In the 10 arenas, some people would open their mouths to attack their opponents with words, while others chose their swords and directly attacked without saying a word. Qianzong observed carefully. When the cultivation and physical strength were the same, to determine the winner, it would depend on each person's sword skills and the power of the sword skills they practiced. The profound sky realm, earth spirit realm, and extreme mortal realm practitioners all casually swept their gazes across the 10 arenas and clearly saw what was happening on each of them. One of the arenas had already been decided. The champion had successfully defeated the challenger. Soon, the second challenger came to the arena. Brother Chen, I will go first. Qini, who was not far away, smiled. His body brought a mysterious trajectory and fell into the light screen like a stream of light. He landed lightly on the edge of the arena's sword rack. He glanced at it and gently moved his fingers as if he was feeling something. Then, he slightly paused and grabbed the hilt of one of the swords. It's Qini. Who is Qini? He is a core disciple of the Xianxia Palace. In the last matchless sword tournament, he was not only one of the 10 champions, but also ranked 7th in the final battle. Someone said confidently. Why did he attack so early? Maybe his sword skills have improved greatly in the past 3 years. Qianzong was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he observed the battles on the 10 arenas. His main purpose in participating in the matchless sword tournament was to see more sword skills, feel the different styles and mysteries of the sword warriors, and learn from their strengths. After scanning, Qianzong's eyes also fell on the arena where Qini was. Qini's opponent obviously knew Qini. When facing him, he felt nervous. Please advise me. Qini's opponent took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, but his palms were still sweating. He felt that the sword in his hand was a little wet and he could not hold it steadily. Don't be nervous. Qini did not take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he smiled like a spring breeze, as if it had the effect of calming people's hearts and letting them slowly recover. Take the sword. Qini's opponent spoke again. His voice was no longer trembling. His feet rushed forward quickly like water, and his sword pierced through the air. The sword light was fierce, and there was a faint sword light. Qini's figure stood upright, and his long sword hung down naturally. When the opponent's sword light was in front of him, he swung the long sword diagonally, and the trajectory was clear. It was such a simple sword, but it directly blocked the opponent's sword, and there was no follow-up change. The opponent could only watch the sword coming, and there was no way to dodge or resist. The gap was too big. Qini easily defeated the opponent and became the champion of the 7th arena. Seeing Qini's outstanding sword skills, for a time, no one rushed to the 7th arena to challenge. Qini stood on the ring by himself with a faint smile on his face. His expression was calm, without the slightest bit of uneasiness, as if the surrounding gazes did not exist. Everyone wanted to become the champion and enter the final battle. Qini's sword skills were very high, and he won the 7th place in the final battle of the last matchless sword battle. For many people, he was an invincible opponent. Invincible, but still want to challenge, it is equivalent to cutting off the road of the matchless sword battle. After 10 breaths, if no one comes to challenge, the 7th champion will be determined. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect said with a cold voice. On the one hand, Qini's sword skills were very high, and he had such qualifications. On the other hand, he was forcing everyone. If they did not challenge, they could let Qini directly become one of the champions. Invisibly, it intensified the competition in the other arenas. When everyone heard this, their hearts could not help but tighten. I'll do it. After 5 breaths, a man jumped up and landed on the ring. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed a broad-bladed divine iron sword. His body was like a gale sword, like a flash flood, and he slashed at Qini fiercely. This person immediately displayed an astonishing level of attainment in swordsmanship, and even displayed a powerful swordsmanship. Qini's expression was a little bit serious. He felt some pressure from the other side's sword, but it was only a little, that's all. His eyes flashed, and Xianxia's sword trembled slightly. The trembling sword drove the tip of the sword to leave countless afterimages in the air, covering the opponent's whole body up and down. The opponent's face was dignified. The sword light was like a flash flood, and he used all his strength to break the heavy sword shadows and slashed at Xianxia fiercely. Suddenly, the sword stopped. He didn't know when Xianxia's sword stopped at his throat. When Xianxia's opponent swallowed hard, and his face was full of horror. His sword skills had reached the second level of the first level, and he didn't even know when the opponent's sword pointed at his throat. The gap is too big. I saw this boy 3 years ago. At that time, his sword skills were not as good as now. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect said slowly. The core disciple of the Xuanzhen Palace. It is said that after the end of the matchless sword battle 3 years ago, he received guidance from the Xuanzhen Palace. It is reasonable that his sword skills have improved significantly. Another elder also said. During the conversation, the other champions also had their victories and defeats. Some succeeded in defending the arena, and some succeeded in challenging to become the new champion. The performance of each participant in the ring fell into the eyes of the strong, but so far, except for Xianxia, there was no second person who had appeared. But this was nothing. After all, the unparalleled sword battle had only just begun, and the real masters of swordsmanship had not yet made a move. They were still watching. The matchless sword battle was often more exciting as it went on. This sword skill competition was like a big wave washing away the sand, and at the end, only the essence was left. Different people displayed different styles of swordsmanship. The crowd was dazzled and immersed in the swordsmanship, exclaiming in surprise. Flying Shadow Sword Ling Fei Arc. The new core disciple of the Jinghong Sword Martial School, he is in the limelight right now. The light screen on the stage would only limit the power and prevent the aftermath of the power from affecting the outside of the stage, but it would not block out the sound. Therefore, the Jinghong Sword Martial School disciple, who had landed on the second stage with a series of afterimages, heard the exclamations of the surrounding warriors, and a hint of pride appeared in his eyes. He, who had just become a core disciple of the Jinghong Sword Martial School a few months ago, could be said to be in high spirits. "You're no match for me," Ling Fei Arc said proudly to his opponent with a smile on his face. "Whether I am your opponent or not is not up to you to decide." Ling Fei Arc's opponent gritted his teeth, and his voice came out from the gap between his teeth like wind. Immediately, his body jumped up and suddenly turned back in midair. His body and sword merged into one, and a sharp sword light appeared, attacking Ling Fei Arc's small tricks. Ling Fei Arc smiled. To be able to become a core disciple of the Jinghong Sword Martial School, it naturally meant that his strength was extraordinary. And the Jinghong Sword Martial School was a sword training sect, and the most direct manifestation was in the sword arts. "This sword attack of yours has 5 flaws." Ling Flying Arc did not attack. Instead, he moved his feet as he spoke, calmly dodging the attack, causing his opponent's sword to miss. He immediately changed his move, and the sword light became even more dazzling. Countless sword shadows and sword lights slashed down from all directions, cutting off all of Ling Flying Arc's dodging. "Oh, this sword attack is a bit better. There are only 3 flaws." Ling Fei Arc did not seem to be affected at all. He still used the same tone as he moved his feet and dodged. Letting the opponent attack with his sword, Ling Fei Arc calmly dodged all the time. He also commented on the opponent again and again, showing the attitude of a good teacher. "Okay, this is the end." As soon as Ling Fei Arc's voice fell, the playful look in his eyes disappeared, and a sharp sword shot out. He waved his long sword, and the sword disappeared, leaving only a shadow that extended to the horizon. The opponent was easily defeated by this sword attack. On the other side, Xianxia defeated another challenger and successfully defended his position. Over 1,000 martial artists who participated in the unparalleled sword battle, each of their swordsmanship had at least reached the first level of the body and sword as one realm. If this was in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, it would be incomparably shocking. However, in the Longtu dynasty, it wasn't too rare. Even at the first level of the consolidation realm, there were differences in strength. Some people had a more comprehensive grasp of it, while others only had a superficial grasp of it. The moment they exchanged blows, the difference would be apparent, and the opponent would seize the opportunity to defeat them. As time passed, more and more people with profound swordsmanship went up to challenge him. Rising Dragon Sword, Dragon Whirlwind. I remember that he got 5th place in the last unparalleled sword battle. 6 of the top 10 from the previous competition are participating. It's too difficult to get into the top 10. Being able to rank in the top 10 in the previous competition was due to their ability. After 3 years of cultivation, they had more or less made some progress. Even if they had not made any progress, it was still unattainable for many people. If there were no accidents, the 6 of them would be in the top 10, and they obviously wouldn't fight at the beginning. They would stay until the end. The 6 people in the top 10 from the previous competition were ranked from highest to lowest: Traceless Sword, Yi Jingfeng, ranked 3rd last; Sky Rainbow Sword, Tang Yen, ranked 4th last; Rising Dragon Sword, Dragon Whirlwind, ranked 5th last; Chaotic Sword, Qin Yi, ranked 7th last; Wanxiang Sword, Li Shiyun, ranked 9th last; Dragon Dance Sword, Dragon Whirlwind, the brother of Dragon Whirlwind, ranked 10th last. Now, these 6 people went up to the stage and each became the champion of a stage. They defeated the challengers one by one, and it was estimated that they would have no problem defending until the end. It's time to make a move, Chen Zong said to himself. After watching so many battles, his hands were itching. He jumped up and landed on the 10th stage. Compared to the others, Chen Zong was a nobody. Naturally, he wouldn't attract any attention. I'll let you have 3 strikes. The champion of the 10th stage was a disciple of the Graceful Sword sect. He had already defeated 7 challengers with his superb swordsmanship, and on this stage, after every battle, the consumed strength would be instantly restored to its peak. Therefore, with his strength at its peak and the momentum accumulated from his consecutive victories, he was full of confidence. Seeing Chen Zong, an unfamiliar face, come up to the stage to issue a challenge, he thought he was the same as the previous challengers. You'd better use your full strength. Hearing this, Chen Zong smiled lightly and flicked his finger lightly on the sword rack, causing a sonorous echo to spread out like a ripple. This flick looked ordinary, as if it was just a casual gesture, but it immediately caused the eyes of the transcendents on the sword pillars to light up. Judging swords with a flick of his finger, what is the origin of this boy? Ancestor Tianhong asked. Old ancestor, please wait a moment, an elder of the Graceful Sword sect hurriedly responded and immediately arranged to investigate Chen Zong's origins. The sound of metal clanging rang out in his ears, displaying the characteristics of each sword on the sword rack vividly, allowing Chen Zong to instantly distinguish between them and make his choice. With a casual grab, Chen Zong detached a long sword from the sword rack and flicked his wrist, causing a series of sword flowers to bloom in the air. Not bad. The Graceful Sword sect disciple was slightly surprised but immediately sneered and no longer said anything about letting Chen Zong have 3 strikes, directly striking out with his sword. A sword light flashed through the air like a flying swan, crossing a dozen meters in the air towards Chen Zong, arriving in front of Chen Zong in the blink of an eye. The Graceful Sword sect had a very famous sword art called the Graceful Sword art. Every core disciple of the Graceful Sword sect could cultivate it. The core of this sword art was the Graceful Sword art, which symbolized extreme speed. Even in a situation where one's cultivation was restricted, the sword strike was still astonishingly fast. It was no wonder that the previous challengers were easily defeated. In addition to the difference in sword art realm, there was also a profound gap in sword art. The Graceful Sword art of the Graceful Sword sect was undoubtedly one of the top heaven-grade martial arts in the Dragon Chart region. There were very few people who could compare with it. Even if one only cultivated it to a low level, it still had amazing power and mysteries. However, this was nothing to Chen Zong. With a flick of his sword, the lightning-fast sword light was shattered. While the disciples of the fleeting sword sect were startled, a sword light appeared in front of him. It carried with it a domineering aura, sharp and sharp. That's the Zongjing sword art, right? But it's a little different. Ancestor Tianhong recognized the sword art Chen Zong used at a glance. As a powerful sword cultivator, Ancestor Tianhong was proficient in many other sword arts other than the Graceful Sword sect's sword art. He had done some research on the famous sword arts in the Dragon Chart region. The Zongjing sword sect was a middle-ranked sect in the past. Perhaps it was not as good as the Graceful Sword sect, but it had a deep foundation. Ancestor Tianhong naturally understood the Zongjing sword art that was passed down from generation to generation. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Chen Zong discovered that his true power, cultivation and strength were both limited to the early stage of the first level of the true martial realm, and his arm strength of more than 90,000 kilograms was similarly limited to the level of 1,000 kilograms. Without a doubt, his combat strength had greatly decreased, but his sword technique realm was not affected in the slightest. However, Chen Zong did not use his full strength. Under the 3 strikes, the graceful sword sect disciple could only parry and did not have the chance to counterattack. The 3rd strike even knocked his sword away, and his throat was struck. Defeated. The graceful sword sect disciple's expression kept changing. Suddenly, he remembered that he had said that he would let Chen Zong use 3 strikes, and his face burned with pain. With a cold snort and a gloomy expression, the graceful sword sect disciple threw his sword on the sword rack and angrily jumped out of the arena. Chen Zong became the champion of the arena. Ancestor, his name is Chen Zong. He is the current sword son of the Zongjing sword sect. An elder of the graceful sword sect immediately reported the information he had gathered. However, because the investigation had not been done for a long time, he did not get much information, but he still pointed out Chen Zong's identity and background. The current sword son of the Zongjing sword. Ancestor Tianhong only nodded and did not say anything else. Marquis Longjing also did not say anything. As for the profound Sky Realm expert, King Zhen, he did not seem to care. I will challenge you. Not long after, someone jumped onto the 10th arena to challenge Chen Zong. Please. Chen Zong held his sword and saluted. Zigzag lightning. The opponent shouted in a low voice and slashed out with his sword. It was as fast as lightning, tearing the sky apart and attacking Chen Zong. Not only was it fast, but it also contained a powerful force. When it hit the target, it would explode and cause great damage. Chen Zong lightly tapped his sword and hit the flaw in the opponent's sword, causing the power in the opponent's sword to dissipate. It was like a snake that had its bones pulled out, instantly losing its strength. The 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, one challenger after another went up to the arena, but they were all defeated by Chen Zong's sword. Who is this person? He is so powerful. I don't know. Looking at his sword technique, it seems to be the Zongjing sword sect's sword technique. He is probably a disciple of the Zongjing sword sect. The Zongjing sword sect, that low-rank sect of the Tianjiang prefecture? Tianjiang prefecture was nothing compared to the graceful palace of the Wanluo prefecture. Compared to the graceful sword sect, the Zongjing sword sect was nothing. This person's swordsmanship is very good. He is expected to be one of the top 10 champions. What qualifications does he have to be the champion? Lin Fu, who was on the sword pillar, heard the discussion around her and was immediately dissatisfied. The few times they met, the other party had ignored her, which made Lin Fu very angry. Before this, the other party had ignored her good intentions and was not tactful at all. Let me wake you up. Lin Fu shouted and leaped into the air. Her dark green gown fluttered in the wind, like a dark green cloud drifting in the wind. She landed on the 10th platform. Qi Ni, who had just defeated a challenger, looked at her. At first, he was stunned, then he shook his head helplessly. I only hope that Sister Lin will show mercy and not let Brother Chen lose too badly. Qi Ni whispered to himself. In his opinion, Lin Fu had been taught by him many times, and her swordsmanship had improved significantly. Not long ago, she had reached the 3rd level of the consolidation realm. Lin Fu went up to the arena, which made Chen Zong slightly stunned, but he didn't have any other thoughts. She was a challenger, an opponent, and he just needed to defeat her. Confidence was written all over her pretty face. Chen Zong couldn't help but be speechless. Do I look weak? Could it be that the few battles just now were not enough for her to see the level of his swordsmanship? The only explanation is that this woman's swordsmanship is good, but not high enough, so she can't see the mystery. You can use your sword. For Qi Ni's sake, Chen Zong didn't want to embarrass this woman too much, so he said. But in Lin Fu's ears, it was as if he was looking down on her. Furious, Lin Fu swung out her sword. The green sword light rippled like it was made of jade, and in a blink of an eye, it reached Ji Chen. This is the swordsmanship driven by the green jade sect's green jade skill. In the realm of Xiaoxian, Zhenzong could clearly feel the flaws contained in the opponent's sword. There were 9 places. If he wanted, he could easily break the opponent's sword and defeat her. However, Zhenzong didn't break it immediately, but waved his sword to resist. Lin Fu immediately changed her moves and performed a jade-cutting sword art. Streaks of sharp, green sword light pierced through the air. Every sword was able to cut through gold and jade, leaving countless green sword marks in the air. The sword crisscrossed like a net, trapping Zhenzong, making it impossible for him to dodge. Zhenzong stood where he was without moving. He only swung his sword with a single hand, blocking all the sword light that came at him. The net that was woven from the sword light also collapsed. Lin Fu tried her best to use her swordsmanship without any reservation, but she found that she could not break the opponent's defense. She couldn't help but be a little anxious. Okay. As Zhenzong's words rang out, a sharp and domineering sword light tore through the air and arrived before him. Immediately, he felt as if he could not dodge or block it. His vision was filled with the sword light as if it was the entire world. Qini was slightly stunned and immediately smiled bitterly. It turned out that I was wrong. Qini was a little embarrassed. He was not Lin Fu. His swordsmanship was as high as the first level of the Lingwu realm. Naturally, it was not comparable to the Consolidation realm. In addition, with the heritage of the Xuanzhen Palace and the guidance of the strong, his eyesight was not comparable to ordinary warriors. Lin Fu couldn't see the depth of Zhenzong's swordsmanship, but Qini could. Of course, Qini couldn't completely see what level Zhenzong's swordsmanship had reached. He could only be sure that at least he was not inferior to himself. Previously, he still harbored the thought of giving Xianxia some pointers in swordsmanship, but just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. At the same time, he saw that Zhenzong had given in to Lin Fu for a few moves before he defeated her. He guessed that Zhenzong had given him face and did not let Lin Fu lose so badly. He could not help but feel grateful. From afar, Qini saluted Zhenzong. Zhenzong saw it and saluted back. Both of them knew what the other meant. Lin Fu's face was full of shame. She was not stupid. She had underestimated Zhenzong from the very beginning, and now she had come to her senses. Let me fight you. At the same time, a black shadow flew up and landed on the ring. Zhenzong's eyes narrowed and emitted a cold light. This person was a disciple of the Wanluo sect. He was also the one who took away some valuable treasures from his mustard seed bag and mocked him after the Tianyun secret land was closed. You've been in the limelight. Now it's time to go down. The man's eyes flashed with a dark luster. He smiled ferociously, grabbed a short sword, and swept toward Zhenzong like a shadow. He stabbed the sword from the side of Zhenzong's blind spot. Today we can settle the grievances of that day. Zhenzong's indifferent voice sounded. The humiliation of that day was the humiliation of the sect, and also his own humiliation. It was just that he was not strong enough and could not resist, so he could only endure for a while. But now, here, a mere disciple of the Wanluo sect dared to be so arrogant. Zhenzong was not the kind of person who would smile after being beaten. When he could not take revenge, he would endure and wait for the right time. When he could take revenge, there was no need to endure, and he would take revenge quickly. The short sword stabbed from the side of Zhenzong's blind spot, but he ignored it directly. Instead, he stabbed out with his sword, faster and fiercer, showing no mercy. The extremely sharp killing intent immediately chilled the heart of the disciple of the Wanluo sect. He did not dare to fight Zhenzong with his life on the line. He immediately pulled back his sword and quickly swung it out. The short sword spun rapidly in his hand, cutting through everything like a wheel of swords. He wanted to block Zhenzong's attack. Taking a step forward, the long sword trembled slightly, and a melodious sword hum seemed to come from the horizon. At first, it was weak, but it quickly became stronger. It was like the sound of the heavens, and it made people feel dizzy. Under the sword wheel of the Wanluo sect disciple was directly shattered, as if it was looking down on heaven and earth, and came to his face with irresistible force. With a bang, the Wanluo sect disciple was stabbed by Zhenzong's sword and exploded, turning into a cloud of black smoke and dissipating. His real body, however, appeared a few meters away, pale and drenched in cold sweat. The sword just now made him feel that it was difficult to resist, and it contained a shocking killing intent. If he had been hit, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. 1,000 bodies. With a low shout, the Wan Luo sect disciple's body swayed, and countless black smoke rushed out of his body, quickly spreading out. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire circular arena, condensing into figures out of thin air. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, but the aura was the same. Although there were less than 1,000 of them, there were dozens of them. Every one of them emitted a cold and sharp aura as they moved quickly. As they intersected, they transformed into dozens of black lights that circled around Qianzong and launched their attacks. Qianzong stood in the center of the circular arena, withstanding the attacks from all directions, capturing all the movements of his opponents. With a strike of his sword, he shattered a black shadow, which turned into black smoke and dissipated, then reformed in the distance. He, you can't find me, and you can't deal with me. Feel the power of the 1,000 bodies. The Wan Luo sect disciple laughed sinisterly, as if dozens of people were speaking at the same time, and the sound waves were the same, combining into accents, like a demonic sound that disturbed one's mind. The 1,000 bodies was a part of the Wan Luo sect's Wan Luo body. Once mastered, it would have amazing mysteries. After a few probing attacks, Qianzong grasped some of the mysteries of his opponent's body movement. One of them was the real body, while the others were fake, but it was difficult to distinguish them, and the fake figures would disperse after being hit, then reform again. This method worked on others, but it might not work on Qianzong. Closing his eyes, Qianzong carefully sensed with the floating dust around him. The aura of the real body and the fake body were the same, but the floating dust was different. In a few breaths, Qianzong had distinguished the real body from the fake body, but he remained calm and continued to attack one of the fake bodies, but the real body was right next to the fake body. Suddenly, the moment the sword was about to hit the fake body, it suddenly changed its trajectory and went straight for the real body. This strike gathered all the power of Qianzong's LV1 genuine martial realm. The unsharpened longsword slashed directly at the Wan Luo sect disciple's body. Caught off guard and defenseless, a terrifying power erupted and blasted into the disciple's body, causing severe damage. The disciple was sent flying and crashed into the protective force at the edge of the arena, spitting out blood continuously. He landed on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth, looking dispirited and listless. He stood up with one hand holding the sword and the other hand covering his heart. He felt a sharp pain in his chest even when he breathed. Knowing that he was no match for Qianzong, the 10,000 sifting sect disciple immediately retreated from the arena without the slightest hesitation, causing Qianzong to lose the chance to strike again and severely injure him. This won't end here. The Wan Luo sect disciple stood outside the arena and said in a low voice, looking ferocious. Qianzong just glanced at him and didn't respond. Because there was no need for him to respond. If he wanted revenge, he could do it. Qianzong's strength shocked the crowd, and they didn't challenge him again. The preliminary round of the unparalleled sword fight was more than half over, and most of the people had been eliminated in the end. This guy's swordsmanship is probably not only at LV1 of the Lingwu realm. Ancestor Tianhong thought to himself. The Jinghong sword sect was a sect of sword cultivators, and each of its core disciples could be called a sword genius. Even so, among the core disciples of the Jinghong sword sect, the one with the highest attainment in swordsmanship had just reached LV3 of the Lingwu realm. Even among the elders of the extreme mortal realm, some of them were at LV3 of the Lingwu realm. Of course, they had been practicing for many years and were more advanced. Only a few of the extreme mortal realm elders had reached LV3 of the divine realm. But Ancestor Tianhong himself had already surpassed the divine realm and the body and sword as one, reaching an even higher level. The high level of swordsmanship made Ancestor Tianhong's eyes even sharper, but Qianzong hadn't fully displayed it, so he couldn't see it all at once. But he was sure that it wasn't as simple as LV1 of the Lingwu realm. But Ancestor Tianhong wasn't in a hurry. It was just the preliminary round, and there was still the final round. Marquis Longjing watched without saying a word, and Qianzong was also in the list of people he was observing. As an expert in the way of the sword, Marquis Longjing's swordsmanship had also surpassed the body and sword as one. As for the king of the profound sky realm, he was calm and indifferent. Whether it was LV1 or LV3 of the Lingwu realm, none of them could attract his attention. There were 3 realms in the transcendent realm, and the gap between each realm was like a natural chasm. Some people could become extreme mortal realm experts, but they couldn't step into the earth spirit realm in their lifetime, and the profound sky realm was even more difficult. The gap between the true martial realm and the profound sky realm was even more indescribable. There were fewer and fewer martial artists on the sword pillars, and Chen Zong defeated 3 more challengers in succession, standing on the 10th arena. This person's swordsmanship is too advanced. I'm not confident, so I can only challenge others. A disciple of the Fleeting Sword sect frowned and thought, and finally decided to give up the idea of challenging Chen Zong. As the preliminary round progressed, the challengers became more cautious. Finally, all the challenges ended, and only 10 people stood on the 10 arenas. Without a doubt, they had become the champions. Rumbling resounded incessantly as the 10 combat rings descended successively to be level with the indefinite platform. After that, the sword pillars vanished into the indefinite platform along with the indefinite platform. Immediately after, at the center of the indefinite stage, an even larger circular stage with 8 sword stands rose into the air. It was at least 1 kilometer in radius and 5 meters tall. A flight of stairs rose 100 meters away from the stage. It was 6 meters tall, the second flight of stairs was 7 meters tall, the third flight of stairs was 9 meters tall, and the fourth flight of stairs was 10 meters tall. There were a total of 4 rings of stairs, enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time without feeling crowded. Finally, round platforms with a radius of 10 meters flew up into the air, floating 50 to 100 meters above the ground. There was 1 person on each platform. They were the king of the profound sky realm, the earthly spirit realm expert of the Fleeting Sword sect, Forefather Tianhong, and the earthly spirit realm expert of the imperial family, Marquis Longjing. Besides them, there were also the extreme mortal realm experts of the Fleeting Sword sect and the extreme mortal realm experts of the Fleeting Sword sect. The 10 platforms at the bottom were empty, circling around the edges of the central arena. 10 people, come up to the stage. As the voice of the extreme mortal realm warrior faded away, Chen Zong and the rest of the 10 people leapt into the air and landed on 10 circular platforms that were 20 meters high. Each platform had a number, which corresponded to the number of the 10 arenas. Chen Zong was on platform number 10. Activate the formation. Buzzing sounds rang through the clouds, and as the arena trembled, a transparent screen of light rose up from all directions. It gathered at the top, forming a huge inverted transparent bowl. Traces of mysterious aura fluctuation spread out from the light screen. The main arena will limit the strength of the participants to the peak of LV9 true martial realm, and the strength of their physique will be limited to 1,000 jin. An elder of the Jinghong sword sect announced. The limit of LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The peak of LV9 of the true martial realm was countless times stronger than the early stage of LV1 of the true martial realm. The more advanced a sword technique was, the more power it would require to unleash its full power. If one's cultivation was greatly restricted, they would only be able to unleash a small portion of its power. This meant that the final battle would be many times more exciting than the preliminary round. Among the 10 champions, Chen Zong's cultivation was the lowest, at the late stage of the 8th level of the true martial realm. However, due to his own uniqueness and his advanced cultivation of the Zonghing skill, Chen Zong's true force was far stronger than that of an ordinary warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm. The restriction of cultivation on the arena was based on the standard of the ordinary warriors in the real martial arts realm. In other words, such a restriction would not put Chen Zong at a disadvantage. The rules of the final battle are as follows: each of you will compete against the other 9. If you win, you will get 1 point, if you draw, you will get 0 points. The final ranking will be decided based on the number of points you have. The elder of the Fleeting Sword sect announced. First round, number 1 versus number 2. As soon as the elder finished speaking, Long Chongyun, a member of the royal family on the first platform, and Qin Yi, a disciple of the Xianxia palace on the second platform, leaped out of the platform at the same time and fell from the sky. Long Chongyun's body descended like a dragon, passing through the transparent light screen and landing on the main platform. Qin Yi, on the other hand, flew out like a gust of wind and landed on the main platform at the same time. The moment they passed through the light screen, their cultivation and physical strength were restricted to the same level. Long Changyun moved his arms and legs a little to adapt to the restriction of his strength. He grabbed the big sword on the sword rack and placed it under his ribs with both hands. The body of the sword was facing forward. He kicked with both legs, and his true force erupted from his body. Along with a sharp roar, Long Changyun's body and sword became one, turning into a dragon and breaking through the air. The big sword broke through the wind and fiercely attacked Qini. Qini held the thin long sword in his hand. Between the trembling of the sword body swayed, bursting out countless sword chi and sword shadows. Each of them shot out and turned into an arc surrounding the sword body, which was amazingly sharp. As Qini's sword fell, hundreds of sharp sword chi seemed to be chaotic, but it was also mysterious. In an instant, it blasted forward like a group of sword chi, and also like a sword chi hurricane. The chaotic sword has some skills, but it's not enough. Long Changyun roared. Not only did he not change his move, but his sword was even more powerful. The golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, making an earth-shattering roar. Its momentum was amazing. Layers of sound waves spread out, as if they were scraping the air layer by layer. The dragon's claws fiercely clawed and crushed dozens of extremely sharp sword chi, but the other sword chi slashed on the dragon's body, cutting open wounds. The dragon collapsed, and the sword chi dissipated. The big sword and the thin sword approached each other. At the moment when they were about to collide, Long Changyun grinned. His joints bulged, and the blue veins on the back of his hands were like pythons. He slashed at Qini in a more violent manner. Long Changyun's cultivation method and swordsmanship were mainly fierce and domineering. They were very powerful in a head-on fight. Even if the power of his cultivation was limited, the power of his cultivation method still existed and was not weakened at all. Qini's arm trembled, and his body and sword became one. He quickly and sharply bypassed Long Changyun's sword and leaped from it. His long sword shook, and countless sharp sword lights slashed at Long Changyun's head. Long Changyun's arms moved the sword, and he changed from a forward to an upward slash. He was like a dragon rising into the sky, with amazing power and mighty power. Qini's cultivation method and swordsmanship were destined to be unsuitable for him to fight with Long Changyun head-on. That would be giving up his own advantage. In a few blinks of an eye, Long Changyun and Qini exchanged hundreds of moves in a square inch. The people around them all stared with their eyes wide open and held their breath. It was too thrilling. Whether it was Long Changyun or Qini, their swordsmanship was at the first level of Lingwu, the second level of body and sword unity. There were 3 levels of body and sword unity, and the gap between each level was obvious. Some people practiced to the 3rd level of the 1st level, but as a result, they could not break through to the 2nd level in their whole life. In the Lingwu realm, every move and every style seemed to be alive and had some kind of spirituality. I have a title called Tyrant Dragon Sword, and this move is called Tyrant Dragon Sky Strike. With the roar of Long Changyun, he waved his sword, and a golden dragon seemed to tear the sky, with endless power, and fiercely rushed to Qini in the ring. Qini's eyes flashed with blue sword light, and he looked directly at the overbearing dragon. He clasped the sword in his hand, and the sword chi overflowed. Immediately, he raised his sword. Chaos. 1,000 blades. As Qini's voice sounded, as if it was the end, thousands of swords broke through the air, crisscrossing between the swords like a hurricane of destruction, with unparalleled horror blasted toward the golden Jiao dragon. The golden Jiao dragon trembled as it was cut into 1,000 pieces by the terrifying sword edge. Then, it shattered into pieces. Break! Long Changyun's voice sounded from the sky, and behind the golden dragon, his sword slashed down fiercely. The golden sword light was like the sun hanging in the sky, like a falling star. The remaining sword light was smashed, and the golden sword light fell with unparalleled overbearingness. This time, Qini did not dodge, but looked up and waved his long sword. The body and the sword were one, and the whole person exuded an amazing sharpness. Invincible. Chaos. Return to one cut. All the power was gathered in this sword. The long sword in Qini's hand was trembling at an indescribable speed, directly tearing the sky, and slashing out. Under the sword, there seemed to be a strange flash of black. The chaos sword technique of the Xianxia Palace is indeed unique. Ancestor Tianhong nodded secretly. The golden sword light was torn apart, and the sword slashed down with irresistible force like a hot knife through butter. The sword light dissipated, and Long Changyun's body rushed to the sky uncontrollably, hit the top of the light curtain, and then fell down. When he fell to the arena, he stabilized his body, but his chi and blood were shaking, and his true force fluctuations were scattered. When he was about to recover, a sword seemed to come from the sky, and Long Changyun's hair stood on end. He barely raised the sword in front of him, and the sword light directly cut on the sword. The terrible power surged, and the sharp edge was peerless. It penetrated his body, and made Long Changyun feel that he was cut in two in an instant, and he could not resist the tyrannical power. His whole body flew out in the turbulent chi and blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath was weak. He won. In the audience, Lin Fu could not help but clench her fist, and she was overjoyed. Chen Zong was not surprised. Qin Yi's swordsmanship was indeed stronger than Long Changyun's, so it was not a big deal for him to win. But even so, it was not easy to win. Qin Yi had done his best. "You've won this battle." Long Changyun got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said without discouragement. As his voice fell, suddenly, 2 rays of light fell from the light curtain, shining on Long Changyun and Qin Yi. In a few breaths, their injuries were healed, and they also replenished their energy. Qin Yi just smiled and did not say anything. However, in his opinion, a win was a win, and there was no luck to speak of. Number 1 and number 2, leave the main arena. Number 3 and number 4, come on stage. Number 3 was the disciple of the Jinghong sword sect, traceless sword Yi Jingfeng. In the last matchless sword battle, Yi Jingfeng was ranked 3rd. After 3 years of cultivation, not only was his strength stronger, but his swordsmanship was also more profound. Number 4 was the disciple of the Wanluo sect, Wanxiang sword Li Shiyun. In the last matchless sword battle, he was ranked 9th. The difference between 9th and 3rd was not small. Facing Yi Jingfeng, Li Shiyun's face was serious because they had fought in the last matchless sword battle, and he knew very well how powerful Yi Jingfeng was. Although after 3 years, his swordsmanship had improved a little, and it was more profound, Yi Jingfeng's talent was outstanding, and he was trained in a sect that specialized in swordsmanship. He would definitely not be stagnant. Taking a step back, his improvement in the past 3 years would at most catch up with Yi Jingfeng 3 years ago. The chances of winning were very low. But even so, he would not admit defeat. Wanxiang sword Li Shiyun's expression was serious. He held his black sword and took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Take this," he shouted in a low voice, but it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. He raised his sword and attacked. The sword radiance was like a bolt of black lightning striking towards Yi Jingfeng. It was fast and ruthless. It was just one strike, but it carried the aura of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was as if thousands of elephants were galloping. The pressure from the attack was like an invisible wall of swords crushing down. As soon as he made his move, Li Shiyun took out his best sword move and went all out. Yi Jingfeng's expression was still calm, as if he could not feel the pressure at all. He waited until the black lightning sword radiance was right in front of him before he raised his sword and swung it. However, the sword radiance could not be seen. That was how the traceless sword got its name. Not only was the sword fast, but it was also ingenious. With the combination of all kinds of mysteries, Yi Jingfeng's sword was traceless. Once the traceless sword was used, Li Shiyun's sword technique was broken. The aura of thousands of elephants dissipated in an instant. The sword also became ordinary and did not pose any threat. Yi Jingfeng naturally would not let Li Shiyun use his sword. He swung his sword a second time, but there was still no sword radiance or shadow. Li Shiyun's expression became more serious. He swung his black sword and formed thousands of sword radiances to defend himself. The difference in sword techniques made it difficult for Li Shiyun to detect Yi Jingfeng's sword. He could only use this method to defend himself. The traceless sword is not bad. Chen Zong's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Even though they were far apart, Chen Zong's sword technique was very high. He could more or less see the sword radiance. The traceless sword could not be truly traceless. Li Shiyun used all his strength to defend against this attack. However, Yi Jingfeng swung his sword again. This time, it was faster and harder to defend against. If there was no restriction on their strength, Li Shiyun would not be Yi Jingfeng's opponent. However, in this situation where both of their strengths were restricted to the same level, Yi Jingfeng would have to use a few more strikes to defeat Li Shiyun. Li Shiyun could only defend himself. He could not fight back at all because he could not even catch Yi Jingfeng's sword radiance. After 9 swords, Li Shiyun was finally unable to resist and was defeated by Yi Jingfeng. It could be said that he was completely at a disadvantage. With an ugly face, Li Shiyun angrily leaped up and returned to the 4th platform. Yi Jingfeng also landed on the 3rd platform. The next battle was about to begin. Number 5 was the imperial family's disciple, Longwu sword, Long Xuanwu. Number 6 was the graceful sword sex heavenly rainbow sword, Tang Yan. Both Long Xuanwu and Tang Yan were women. Long Xuanwu wore a tight, dark golden armor that perfectly accentuated her sexy figure. Her round and slender legs looked strong and powerful. She looked like a heroine, like a valkyrie on the battlefield. Tang Yan's appearance was above Long Xuanwu's, but her figure under the white robe was not as hot as Long Xuanwu's. Her temperament was also different from Long Xuanwu's. Long Xuanwu grabbed a fiery red longsword from the sword rack, while Tang Yan picked up a green longsword. Both of them did not speak. Long Xuanwu raised her eyebrows slightly, and a fiery red light flashed through her eyes. With a shout, her sword pierced through the air. The fiery red sword light was like a red dragon dancing in the air. It had an indescribable beauty. Tang Yan also drew her sword. Her cyan long sword shot out, like a cyan rainbow permeating the platform, emitting a mesmerizing halo. The dance of the dragon's swordsmanship was very powerful, but it also carried with it a unique technique, which was rotation. Thus, every sword strike was like a fiery red flood dragon dancing. Not only was it beautiful, but its power was also astonishing. Tang Yan's sword technique was like a rainbow in the sky, spreading out one after another. Tang Yan was ranked 3rd in the last competition, while Long Xuanwu was ranked 10th. However, in these 3 years, Tang Yan's improvement was limited, while Long Xuanwu's improvement was very significant. Therefore, the gap between the two was shortened. Fight, 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 it was extremely intense. Long Xuanwu's sword, Tang Yan's sword. The battle between the two was very thrilling, but also very pleasing to the eye. Heavenly Rainbow Sky. As the battle reached its climax, Tang Yan unleashed her ultimate move. She slashed out with her sword, and countless cyan rainbows spread out, covering the entire platform. Dragon Dance of 1,000 Changes. Long Xuanwu also used her ultimate move. She turned into a fiery red dragon and stirred up waves. Green rainbows shot down. In the end, Tang Yan's skill was still better, and she defeated Long Xuanwu with a slight advantage. The gap between you and me has narrowed. Next time I will definitely defeat you, Long Xuanwu said. Next, it was the battle between number 7 and number 8. Number 7 was the core disciple of the Eternal Sky Sword sect, Li Qinglu. He did not belong to the Jinghong Sword sect. The Eternal Sky Sword formation was also a sect of the Jinghong House. It was also a sword cultivator sect, but it was a lower level one. However, its overall strength was much higher than the Unhindered Sword sect. Number 8 was a member of the royal family, Long Xuani. He was ranked 4th in the last competition. Long Xuani and Long Xuanwu were brother and sister. The two of them were dressed similarly. The only difference was that Long Xuanwu had a hot figure while Long Xuani was tall and powerful. He looked like an invincible general on the battlefield. With a giant sword in hand, he pointed it at Li Qinglu. Li Qingliu's blue sword robe rippled slightly, as if it was water. Fight! Long Xuani and Li Qinglu attacked at the same time. The sword was so violent that it swept up a cloud of dust and sand. It turned into a flood dragon that broke through the air. The roar of the dragon was unparalleled, causing the entire arena to shake. However, the surface of the arena was reinforced by the power of a Transcendent Realm Master, so it was impossible for anything below the Transcendent Realm to damage it. Li Qingliu's sword was fast and condensed into a single line. It was as if nothing could resist it. In the blink of an eye, the sword light tore through Long Xuani's violent flood dragon sword light and reached him in an instant. Long Xuani's giant sword danced, bringing with it a roar of wind. The terrifying power was like a torrent and a landslide, fiercely bombarding Li Qinglu. Li Qinglu had not participated in the last matchless sword competition. He usually kept a low profile, so not many people knew of his abilities. It could be said that this was the first time he fought in front of everyone. Not bad. He has completely grasped the essence of the eternal sky sword style and derived his own variations. Ancestor Tianhong nodded secretly. Li Qinglu was a good seedling. As for Long Xuani, of course, he was not bad either. However, he was a direct descendant of the royal family. His identity made it impossible for him to join another sect. No matter how violent or tyrannical Long Xuani's sword technique was, Li Qingluo's expression was indifferent. His sword light was extremely condensed, as fine as a strand of hair, but extremely sharp. There was nothing it could not destroy. Traces of sword light bloomed on the arena. Li Qinglu did not move, but he broke all of Long Xuani's attacks. After a long battle, Long Xuani used his ultimate move. Li Qinglu also used his ultimate move. Ultimate moves collided with ultimate moves. It was a battle of sword techniques. He won. Chen Zong thought, his gaze falling on Li Qinglu. Between the two, it was obvious that Li Qingluo's sword technique was more profound. The sword light tore through, and Long Xuani was defeated. The fifth battle was about to begin. Number 9 was Yang Fan, a disciple of the graceful sword sect, and number 10 was Chen Zong, the sword son of the unhindered sword sect. Whether it was Yang Fan or Chen Zong, it was their first time participating in the matchless sword competition. Before this, they were not famous. It was a battle between newcomers. Like before, many people were guessing who would win. Yang Fan. Although that Chen Zong is not bad, the foundation of the unhindered sword sect cannot be compared to the graceful sword sect. I think so too. Not necessarily. Who knows, maybe Chen Zong will win. Brother Chen is about to go on stage. Let me see how strong your sword technique is. Qin Yi's gaze fell on Chen Zong. In his opinion, in the battle with Yang Fan, Chen Zong must use all his strength. Yang Fan looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if they contained the tip of a sword. Ordinary warriors could not look at him directly. Amidst the radiance, Yang Fan charged towards Chen Zong with his sword in hand. The sword light was as swift and light as a flying swan, like a white steed flashing across a gap. In an instant, it had already crossed more than 10 meters and pierced towards Chen Zong's face. After the upper limit of cultivation, the power of the graceful sword technique was even stronger. Chen Zong swung his sword and easily hit Yang Fan's sword. There was no way to dodge. The two swords collided and made a sharp sound. Countless sparks flew. What an accurate sword. The elders of the graceful sword sect were a little surprised. They had all practiced the graceful sword technique and knew deeply about the amazing speed of the graceful sword technique. It was extremely difficult to hit the sword of the graceful sword technique, especially when the two were at the same cultivation level. This also showed that Chen Zong's sword technique was much better than Yang Fan's. The difference in cultivation level allowed Chen Zong to do this. Yang Fan's expression did not change. He attacked again and performed the graceful sword technique to the extreme. One sword followed by another. The white sword light was like a flying swan. It came from all directions and attacked Chen Zong. Chen Zong did not move. He just waved his sword slowly and destroyed every sword that came from Yang Fan. Yang Fan's sword technique was only at the first level of the Lingwu realm. Chen Zong's sword technique was at the second level of the Zhaoxian realm. The difference between the two was like a chasm. Yang Fan might not be able to reach the Zhaoxian realm in his entire life, let alone the second level. Even if Chen Zong did not use all his sword techniques, Yang Fan would not be able to compare. Graceful sword technique. With a low shout, Yang Fan attacked with all his strength. Countless white sword lights gathered to form a majestic sword light. Not only was it extremely fast, it also contained an extremely shocking power. It arrived with a loud bang and seemed to want to crush Chen Zong into powder. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open or squinted. They wanted to see how Chenzong would deal with this sword. Especially the disciples of the Graceful Sword sect. He's going to win. A Graceful Sword sect disciple whispered. He definitely can't take the Graceful Sword technique, another Graceful Sword sect disciple said. End of chapter 459. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.